System, please drag the god of light down from his throne. Let the god of darkness repent, and ensure the god of the sea remains devoted. Nancy, I can do this quickly. The system paused momentarily. No, it means in the same world, simultaneously courting them. Thus, Nancy, I must liberate myself, be uninhibited, be bold. The god of light smirked. Liberation means I can do anything to you, correct? Nancy, one must cherish small creatures, refrain from trampling flowers and plants, and strive to be a person of value to society. The god of darkness, concealing a hand behind his back, snapped the neck of a rabbit, nodding obediently. Yes, I shall prepare spicy rabbit heads for you shortly. Nancy, you must be devoted, self-disciplined, and be a deity solely for me. The god of the sea disbanded the fish pond, smiling gently yet coolly. If I discover you harboring wild gods, I shall show no mercy. They unleashed a tempest of bloodshed, driven mad by their hatred for all existence, reveling in a ruthless thirst for blood on her behalf. Guide to the three little angels successfully reformed. Point 1. The female protagonist is a captivating master of time management. 2. Targets of pursuit, the principled, ascetic, and aloof god of light, the bloodthirsty, cunning, and possessive god of darkness, the charming, affectionate, and wild god of the Sede. Chapter 1. As summer arrives at Brighton Beach, the shoreline becomes a bustling gathering of people. The ladies gracefully hold lace parasols. Children construct castles from sand. The gentlemen's eyes dart about until they settle upon a slender figure, capturing their attention. The maiden possesses long, golden hair reminiscent of seaweed, cascading down and gently curving at her waist. She dons a delicate blue silk gown, which is supported by a crinoline, forming a cake-like silhouette, layered beneath with tulle. Her cheeks radiate a vibrant, healthy rose hue. Her eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exude both purity and charm, embodying breathtaking beauty. A few audacious youths are eager to approach her for conversation. Nancy gazes intently at this azure expanse. The dry sea breeze brushes against her face, carrying a hint of briny moisture. In her perception, the sea is dark and murky, incapable of exhibiting such a cerulean hue. A cheerful voice resonates in her mind. This is the mid-era, where everything appears as it should. Of course, the sea is blue. Nancy furrows her brow slightly. Her presence here is entirely due to this entity in her mind, self-identified as System N. She hails from time 3,000 years hence. Although technology has advanced, humanity continues to live under the shadow of divine light. The god of light is ascetic and frigid, governing with strict regulations, forbidding romantic relationships for those under 30. Consequently, the inhabitants of that continent lead lives akin to quail. In contrast, the god of darkness is bloodthirsty and devoid of divinity. Even when witnessing his followers being torn apart by beasts, he merely rests his chin in his hand, observing lazily. Thus, his domain is characterized by a fiercely robust populace. Another sea deity is rather commendable, as their regulations are quite humane. However, their conduct tends to be rather uninhibited. The vast ocean, with even the plankton regarded as their lovers, has instilled a sense of trepidation in humanity, rendering him reluctant to indulge in seafood. These unreliable deities. These capricious gods have spurred a populace unable to endure any longer. It is no surprise that a system has been tethered to her. This group of individuals even harbors the audacity to contemplate the annihilation of a god. It is not about slaying the deity, but rather dragging the god of light down from their pedestal, compelling the god of darkness to renounce their wicked ways, and transforming the sea god into a chaste and virtuous figure. Little N said cautiously. What difference does it make? It sounds as though each statement is an affront to the divine. As long as it resolves the issue, that is all that matters. Little N chuckled. Just take a look at the ocean before us. Doesn't it evoke a sense of joy? Now reflect upon the waters you inhabit. Due to the sea god's indulgence, the fish have mutated into monstrous beings. Even the sea water glimmers with the hue of dark magic. Do you not yearn for such a cerulean expanse? That makes sense, Nancy nodded. So is that why you sought me out? Her spirits lifted slightly. As a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, these three tasks were indeed tailored for her. Bestowed with such immense trust by all of humanity, She found the prospect of being transported back thousands of years to be somewhat bearable. "Miss Dorr," a smooth-talking middle-aged man's voice called from behind her. Miss Robs asked how much longer you wish to stay. "Of course, I do not wish to interrupt your delightful experience. I understand you have lived in the countryside of the South, devoid of the opportunity to behold the ocean. However, the Duke and Duchess are awaiting your return at home. It would be impolite to keep the elders waiting." "Who is this?" Nancy turned around, her pupils reflecting the image of a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, donned in an exquisite suit, his face adorned with an air of arrogance. "Doll, you are Nancy Doll," remarked Little N. "This is the identity arranged for you, to facilitate your accommodation. This man is the steward of your uncle, an earl. You have come to Brighton from the countryside for your studies. Your two cousins are here to fetch you." Albeit with a hint of disdain for country folk, they remained seated in the carriage, refusing to alight. "There is no alternative," Little N continued. "We must provide you with an identity that grants you proximity to the divine while ensuring you do not attract undue attention. It is quite a challenge for you. Not concern yourself. They are inconsequential, mere instruments along the path to your success." "Very well, we shall depart now," Nancy said coolly to the steward. The steward nodded, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and turned away, striding with an air of superiority. Oh, detestable instrument! The embankment was lined with a straight avenue, adorned with numerous elaborately decorated carriages. Guided by Little N, Nancy located the carriage sent by her uncle's household. The pumpkin-shaped carriage bore a rose-colored family crest. There were two in total, one with tightly shut doors and another with its doors wide open, yet devoid of occupants. It seemed that the carriage with closed doors housed her two cousins, who clearly did not welcome her presence aboard. Nancy nonchalantly curled her lips into a slight smile and turned to enter the empty carriage. As the door closed, it followed the carriage ahead at a brisk pace. "By the way, why do you go by Little N?" Nancy inquired. Well, Little N's voice suddenly became filled with trepidation. "You've played games before, right? Many cards have different levels like N, R, SR, and so forth. Our system is similar. So, you are the most inferior in level system?" Nancy's expression instantly soured. Little N quickly forced a smile. "Please don't say that. My level is entirely determined by you. The affinity points you earn by conquering deities can be used to upgrade me. The higher my level, the greater assistance I can provide you. It's rather strange if this task is so crucial, why would they assign me a subpar system? Shouldn't I have received an SS or level system instead?" A thought crossed her mind. "Are you hiding something from me? If you don't clarify, I won't undertake this mission." "Please, please, please," Little N pleaded, sweating profusely. Being a novice system, it couldn't withstand such threats, and immediately divulged its secret. "Actually, I was not meant to bind with you. To ensure a flawless transmission, two N systems were created. If the person is correctly transmitted, they would immediately upgrade to SSR. However, I was so anxious that I made a mistake and ended up binding to you. So, I remain an N." Nancy was somewhat at a loss for words. "You can make such a mistake? Am I really that close to you?" "You may not be close to me, but you are quite near the person who is to be transported. You both reside in the same community," remarked Xiao En, scratching his head. "I suspect that upon discovering the binding error, they must have activated another system to bring forth the true candidate. Oh, you know who it is?" "I do not," Xiao En replied candidly. "Indeed, it was a faulty system. Do you think the other individual might join forces with us?" Nancy inquired once more. "I am unsure. Oh, it's reminiscent of the War of the Gods. The deities are currently at their weakest. The god of light has fallen to earth. The god of darkness is hiding to recuperate. And as for the sea god, well, there are no records of him." Xiao En puffed out his small chest. In any case, even though I am merely an N, I am aware of the coordinates of the god of light and the god of darkness. Let us go and become benefactors to the deities and perhaps gain some favor in the process. So, does that mean I must choose between light and darkness? After all, I only have two legs, Nancy clarified. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nancy nearly leaped with excitement. Outside the carriage window, a horse-drawn carriage surpassed them. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Nancy, a profound sense of urgency gripping her heart. The first to locate the god of light would essentially acquire a starting artifact. The injured god of light, having fallen to earth and lost consciousness, would retract his divine radiance and take on human form. Host, there is still a novice gift package you have yet to unbox. Additionally, there is a teleportation function available, but it can only be used once, serving as a trial feature. Should you wish to employ it again, you will first need to elevate me to R. Understood, Nancy remarked. Once I have extracted the light god's essence, I shall upgrade for you. Hurry with the teleportation. I wish to avoid being outpaced by the SSR. It was imperative to locate the light god before another seeker could intervene. A flicker of light surged from the pumpkin carriage, rendering the interior silent and devoid of presence. The coachman remained oblivious, gripping the reins as he adjusted his course. Burton, the most affluent city of the southern continent, bordered the sea and boasted the largest port in the world. The city was divided into northern and southern districts, with the wealthy predominantly residing in the south, while the less fortunate were crowded into the north. Nancy found herself teleported to Besson Road in the southern district, a bustling street replete with shops of all sizes, renowned for its commercial vibrancy. Through expansive glass windows, a dazzling array of merchandise radiated an enticing glow. The streets of the Middle Era were imbued with a refined atmosphere reminiscent of exquisite oil paintings. However, Nancy had no inclination to linger. She hastened forward, her skirts in hand, with her sights set on the light church at the street corner. There, the human manifestation of the light god would surely make an appearance. Uncertain of the form in which he would descend to the earthly realm, she fervently hoped it would not resemble a comet crashing to Earth, trailing a long tail behind. Such an event would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Church of Light. The pristine light church featured a sharply pointed, towering roof adorned with delicate shells. From a distance, it appeared as if a crown of pearls adorned the roof, emanating a soft glow in the sunlight. This church is not the Cathedral of Burleton, but rather a chapel situated on Basin Road, nestled behind a bustling commercial street. It is encircled by a ring of oak trees, typically seldom frequented by passers-by. However, today, an extraordinary gathering of people has amassed, filling the small clearing in front of the oak grove to capacity. Nancy had not yet reached the front, and a chill gripped her heart. She paused, standing at the edge of the crowd, peering inside. Could it be that the divine had descended to earth in an exceedingly dramatic fashion? She prodded a bystander with her hand, inquiring, "What is transpiring up ahead?" "I heard someone collapsed in front of the church," the onlooker replied, craning their neck to see. "Even the resident priest has been alerted. It must be someone of great significance that I suspect it is the son of a grand duke," chimed in another passerby. "I wager it is a prince." The crowd began to speculate eagerly. Suddenly, a wave of commotion surged from the front. The sound of hooves echoed, and the throng parted to form a clear passage. Nancy was jostled to the side as an ornately adorned carriage emerged. She looked up and, through the carriage window, caught a glimpse of an elderly man clad in crimson robes, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the scene before him. "Oh my, it is the cardinal!" The cacophony of the crowd erupted, as astonishment flickered in everyone's eyes. What extraordinary fortune! The cardinal is someone only the highest nobility gets to see. When did the bishop arrive? I completely missed his entrance. Indeed, the one who fainted must possess considerable stature to warrant the cardinal's personal attendance. Nancy's gaze remained fixed upon the carriage, her spirits plunging once more into despair. If the god of light, transformed into a mortal, were to be recognized by his adherents, her chances of approaching him would be virtually non-existent. Yet, upon reflection, if she found herself unable to draw near, would not the one endowed with the SSR system likewise be barred from such proximity? That young man is extraordinarily handsome. It is as though I behold the snow upon the sacred Mount Krebgel, so pure and dazzling. He lay before the church, his brow furrowed in apparent agony, and I felt as though my heart might shatter alongside his. She mused. By the grace of the God of Light, I fervently wish for the well-being of that young man. He is undeniably striking. Murmurs of concern arose from the crowd behind Nancy. How many cardinals are there in Bolton? She inquired as she strolled towards the street corner, casually observing the throngs of people in search of another task-bearer. There are 7 cardinals and 1 archbishop across the southern continent. The archbishop and 3 cardinals are stationed in the capital of Bolton, replied Little Ann, imparting to a knowledge it possessed. The individual, just referenced as Bishop San, oversees the faithful in the Southern District. His residence is not far from your uncle's, within the same neighborhood. Oh, a flicker of interest sparked in Nancy's eyes. She was not particularly fond of the identity the system had assigned her, a humble girl residing in the countryside with affluent relatives. Yet, it seemed that fate itself had orchestrated these circumstances. What shall we do now, host? Little N inquired with a note of worry. I can sustain myself for another 2 days. After that, I will require a drop of divine favor. Should I fail to obtain it, I will be compelled to self-destruct. Nancy felt 3 dark lines drooping from her forehead. Burdened by a malfunctioning system that seemed to demand her very life, she found it utterly exasperating. Weren't you supposed to provide a novice gift pack? She recalled the words of Xiao En, her heart filled with hope as she inquired. Indeed, that is correct. Oh, you wish to open it now, host? A metallic voice resonated in her mind, and a faint glow appeared at her left wrist. The light coalesced into a simple tote bag, dangling from her wrist. Xiao En remarked, upon opening the bag, wondrous items will randomly manifest. The quantity and rarity depend on your fortune. Embracing the bag, Nancy strolled towards the fountain at the center of the square, intending to wash her hands before unveiling her prize. The summer breeze wafted through the corner, gently caressing the statues within the fountain. This was a tableau of figures, encompassing men, women, children, and even small animals, each striking a unique pose. Yet, their gazes and expressions were unified, all reverently directed towards the heavens. Above them shone a brilliant sun, symbolizing the deity of light that bestowed illumination upon all. Seated at the edge of the pool, Nancy found herself beside a statue of a pearl-white maiden. Water cascaded from the maiden's waist, resembling the billowing fabric of a voluminous gown. She dipped her hand into the water curtain, murmuring, "Awash, and the black hands shall turn red." The icy water splashed upon her hands, instantly alleviating the summer's heat and calming her spirit. With delicate, alabaster fingers, she gradually opened the mouth of the bag. In the dimness, for glimmers of light suddenly flickered. Nancy's heart raced wildly. For glimmers indeed, it was 4. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 4 extraordinary items. The cheerful voice of Xiao En resonated. They are named the fish in the desert, the clay that little Lisa grew tired of, the evening breeze, and the fact that you can only see me. All 4 are single-use items. Nancy, it sounded like something only an unfortunate person would manage to draw. Allow me to elucidate, Xiao En continued. The fish in the desert induces an intense thirst. It can be used on oneself or on those nearby. The side effect is a temporary hour of prosopagnosia. The evening breeze allows you to transform into a gentle zephyr for 1 minute, granting passage to any desired location. The side effect is a fleeting sensation of heaviness in the body once the effect wears off. The ability to see only me allows you to instill interest in a familiar individual. The duration is 24 hours, with no side effects. Why does the last item have no side effects? Nancy inquired, puzzled. That reflects the difference in value. The more potent and less adverse the item, the more precious it is. After all, no one wishes to face backlash while utilizing their gifts, do they? Are you suggesting that I have acquired a premium item? One could say that. Splendid. Nancy smiled slightly, contemplating how to best employ the power of these items. Xiao En's teleportation feature was a trial and could not be utilized again. Thus, she had no choice but to board a public carriage wait in this era. Carriages are luxurious possessio, NS reserved for the nobility and the upper middle class. After all, horses, stables, drivers, and feed are all costly commodities. Families without a carriage must rely on public coaches for travel, a lengthened carriage drawn by 2 horses. The carriage is equipped with long wooden benches on either side, allowing passengers to sit facing one another. On a sweltering afternoon, the atmosphere becomes stifling and cramped. Half an hour later, Nancy disembarked at the intersection of Oak Street, having paid 10 copper coins. Oak Street is the residence of her uncle, the Earl of George Dorr. It is lined with 6 grand mansions, each adorned with gardens, belonging to families of high social standing. Before one of these mansions, Nancy spotted a splendid carriage stationed at the garden gate. It was the chariot of the god of light, unmistakably so. Two chestnut horses lowered their heads to graze in the broad yoke. The driver leaned against the carriage door, lost in thought. As night fell, the Door family, elegantly attired, sat in an orderly fashion around a long table laden with sumptuous dishes. A large candelabrum cast a soft orange glow over delicacies such as smoked roast goose, herb-crusted lamb chops, pickled cheese accompanied by seed cakes, and a medley of cold meats, with creamy asparagus and peas. Complemented by the alluring aromas of champagne, red wine, and Bailey's wafting from the elegant glasses, this was the feast to welcome Nancy. "Pray tell, my dear niece, have you successfully mastered the divine arts?" inquired the Earl of George with keen interest. Cultivating a successor worthy of entering the temple would significantly elevate the standing of the Door family. It is no wonder that his brother sent his daughter to the capital to apply for admission to the Inovi Academy. He had initially believed that his niece, raised in the countryside, lacked any theological aptitude. Agreeing to his brother's request was merely a matter of family honor. However, it appears that this decision was indeed a prudent one. "That is quite remarkable," Earl George said with a smile. "Your two elder sisters have yet to even brush the surface of divine arts. Perhaps you could take the time to teach them." "Did you hear that?" The Countess' eyes flickered with a hint of displeasure as she turned to her two daughters. "Having grown up in Bolton, you still fall short of your sister's accomplishments. I sincerely hope this sentiment does not become a frequent topic at our dining table. Is there an inherent connection between growing up in Bolton and falling short?" The Countess seemed to imply that city folk are outshone by those from the countryside. Receiving the unmasked glares of resentment from her two cousins, Nancy felt no burden. They had never treated her kindly, so this was merely a continuation of their previous behavior. Ultimately, for her, the most significant matters lay not here, but next door at the residence of the cardinal. She could only hope that the God of Light had not yet awakened, wishing for him to regain his memories a little later. "I heard that something intriguing occurred at the church on Besson Road today." The Countess raised her chin slightly, reveling in her newfound tidbit of information. Nancy's two cousins beamed with delight, their faces blooming with joy. Having reached marriageable age, they were eager to showcase their allure, hoping to attract a suitor worthy of admiration. Behave yourselves, my dear girls." The Countess' face momentarily reflected dissatisfaction, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she cast a quick glance at Nancy. "When shall we have the pleasure of meeting him?" inquired Robies, Nancy's cousin. "I recall that Bishop Sarn is hosting a dinner at his residence this Saturday." Another cousin, named Rosie's, glanced towards her mother. With so many soirees at the Burtons, she was uncertain which event their family would attend. "Indeed, let us hope that young man does not depart too soon," remarked the Countess with a hint of indifference. "The Cardinal's gathering, is that not the day after tomorrow?" A flicker of realization crossed Nancy's mind. The day after tomorrow marks the final deadline for little N's self-detonation. Should she fail to garner even a modicum of favor from the God of Light, it would also signify the conclusion of her own self-destruction. "Host, persevere. We have but 2 days left to exist," little N murmured feebly. On Saturday evening, Nancy adorned herself in a nearly unembellished lavender silk gown, eagerly awaiting in the foyer. Upon seeing the Doyle family descend the staircase, she seamlessly integrated into their company. The Earl made no comments, however. The Countess' expression appeared somewhat rigid. Her deliberate choice to withhold notification from Nancy was aimed at preventing her beautiful niece from overshadowing her daughters. One could only speculate how the rural waters could nurture a person, perhaps even when faced with Princess Anna of the royal capital. She would not be easily outshone. "Your gown seems rather plain." Robies scrutinized Nancy, "but it excels in quality. It serves to enhance your pallor." Nancy merely curled her lips in response, choosing silence. Should the God of Light remain dormant, she might need to surreptitiously infiltrate his quarters. Of course, the more modest her attire, the better. "Are you not wearing a crinoline?" Rosie's gaped at the hem of her dress. "Indeed, to facilitate movement." Nancy hesitated, concerned that this might draw attention, and quickly added, "I believe it's rather cumbersome. I've simply donned a couple of additional underskirts underneath. This degree of fullness appears more natural and is considerably lighter." Rosie lamented. "How could I have overlooked that?" "Enough, my dear ladies," the Countess interjected, Feeling compelled to halt the conversation if it continued, she would be tempted to instruct her two daughters to change their in comparison to Nancy. They resembled two peacocks poised for display. Lacking in both beauty and talent was one thing, but now their sense of taste seemed to be trampled beneath another's feet. Within the residence of the cardinal, guests had already gathered in abundance. The dinner had yet to commence apart from a few gentlemen engaged in billiards in the parlor. The rest congregated in the drawing room, leisurely conversing while accepting tea or juice from the servants. I hear he is yet to awaken. Oh, how dreadful! May the God of light protect him. Have we discerned who it is? I recall that Bishop Sane has 3 nephews who are not in the capital. Uncertain, the bishop refuses to divulge. However, judging by his demeanor, the individual appears to be of considerable importance. This fragment of information proved insufficient. I can amplify their voices. The feeble system, small n, is uncertain whether it has reached the end of its existence or not, and suddenly recalls its limited authority. Thus, the conversation at a normal volume reached Nancy's ears. The Lord Bishop suspects that the individual in question is an incarnation of the God of light. This person must have appeared at the church entrance unexpectedly, without displaying any miraculous signs. No, if any miracles had been shown, there would be no need for such difficulties. It turns out that the God of light did not descend with great fanfare. Nancy breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Sarn is now taking this matter very seriously. He has dispatched clergy to guard the small white building day and night. If it truly is the God of light, Lord Sarn would surely prosper. Wouldn't he that mean we too would share in that fortune? After all, we are the direct descendants of the Lord. The voices of the ministers grew increasingly ecstatic. Nancy maneuvered through the crowd of male guests who adorned their jackets with flower boutonnieres, slipping out through the side door of the billiard room. The small white building lay within the garden behind, a 2-story structure. She had familiarized herself with the layout before her arrival. It was essential to be cautious of the group of guarding clergy, but their numbers remained unknown. She gracefully traversed the flower-laden path. Outside, apart from her, numerous guests were admiring the blossoms under the moonlight. However, the back garden lay behind the main building, and from a distance, she spotted 2 figures dressed as priests leaning against the arched floral gate. Any guests approaching were promptly dissuaded. She halted in the shadow beneath an oak tree, reaching into her pocket for an item. It was a wisp of a breeze, as light as if it were mere illusion. The evening wind transformed into a gentle zephyr, capable of drifting anywhere for a fleeting minute. The side effect manifests as a heaviness in the body lasting for 10 minutes after the effects dissipate. One can only hope it is not so burdensome as to impede movement. As she jested internally, she shattered the gentle breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the garden, and she felt herself lifted, her body becoming weightless. In a moment of panic, she instinctively looked down, only to find an emptiness beneath her feet. She had transformed into the very essence of the breeze under the influence of the prop. Host, 56 seconds remaining. So soon? Nancy swiftly disengaged from the wind and propelled herself toward the gatekeeper priest. The breeze tousled the priest's hair, and they, rather enjoying the moment, raised their chins in anticipation of an even stronger gust. The residual warmth of the day lingered in the garden, refusing to dissipate. Nancy passed through the archway and swiftly circled the small white building. 32 seconds left. The anxious voice of Little N chimed in. There, in the corner of the 2nd floor, she spotted a room where Bishop San and his subordinates were gathered, illuminated by the bright glow of candlelight that illuminated their faces. They wouldn't remain there indefinitely, would they? She was on the verge of revealing herself. 27 seconds, Little N reported nervously. Nancy had no time for further contemplation as she dashed into the small white building. She refrained from entering the room, knowing that if the occupants did not emerge, she would have nowhere to conceal herself. She landed in the corridor, urgently seeking a place to hide. 15 seconds, Little N transformed into a panicked screech. Nancy glanced toward the corner of the corridor. There stood a low cabinet, atop which rested a round fishbowl. The cabinet appeared to be capable of concealing a person. She hoped it was empty. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5. Little N's voice dripped with despair. Meanwhile, a creaking sound resonated through the corridor as Bishop Sarn pushed open the door to the room. Nancy, no longer hesitating, dashed into the low cupboard. 3, 2, 1. She felt her body grow heavy, and her dress burst apart. No longer maintaining the guise of the wind, she reverted to her human form. Fortunately, the cupboard was devoid of clutter, just spacious enough to conceal her. She nestled into the confined space, listening intently as the footsteps drew nearer, even pausing right beside her. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not take a single step away. My subordinates guarantee it. No, you wish to depart, Nancy screamed inwardly. The footsteps of Sarn echoed again, gradually receding until they were no longer audible. Through the keyhole, Nancy glimpsed the subordinate leisurely seated on a single armchair by the window. She slowly moved her palm. It seemed the side effects of her transformation had begun. Every movement felt immensely laborious, akin to the heaviness one experiences after emerging from water, yet still manageable. With painstaking slowness, she inched towards her pocket, deftly extracting a slender object with 2 fingers. It was a fish from the desert, capable of instilling an intense thirst in those nearby. The side effect, however, would render her face blind for an hour after use. Nancy struggled to crush the salty fish, which instantly disintegrated into a fine powder. The powder seemed to possess a life of its own, accurately soaring through the keyhole. Suddenly, the subordinate sprang to his feet, clutching his throat with both hands. His face contorted in agony. He turned to gaze at the tightly shut door, swallowing repeatedly as if engaged in an internal struggle. After a few seconds, he relinquished his duty as a guard and dashed down the stairs. Nancy waited until the footsteps faded away before emerging cautiously from the low cabinet. She was terrified, having thought that she and Eufen had choked the person. Indeed, the fish in this desert proved formidable. Typically, a fish would struggle immensely once removed from water, let alone in the desert. It seemed that even the god of light, just a wall away, might be affected as well. She approached the door slowly, gently pushing it open just a crack. A raspy breath from a man immediately seeped through the narrow opening. The stifled and enticing sounds of his breath were reminiscent not of mere thirst, but of some intoxicating elixir laced with suggestive allure. Amidst the breaths, Nancy discerned low, hoarse murmurs, seemingly pleading for water. She pushed the door slightly wider, her pupils reflecting a visage that would haunt her memory eternally. The chronicles of the divine had never described his appearance, for deities are not meant to be gazed upon. The god of light, transformed into human form, subdued his divine radiance, revealing a breathtaking countenance to mere mortals. His beauty was unparalleled, akin to the purest snow from the sacred mountain range, a wisp of cloud in the boundless sky, and the most intense rays of the blazing sun. The low, husky voice spilled softly from the young man's slightly parted lips. He lay ensconced in a soft bed, his hair a light shade of gold, nearly platinum. His tousled, wavy locks appeared disheveled, as if his owner had been restless. The young man kept his elongated eyes tightly shut, the sharp brows slightly furrowing, golden lashes fluttering delicately as he tugged at his collar. His elegant collarbones glimmered under the warm orange candlelight, exuding exquisite beauty. Having once navigated the entertainment industry, she had encountered numerous stunning visages. This was the first time her mind was uncontrollably drawn in. She gathered her thoughts, aware that she could no longer afford to procrastinate. Turning, she made her way to the adjacent washroom, where she filled a cup with cool water. This was the plan she had devised among the limited tools at her disposal, delivering refreshing water to a fish stranded in the desert, a gesture that could be deemed a life-saving grace. Water, the young man's hoarse voice sounded even more pained and desperate. The water has arrived. Nancy steadied her nerves, holding the cup as she approached him. The water is here, she whispered. The figure on the bed remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. After a moment of contemplation, she brought the cup to his lips, the spilled water instantly moistening his parched mouth. In the next moment, she pressed her own lips to his, intending to elicit a reaction. She had expected that a gentle touch would rouse him, but she overlooked the instinctive craving for more water that a thirsty person possesses. Before she could swiftly withdraw her lips, a strong hand grasped the back of her head, pulling her closer. His hot, dry lips sought the refreshing water, greedily searching for it. The more elusive it became, the more frantic his search grew. The kiss, lacking in technique, yet imbued with fervor, sent Nancy's heart racing. Who said that the deity of light was abstinent and aloof? Wasn't he rather proficient in this? Yet, this was not the course she had intended. Host, hold on. I see the affection points drifting towards us. Littlin exclaimed excitedly. What? Just as Nancy uttered the words, the young man, who had kept his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. His elongated eyes glinted coldly, the vivid blue irises fixated intently upon her. Instantly, she was startled into a sitting position. In the original world where Nancy resided, though it was illuminated by divine radiance, the deities remained distant from humanity. Apart from the archbishop, even the cardinals merely heard the divine whispers through the archbishop. The majority of mortals, with only a handful having access to the realm of divine arts, could only perceive the divine light through technology. Consequently, when Nancy first encountered the transformed Slumbering deity of light, she found herself drawn to their beauty but felt little connection to the concept of divinity. However, when their eyes fluttered open and their cold gaze fell upon her, she was struck by the weight of their presence. Although reduced to mortal form, the deep-seated indifference embedded within the deity's heart was still somewhat manifest. "What are you doing?" "I did nothing," the girl replied with an innocent expression, pointing to the overturned cup on the bed. "I heard someone say they were thirsty, so I kindly brought water. Yet, you ended up pinning me down and kissing me several times." "Kissing?" The young man displayed a hint of confusion. "Yes, kissing." "Kissing?" His bewilderment deepened. "Do you not even know what a kiss is?" No wonder the deity of light has decreed that no one under 30 may engage in early romance. "Well, at least I've gained some favor," she thought. "What is kissing?" he inquired. "Nothing much, merely a normal form of communication between individuals." Nancy hastily concluded the topic, anxious that someone might interrupt. "Do you want more water?" she asked, gesturing towards the cup. "No, I have my own," he replied, his voice carrying a cold tone that repelled any familiarity. With a flicker of light in his hand, he conjured a beautifully patterned golden cup, filled to the brim with crystal clear water. "It is divine magic," murmured Nancy, gently fluttering her eyelashes. Although she had become mortal, the celestial arts had not been forgotten. She wondered if her memories had returned. "What is your name?" Nancy inquired. The young man paused momentarily, his hand holding the cup hesitating slightly, before his thin lips articulated in a cool tone, "Milos." "How peculiar," Milos remarked softly. "What?" Nancy lifted her gaze in confusion. "I only remember this name," Milos replied, his eyes lowering as he contemplated the cup in his hand. Following his gaze, Nancy looked towards the rim of the cup, where a small design was etched. Tiny ancient characters formed a triangle, which in divine history represented the god of light. A tremor coursed through Nancy's heart. The triangle emitted a faint luminescence, resembling a cold eye that watched her performance intently. Milos lifted his gaze, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Where are you going?" "To dance," Nancy replied, her smile light and airy. "I came to attend the banquet, but since it has yet to commence, I am wandering in the garden. Please keep this a secret. It is quite impolite to intrude uninvited." The mischief and innocence sparkling in her eyes melted away some of the wariness in Milos's demeanor. "Then, until we meet again," he said. Nancy nonchalantly lifted the hem of her dress in a graceful curtsy and turned, departing the room without a trace of longing, rendering the entire encounter as natural as a chance meeting. Patience is essential when reaping benefits. Excessive eagerness may suggest ulterior motives. Keeping close to the wall, Nancy cautiously descended the stairs. She had observed the first floor when transformed into the wind, noting that only 2 clergy members occupied the grand hall below. She swiftly slipped into the outermost room, opened the window, and nimbly climbed out. Unnoticed, she darted into the thicket of flowers, leaving this place behind. Inside the small white building, Bishop Singh came and went, his expression grave as he surveyed the empty corridor. Pushing open the door, Milos stood by the window, lost in contemplation. In a state of disarray, Sane's eyes darted around, landing upon the bed, where an unexpected mouthwash cup lay overturned. Sane's countenance shifted. Had someone intruded upon you? When would he regain his memories? Meanwhile, Nancy brushed off the blades of grass from her shoulders and hastily made her way to the hall. "I must tread carefully," she mused, ensuring that I do not reveal my knowledge of his identity. "From now on, my scheming must be executed with utmost caution, much like boiling a frog in warm water. By the time he grows accustomed to my presence, I will have already reaped my rewards." "Indeed, that is the plan. By the way, you have gained a point of favor tonight." "I have already consumed that point, allowing us to survive for another 3 days," Little and cheerfully announced. "Just 1 point?" Nancy paused in surprise. "It's something, considering he is the god of light, who knows nothing of love," Little N replied. "By the way, host, why did you change your strategy at the last moment? I thought you would offer him water." Nancy smiled gently. "The god of light may have lost his memory, but he certainly has not lost his wits. He having accumulated enough, we can not only survive but also exchange for marvelous items, just like those from the grand gift package?" Nancy inquired. "Indeed, the more, the merrier, for someone like her, devoid of divine powers. Possessing additional items was essential to swiftly resolve unexpected dilemmas, much like the one she faced today." Nancy was reluctant to reappear before Milos so soon. Yet time was not on her side. The specter of self-detonation loomed ominously overhead. She had merely 2 days left to live. Yesterday, she had painstakingly restrained herself from rushing to Bishop San's residence, opting instead to remain home and peruse newspapers from years past to catch up on current affairs. Shall we endure a little longer? Little In suggested cautiously, noting the quick turnaround after only a day's separation. Little In paused. If we do not, we are doomed. We cannot yet pursue the temple to gain favor. As for the other two deities, the sea god was no different. He had yet to depart from Atlantis. To approach him, she would either need to level up or exchange for items. Nancy sighed, realizing that it all circled back to extracting favors from the god of light. She stepped before the mirror to assess her reflection. Today, she donned a pristine white dress, not the full ensemble with crinoline, but a half-skirt that subtly accentuated her hips. As she walked, the hem danced gracefully like a swaying fishtail, exuding a natural charm. She adorned herself with a delicate pearl necklace, replacing the original diamond piece, which rendered her neck even more pristine and luminous. The neckline was daringly low, revealing expanses of her alabaster skin. Such pure and alluring charm holds little significance for the god of light, yet it may bear some utility for the divinely restrained mortal, Milos. Having tidied herself, she approached the hall to request a basket and floral pruning tools from the servants, then ventured into the garden to assert her presence. The sun was nearly wilting all that it touched. She found herself in the small garden at the back, barely sheltered beneath the shade of a tree, fanning herself with a handkerchief. Beyond the wrought iron fence lay the residence of Bishop Son, where she could even glimpse the small white building concealed within the greenery. However, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, not a single soul appeared. It seemed that chance encounters were not so easily attained. To encounter someone effortlessly is undoubtedly a result of meticulous design. Nancy was roused from her reverie by the sound of a knocking door. Today marked the day of admissions at the Anovi Seminary. Count George placed great importance on this event, dispatching someone to awaken the three young ladies for early preparations. This represented the chasm between mortals and practitioners of divine arts, a divide as formidable as a vast canyon. Should a family produce even one practitioner, the entire household's standing would elevate significantly. Conversely, families devoid of such practitioners remain mere ordinary nobility. In Nancy's original world, this distinction was even more pronounced. Practitioners of divine arts were inherently more noble than mere mortals. They could explore the realms of theology, delving into the powers belonging to the divine. Though they could never reach the heights of deities, both their existence and prowess far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Nancy and her two cousins were escorted by a maid to the morning sitting room on the first floor, where they spent 3 hours on grooming and adornment. Naturally, Nancy was not included in the services rendered during this time. Once the maid had brought her here, no one paid her any further attention. It seemed the Countess was resolute in her determination to dress her two daughters as if they were Christmas trees. The Countess incessantly directed the maid to adorn Robus and Rouse with towering hairstyles embellished with gems, feathers, flowers, and even miniature sailboats. Asserting that such attire was essential for decorum, she commanded the maid to tighten their corsets, for today was of utmost significance. All eligible children from Burton would partake in the selection. Distinctions in attire would enable swift identification of companions, unless they wished to associate with commoners. "Oh, no. We have no desire for that," Robus and Rouse exclaimed in horror, shaking their heads as if the Countess had suggested befriending baboons. The Countess continued her directives, insisting that the gems and wigs would enhance their appearance, thereby augmenting their chances during the assessment. Nancy felt a sense of disapproval. The gems and wigs would merely add weight to their heads and lead to embarrassment if they failed the evaluation. She chose instead to don a light blue silk dress adorned with polka dots, featuring a delicate ruffled neckline, light and charming. Her hair was casually styled, held in place by a lovely sapphire hairpin. Robus and Rouse gazed at her with a sense of superiority, believing their mother's fanciful claims that such garish adornments would surely win the professor's favor. "Add more blush, it's still not red enough," the Countess called out. "Oh dear. What shall we do?" Robus chuckled, covering her mouth. "That poor girl, dressed so simply, will surely be dismissed." Nancy disregarded the taunts of the frivolous monkey, turning her gaze towards the window. Once the day passed, little In would reveal her true self. Trapped in this moment, she found herself devoid of any opportunity for a fortuitous encounter with the god of light. "Host, what shall we do?" Little In cried, on the verge of tears. Before Nancy could conceive a means of escape, they were ushered into a carriage by the Countess, heading towards the Inoue Academy of Divinity, nestled beside a serene lake. The academy resembled a majestic fortress, boasting towering spires, arched stone doorways, stained glass windows, and rooftops adorned with decorative finials and railings. Seizing the opportunity to excuse herself to the lavatory, Nancy found solace in the shade of a tree. The tranquility enveloped her as she settled upon the grass, surveying her surroundings. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a gentleman seated on a bench by the lakeside. His hair shimmered like sunlight, and his eyes sparkled with the clarity of a cerulean sky, radiating an undeniable brilliance. It was the god of light, Milos. Nancy's heart drummed like a war drum within her chest. She envisioned a pulsating source of vitality beckoning her, the prospect of draining him to restore her own vigor enticing her. She quickly assessed her appearance, clad in a sky-blue dress. She resembled a fresh bloom adorned with morning dew. Adjusting her neckline to reveal a touch more allure, the ruffled collar danced in the breeze, subtly accentuating her charm. With everything in place, she approached the bench with a light-hearted gait, her voice laced with feigned surprise as she exclaimed, "My Lord Milos, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here." The expression on her face conveyed a mix of trepidation at being in an unfamiliar place and the joy of meeting a familiar face, eliciting a sense of genuine warmth. Milos lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes reflecting a distant calm, seemingly oblivious to the events of that fateful day. Nancy felt no surprise, after all. The god of light was known for his aloofness and icy demeanor. Born alongside mountains and rivers, he is innately ascetic and aloof. If he wishes to appear surprised, there is no need for strategies. The one who enjoys familiarity is the god of the sea. "Have you come to participate in the Academy's assessment?" Nancy inquired. "No," Milos replied calmly. "I simply find the atmosphere here quite pleasant." His gaze traversed the lakes, extending far towards the Academy's main tower, where a colossal statue of the god of light stood, a place designated for prayers. It seems he has yet to regain his memories. Nancy felt a slight relief. She once again lifted her sweet smile. "Soon, I will be taking the assessment. To be honest, I am a bit nervous, as this is my first time here. My first visit to the capital. I worry that failing the assessment will bring me shame." The young girl slightly furrowed her elegantly arched brows, evoking an instinctual desire to soothe her worries. "You shall not fail," Milos replied with a hint of assurance. "I can sense a surge of spiritual energy within you. Passing the examination is undoubtedly within your grasp. If what Lord Milos says is true, that would be splendid." The girl beamed, bathing in the sunlight, as if her very essence flowed with honeyed amber, radiating sweetness. "You cannot imagine how much I yearn to enter the Academy, to step into the temple of the god of light." It seemed that Milos was subtly influenced by her exuberance, a faint smile gracing his lips. A hint of goodwill blossomed. A suppressed thrill echoed in his mind. "Wonderful, I can survive for another 3 days." Nancy naturally settled beside Milos, adjusting the hem of her dress while discreetly observing the differences in him since their first encounter. Milos donned a white shirt, deep brown trousers, and matching riding boots. The buttons of his shirt were crafted from gold, and the collar was slightly unbuttoned, revealing the graceful curve of his collarbone. The trousers and boots were unremarkable in design, yet their simplicity exuded an air of elegance, a testament to their superior quality. This indicated that he was well cared for. The group of zealots, while uncertain if he was indeed their deity, were unwilling to overlook the opportunity to worship a savior. They were likely in search of the traces of the god of light, while anticipating that one day he would manifest a miracle. The summer breeze wafted from across the lake, carrying the fragrant scent of blooming flowers and the refreshing coolness of the water, brushing against their faces with delightful ease. Milos's icy armor seemed to soften slightly, and his gaze grew gentler than before. "How comforting this is." Nancy stretched her arms and yawned, smiling as she remarked that for some reason, being in the presence of Lord Milos made her feel remarkably at ease. It seemed that the impending examination no longer caused her any anxiety. The young girl's arms glowed with a porcelain whiteness, delicate and charming. Prior to her arrival, she had spritzed perfume on her wrist, and taking the opportunity during her stretch, her fingertips grazed Milos's chest. This particular perfume, hailing from the northern lands, was named Polar Night, and its fragrance was irresistibly alluring and sensual. Unlike the pure and sunlit scent of the god of light that reigned over the southern continent, the fragrance from the northern lands, where the god of darkness resided, was dangerously tempting. It startled Milos, who was accustomed to the natural aromas of his surroundings. "Oh, my apologies," the girl feigned innocence, lacking any true remorse. Milos's gaze flickered. Regardless of whether it was the exalted god of light or the present-day human Milos, he had never engaged in any form of contact with women, touches that others might deem trivial. For Milos, it was an unprecedented and extraordinary experience. That fleeting touch resembled fireworks blooming upon solid ice. Though ephemeral, it left traces of its brilliance. Just 2 minutes had passed when Nancy slightly furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of unease. In the distance, the chime of the clock tower resonated melodiously, signaling the commencement of the examination. Candidates scattered throughout the academy began to make their way towards the auditorium. Nancy rose, preparing to depart. "Would you care to accompany me to the auditorium, Lord Milos?" The young woman smiled sweetly, extending her invitation with effortless grace. "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to and cannot join you," Milos replied, rising as if he too intended to leave this place. Nancy, however, felt no disappointment. It had merely been a casual remark. Having already spent 9 days of her life, she deemed it sufficient and decided to bow out gracefully. With a cheerful nod, she added, "Your divine skills are indeed remarkable, Lord Milos. The lower-tier examination is rather tedious." "I do not find the lower-tier divine skill examination dull," Milos replied, "but I am preparing to leave Burleton." "Where are you headed?" Nancy's complexion instantly paled. Milos gently smirked. "Your inquiry mirrors that of the bishop." "Of course it does. Bishop Sane speculates that you are an incarnation of the god of light, seeking to invest further in you. What will he do if you choose to flee? As for me, I have intentions of pursuing you. Moreover, you currently serve as my life-sustaining blood bag, the only sheep from whom I can glean." Nancy understood the essence of his suspicions, especially given that Bishop Sane could not clearly articulate his identity yet remained exceedingly cordial and respectful towards him. For Milos, whose memories lay in a void, everyone wore masks that rendered the distinction between good and evil indistinguishable. That day at the banquet, upon hearing news of Lord Milos, the young maiden furrowed her brow, twisting the satin ribbons of her dress around her fingers, and with an expression blending hesitation and guilt, confessed, "Although I happened to wander past your chamber, I did not intrude out of goodwill. When I heard someone mention thirst, a mischievous thought crossed my mind, prompting me to fetch cool water from the washroom. Later, upon learning of your amnesia, I felt a pang of remorse. Thankfully, you did not drink that cup of water." "Is that so?" Milos replied with a gentle smile, having suspected the timing of the young girl's appearance to be somewhat coincidental. Yet, this action seemed reasonable for a playful girl. "Do not concern yourself. Even if you had drunk the water from the washroom, it would not have posed any threat." Nancy chuckled lightly in response, relieved to receive his understanding. "If fate permits, I hope to encounter you again in Burton's." "Ah, that would be splendid," Nancy beamed with genuine delight. "To be precise, Lord Milos, you are the first friend I have made in Burton's. I truly wish you would not depart from here." "Friend?" Milos softly echoed, as if the term were foreign to him. "Yes, a friend is someone you frequently meet and share moments with. A good friend is one who never parts ways," Nancy explained with a cheerful smile, while a little voice within her chuckled. "Yet, my ambitions extend beyond this." "I see," Milos replied with a light-hearted smile. He cast a glance toward the direction of the auditorium, remarking that it was time for the assessment. "Indeed, Lord Milos, you should depart the city soon as well," Nancy said with a buoyant tone, expressing her hope that during this journey he would gain valuable experiences, while she herself would successfully enroll in the theological academy. "Oh, by the way, Lord Milos, you are yet to learn my name. I am Nancy, Nancy Doyle. Please do not forget it," she added, her long lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies resting upon her eyes. Milos nodded gently, his gaze softening slightly. However, as he turned to leave, that fleeting moment of tenderness swiftly dissipated, sinking into an unfathomable sea of tranquility and indifference. "Host, another 2 points," whispered Little In. "How touching." Nancy retracted her smile, gazing at the spot where Milos had vanished. The path of exploration is indeed arduous. She sat in the waiting area of the auditorium, clutching the examination number card. The Inoue Academy admitted new students every 3 years. Her cousin, 2 years her senior, was allowed to participate in the assessment alongside her. Thus, this opportunity was of utmost significance. Not only for them, but for everyone, this assessment was held in high regard. The method of evaluation was straightforward. Standing within the central magic circle of the hall would reveal one's aptitude for theology. For those endowed with talent, the circle would illuminate with beams of light, 5 in total. The more beams that shone, the greater the talent. Conversely, if the magic circle emitted no light, it indicated a lack of aptitude. Those who illuminated all 5 beams would be granted weekly access to the temple. One after another, young men and women ascended, only to descend with expressions of either elation or despair. To Nancy's slight astonishment, both Robies and Rosie had attained a beam of light. This realization made her somewhat apprehensive. She worried that, given the formidable genetics of the doll family, she too might only achieve a singular beam of light. In response, she retrieved the Play-Doh that little Lisa had grown weary of, utilizing the properties of this prop, which allowed for the replication of actions and effects. She managed to duplicate a candidate who had achieved 5 beams of light. It was truly delightful. The Countess lowered her voice, emitting a raspy hiss, exclaiming that her 2 treasures had both achieved commendable results. Robies, her face flushed with excitement, could only imitate the Countess's manner, whispering with a hiss, attributing their success to the styles crafted by their mother, insisting it must have played a significant role. Hiss. Nancy frowned, feeling as though 3 serpents were coiled beside her. Nancy doll, the supervising professor called out her name. Rising to her feet, all the candidates' gazes converged upon her, akin to hundreds of light bulbs illuminating the room. The previous candidate nearly succumbed to the dazzling glare. Even if they did not faint, most approached the array with flushed faces. For someone like Nancy, accustomed to the red carpet, this was merely a minor affair. The array was situated in the center of the hall, a vast stone pit that sloped inward, engraved with an overlapping heptagram. Surrounding it were tiered seats, resembling an amphitheater. Those awaiting their assessments and onlookers could easily witness the events unfolding within the array. Nancy wished to avert any unforeseen incidents. Should she merely emit a single beam of light, then the effort of squashing the Play-Doh would prove futile. The overlapping radiance would expose any flaws for all to see. Thus, it is imperative to act swiftly, releasing the effect of the molded clay at the very moment she ascends the platform. She took a deep breath, and the supervising professor gently nodded at her, signaling that there was no need for anxiety as she approached. Nancy pressed her lips together lightly and strode forward, her hand clenched tightly. Yet, swifter than her movements was the brilliance. 5 pure and dazzling beams of light surged forth from the array, resembling 5 colossal pillars piercing the void. Nancy's heart raced in astonishment, and she hastily relaxed her grip, preventing the clay from bursting. A tremendous gasp erupted from the crowd. The 5 beams of light, this was the second occurrence today. In previous years, having even one was commendable. Yet, this time there were 2? This was unparalleled talent. The Archbishop and the 7 cardinals had also once tested 5 beams of light. What was her name? Nancy Doyle. Nancy Doyle. Excellent. Your results have been duly recorded. The professor's gaze had become even more amicable. The 3 serpents had ceased their chatter, observing her with intricate expressions, their lips moving as if they wished to speak. She understood what they were pondering. How had she managed to produce 5 beams of light without masquerading as a Christmas tree? Nancy took her seat as the array commenced testing the next individual. At last, her tumultuous and astonished heart began to settle. 5 beams of light. This was a manifestation of her own power, Nancy mused with a hint of delight. That night, at Count George's residence, the place was teeming with people and filled with the clinking of glasses. The grand chandelier emitted a warm orange glow. Although the Burtons had installed gas lamps, the nobility still favored crystal chandeliers adorned with white candles. Like a plethora of inverted, transparent blossoms, they unfurl in the air. A series of steaming dishes are elevated by the maids as they present them upon the table. There is the Burleton-style lamb stew, roasted partridge, cauliflower with coriander sauce, chocolate tarts, stewed fruits, and lobster, alongside tender quail enveloped in steam. This is a banquet celebrating the emergence of 3 sorcerers from the Dore family. Henceforth, the name Dore shall be emblazoned with divine light, ascending to a revered status among the nobility. Originally, the Count George's 2 daughters who possessed sorcery were quite the spectacle, but now they have been overshadowed by Nancy's quintet of radiance. Nevertheless, Count George remains elated, for those 5 beams of light are none other than his niece. The only one who harbors discontent is the Countess, yet she must feign joy in the presence of congratulatory guests. Throughout the evening, Nancy feels akin to a glittering trophy, incessantly praised and flattered. For Count George, today marks a pinnacle moment, while for Nancy, it is a rather stilted and tedious night. Casting a sidelong glance at the night beyond the window, she ponders where Milos may be at this hour. After the banquet concludes, Nancy dismisses the maids and reclines alone in the bathtub. The creamy, warm water envelopes her gently, adorned with fresh pink and white petals floating atop. From the chandelier, embellished with golden chains, several burning white candles flicker. The light refracts through the multifaceted crystals, casting delicate shards of illumination that render the washroom a misty sanctuary. Bathing is quite the ordeal, as it necessitates the servants to heat water in a specially designed large copper cauldron in the kitchen, lugging bucket after bucket into the washroom. After their bath, the maids carry the basin to dispose of the used water and wipe the tub dry with a soft cloth. Whether it was coal for heating water or the labor of hands, such luxuries were not easily afforded. As a result, most people bathed infrequently. This was Nancy's first bath since arriving in Burton. Blessed by 5 bundles of light, she enjoyed warm water enriched with milk and flowers. The toil of workers. The spirit of labor was the path to becoming someone of significance. Do we have 3 points left? Nancy pondered as she gazed at her faint reflection in the large mirror before her. This time, she had accrued a total of 4 points from the god of light, one of which had already been deducted. If consumed by midnight tonight, they could extend their lives for another 3 days, Little N cheerfully remarked. The mere mention of the number 3 filled her with dread. Each utterance felt like a countdown to demise. Nancy dipped her arm into the water, sending droplets splashing. How many points does it take to exchange for a teleportation item? She inquired, though she truly wished to express how many lives it would cost. 3 points? Little N replied cautiously. Nancy was taken aback. Did that mean she could simply teleport and explode on the spot? Host, we have other avenues, Little N quickly interjected. You must have studied history in school, right? In the Middle Ages, there existed a profession known as a gold hunter. Of course, I know, Nancy nodded. Not only was she aware, but she had also once played the role of a gold hunter. In a world governed by deities, there were always corners untouched by light. In those shadows lurked monsters and malevolent spirits, but rare plants and minerals thrived there as well. These are all excellent materials for alchemy, despite the perils associated with adventuring. Items equivalent to gold entice treasure seekers like a capricious and alluring siren, captivating their hearts. Just a few days ago, while sifting through old newspapers, she stumbled upon numerous advertisements seeking treasure hunters. The mortality rate in this profession is alarmingly high. Are you suggesting I become a treasure hunter? Nancy inquired thoughtfully. Host, you could utilize their teleportation circles to reach the misty forest, Little N proposed. This is currently the most economical and swift option. Will they be willing to hire me? Nancy questioned with skepticism. The 5-star seal on your academy admission letter serves as an impeccable credential. Rest assured, host, no one is aware of your ineptitude as a sorcerer. Of course, for the sake of self-preservation, I recommend you exchange for some items through me. Can I afford it? Nancy expressed doubt. I have mystery boxes available for just 1 point of goodwill. It's worth a try when you're in a bind, Little N hurriedly suggested. Nancy felt exasperated. Is there a guarantee of receiving something? There's a 1% chance of obtaining something valuable, while the remaining 99% consists of items with significant side effects. Though occasionally, they can prove useful. Alas, it's only worth 1 point. You know, cheap goods seldom yield quality, and quality goods are rarely inexpensive, Little N sighed. 1 point is still hard-earned. It can sustain me for 3 days. Additionally, Little N continued, the misty forest is part of the northern lands, where the worship of the dark god prevails. In contrast to the southern continent, where golden and red-haired individuals abound, the northern lands prefer darker tresses. To prevent the dark deity from immediately harboring the intention to strangle you, it is advisable to change your hair and eye color. I refuse. If strangulation is inevitable, then so be it, Nancy resolutely declared. Host, this is not optional. It is a feature inherent to my existence as an N-level system, Little N proudly asserted, puffing out its chest. Well, Little N, you do possess some redeeming qualities. Of course. Therefore, host, you must strive to upgrade me to unlock even more functionalities. Little N concluded. As soon as the words left its mouth, a delicate beam of light descended upon Nancy's head. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, causing her to shiver abruptly. The chilling air dispersed the lingering humidity, rendering the once foggy mirror crystal clear. Nancy stepped out of the bathtub and approached the mirror. The girl reflected in it boasted a cascade of black, seaweed-like hair, gently curling and dripping with water. Her brows and irises had transformed to a deep shade of black, enhancing the luminosity of her fair skin. Nancy gently blinked her eyelashes, and the girl in the mirror mirrored her motion. The previous golden-haired maiden, pure and angelic, had now morphed into a bewitching enchantress, emerging from the depths with an alluring danger. Wow, Little N, you are quite talented, Nancy exclaimed as she admired her new appearance in the mirror. She now looked like a true northern maiden. Ah, no need for that, Nancy hastily declined, not wishing to endure another icy shower. However, before she could finish her sentence, the gentle light once more graced her head. This time, it was warm and comforting, reminiscent of basking in sunlight. It turned out that the temperature was contingent upon her hair color. She wrapped a towel around herself and padded barefoot out of the washroom. The maid waiting outside promptly entered to tidy up the bathtub. Meanwhile, Nancy sat comfortably in a plush armchair, sifting through stacks of newspapers. There were numerous advertisements from mercenary groups, yet none sought ventures into the misty forest. After some time, she finally spotted a small ad in the corner of the Burton Evening News. The Misty Forest mercenary team was recruiting sorcerers and would depart once the positions were filled. Without hesitation, Nancy folded the newspaper and reached for her outdoor dress. "Where are you going at this hour, host?" inquired Little N, observing Nancy's swift dressing. "I'm going to use the teleportation array to seek out the dark god in the misty forest," Nancy replied, efficiently braiding her hair. "So soon?" Little N exclaimed, astonished. Instantly, Little N's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling ashamed of her own lack of ambition as a system that merely awaited a free ride while Nancy toiled in the outside world, Nancy waved her folding fan, feigning a desire to enjoy the coolness of the garden, and nonchalantly walked past the maids. Upon reaching the garden, she retrieved a prepared cloak. Draping its hood over her head, she slipped out through the back door, vanishing into the night. Gazing at the myriad of stars, she felt the weight of her busy schedule. Traversing among multiple deities, she was determined to deliver results, working tirelessly under the celestial canopy. The Oak Street Tavern was situated along Oak Street, its exterior adorned with rustic logs, the sign boldly proclaiming Oak Tavern. It was conveniently located not far from the estate of Count George, and Nancy found it with little effort. Pushing open the wooden door, she stepped inside. Greeted by a haze of smoke, where several burly men sat by the entrance, puffing on their pipes. Upon hearing her entrance, the men simultaneously turned their faces towards her, scrutinizing her with inscrutable expressions. Nancy hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, distancing herself from the smoky scent as she made her way to the bar. Throughout her approach, the gazes of a few individuals lingered on her with ill intent. "Good evening," Nancy greeted as she perched herself on a rustic wooden stool at the bar. The bartender, with his head bowed, languidly wiped the counter with a grimy cloth, offering no response. With a smile, Nancy lightly tapped the table with her fingers, requesting a chilled malt beverage. Surely, such a drink must be available here, she mused, recalling having seen an advertisement for malt beer in the newspaper. 15 coppers. The bartender replied, lifting his head and brusquely flinging the cloth aside, his tone indicating that Nancy had interrupted something of utmost significance in his life. "The remainder is for you." As Nancy cheerfully handed over 20 coins, the bartender finally managed a faint smile, turning to fetch a greasy glass from the shelf, giving it a cursory wipe with the same cloth. He then unstoppered a barrel, pouring a glass of amber-hued liquid. "You shouldn't be here," he remarked, using a rusty tongue to drop ice into the malt beer, gesturing with his chin toward the direction behind Nancy. "It's quite chaotic." Glancing at the malt beer presented to her, Nancy accepted it, though she had no intention of consuming it. "I actually came upon this advertisement," she said, producing the folded newspaper to present to the bartender. "I am a sorceress." The bartender paused, then raised his voice toward a burly figure by the entrance. "Oh, you are a sorceress? Then it's no problem. Follow me. Fortune smiles upon you. The recruiter is right here." He flung the dirty cloth onto the bar and turned, heading toward the staircase. Nancy hurriedly followed him, the lingering gazes behind her dissipating. The second floor housed a modest office, cluttered with assorted debris that even obscured the sole window. Seated at a dilapidated desk was a young man, nonchalantly perched with one leg crossed over the other, counting coins beneath the flickering light of a half-burned candle. Coins lay scattered across the table, their gleam almost blinding. Nancy's eyes swept between them, eventually resting on the man with a scruffy beard. She brandished her acceptance letter from the academy, shaking it in her hand. "I wish to join your ranks." With a casual smile, she added, "I'll take half of my commission, and the other half shall be yours." The bearded man straightened his posture, sizing her up anew. Few offered such terms, often harboring ulterior motives. "I prefer not to invite trouble into my team. Moreover, I require Gigi grass from the misty forest. It is a crucial component for a blood tonic and is scarcely available in the market. Should you procure it, I am willing to exchange the remaining half of my commission." He nodded, his skepticism waning significantly. "A practitioner of alchemy, perhaps? Indeed, you place great value on materials. Very well, I shall assist you. I will keep an eye out for Gigi grass." He tossed her a small pouch, palm-sized. "Take this. We shall depart tomorrow at noon. Is that agreeable? Hunting the darkness? That sounds promising, a good omen indeed. I also require someone skilled in altering appearances to impersonate me." Having secured the flight arrangements, Nancy lingered, presenting a request to the bearded man. "You understand, I cannot let my family know of my undertakings. They would never consent. If you have suitable candidates, I am willing to offer you a referral fee." Nancy was aware that the other party surely had individuals in mind, for adventurers like them who constantly seek riches. Connections are an indispensable asset. 1 gold coin is a referral fee. I can help you find someone, the bearded man declared without hesitation. Agreed, Nancy nodded. However, you must arrive early tomorrow. We cannot afford to delay the departure at noon. The teleportation array waits for no one. The bearded man continued. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, in the alley behind the tavern, I will bring the person to you. Bring along 21 gold coins, one of which is the referral fee. No problem, Nancy replied, her smile radiant as she secured her pouch of coins. Yet, as she left the room, the smile on the young girl's face evaporated, replaced by an expression of resignation. How troublesome it was to arrange such matters just to catch a flight. The sky was uniformly pearly white, indicating good visibility and a pleasant absence of glaring sunlight. The bearded man addressed everyone from the edge of the room. This was the office on the 2nd floor of the tavern Nancy had visited. Unlike yesterday, the dilapidated desks and chairs had vanished, leaving the space pristine, akin to 2 separate rooms. She was startled upon entering, finding 5 men and 1 woman standing in the center of the room. Had it not been for the bearded man, she might have thought she had entered the wrong place. The price is a bit steep, 5 gold coins per day. However, when compared to the favor of the divine, what do gold coins matter? Allow me to introduce myself, the bearded man said. I am Roseth, a 6th-tier sorcerer and your captain. He then turned to the tall, slender man beside him. This is Tony, a 7th-tier archer, the slender man said expressionlessly. A short, stout man next to him chimed in, Kevin, a 7th-tier sorcerer. Another man of average height and build, Stephen, a 7th-tier sorcerer, elicited a gentle smile from Nancy, who felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The names of these individuals resonated with her, reminiscent of the instructors at the barbershop near her home. She particularly enjoyed having Stephen style her hair. You're up, said the man with the beard, glancing at Nancy. Aside from him, everyone present was a 7th-tier sorcerer. The lowest rank, while the highest tier was 1st class. Figures such as archbishops and bishops were 1st-tier sorcerers, and the most formidable professors at the Sorcery Academy were 4th tier. Despite this, she had yet to attain even half a tier herself. Sorcerers undergo rigorous assessments, whereas she was merely a newly admitted student seeking to take advantage of the teleportation array. Without hesitation, Nancy declared, Robies, 7th-tier sorcerer. Seems promising. Roseth nodded in agreement. Quite impressive. Little N could not help but scoff. A bunch of mediocre contenders. Host, I am not referring to you, came the response. Isn't it said that sorcerers are scarce? Yet, here we have several gathered, Nancy pondered. This is the royal capital, after all, bustling with talent. Moreover, not everyone has graduated from the Sorcery Academy. Some individuals never had the opportunity to come to the royal capital of Burton. The southern continent is vast, Little N remarked. Roseth placed a palm-sized black insignia at the center of the room. The insignia instantly melted into dark threads, swiftly weaving a shadowy 7-pointed star on the floor. 1 minute. Let us not dawdle. Once we arrive, follow my lead. He solemnly nodded to everyone before stepping into the teleportation array. A wave of black mist surged forth, engulfing him in an instant. Following closely, Teacher Tony entered as well. Host, once we arrive, you must quickly devise a means to escape them, Little N cautioned. We have important matters at hand. Understood. Nancy took a step toward the teleportation array. The tip of her shoe barely grazed the dark line when suddenly, the world around her plunged into utter darkness, rendering her sightless. Perhaps this teleportation array was inherently shrouded in blackness, she reassured herself. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she heard the sound of something being chewed nearby, as if someone were indulging in a meal. Yet, before her, there remained only an impenetrable void. Was the teleportation meant to take this long? This was quite different from her expectations. A voice echoed in her mind. Tense and anxious, you should take a few steps back slowly. Without hesitation, Nancy began to retreat cautiously. After several steps, the oppressive darkness began to shift into a blur, gradually becoming clearer. She rubbed her eyes, and her pupils reflected a colossal creature covered in sharp spines. A shiver ran down her spine, and her legs felt weak. It was not that the teleportation had taken too long. Rather, she had been transported right next to a monstrous being, trapped within a cave, suppressing her trembling body. She continued to step back even more gingerly. However, the slightest sound still drew the creature's attention. It turned to fix its basin-sized eyes upon Nancy. Beside it lay a dismembered human body, not a pawn. As she hesitated, a raspy voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. Nancy felt a chill run down her spine, her skin prickling with goosebumps. Hearing human speech in such a place was far from reassuring. It could be something other than human. The voice grew louder, while outside the cave, the sound of a creature burping reverberated ominously. Nancy shifted her feet, her expression one of turmoil, unsure of which direction to take. Her host, Little N, remarked with an odd expression that it seemed to be the dark god. What? Nancy's eyes widened in disbelief, her lashes fluttering uncertainly as she grappled with the notion of encountering her mission target here. Which dark god? Let me check. Little N confirmed the coordinates with renewed excitement, exclaiming that it was indeed the dark god. Without a doubt, there was only one dark god in existence, likely seeking refuge in the cave due to injuries. The raspy voice echoed again, suggesting the speaker was parched to the point of desperation. Nancy felt a wave of frustration. Did these deities lack water? She retrieved a white candle from her pouch and lit it, for the cave was engulfed in darkness. Earlier, she had refrained from making noise to avoid alerting the creature, relying solely on the faint glow of exposed minerals on the cave walls to navigate. Once the candle flickered to life, the scent of burning wax filled the air, the small flame instilling a modicum of courage as she traversed the shadows. Surely, there wouldn't be a fallen angel guarding the dark god? That seems unlikely, Little N replied. Otherwise, it would be rather unreasonable for the master to be so parched while the subordinate remains unresponsive. Though perhaps they are all equally thirsty. Perhaps there lies a group of creatures with ebony wings, sprawled upon the ground. Nancy couldn't help but chuckle at the image of a multitude of crows resting within the cave. Yet, why were there no fallen angels keeping vigil by the dark god? Such thoughts seemed rather unwelcoming. Why do people refer to them as fallen angels? Fallen, indeed. The divine realm has always held a strong aversion towards the dark god. Cecile Hallis Horace, believing that angels who willingly submit to the dark god have succumbed to corruption. You can actually recite the name of the dark god? Nancy exclaimed, astonished. We simply call him Cecile for ease. I am but a system, Little N replied with a playful chuckle. Why is the dark god's name so lengthy? Suddenly, Nancy halted, her expression grave as she fixated on a vague silhouette ahead. With each breath, that figure seemed to rise and fall slowly. Could that be the dark god? Cecile? A chill surged within her as her gaze flickered. She was oblivious to the wax dripping onto her fingers. For some reason, this cave felt even more frigid than before, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. Merely the name of this being evoked dread. Nancy recalled the tales inscribed in divine history, describing Cecile as the creator of the underworld, the embodiment of the abyss, cast aside from birth. He was extraordinarily handsome, nurtured by hatred for all existence, bloodthirsty and ruthless. The gods originally resided in the divine realm, but since this ancient deity forged the underworld, his dominion shifted there. The frigid northern lands gradually became his territory. Those who dared to touch the divine would surely meet a most tragic fate, wouldn't they? In the depths of the cavern, a feeble and muffled voice reverberated, shattering the surrounding tranquility. The white wax continued to drip, now reduced to a mere half. If no action was taken soon, the candle would extinguish, leaving her in utter darkness, a most precarious predicament. Nancy cautiously held the candle aloft, advancing towards the enigmatic figure shrouded in shadows. As her footsteps drew nearer, the outline gradually emerged in the warm glow of orange light. The dark god, Cecil, reclined on the icy ground, his disheveled, slightly curled short hair obscuring his eyes. As Nancy leaned closer for a better view, a profound and indescribable sense of terror emanated from him, akin to colossal tendrils that instantaneously constricted around her neck. After a piercing scream escaped her lips, she collapsed onto the ground, the candle slipping from her grasp, its whereabouts unknown. Little N, too frightened to utter a sound, remained utterly still. In the presence of a true deity, both the individual and the system instinctively trembled. It was forbidden to gaze upon the divine unless granted permission. Suddenly, a phrase etched in the annals of divine history resurfaced in Nancy's mind. How dreadful, she had forgotten. As she fumbled for the fallen candle, she tightened her cloak against the encroaching chill, which rendered the cave as frigid as an ice cellar. At last, her fingertips brushed against the cool cylindrical object. Despite her fingers numbing from the cold, she discerned the unique texture belonging to the candle. She hastily reached forward, only to encounter cold fabric, frigid skin. And the chilling question, where do you think you're touching? A deep, raspy male voice echoed above her, and Nancy felt something far colder than ice, more perilous than darkness. Gently grasp her chin. Her face turned pale in an instant, filled with terror. It was the god of darkness. His icy fingers brushed a strand of her long hair, the rough pads of his fingers gently rubbing it as if to discern whether it had been dyed. Are you from the north? Yes. I hail from the county of Quina in the north. The young girl, slightly trembling, tilted her face up, her voice wavering as she spoke nonsensically. I see. Came a raspy chuckle from beside her. You have been temporarily conscripted. A frigid hand reached towards her neck, tearing the ties of her cloak. What are you doing? In her astonishment, Nancy forgot that he was the god of darkness and pushed him away forcefully. With a sound of impact, he fell, emitting a soft thud as he crumpled. A pained groan escaped from the darkness. Unable to see, Nancy relied on sound to gauge the situation. It seemed he had struck a wound. A pang of guilt washed over her. Who told you to be so lewd earlier? Cecil struggled to rise, leaning against the mountainside. His breath unsteady from pain and irritation. I am on the verge of freezing to death. If I were to attack a human girl, it would be when I am in better shape. Right now, all I desire is to take your cloak. So that's how it is, Nancy thought. Recalling her mission to guide the god of darkness onto the path of righteousness, to become a good deity, she immediately donned a benevolent demeanor, eagerly grasping the cloak and offering it to him. This is for you, kind sir, whose name I do not yet know. If you still feel cold, I can remove another layer. Cecil responded, Really, I have donned several layers. Fearing he might not believe her, Nancy rolled up her sleeves to show him. The temperature of the north stood in stark contrast to the southern continent. Winter had firmly taken hold here. She donned not only a fur cloak, but also several layers of garments, the collars fastened up to her chin. Cersei wrapped the cloak around herself, delicately declining. Your attire does not quite suit me. I have candles and matches. Nancy rummaged through her pockets. If only there were some twigs here, we could build a fire. As her fingers brushed against the matches, she suddenly recalled her inability to gaze upon the divine. Wouldn't illumination betray her? Once the boundary between humanity and the divine became clear, it would render her utterly vulnerable. Yet, she could not falter. With steely resolve, she extracted the matches. Next, she groped blindly for the candles on the ground. Initially, it was merely a pretense, but fortune favored her, and she miraculously found one. There was no turning back now. As she shakily struck the match, illuminating the darkness for a fleeting moment, a large hand gently pressed down upon her head, and a string of low, ancient words flowed from Cecil's lips. Ah, host, he permits you to behold his face. Little N translated in astonishment. Oh, perhaps the dark god does not wish for you to know who he is. The match flickered, casting a diminutive flame that created a small orange world amidst the shadows. Nancy gently blinked her eyelashes and glanced across, but with just one look, she instinctively turned her face away. The indescribable allure, brimming with power and peril, was akin to standing atop a vast, steep canyon. Even amidst fear, one could not help but worship the breathtaking beauty. In that moment, she began to grasp the true meaning of not being able to gaze upon the divine. She softly pressed her lips together and struck another match. The bright flames once again illuminated Cecil's handsome visage, as he overestimated his ability to resist beauty, only for the flames to extinguish in a moment of distraction. With a sudden whoosh, under the brilliant light, Nancy not only beheld the striking face but also noticed a pair of narrow, jet-black eyes coldly and impatiently fixed upon her. In that instant, she felt akin to the little match girl, each flicker of the flame drawing her into a beautiful reverie. Are your hands trembling? Cecil could no longer contain himself, seizing her hand and pulling her to light the candle. Nancy lowered her gaze, biting her lip with determination to remain alert. If this continued, she risked not only failing to grasp the wool of this little black sheep, but also willingly becoming its servant. Was it merely a fascination with beauty that compelled fallen angels to willingly serve the dark deity? Struggling, Cecil leaned against the mountainside to rise. His cloak was too small to envelop him, revealing a deep blue robe stained with black marks. Let us depart, he said. Nancy suddenly lifted her eyes. What? You don't wish to perish here, do you? Cecil asked, amusement dancing in his voice. No, of course not, Nancy replied softly, a thought rising within her. I do not wish that either. Cecil chuckled lightly, extending his arm toward Nancy like a sovereign, inviting her to support him. The moment she draped his arm over her shoulder, she heard him gasp sharply, seemingly straining his wound, his weight leaning entirely upon her. Hurt by an old friend. A casual disdain flickered in Cecil's eyes. Of course, I did not let him suffer either. I nearly penetrated his body, even grazing his heart. I surmised he must be dead by now. No, he is not, Nancy thought. He has transformed into a human to preserve his divine essence. Although he maintained the form of a deity, he could not unleash a single divine spell. Otherwise, how could he endure the presence of a mere mortal for such an extended period? There must be a crisis he cannot resolve. Yet, what could she possibly do in the face of a crisis that even he cannot confront? He appeared gravely injured, each step seeming to drain tremendous energy. His breaths growing heavier. Nevertheless, He seemed reluctant to reveal his weakness before a human, struggling to keep pace with Nancy. Nancy, too, felt fatigued, as his considerable weight bore down upon her. The uneven terrain made their progress arduous. "You did not come here alone, did you?" Cersei gasped. "Certainly not," Nancy replied, pulling his arm forward, feeling it nearly slip away. "I became separated from my companions. I happened to be cornered by a monstrous creature in a cave, which led to our encounter." As she spoke, she squinted to discern the path ahead. If all went as anticipated, that colossal beast should still be blocking the entrance. "I cannot contend with it." "Do not worry," Cecil replied dismissively, but the next moment he winced, clutching his chest as if he had strained his wound once more. Nancy cast a sidelong glance at him, her skepticism towards his reassurances evident. As they drew within mere meters of the exit, they beheld a sleeping creature lying at the cave's mouth, its massive form resembling a small mountain. As its body heaved, the thunderous snoring caused small stones on the mountainside to tumble down. Not only that, but a multitude of grotesque creatures loitered nearby. These beings possessed elongated limbs and plump bodies, resembling both humans and spiders. Their eye sockets were devoid of pupils, filled only with white bubbles. Clad in tattered burlap garments, they scuttled about with alarming speed, their sharp fingertips scraping against the ground, producing a jarring sound. "What are those?" Nancy's pupils constricted in fear. They were the gold seekers from the misty forest, transformed into living corpses after being tainted. Living corpses? Those who have ventured into the realm of divine arts undergo a mutation upon death. A smirk briefly crossed Cecil's lips. This is the price of craving power. To become a monster until the end, with no hope of a next life. Is such a thing possible? Nancy's face paled in astonishment. She suddenly recalled a news report from her original world. A certain high-ranking sorcerer had met an untimely death, leading the Federation to urgently seal off the area, dispatching troops and sorcerers. In retrospect, it was likely to prevent the uncontrollable mutation of the corpse. She gently blinked her eyelashes, contemplating if she were to self-destruct upon mission failure. Would she become mere fragments of a monster, forever denied rebirth? Is there no way to evade this fate? The solution lies in living as an ordinary person, never to engage with the divine arts. Furthermore, a peculiar thought crossed Cecil's mind. To become a partner recognized by the divine. A partner recognized by the divine? Nancy echoed thoughtfully. Cecile cast a fleeting glance at her, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Surely, you do not believe you could wed a deity? Is it not possible?" Nancy countered. Cecile chuckled softly. "Would a human ever marry an ant? I cannot speak for other deities, but the god of darkness certainly would not. He has instituted stringent laws and elevated the status of women. In the northern realms, women can partake in the same pursuits as men. Those who disdain him are predominantly male. Thus, to me, he is not a malevolent god. In fact, he is my most cherished deity. I am determined to master divine arts and enter the temple of darkness as his most loyal follower. Even if it means becoming a monster after death, it matters not. Even if it means becoming a monster after death, it matters not?" Cecile echoed softly, tilting his face to regard her. Just moments ago, she had been pale with fear at the thought of becoming a monster in death. Yet now, upon mentioning the god of darkness, a pure, luminous light ignited in the girl's eyes, akin to the first ray of dawn dispelling a long night. "But what of it?" Cecile mused, pressing his lips together in a languid mockery. "Everyone can utter sweet words. That is precisely what his followers proclaim." "Oh, is that so?" Nancy replied, somewhat disheartened, realizing she had misjudged the flattery. "Congratulations, host, you have gained one affection point," chimed Little excitedly. "Huh?" Nancy blinked in confusion. She had not garnered any affection when she offered him her cloak or when she supported his injured form. Yet, a mere expression of shallow affection had yielded a point. It seemed the god of darkness truly was as starved for love as the chronicles had suggested. This is likely related to his abandonment at birth and the fact that he is associated with death, leading to widespread aversion towards him. He does not lack the fear of his subjects, nor the loyalty of fallen angels, and certainly not the purposeful faith of his followers. Yet, all of this is devoid of love. What he truly desires is authentic affection. However, a fragment is still too meager. The dark god is far more elusive than she anticipated. As Nancy's mind wandered into disarray, the creature scuttling atop the cave ceiling discovered them and emitted an excited shriek. The sound roused the slumbering monstrosity, which immediately bristled its spines and charged towards the cave entrance, effortlessly displacing the earthen walls as if they were mere clay. In terror, Nancy recoiled, knowing that within moments they would be overwhelmed by the beast. Suddenly, Cecil tightened his embrace, drawing her close to his chest. She looked up in astonishment, her gaze traversing his elegantly sculpted jawline to rest upon his narrow, indifferent eyes. An indescribable, terrifying force emanated from Cecil, reminiscent of the suppression she felt when she first gazed upon the divine. Yet, in this moment, she felt no semblance of protection from the deity. The colossal creature trembled as it crouched on the ground, lowering its head, seemingly only daring to gaze at his boots in reverence. The grotesque, animated corpses likewise prostrated themselves, pressing their faces against the earth, too fearful to lift their heads. Moreover, all malevolent creatures within 100 miles wailed in supplication, causing the entire misty forest to shudder. The deity unleashed his majesty, instilling fear in all things before him, compelling them to bow their heads. This power lingered for several seconds before abruptly dissipating. Nancy felt the grip that had confined her arms suddenly loosen, and Cecil, his face pale, collapsed towards her. She hurried to support him. The monsters behind them scattered like a tide, rushing away in a frenzy. "We must leave this place swiftly," Cecil gasped, the exertion of releasing the divine majesty having drained his last vestiges of strength. He could feel some previously healed wounds reopening, blood seeping forth. "All right," Nancy replied without hesitation, assisting him. "It's too late." Cecil furrowed his brow, gazing towards the cave entrance, his handsome features etched with deep concern. The exposed ore on the cave walls flickered with pale luminescence, casting a cold and perilous sheen upon his face. He scoffed softly, realizing he had been found despite his evasions. Found by whom? Nancy barely had time to inquire before he pressed her against the mountainside. Cecil struggled slightly to hold her wrist, the movement reopening his wounds, causing his breath to falter. "Listen to me," he said earnestly, locking eyes with her. His dark pupils were gentle yet beguiling, his voice soothing as he urged, "Do not speak or resist. It will soon pass." "What are you?" Nancy abruptly swallowed her words as Cecil leaned in to kiss her. Just as she prepared to pull away, he halted mere millimeters from her lips, perfectly gauging the distance. "Do not move," he whispered again. The unfamiliar yet intense breath brushed against her eyelids, making Nancy's heart race uncontrollably. She could scarcely dare to blink. They were so close, so near that a single blink would brush against each other's eyelashes. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the mist, seemingly approaching their direction. Nancy sensed Cecil's muscles tense abruptly. She slightly turned her face, catching a glimpse of several figures illuminated by the moonlight, with pure, white wings. They were the archangels from the Temple of Light. So this was the situation. A faint smile graced her lips as she finally comprehended the danger Cecil faced. He was being pursued by those of the Light faction. But how could this be enough? She extended her arms, entwining them around him like a supple vine, her fingers threading through his hair, drawing him closer as she fervently and resolutely pressed her lips against his. Cecil momentarily froze, his muscles tightening further. No one would wish to kiss a notorious deity, and he himself scorned such base pursuits. His sole experience of being kissed was when he subdued a fallen angel, who knelt to kiss the tips of his shoes. Yet, this seemingly trivial indulgence did not appear so dreadful after all. The gentle moonlight poured down, enveloping the entwined couple, reminiscent of lovers in the throes of passion. The archangels outside the cave abruptly halted, instinctively covering their eyes. Their divine instructor had taught them not to observe the peculiar activities of humans without reason. They were still young and did not require such experiences. Were they engaging in mating? Oh, almighty light, please rid us of this lewd imagery. But how can we ascertain if this is the work of the dark god without looking? I shall take a peek. The archangel's face flushed crimson as he strained to look through his fingers into the cave. Just one glance, and he felt as though his wings were about to catch fire. It cannot possibly be that individual. He hastily closed his eyes. Who would dare to kiss the god of darkness? The god of darkness exclaimed, "Perfect," as he transformed into a screaming chicken, spinning in place. Nancy felt as though her brain was on the verge of exploding from the noise. To her astonishment, the god of darkness turned out to be a pure-hearted little black sheep, generous in his gestures. The little one continued to scream. Why is it that the god of light only received a single point for a kiss? Nancy queried, puzzled. Perhaps the god of darkness possesses a more innate desire. The little one speculated, suggesting that even a spark could ignite him. In that case, would the god of the sea score even higher? I've heard he is quite the libertine. Being a libertine implies a wealth of experience, Nancy replied. The god of the sea appears to have an affection for many. Such individuals are often the most ruthless and challenging to deal with. Host, you must strive harder. Achieving 50 points will elevate me to a rank, granting me the ability to teleport freely, the little one encouraged. 50? I currently possess only 14 points. Nancy replied. You should remain as an inn, at the cave's entrance. The angel of light had already departed, leaving a flurry of feathers behind. She gently pushed Cecil away, withdrawing from the fervent kiss. Her lips felt slightly painful, likely from his inexperience and inability to control himself, which had caused her lips to bleed. Once pushed away, Cecil slumped to the ground, utterly spent, with his eyelids lowered. His long eyelashes fluttered gently as he pressed one hand to his chest. His expression appeared pale and fragile, leaving one to wonder whether it was the pain from his wounds or the stimulation from the kiss that affected him. "Are you all right?" Nancy crouched down, gazing at him with concern, for she certainly did not wish for this source of points to suddenly perish. They had already departed. "I am aware that they have departed." Cecil lifted his face, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her, his voice tinged with irritation. "How do you desecrate?" "What?" Nancy inquired. Yet, that seemed too contrived. The young girl rested her chin upon her hand, and although I possess no experience in such matters, I understand that your rigid pause would reveal a flaw. To be candid, I hesitated at that moment. However, I sensed that my actions could assist you, so I proceeded. Cecil, taken aback, asked, "Why do you help me?" In his world, every face he encountered bore ulterior motives. Even the most loyal subordinates followed him out of admiration for power. So what could possibly motivate this human girl? He was merely a wounded being, teetering on the brink of death. "Because you saved me," Nancy earnestly explained. "You drove away the undead and the monsters. Had it not been for you, I would have perished in that cave. I am aware of the grievous injuries you sustained. That recent display of strength may have exacerbated your wounds. Yet, you did not abandon me. What is my small act of assistance in comparison?" Cecil replied coolly. "I did not save you. I acted for my own sake." "I know," Nancy replied with an indifferent smile, "and yet, in a manner, you indirectly saved me." Cecil pressed his lips together slightly, the shadows in his eyes dissipating considerably. He leaned against the rocky wall, attempting to rise. However, having lost too much blood, his body felt feeble and unresponsive. "Your injuries are rather severe. We must exit this cave post-haste." Nancy placed his arm over her shoulder, struggling to support him as she helped him to his feet. The young girl was slender, bearing much of Cecil's weight upon her, struggling visibly under the burden. The moonlight faintly illuminated her face, which appeared pallid from exhaustion, accentuating her lips, which were particularly crimson from being bitten. Cecil cast a glance at her, inquiring, "Aside from me, have you kissed anyone else?" Nancy, intently focused on the path ahead, responded, "No, only you." Cecil remained silent, the shadows in his eyes lifting completely. "Ah, host, you have gained a point of affection." It was evident that she had struck a rich vein of emotional connection. Upon receiving this newfound affection, Nancy suddenly felt invigorated. Despite her body being utterly drained, she gritted her teeth and assisted Cecil out of the cave, managing to carry him several more meters. "I can't go on," she gasped, feeling as though she might be crushed under the weight. "Help me to that tree over there." Cecil breathed heavily, each step feeling as if he were treading on blades. That wretched, bear creature was merciless. The two of them staggered to the tree, where Nancy helped Cecil sit against its roots. "If only I had a teleportation array. We could seek a doctor in the nearby town for your wounds." "It's futile." Cecil tightened the cloak wrapped around him. He had lost too much blood. And with the chill of the northern lands, he felt an intense cold enveloping him. "The injury I sustained is from the highest tier of divine magic. There is no remedy but to allow time for healing. I saw those people earlier. Did they truly have wings? Are they real angels? Indeed, they are genuine angels. Servants of the god of light, Milos. No wonder," Nancy murmured softly, "no wonder you would kiss me. I have heard that the god of light is exceedingly stern. Yet I had not anticipated such severity. What purpose do those angels serve in the northern lands?" "I am unsure," Cecil remarked, casting a glance at the angelic feathers strewn upon the ground. "You could gather those feathers, for they are high-grade materials, exceedingly rare." "Oh, is that so?" Nancy, having never had the opportunity to delve into theology, was unaware of the feathers' worth. The feathers of angels and the blood of deities are among the most exquisite materials in the divine realm. A sufficient quantity of divine blood could even elevate a first-tier sorcerer to the level of an angel. She approached the cave entrance and picked up the feathers from the ground. There were 5 in total, large and white, shimmering with a dazzling luster under the moonlight. She couldn't help but think that if crafted into a shuttlecock, it would surely be remarkable. "Host, your earlier comments were rather insincere," Smallin remarked, questioning the purpose of the angels' arrival. "Naturally, they are here to capture the god of darkness." Nancy flicked its little head, then countered, "Do ordinary people not feel astonished when they see angels? Host, I sense that if you do not transfer him to a warmer place soon, he may fall before your very eyes." Nancy mused for a moment, utilizing 3 points to exchange for a teleportation item to Kvina County in the northern lands. The gloomy, love-starved vegetation that thrives in the depths of the earth will sprout forth if given even a glimmer of light, tightly entwining with others. No one has ever dared to pry open the hardened shell of the dark underground. Thus, let her be the first ray of light. Cecil opened his eyes. As the warm sunlight lazily streamed through the glass window, the mint-green curtains were partially drawn, casting a play of light and shadow across the floor. Occasionally, a fleeting shadow would drift by, a mere wisp of cloud from the sky. He surveyed his surroundings with a touch of bewilderment. The modest room, devoid of grandeur, was entirely within his sight, and he found himself alone. The air was suffused with a rich, sweet fragrance of osmanthus, enveloping him in its intensity. As he extended his arms in a search for familiarity, he realized his robe was gone. Startled, he sat upright, and in the mirror opposite him, another figure mirrored his movements. The person was bare from the waist up, possessing broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding a chaotic yet alluring beauty. The previously gruesome wounds had been tenderly bandaged, while patches of pale skin and taut muscles remained exposed where the bandages had failed to cover. He lifted the quilt with a sigh of relief. His trousers were still intact. The bandages bore traces of a light green ointment seeping through. He cautiously dipped his fingertip into the substance and inhaled, discovering that this was the source of the osmanthus scent. Out of the corner of his eye, Cecil noticed a piece of paper resting on the bedside table, weighed down by 3 white feathers. He picked it up, revealing a pale yellow stationery adorned with an iris's border, inscribed with elegant cursive lines. "You may rest easy here. I have paid 3 months' rent. Please do not feel burdened by this. Thanks to your fortune, I have preserved my life and obtained the feathers of an angel. On the low cabinet by the door, you will find food, water, and a key. I recovered 5 feathers and shall share the majority with you. The ointment on your bandages is a hemostatic balm. Fearing the wounds may worsen, I purchased 2 jars and applied them all for you. Lastly, I wish you all the best." There was no signature. Cecil lowered his gaze, a flicker of complexity dancing within his eyes. He had never encountered a situation more unfathomable than this. In the span of a single day, he lost his first kiss and was thoroughly violated. The other party was even unaware of his name and did not disclose hers. Like a fleeting breeze, she passed by aimlessly. Cecil, expressionless, propped himself up, remarking that common remedies held no efficacy for him. He descended from the bed, standing barefoot on the floor, and approached the door to glance at the provisions laid upon the low cabinet. A basket wrapped in paper held buttered bread alongside a pot of lukewarm red tea. Even mint leaves had been meticulously washed and placed on a small dish, ready to be crushed and infused into the tea. After surveying all this, he raised his left hand and gently rotated a black obsidian ring that adorned his fingers. The ring emitted a faint glow, dissipating into the air. The strength he had regained was merely sufficient to summon his subordinates. Moments later, several beams of darkness cascaded from the void, and 5 fallen angels materialized in the center of the room. Some possessed 6 wings, while others boasted 8. Their gazes toward Cecil were a blend of excitement and trepidation. "Master, please forgive your servants." The fallen angels trembled as they prostrated at his feet. "We witnessed your clash with the radiant deity Milos, a tremendous collision of light. Yet by the time we arrived, both you and Milos had vanished. We split into 2 groups. One sought you, while the other pursued Milos. However, we found no trace of either." Cecil regarded them coolly, aware that deities always possess means to conceal their presence. "Investigate whether the temple of the radiant god is sealed. If it is, seek within his followers. Where an exceptional young individual appears, it is likely he is transformed into a human." Cecil responded with a soft hum. Yet he did not immediately step onto the teleportation array. His hesitation rendered the fallen angels motionless, paralyzed by a sense of reverence. Under their awed gazes, Cecil approached the door, retrieved the copper key resting on the low cabinet, and then, with an air of indifference, finally positioned himself upon the teleportation array. In the estate of Count George, Nancy stood upon the balcony, watching the illusionist who disguised her. Suddenly, a voice of surprise echoed in her mind. Littlin exclaimed, "Host, your favorability has unexpectedly increased by 5 points. How could it rise out of thin air? Is there such good fortune?" Nancy pondered, her expression one of bewilderment. It seemed improbable that this increase was arbitrary. After a moment of excitement, Nancy calmed herself to analyze the situation. "So far, I have only encountered 2 deities. The god of light is unlikely to be the cause. It is most probably the god of darkness. Perhaps upon awakening, he felt a flicker of fondness upon seeing the light I cast for him." "Ah, indeed." Littlin scratched its head. "The methods of gaining favorability may not be limited to direct encounters. Sentiments that arise in the background can also contribute. Do you seem unfamiliar with the rules? It inquired. I am merely a subpar system, Little N replied without a shred of shame. Nancy sighed, exasperated, and opened a ledger, dipping her quill into the ink to record her total score of 20 points. The teleportation to Quina County and Burton's had cost 6 points, leaving her with 14 points and 2 days of life remaining. Little N peeked and urged, Host, we should swiftly utilize these 2 days to accumulate favorability. I understand that well, Nancy sighed again, closing the ledger, but it requires the cooperation of the deities. Have you received any news from the Sea God? The Sea God remains in Atlantis. He neither participates in the divine conflict nor ventures beyond his maritime domain. To meet him, one must either plunge into the sea or bring him ashore. Both endeavors necessitate the exchange of items. The 14 points are immutable, a fact that weighs heavily on Nancy's brow as she remarks, we must save these for your upgrades. Otherwise, the continuous expenditure of 3 points on teleportation is simply unsustainable. I should procure some teleportation arrays when suddenly, a knock resounds at the door, interrupting Nancy's discourse. A maid's voice calls from outside, urging her to descend to the Ainoway Academy. Understood, she replies, setting down her pen and approaching the dressing mirror. The golden-haired maiden, adorned in a delicate white gauze gown, is as exquisite as a cloud kissed by brilliant sunlight, pure and beautiful. Too plain, Nancy critiques her reflection, reaching for a straw hat from the rack to place upon her head. The brim, draped with a hint of white tulle, delicately obscures her eyes, accentuating her alluring crimson lips. Absolutely perfect, exclaims Little N. If you were to encounter the God of Light at this moment, Host, you would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score in an instant. Count George has dispatched but a single carriage, wishing to foster camaraderie among the cousins. However, their cooperation is lacking, as 3 pairs of eyes gaze in disparate directions throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the academy, they proceed to collect their class schedules. While waiting, Nancy notices a particularly enchanting young lady amidst the crowd. This maiden, with her hair elegantly coiled atop her head, adorns herself with an expensive jeweled comb. Her rosy cheeks radiate a cheerful smile, and her gown is resplendent and regal, embellished with wide lace and golden-threaded blossoms. Almost every gaze is affixed to her visage. She is Princess Margaret, the rose of the royal capital. Roby shielded half of her face with a folding fan and spoke in a hushed, resonant tone, just like you. I am a bearer of 5 beams of light. Nancy was momentarily taken aback. On the day of the entrance examination, she had replicated the scores of another candidate. Although she ultimately did not utilize this information, it left a lasting impression. At that time, she had been seated at a distance and could not discern the individual's features. Disregarding Margaret, Nancy lowered her gaze to study the schedule in her hands. Ainoway operated on a course-hopping system, allowing students to choose their classes and move freely between classrooms. One could either traverse continuously or focus on a single subject. Without hesitation, she opted to study the magical arrays, as it might provide a solution to her teleportation dilemma. It seemed that everyone was intrigued by the spellcasting classes. Upon arriving at the top floor of the southern tower, she discovered that the classroom was empty, devoid of even the professor. This felt rather awkward. Just as she was lost in thought, another person entered the room. The dimly lit classroom appeared to brighten with this individual's presence. It was Princess Margaret. A spark of realization flickered within Nancy. She had come to study magical arrays for the purpose of teleportation. Why then? Was Margaret choosing to study magical arrays instead of focusing on more practical spells? That did not quite add up. If Margaret were an SSR, she would have already possessed teleportation capabilities. Perhaps she was overthinking it. The classroom was spacious, featuring a circular area with a radius of 2 meters, surrounded by black stone blocks standing a finger's height. It appeared to be specifically designed for demonstrating magical formations. Chairs were arranged in a circle around this space, and Nancy seated herself directly opposite the door. Margaret entered, casting a calm glance in her direction before taking a seat several places away. It was not long before the professor responsible for the class arrived. The professor was a middle-aged man, clad in a well-fitted brown suit. His shoulder-length hair parted down the middle, and his beard impeccably styled. A gem-encrusted flower adorned the collar of his attire. He appeared indifferent to the number of students present. Casually placing the long wooden tray he held onto the ground, he commenced his lecture. Nancy stole a glance at the course schedule, which indicated that the professor of magic circles was Henry Hugh Nett, a 4th-tier sorcerer. She felt a twinge of surprise. Only 2 professors at Ainoway Academy held the title of 4th-tier sorcerer. To her astonishment, one of them was responsible for the study of magic circles. Was this the reason Margaret had chosen to enroll? There existed a plethora of types of magic circles, each serving a vast array of purposes, including summoning, attacking, defending, and teleportation. However, the most frequent application was prayer. Although we typically directed our prayers towards the statue of the god of light, the likelihood of being heard through such means was minimal. The most effective approach was to utilize materials to arrange summoning rituals. Professor Henry gestured towards the rectangular wooden tray, which contained an assortment of materials. White wax was essential for all rituals. Sunflower essential oil, a ruler, and moonstone were items required for prayers directed to the god of light. Nancy's lips curled slightly. Sunflower essential oil? Wasn't that akin to sunflower seed oil? It sounded delectable. Black mandrake flower essential oil, obsidian, and soil from a grave were materials meant for prayers to the god of darkness. Of course, there were other deities as well, such as the god of wisdom, the god of seasons, and the god of fate. Each deity had distinct preferences, necessitating different materials. However, one critical point to bear in mind was never to indiscriminately combine materials. Otherwise, one might inadvertently attract unknown malevolent spirits in response to their prayers. Nancy listened intently. Professor, what is required to pray to the sea god? Professor Henry replied, one must offer fragments of sea crystal, a bed, and water. Nancy pondered, then, shall we attempt to pray to the god of darkness? Oh. Nancy raised her eyebrows in surprise, a sentiment shared by Margaret. However, while Margaret's astonishment was evident, Nancy's thoughts were consumed by the notion that if the professor's summoning succeeded, her true identity would be revealed. After all, she was portrayed as a dark-eyed maiden from the north. The god of darkness was not an evil deity, and Professor Henry solemnly elucidated their confusion, stating that, of course, he was a name not to be mentioned in the southern continent. Yet, in theology, faith knows no bounds. Even in the study of incantations, dark magic is addressed. Why not pray to the god of light? Nancy inquired. The god of light is far too common. I wish to demonstrate something less ordinary. Professor Henry replied somewhat awkwardly. Nancy pressed her lips together, suspecting the professor had received insider information from the ecclesiastical authorities regarding the disappearance of the god of light. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was that should the prayer succeed, her faade would be shattered. Just moments ago, she had solemnly declared her northern heritage to the god of darkness, only to appear with golden locks in the southern continent's seminary. A wave of anxiety washed over her. And despite the heat of the day, she felt a chill of sweat trickling down her spine. She needed to devise a plan. She had to think of something. Professor Henry encircled himself with essential oils, then placed soil from the graveyard, white wax, a ruler, and moonstone at the four corners of the circle. Professor, if you truly summon the god of darkness, we may very well perish. Nancy feigned a fearful expression. That is not the case. Professor Henry remarked while attending to his tasks. It is merely a demonstration for educational purposes. Moreover, deities are unlikely to take notice. Do not harbor hopes of a successful prayer. People can die. Nancy vehemently protested. I have heard that the dark god is particularly cruel. Besides, it is currently night in the northern lands. What if he awakens in a foul mood? You might disturb him. She abruptly shielded her face with her hand as Professor Henry commenced chanting the prayer dedicated to the dark god. Upon the conclusion of the chant, the curtains remained still. The sun continued to shine brightly, and birds chirped joyfully. Nothing transpired at all. Margaret rose and nodded gently. I shall go first. With that, she lifted her skirt and walked forward. She reached the center of the circle, clasped her hands, and began to chant the prayer. Her voice was particularly soft, and Nancy found it somewhat difficult to hear. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though Margaret was intentionally mispronouncing the prayer. Minutes passed, yet nothing occurred. With a smile, Margaret turned to Nancy. Do not worry. This ritual is quite challenging to succeed. Nancy felt a stir within her, sensing an underlying implication in Margaret's words. As if to mock, I know why you dare not proceed. At that moment, everyone appeared to her as an SSR. Professor Henry, a fourth-tier sorcerer, and Margaret, with 5 beams of light, both fit the SSR profile. Yet, she realized she could not merely evade the situation. If SSR were to contemplate even slightly, they would doubt her. Perhaps it would be better for her to mimic Margaret's approach. She hesitated. What if I successfully summon something? If you are fearful, merely cover your face, Professor Henry casually suggested. Even if you were to summon something, it would only be a fragment of divine consciousness. If it cannot recognize your face, then you have nothing to fear. Nancy sought a plausible excuse to obscure her face. She repositioned her straw hat, pressing the brim firmly downward, and then draped a scarf over her head, securing it with a knot around her neck. The large sunflowers embroidered on the scarf perfectly concealed her features. At that moment, she resembled a beekeeper, and should anyone recognize her, it would be a defeat for her. Professor Henry and Margaret, once she had completed her disguise. Nancy stepped into the circle, initially intending to merely muddle through. However, as she began to chant a note, an unforeseen gust of wind swept in, causing the heavy velvet curtains to billow like flags. The classroom was instantly shrouded in darkness. The air turned cold and still, with white frost forming on the window frames. An awe-inspiring and enigmatic force descended upon the room. Nancy widened her eyes in disbelief as the unlit white candle beneath her feet slowly ignited. Simultaneously, a slender, exquisite eye appeared in the center of the classroom, unwaveringly fixed upon her. Margaret's hands, resting on her lap, clenched into tight fists. A flash of profound shock flickered beneath her long eyelashes. Professor Henry's face suddenly turned pale, instinctively retreating. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Typically, a candle's flame signified that the divine had heard a prayer, but this heralded the arrival of a true deity. Nancy, do not fear, it is unrecognizable. If it were truly known, she would share its name. The eye hovering above the classroom inquired of those below, belonging to the dark god Cecil, exuding a demeanor that was both indifferent and languorous. Under ordinary circumstances, Nancy would have been captivated, unable to look away. Yet now she wished fervently that she were devoid of eyes. Quick, state your wish, Professor Henry urged in a hushed tone, utterly astonished that he could witness the descent of a true deity in his lifetime. However, this was not the moment to indulge in such thoughts. As the child had mentioned, it was the dead of night in the north. Their perilous summoning had roused the dark god from its slumber, and the inevitable fate of the summoner was all too apparent. He merely desired to shield his face with his garments, uncertain if he could still manage it in time. As he pondered this, he discreetly tousled his meticulously arranged hair into a disheveled style reminiscent of Sadako, hoping to conceal his visage. Margaret remained immobile in her seat. Her eyelids lowered, her fingers gripping her skirt with such intensity that they turned pale. The three of them stood in eerie stillness within the classroom. After a few moments, Professor Henry could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and anxiously urged once more in a hushed voice, "State your wish, or we shall all perish." Once the wish was articulated, the deity would extinguish the candle, thereby concluding the ritual. In his fervor, he moved too abruptly, forgetting that the Sadako hairstyle could not be disturbed, causing his hair to slip aside and reveal his face. Damn this insufferable smoothness, he quickly lowered his head. At that moment, Nancy was deathly anxious, terrified of inadvertently revealing herself, with no wish to speak of. Her sole desire was for the dark god to depart swiftly. With her gaze cast downward, she strained her voice, "Great gray god, it is I who summons you. My wish is for your well-being and happiness. I have spoken. Now you may extinguish the candle." Cecil, what sort of peculiar individuals have summoned him? He merely heard a familiar voice and assumed that the girl from the north was in some form of distress, prompting him to investigate. Perhaps it was the chill of the northern air, coupled with the disorienting haze of night. Cecil languidly cast a glance at the few individuals below, dismissing any curiosity about the nature of their trivial wish before vanishing from midair. He had encountered such situations numerous times before. The fortunate ones had summoned him successfully. Yet their shock rendered them unable to articulate their desires. He had no time to linger. With a soft crackle, the white wax beneath Nancy's feet extinguished. The ashen faces of the three slowly regained their vitality, their constricted throats finally alleviated. It was an alarming experience. Professor Henry trembled as he picked up the black mandrake flower essential oil bottle from the ground. "I wonder what brand this is," he mused. "Such potent effects. It could summon a true deity. Or perhaps the quality of this obsidian is exceptional. From whose grave did I procure this soil? Surely not from the tomb of the dark god. I hadn't anticipated this. However, it should not be attributed to me." Nancy removed her veil and hat, adjusting her hair nonchalantly as she remarked, "Your previous two summonings had already roused him." That is quite plausible," Margaret acknowledged, gesturing towards the door, inviting Nancy to accompany her. The bell signaling the end of class had already tolled outside the tower. "That day, I witnessed your assessment results," Margaret said with a radiant smile. "I am truly delighted that we chose the same course on the very first day of school. Yesterday, I perused a newspaper that featured an exhibition on theology at the museum, accompanied by illustrations of an ancient magical array relic. I chose it simply because it appeared quite intriguing," Nancy remarked nonchalantly. "In truth, I should have opted for the spellcasting class. Is there such an exhibition?" Margaret responded with a smile. "I must admit, I am not particularly interested in relics. After all, many artifacts remain unsolved and hold little reference value." It would be far more beneficial to read books instead. My apologies, please hold on a moment. I just spotted an acquaintance. An acquaintance? He remained as handsome as ever. His gaze aloof, the collar of his shirt obscuring his Adam's apple, exuding an air of cool detachment. He was indeed well covered. Truly. He embodied the virtues of a paragon whose principles were as straight as a ruler. Lord Milos, Margaret exclaimed joyfully as she approached. I am so pleased to encounter you once more. Nancy's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she stood still, subtly observing the interaction between Margaret and Milos. However, it appeared that Milos had no intention of engaging with Margaret. He merely offered a nod, his gaze drifting past her to briefly assess Nancy. That glance was casual, limited solely to a recognition of her presence. Nancy was acutely aware that she had yet to attain any special significance in the eyes of the deity of light. There is currently an exhibition on theology at the museum, Margaret said with a gentle smile, and I find the ancient relics within it quite captivating. Bishop Sarn has always commended your expertise in the field of theology. If I could join you to view the exhibition, I am certain my understanding of magical arrays would deepen considerably. Nancy thought to herself, she had encountered a living embodiment of someone who learns on the spot. I apologize. I am unavailable, Milos replied coldly, dismissing her request. What a pity. Margaret's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment, yet she gracefully continued, that's quite all right. Perhaps we can visit together another time. Milos nodded and turned, striding purposefully towards the tower where the director resided. He had initially intended to invite this esteemed individual to accompany us to the exhibition. Margaret turned to Nancy with a look of regret, since he was unavailable. It seemed we should not press the matter. I'm afraid I also lack the time, Nancy replied with a radiant smile. Margaret mused. Of course she has no time left, for she has merely a day and a half to live. Those 14 minutes are her last reserve and must not be squandered. Nancy had remained in the back garden, where a fence of modest height bordered Bishop Sarn's garden. The small white house where Milos resided stood nearby. A premonition stirred within her. She suspected that Milos was merely fabricating an excuse to decline Princess Margaret's invitation. Even if he truly had business with the director, it would not detain him for long. Indeed, she had not been seated on the bench for long when footsteps echoed from across the fence. Lord Milos, Nancy called sweetly. Rising to her feet, Milos glanced towards her direction. The young lady, adorned with a cascade of golden hair and clad in a pastel yellow silk gown, rested her delicate white arms joyfully against the fence, her azure eyes sparkling with clarity. She resembled a playful fawn that had suddenly bounded into the clearing, exuding both joy and mischief. After a brief moment of hesitation, he approached her. My little golden ball has fallen over there. Would you kindly retrieve it for me? I have waited quite a while for someone to come, the girl said with a beaming smile, pointing to a small depression at Milos's feet. There lay a palm-sized, gilded hollow sphere. This was a favored plaything among young ladies, often tossed playfully or adorned with precious gems for competitive entertainment. Milos bent down, picked it up, and extended it towards her. With heartfelt gratitude, Nancy extended her hand. In that fleeting moment of contact, her soft fingertips brushed against Milos's, so delicate and swift, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water or a butterfly kissing a bloom, their brief touch dissipating almost immediately. Milos raised his gaze, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her. Bending down, Nancy retrieved the golden orb that had fallen at her feet. Milos, shall we go see the exhibition of the magical array together? Would you? She implored, her eyelashes fluttering playfully like a butterfly fanning its exquisite wings. Milos remained silent, his eyes fixed on her face. Let us go together. Are we not friends? Friends ought to stick together every day, she insisted, clutching the golden sphere and exuding the charm of a spirited young girl. Stand still, don't fidget. A hint of exasperation laced Milos's voice. If you stand straight, will you accompany me? Indeed, Milos nodded, adding, maintain an upright posture and do not walk awkwardly. Very well, you shall hold the golden orb for me, Nancy said with a radiant smile, offering it to him as though presenting Eve's apple. Although Milos could not fathom the connection between the golden orb and standing straight, he accepted it nonetheless. Nancy clambered over the railing. The golden orb had no bearing on standing upright, yet it impeded her ascent and descent. Now that he had finally acquiesced, she was eager to stand by his side. Milos widened his eyes slightly, observing as Nancy agilely scaled the railing and leaped down towards him. Her long hair, reminiscent of seaweed, danced with a bright smile that sparkled like gold. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Milos instinctively opened his arms and embraced her soft form, which emanated a sweet fragrance. Host, 5 points added. Little N transformed into a shrieking chicken. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the museum would close in half an hour. The sky was thick with clouds, and a fierce wind swept in with sporadic raindrops, heralding an impending downpour. Visitors gradually trickled away, hurriedly making their way home, anxious to avoid being caught in the rain. Nancy leisurely wandered through the exhibition hall. The glass cabinets gleamed under the illumination of the crystal chandeliers, casting radiant light. Inside, the items appeared dusty and forlorn, sacred artifacts from ancient ruins, notes, divination tools, and rusted wands, all steeped in a palpable sense of history, lay heavily within. She patiently observed each piece while Milos quietly accompanied her. That embrace in the garden resembled a small stone dropped into a lake, creating ripples that quickly faded away. Yet, even as the ripples vanished, the stone remained forever in the water. When a quantitative change is achieved, a qualitative transformation follows. One must continually create opportunities for oneself. Today, while studying magic circles, Nancy recalled an advertisement for the museum she had seen in the newspaper. With a smile, she paused in the ancient magic circle exhibit area. "I had no idea it was this vast," she exclaimed with some astonishment. Her fingers glided over the words on the explanatory plaque, and her eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed an ancient teleportation circle. Had the opportunity arrived so swiftly? After a brief contemplation, she turned to Milos and inquired whether teleportation circles had existed since ancient times and how they differed from those of today. Milos nodded affirmatively, noting that they were simpler than before, yet challenges remained, particularly in the difficulty of material collection. Moreover, the failure rate is exceedingly high. Thus, the populace still opts for horse-drawn carriages, ships, or trains for long journeys. After all, the cost of a teleportation array is prohibitively expensive. I have gathered the necessary materials. Could Lord Milos teach me how to craft it? The girl's eyes glimmered with apprehension, fearing rejection, as her fingers unconsciously tugged at the folds of her dress. Milos hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. A radiant smile spread across Nancy's face, and she resolved to procure the materials with gold the very next day. In a few days, I shall be departing from Bishop Son's residence. Oh, Nancy looked at him in surprise. Where will you move? Are you leaving Bolton? For the time being, I shall not be leaving Bolton, Milos replied gently. This journey has allowed me to rediscover some possessions I had previously stored away. I have commissioned Bishop Son to acquire a house for me. I see, Nancy nodded, though it was somewhat regrettable to lose the natural advantage of having a neighbor. Being out of Son's sight would enable her to visit him freely, engaging in this and that, exchanging small favors. Once I have gathered the materials. Where shall I find you? Number 72, Wisteria Lane. Nancy committed this to memory. She was aware of that street, known as Bolton's affluent district. Houses with gardens and stables do not come cheap. It seemed that the god of light had foreseen potential injury in the Great War and had already chosen a retreat. In addition to wealth, what else had he reserved for himself? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a flash of lightning illuminated the arched window brilliantly, followed by the booming sound of thunder as torrential raindrops began to pelt down. The humid vapor swiftly enveloped the window, rendering the entire museum as though submerged in water. Outside, the streets fell into an unusual silence. The sounds of rain tapping against the glass, the clatter of horse-drawn carriages traversing the road, and the murmurs of museum staff vanished entirely. In this tranquil, shadowy atmosphere, Nancy instinctively leaned closer to Milos. He swiftly pulled her behind him, his right hand gripping her wrist while his left infused spiritual energy into a small golden orb. Instantly, the orb emitted a dazzling brilliance. Nancy blinked in astonishment. The divine magic proved to be omnipotent, transforming the golden sphere into a miniature light bulb. Although the glow dispelled a portion of the darkness, illuminating the center of the exhibition hall, the surrounding glass display cases, arched windows, crystal chandeliers, and signboards were all engulfed by an impenetrable blackness, fading into obscurity. Milos, she called uneasily. Feeling somewhat reassured, she drew even closer to him. A shadow emerged from the dense darkness nearby, materializing into a tall, pallid young man with 3 pairs of enormous black wings sprouting from his back. He rose slowly into the air, gazing down at them as if they were specters. It was a fallen angel. Nancy's pupils constricted, her hands clutching Milos' right arm tightly. How unfortunate she was. Pursued by the white-winged beings while in the company of the dark deity, and now hunted by the black-winged ones while alongside the god of light. The white-winged beings feared the machinations of their adversaries. Surely the black-winged ones would harbor no such trepidation? She pondered how much strength Milos retained after sealing away most of his divine power. Are you Milos? The fallen angel's lips curled into a smirk. Whether you are or not, you shall not leave this place today. Milos chuckled softly, countering my thoughts with his own. The fallen angel's expression darkened, a brooding aura nearly rivaling that of his master. Nancy felt a prickling awareness of the murderous intent emanating from her opponent, and just as she contemplated summoning Xiaoyan, she felt Milos wrap his arm around her waist, swiftly transporting them from the center of the hall to a secluded corner. With a resounding boom, their original position was struck by a surge of emerald light, resulting in a violent explosion. The stone pillars were reduced to dust in an instant, collapsing amidst the swirling debris. Milos's gaze deepened, and he crushed the luminescent golden sphere in his hand, shattering it into myriad fragments. Instinctively, Nancy recoiled, only to find the splintered light ascending like stars into the sky, transforming into countless golden threads that cascaded down. As the golden strands passed through her body, she felt no pain. Instead, a warmth enveloped her, akin to the embrace of sunlight. Surprise sparkled in Nancy's eyes, a testament to the divine nature of Milos. Even in his mortal guise, stripped of his divine powers, he could still inflict significant damage on an angel. She grasped Milos's hand, ready for his instantaneous teleportation. But her voice faltered, revealing a hint of astonishment. Glancing down at her hand, she noticed it stained with a rich, vibrant red, Milos' blood. That last strike had evidently drained a considerable amount of his S. They bore expressions of cold ruthlessness, their massive black wings unfurled, determined to entomb the one suspected of being a deity of light in this very place. Truly, they were a formidable lot. Milo muttered to himself in an exceedingly calm tone. He then turned to Nancy and inquired, "Will your parents chastise you for staying out late?" "Eh? We might be gone for several days," Milo replied with an air of nonchalance, as if he had completely forgotten about the ominous figures hovering in the sky. "Do not waste your breath on them, Lord Azazel," interjected the fallen angel beside him, seething with impatience. "I yearn to sever his head and witness whether the bell heralding the fall of a god will toll. We must await our master, must we not?" Azazel elongated his words, emphasizing that only a deity could slay another deity, lest they invite a curse upon themselves. If he truly is he. Upon hearing that a dark god might be approaching, Nancy was taken aback, urgently shaking Milo's arm. "My parents are not here. There is only an uncle. Isn't it too late to contemplate escape now?" Azazel scoffed, his wings creating a violent gust that sent debris swirling toward them. In a fleeting moment, Nancy found herself and Milo standing amidst the ancient ruins. It was rather amusing. They believed they could flee using that antiquated relic. Could it even be activated? Unless it were a deity, no one could hope to channel magic from a mere fossil. The fallen angels erupted in mocking laughter as they closed in on the ruins. "Hold me," Milo whispered softly. Nancy hesitated for a moment. "I apologize. Due to its age, there are very few functional areas here," Milo explained. "Oh, it is of no concern. I am more than willing." Nancy beamed with a radiant smile, unhesitatingly wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her head against his chest. The sweet floral fragrance emanating from the young girl caused Milo's heart to skip a beat. "Host, 1 point," echoed the voice of Little N in his mind, as Nancy gently lifted the corners of her lips, her hands tightening their embrace. "1 more point." "All right, hold on tight," Milo remarked, quite pleased. "Another point." It felt akin to milking a cow. Milo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, regretting his reminder to her. He could scarcely breathe. Regaining his composure, he forcefully squeezed his wounded hand to draw blood. The moment a droplet fell onto the teleportation array, an ancient and jarring sound, reminiscent of rusted metal, resonated. Immediately, the teleportation array erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the dim exhibition hall. The fallen angels stood in stunned silence, gaping at the vanishing prey. "I think he might truly be a god of light," one fallen angel remarked slowly after several seconds. "I believe he is not." "Why not? How could a god of light permit such intimate embraces with the opposite sex? I have heard that he has never even been bitten by a female mosquito." "Indeed." The fallen angels agreed, much like our master. "Our master does not allow hugs, nor has he been bitten by a female mosquito." "Incorrect. It is merely that no one dares to embrace the master, and no mosquito dares to bite him," Azazel interjected. "Sure, the master approaches." A faint crackle resonated in the air, and a pair of elongated, languid eyes appeared. The once boisterous fallen angels fell silent as if they were mere chicks. The elongated, pitch-black eyes gazed coldly downward, as the fallen angels knelt on one knee, their heads bowed in fear. Azrael summoned what little courage he could muster, informing, "Master, the one suspected to be the god of light has escaped using the ancient ruins." Cecil seemed to have anticipated this revelation, lazily curling the corners of his lips. "Those capable of utilizing the ancient relics cannot be contained by you. Even in his current mortal state, he possesses powers beyond your imagination." A flicker of awe crossed Azrael's eyes, realizing that the master's orchestration was merely to compel the other party to reveal their true identity. As Cecil was about to vanish, his gaze shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Has no one yet arrived at the estate in Kavina? Azrael hesitated momentarily, shaking his head. I see. Cecil replied in a voice barely above a whisper. With that, the radiance dissipated, and Nancy clung tightly to Milos's waist. The sensation was exquisite, even through the fabric. She could feel his lean physique, robust enough to effortlessly perform 1,000 push-ups. Milos lowered his eyelids, gently pressing a finger against the girl's forehead, pushing her back. Enough. Oh, Nancy reluctantly released her grip. That was fast. They found themselves in a wooded area, enveloped in a milky mist, where wild grasses and flowers flourished abundantly. In the distance, cerulean mountains could be seen. Are we still in the southern continent? The DuPont Valley, Milos replied. Nancy blinked in surprise. The DuPont Valley was indeed part of the southern continent, yet it bordered on the edge. Proceeding further would lead them to the Canis Mountains, beyond which lay the realm of the sea god. Those who utilized the teleportation array would silently focus on their desired destination. Why did Milos choose such a remote location? Leisurely surveying his surroundings, Milos selected a direction to proceed, with Nancy promptly following suit. You seem quite familiar with this place, she remarked. My last journey brought me here. Milos replied nonchalantly. This revelation astonished Nancy. She never anticipated that Milos would lead her to a site housing his treasures. What made you think of this place? She inquired. Because it's sufficiently distant, Milos replied with a gentle smile. I believe the fallen angels would not pursue us this far. So that was the reason. Milos had lost his memory, and the DuPont Valley was likely the sole location etched in his mind. Nancy paused momentarily. Do you have any materials? I possess wealth, Milos said with a light chuckle. Wealth? Nancy pressed her lips together, her heart racing at the prospect of soon encountering the treasury of the god of light. Excitement surged within her as she followed Milos onward. The sun shone brightly overhead, yet the atmosphere began to hint at the encroaching dusk. The summer grass obscured the path, making it nearly impossible to find firm footing. Milos cleared the vines and pressed down the grass as he walked, facilitating Nancy's progress. His injured hand, which had ceased bleeding, was once again grazed by the foliage, and blood began to trickle down anew. Observing this, Nancy hurriedly untied the ribbon from her skirt. Lord Milos, she exclaimed, rushing to him, her face reflecting surprise. She began to wrap the ribbon around his hand in careful loops. Let us do this for now to prevent further cuts from the grass. Once we find a place to rest, we can tend to your wound properly. With a gentle bow, Nancy supported his hand, meticulously winding the ribbon around it. Milos's gaze flickered slightly as he observed the girl's earnest expression, then shifted to his own hands, tangled like a yarn ball disturbed by a playful cat. His typically aloof demeanor underwent a subtle transformation. Host, affection points have increased by 1, whispered Xiaoyin. Nancy remarked, this poignant, steady flow of emotion has elevated her to the status of a wealthy individual with 19 points. After tending to his hands, the two continued their journey. An hour later, they halted before a vast cave. The cavern stretched endlessly within, with beams of blinding white light filtering through crevices in the ceiling. Countless specks of dust floated lazily in the illuminated air. Frowning, Nancy felt a disquieting sensation, as if the cave concealed something capable of piercing through all her facades. Steeling herself, she inquired, is this the place Lord Milos mentioned? What do you think? Milos responded with a detached tone, as if asking Nancy whether the cake was to her liking. He conjured a spell to illuminate the surroundings. Under the radiant light, the cave walls glistened with a damp sheen, reminiscent of asphalt. It's a bit humid. There's a waterfall nearby, a natural barrier crafted by nature. I wonder how my former self discovered this place, Nancy mused, her gaze darkening with an unwelcome realization of a gradual change unfolding within Milos. Something significant lay hidden here. Something that could potentially influence the human Milos. No, it couldn't be allowed. The god of light must not awaken so soon. My Lord Milos. She turned to him with urgency, her expression earnest. Clearly, there is nothing here. Have you not already taken your wealth? Let us seek out a nearby village to tend to your wounds. Treating wounds? Milos said nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on a specific spot within the cave. Indeed. It is right here. Nancy grasped Milo's hand, and the pale yellow silk ribbon was instantly stained with blood. Pain flickered in Milo's eyes, restoring a glimmer of clarity as he glanced down at Nancy, recalling the purpose of his visit. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve some materials for the teleportation array, and then we shall depart. I believe we should leave immediately, Nancy replied, her expression taut. Milo chuckled softly before turning to the cave's end. He pressed his injured palm flat against the cave wall, the blood seeping into it as though absorbed by a sponge. With a thunderous sound, a silhouette of an archway emerged on the wall. A dazzling light poured forth, as if the sun resided behind the fissure. "Follow me," Milo instructed. Pushing aside the stone barrier, the radiance now even more brilliant than before. Simultaneously, something that made Nancy's heart race slowly opened its eyes. It was there. Of that she was utterly certain. She must discover it before Milo did. She trailed behind him into the cavern, which was far larger than she had envisioned. In the center, a descending stone staircase led to an unknown destination, while the space was filled with extraordinary treasures. Here, pebbles were rarer than gold coins. As soon as she stepped inside, her feet sank into the golden bounty. "Where shall I find the materials?" Milo inquired, showing no fondness for the room brimming with gold. His focus solely on his search. Nancy surveyed the surroundings in pursuit of that which made her heart tremble. A chilling, penetrating gaze emerged from the light, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She covered her eyes with her hand, squinting to peer into the radiance. There, in that corner cluttered with boxes. She cast a fleeting glance at Milos, who was bent over, his back turned to her as he retrieved something. She hastily lifted her skirt and hurried towards the object. The once serene cave resonated with metallic sounds due to her movement, prompting Milos to glance in her direction. In an instant, Nancy altered her demeanor, feigning curiosity as she surveyed the cavern, strolling casually towards the corner as though she were merely a tourist. Milos resumed his task, bending down once more. The closer she approached the object, the more the air felt still and frigid. Her teeth chattered, nails digging into her palms as she struggled to maintain her rigid composure. What could it be? A jewel box? A scepter? A golden salt vial? No, none of these. Nancy's gaze slowly settled upon the spot obscured by gold coins. It was there. She reached in, her fingers brushing against something extraordinary. With deliberate care, she extracted it between two fingers, a letter, a missive pinned on parchment, adorned with elegant calligraphy that read, "To the god of fate, with homage to the light," regardless of its significance. Nancy roughly crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into her bosom. For a brief moment, she fancied she heard the letter emit a silent scream. Whether it was the act of stuffing it away or crumpling it, that trembling energy dissipated in an instant. It seemed this very object was the source of Milos's unease. But why had he not discovered it previously? She glanced over at Milos, who remained engrossed in gathering materials. He adhered to the disciplined habits cultivated in his divine upbringing, diligently focused on his tasks, never squandering time, and pursuing his objectives with unwavering intent. He only took gold coins when necessary, never allowing himself a second glance at the glittering treasures. Thus, despite the allure that beckoned him, he did not advance a single step closer to that corner. He pocketed the last remaining item and rose to his feet, his coat pocket now bulging. "Shall we go? Is there anything you fancy?" he inquired as he approached. "Nothing," Nancy replied with a smile. "What I desire is already nestled within my corset. I shall visit the lavatory." Nancy picked up a half-burned candle and addressed Milos before turning to push open the door. They found themselves in a village nestled at the foot of the Depana Valley. The small, dilapidated and boasted only 2 rooms, one of which was already occupied. Consequently, they were compelled to share a single room. Nancy, momentarily dismissing thoughts of how to exploit the situation that night, was solely focused on discerning the contents of the letter. The lavatory was communal, situated at the end of the corridor. Nancy entered, propping the candle on the sink, and eagerly extracted the letter. The envelope had been opened, indicating that it had been perused by another. Who could that be? It was evident that it must have been the radiant deity before becoming mortal. She unfolded the letter, illuminating it with the flickering yellow light. Transforming into a mortal is indeed the most effective means of preserving one's strength. The clues you left for your awakening are commendable, almost flawless. However, I must caution you. Beware of women. The sweeter they appear, the more lethal their poison. Fate whispers that you may stumble upon that. A fine warning, albeit one overlooked due to the benevolent habits of the radiant deity. Nancy smirked, aligning the letter with the flame of the candle. After dealing with the message from the goddess of fate, Nancy washed away the scent of smoke that clung to her. If their relationship at that time was merely a shade more familiar than that of strangers, she would no longer have the opportunity to draw near to Milos. The god of light would not permit himself to falter under the scrutiny of fate. She gazed into the mirror, the icy water, while washing away the dust, rendered her complexion even paler. She snapped a twig from outside the window, ignited it briefly before extinguishing the flame, elongating the tails of her brows slightly. With the rouge she carried, she touched up her cheeks and lips anew. Subsequently, she removed the crinoline, allowing her dress to cascade naturally, accentuating her curves. After scrutinizing her reflection once more, finding no flaws, Nancy grasped a candle and exited the washroom. The corridor's floor was quite aged, creaking beneath her steps. The candlelight cast her shadow into a more graceful and ethereal form. As Nancy pushed open the door to the room, her gaze fell upon Milos, who stood by the window. Despite the fatigue etched upon him from battle and long journeys, his posture remained elegantly upright, his demeanor coolly contemplative as he gazed into the night beyond. Upon hearing the noise, he turned to face her. Nancy walked forward, drying the droplets from her hair with a towel. She tilted her head slightly, causing her neckline to slip down a bit, revealing her graceful collarbone and delicately fair shoulders. Milos's tranquil gaze wavered ever so slightly. "I require some ointment," she stated. She hung the towel on the doorframe and casually picked up a tray from the low cabinet. Settling herself into the armchair beside Milos, reaching out to untie the sash that bound his hand. "I can manage it myself," he replied, a subtle hint of resistance flickering in his eyes as he chose to sit in another chair. She admired it for a moment before suggesting, "Why not simply make it vanish? Granted a disappearing spell." Milos replied coolly, "If it were an ordinary bandage, perhaps I would. But this is your ribbon, and I wish to return it to you." Understanding dawned on Nancy, and she nodded. "Then allow me to untie it," she added with a smile. "You know I have two hands." The armchair was positioned so closely that Milos could perceive the faint scent of roses emanating from Nancy's hair. The young girl's cheeks were as pink as the blooms themselves, and her lips resembled the most delicate petals, exuding an alluring fragrance. Instinctively, he diverted his gaze, fixating on the time-worn floral wallpaper as if it held his utmost fascination. As Nancy began to loosen the ribbon, revealing half of her palm, she lowered her head, meticulously working on the knot. Her breath brushed against Milos's fingers, causing his slender, graceful digits to involuntarily curl slightly. "Host, 1 point," came the mechanical voice. Nancy's lips curled upward gently. With each slow tug at the knot, Milos's expression grew increasingly rigid. The back of his hand tingled uncomfortably, reminiscent of a long-held taboo being breached. A strange sensation burgeoned within the wound. The sweet and fragrant essence of the girl enveloped him like a serpent, coiling around him with deliberate slowness. "Host, 1 more point. Another point. I am but a heartless point-awarding machine. 1 more point. Host, have you not yet untied it? Do you intend to keep at this until tomorrow? Have you not noticed how slowly I am dispensing points? At this rate, even the god of light may grow numb." I too yearned to swiftly proceed to the next task, yet Nancy furrowed her brow, astonished by her own severity. How many knots had she tied, only to end up complicating matters for herself? After a 10-minute struggle, the knot was finally undone. Nancy patiently tended to the wound on the hand, applying ointment and wrapping it with bandages. She had performed the same task once before in the realm of darkness, and now it felt like second nature. With a cheerful smile, she tied a delicate bow on Milos's wrist, then stood up, stretching languidly before moving to the mirror to continue drying her hair. The sweet scent of roses had faded, and Milos gazed down at the back of his hand. Though the skin was no longer tingling, he sensed a subtle heat coursing through his body. Rising, he walked towards the door. "I'm heading to the washroom. You can take the bed. I'll sleep in the armchair." "Host, will you still be gathering later?" asked Little Ann. "Not anymore. It's already 23 minutes past. Save some for the little black sheep. Accumulate more, and you could level up," Nancy replied as she flopped onto the bed. This covert gathering was indeed challenging. She feared detection, yet worried that her efforts might be too subtle to yield results. Just as she prepared to bid Milos good night, she noticed him approaching with an impassive expression. The cool youth, with his eyelids lowered, gazed down at her from his height, lifting the blanket to cover her shoulders. "Good night," Nancy murmured. Milos sat down beside the armchair, propping his chin up with one hand, his gaze coldly fixed on the fireplace on the wall. Nancy withdrew her arm and turned towards him, smiling sweetly as she said, "Good night, Lord Milos." As the night deepened, the soft, even breaths of the girl emerged from the bed. Perhaps due to her restless slumber or the sweltering heat, Nancy lay sprawled upon the blanket, her loose collar slipping down her arm to reveal her entire shoulder and a generous expanse of her snow-white back. A cascade of seaweed-like hair clung messily to her cheek, while a fine sheen of perspiration graced her forehead, accentuating the delicate blush of her cheeks. Opposite her, in a somber armchair, Milos reclined with a stern expression, maintaining his usual air of tranquility. Propping his chin on one hand, he gazed contemplatively at the young woman sleeping soundly on the bed. He had covered her with a blanket 3 times already, once even wrapping her snugly like a croissant. Yet, she had swiftly kicked off the blanket, transforming herself into a tossed pancake. An image of an angel, swathed in half a bedsheet, flashed through his mind. Even an angel exposing her arms and thighs had not struck him with such intensity. She resembled a delectable strawberry cream cake, tearing off her wrapping paper and cheerfully inviting. "Come, indulge in me." Milos once more lowered his gaze, his eyes drifting to the blood-stained ribbon lying nearby. He carefully picked it up, smoothing it out with gentle fingers. A pure radiance seemed to cascade down, instantly revitalizing the ribbon. Raising it to his eyes, he scrutinized it with a discerning gaze, discovering several small spots that had undergone multiple cleansing. A dull thud echoed in the room as the blanket fell to the floor. She lay here so obediently, as if he could do anything to her. He had never engaged in such actions, and a small voice within him cried out that it was wrong. The girl tightly shut her eyes and murmured uncomfortably. In the dim light, he lowered his gaze and gently pinched the pads of his fingers, which retained a delicate, sweet fragrance, burning hot as it seeped into his very bones. This night truly made it difficult to find slumber. Host, +3 points. Uncomfortable. It felt as though her body was ensnared by something, rendering her utterly immobile. Discomfort, heat. Nancy struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, and through her drowsy gaze, she beheld an old ceiling. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating it brilliantly. She recalled that she was in an inn at the foot of the Dapana Mountains. So, dawn has arrived. She attempted to turn over, only to be astonished to discover she could not move, as if she were trapped within a rubber tube. "You're awake?" A cheerful voice echoed in her mind. "You earned 3 points after falling asleep last night. You can earn points just by lying there." A blanket enveloped her tightly, wrapped in several layers, resembling a spring roll. It was no easy feat to be rolled up to this extent. One had to position her at the edge of the blanket and then roll with force. This was done by the god of light, little N remarked. "Perhaps he feared you would be cold." "But it's summer," Nancy retorted stiffly. She squirmed and pulled herself free from the spring roll-like blanket, feeling both exasperated and amused. Images of Milos succumbing to temptation and turning her into a spring roll flashed through her mind. After finally freeing herself from the blanket, she stood barefoot before the dressing mirror. In the mirror, the young woman's eyes flickered with a hint of annoyance. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue akin to the gentle intoxication of wine. Her dress clung to her, dampened by perspiration, accentuating the curves of her form. Nancy gazed at her reflection, thoughtfully toying with the strands of hair that adhered to her cheek, contemplating how to make use of her appearance. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, prompting her to swiftly remove her outer skirt, leaving only her fitted bodice and petticoat. The elegantly curved lace bodice, entwined with layers of petticoats, concealed much of her springtime allure, revealing only her alabaster shoulders and arms. He passed by her expressionlessly, placing a tray upon the low table. "Host, 1 point added." "Humph, if it weren't for the system's scoring, one might truly believe he was as immovable as an iceberg." Nancy picked up her outer skirt and slipped it on, adjusting it uncomfortably. "To be honest, I don't feel well rested. I woke up this morning to find myself tangled in the blanket, drenched in sweat." "It was I who wrapped you up," Milos admitted candidly, lifting his gaze. "When you turned in your sleep, your clothes got pulled apart. I thought I should cover you with a blanket, but I didn't consider the heat. My apologies." With a wave of his right hand, he summoned a warm beam of light that enveloped Nancy. She felt herself surrounded by a comforting warmth, her garments drying instantaneously, slipping away from her body. "Oh well, I forgive you." Nancy tugged at the hem of her skirt, sitting cheerfully on the chair beside Milos. "After all, we are friends." "Friends?" Milos echoed softly. "Isn't that the case?" Nancy rested her chin on her hand, her fingers playfully tracing Milos and then her own. "Friends ought to be inseparable. We are the closest of companions. Just think, it is only I who have accompanied you through the harrowing pursuit of fallen angels, leading us to this very refuge. Your definition of friendship is rather peculiar." Milo, with his gaze lowered, gracefully stirred half a spoonful of sugar into his tea. "Bishop Sane also referred to me as his friend. Yet, he shows no inclination to be intimately connected with me, nor does he harbor any intention of engaging in normal human interaction." Nancy paused, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps normal human interaction refers to the kiss shared upon first meeting. That was merely a casual excuse she had used, unaware that he would remember it so distinctly. As for that old charlatan Sane, he truly dares to call himself a friend. It seems that the desire to seek divine favor is not hers alone. Nancy displayed an innocent and radiant smile, proclaiming, "I am different. I am Lord Milo's most extraordinary friend." Observing him quietly, she understood why the prayer rituals dedicated to the god of light included a ruler. He appeared to measure himself constantly, as meticulously as a detailed timetable. To bring such a principled deity down from his pedestal would be no simple task. Miss Dole is the wisest person I have ever encountered. I am confident that in the future, she will bring honor to her surname. Bishop Sane remarked with a smile to Count George, who had personally escorted them out. Count George beamed with delight. For a common nobleman like him, aspiring to associate with the 7 archbishops was akin to scaling the heavens. With a loving gaze, he looked at his niece, who had brought him such glory, assuring her that she could partake in theological activities without concern, even if it meant returning home at dawn. Under the radiance of divine light, he felt no trepidation. 2 days have elapsed since she left the dark god abandoned in the apartment. As a kind-hearted girl from the north, how could she possibly find peace of mind after leaving a gravely injured person all alone? She felt compelled to extend her care. The dark god, starved for affection, would inevitably yearn for even a sliver of light. Thus, he would surely wait at the apartment. If she delayed her visit for too long, he might gradually grow despondent, rendering her previous efforts futile. Nancy made her way directly to the Oak Street Tavern, seeking out Rasahu, the leader from her last expedition. "I wish to purchase teleportation circles. As many as possible." The middle-aged man sitting behind a barrel looked up, his gaze momentarily vacant. "You are still alive?" He quickly realized his faux pas, adding, "I meant to say, when we noticed you had fallen behind, we checked the map and found you trapped by monsters in a cave. We thought you were doomed. So we didn't intervene." "That's quite understandable," Nancy replied, unfazed. The Bounty Hunter Guild was merely a temporary alliance formed for profit. After all, she had only sought a free ticket at that time. "Regardless, I am glad to see you alive," Rosada hastily stated. "By the way, you mentioned needing what? Teleportation circles? Those are rather challenging to procure. As you know, the failure rate in crafting them is extremely high, though the market demand is quite substantial." With a smile, Nancy opened her purse filled with gold coins, causing Rasahu's pupils to dilate sharply. His gaze froze for several seconds before he slowly remarked, "Of course. What cannot be bought with money? Ahem, 50 gold pieces for each teleportation circle. I happen to have 2 available. If you require more, I can promptly procure it for you." The transaction completed, Nancy handed the handbag directly to him. It contained 120 gold pieces. "I desire 2 teleportation arrays, and the remainder shall be used to hire the illusionist who masqueraded as me last time. This task is rather simple." Rose lifted the pouch of coins, nodding affirmatively. "I shall bring her here at once." The system cast a spell that altered her hair and eye color, and in an instant, the mirror reflected a young girl with ebony hair and dark eyes. Her lips were a vivid crimson, her skin alabaster, and she donned a coat of matching hues. Wrapped snugly in a red scarf, there was an innocence about her, laced with a hint of allure. Nancy blinked her beautifully adorned eyes, fringed with long lashes, and adjusted the edges of her coat. A small sign was discarded onto the ground, swiftly weaving a circular, pitch-black magical array. Tendrils of black smoke rapidly filled the room. Glancing towards the small garden below, Nancy observed the illusionist, disguised as her, admiring the blossoms. Once she departed, she would ascend. With haste, she stepped into the magical array, anxious that if she lingered too long, the maids might assume her room was ablaze. The dense black mist completely obscured her vision, akin to stepping into the depths of night. However, this state did not last long. Her eyes soon regained their brightness, her pupils reflecting the twilight sky. Gradually shrouded by the encroaching darkness, Nancy tugged at her scarf to shield herself from the biting wind and briskly exited the narrow, dim alleyway. The small apartment was nearby. She did not rush, but instead stopped by a bakery on the street to purchase a ham-filled pastry, coupled with the mushroom soup prepared by the maids. This would serve as a heartfelt dinner for the deity of darkness. She arrived at the base of the apartment and cast her gaze upward. In a room adorned with mint green curtains, an oppressive darkness loomed. "No, he will certainly come," Nancy asserted confidently as she stepped into the dimly lit entrance of the apartment, carrying a basket. A faint light, filtering in from an unknown source, softened the shadows of the corridor. Struggling to discern the door number, Nancy set the basket beside her feet. The aged door almost fused with the surrounding gloom, revealing through the narrow crack at the bottom that the space within was devoid of occupants. She curled her fingers and rapped gently once more, the sound startling a black feather that hung from the doorframe. Moments later, An invisible yet potent force descended from the void, silently flooding the darkened room with illumination. Who is it? A deep voice resonated from beyond the wooden barrier. Who else could it be but the bearer of warmth? A faint rustling emanated from inside. The door then creaked open slowly, revealing Cecil, his tall figure partially illuminated by candlelight, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Nancy tilted her face slightly upward, adjusting her scarf to fully expose her features. She offered a perfectly measured smile of surprise. You're still here? How wonderful. Nancy was aware that a hint of resentment lingered in his heart. He resembled someone newly emerged into the light, yet before he could fully grasp its brilliance, it had slipped away, leaving him alone in the apartment, uncared for. Had she not arrived, he would likely have grown even more disillusioned with love and kindness. Further bolting the door to his already secluded heart. I brought you some food, store-bought bread and the soup I made, Nancy cheerfully announced, lifting the basket from the floor. Cecil gazed at her for a moment longer before stepping aside to permit her entry into the room. As they were both enveloped in the dim, golden glow of the candlelight, Nancy was taken aback to see that Cecil's upper body was still wrapped in bandages, unmistakably intact and untouched. His sun-kissed skin lay exposed to the air, revealing broad shoulders, powerful arms, and a lean waist, each feature exuding an abundance of primal allure. Nancy averted her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. This body, brimming with sensuality and strength, seemed to beckon her. Have you not eaten yet? She inquired, hastily circumventing Cecil to reach the window, where she placed the basket upon a small round table. As she retrieved bread and mushroom soup from the basket, she noticed a fine layer of dust clinging to the tabletop. It was not just the table. The windowsill, armchair, low cabinet, and candlesticks were all similarly coated in dust. She had distinctly cleaned them before. This indicated that Cecil had indeed departed immediately after her departure. With a gentle flutter of her eyelashes, she feigned ignorance and continued to unpack the food. I could have arrived earlier, but this is my first attempt at making soup, and it took quite some time. Hopefully, it tastes all right. Cecil leaned against the doorframe, his dark eyes fixated on her with unabashed intensity. Resembling a feral cat observing from a distance the one who dares to offer sustenance, unwilling to approach any closer. After arranging the food, Nancy tightened her scarf and lifted the basket, seeing her prepare to leave so swiftly. A smirk of subtle derision graced Cecil's lips as he silently opened the door for her. I ventured downstairs to procure bandages and ointment when Nancy passed by and paused to say, "This needs to be replaced. It's not good after a prolonged period." Cecil momentarily froze, his previously indifferent expression subtly shifting. Furthermore, Nancy raised her face, earnestly advising, "You must drink that soup quickly. Although I rushed here, I still cannot outpace the cooling of the soup." Noticing Cecil's continued silence and immobility, she gently urged him to take a seat at the round table. Without retrieving any utensils, she washed the teacup in the washroom. Subsequently, she poured some creamy mushroom soup from a jar and handed the cup to him, saying, "Here, for you." I added a generous amount of white mushrooms and milk. Cecil remained motionless, gazing at her. After a few seconds, perhaps due to the absence of a valid reason to decline, he stiffly accepted the bowl of soup. The moment his hand brushed against the cup, his long eyelashes fluttered lightly, and a gentle warmth began to spread against his icy palm. "Make sure to finish it all," the girl said, her bright smile drawing a large circle in the air above the table before she slung her basket over her shoulder and turned to leave. Once outside the apartment, Nancy gazed at the sky now enveloped in night, exhaling softly in relief. Finally, events had not veered off course. Each time Cecil displayed a look of sarcasm or resistance, it set her heart racing. In this era, there are no pharmacies. When ill, one must pay to summon a pharmacist to their home. However, the number of pharmacists in a city is limited, scattered across various neighborhoods. Thus, some grocery stores take on the role of selling minor medicinal items. Behold the exquisite porcelain, the embroidered collars, the array of lace trimmings, the coconut shell egg rolls, and the satin shawls imbued with the essence of the northern lands. Why, you may ask? As I have previously articulated, candy that is too easily obtained lacks sweetness. When one discovers an item that can be effortlessly acquired, its value diminishes. I wish to amplify its worth through anticipation, a quintessential strategy of scarcity marketing. Oh, host, I suddenly feel unworthy of you. To be aligned with the SSR system must be a remarkable feat. Little N appears abashed. Cecil maintains his indifferent demeanor. Yet the sound of Little N's score reveal betrays his emotions. Host, at 2 points. Truly, it is no wonder. for he stands in stark contrast to the god of light. Nancy reflects with a hint of melancholy. The two deities have been entwined in a timeless dance of love and conflict, their pretenses indistinguishable. After cleansing the utensils in the washroom, she placed them on the low cabinet. I have purchased new tableware. You may use this to dine. She cast a glance at the small round table, where not a morsel of food had been touched. Cecil's current reaction resembled that of a seasoned wildcat, having witnessed the treachery of humanity far too often, leading to a profound skepticism of those who offer him sustenance. One cannot help but wonder what the dark deity of his youth was like. However, one thing is certain. His transformation into the sensitive, suspicious, and brooding figure he is today is undoubtedly linked to his past experiences. This soup is entirely safe. I prepared it myself, Nancy replied, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance as she scooped a spoonful of soup and took a sip, extending her tongue to show him, "See, I am perfectly fine." Cecil's gaze flickered. The girl's lips were a vivid crimson, her teeth white and even, and her tongue petite and charming. He was entirely unlike the coarse and corpulent entities he had encountered before. He harbored a disdain for humanity, perceiving them as akin to the deities of the divine realm, possessing silver tongues solely to extract benefits from him. Thus, in the northern lands, he enacted stringent divine laws, decreeing that those who lied would have their tongues severed. Yet, he felt no aversion towards this particular human girl. Her fragility and exquisite warmth resembled that of a harmless, endearing creature. This prompted a curiosity within him, a desire to reach out and touch her. Having contemplated this notion, he acted upon it, gently grasping Nancy's hand and pulling her close to him. Nancy's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils reflecting the impassive yet handsome visage of Cecil. Her jaw was effortlessly pried open, and his probing fingers delicately explored her tongue. Not only her tongue, but also her teeth. Under his gaze, his rough fingertips tenderly stirred within her mouth. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to lean back. Cecil did not impede her, he simply paused. "What are you doing?" Nancy exclaimed, indignantly wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Your tongue is quite lovely. I wish to touch it." "So I did," Cecil replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Nancy was momentarily taken aback. The logic was strikingly similar to that of the deity who commanded, "Let there be light." And so it was, tyrannical yet utterly disarming. It dawned on her that gods were a capricious race. Not all deities were as self-disciplined as the god of light. They were unbound by any constraints, their actions stemming from their innermost desires. Just as humans might crush an ant without a second thought, this exemplified a dimensional oppression devoid of reason. The dark god had always been a perilous entity, embodying death and wielding formidable power. His actions embody his principles, unwavering in the face of human sensibilities. For millennia, or even tens of thousands of years, the absence of restraint has led to an ever-deepening darkness. Hence, the denizens of the post-epoch can no longer endure this state and yearn for him to impose some self-discipline. This expectation is misguided. She seizes the opportunity to instill in him an understanding of what a good deity ought to be like. "It is exceedingly rude to act without my consent, provoking feelings of anger within me. Let us consider this from another perspective. If I were to suddenly touch your tongue, how would you react?" Cecil furrowed his brow, finding the earlier statement somewhat perplexing. He had always acted according to his whims, needing no one's approval. Yet, upon hearing the latter remark, he earnestly grasped Nancy's hand and placed it upon his lips, inquiring, "Would you like to touch?" "If you wish to, you may. I shall not be angered." The amber candlelight, filtered through the multifaceted crystal lampshade, cast an ethereal glow upon his tousled black hair. His elegantly shaped eyes were shrouded in a delicate halo, reminiscent of stars in an abyss, both perilous and alluring. Captivated by his striking visage, Nancy found herself entranced, her gaze fixated upon him. It was not until her finger was enveloped in his warm embrace that she was jolted back to reality by the unusual warmth. This, too, was inappropriate. Like a startled cat, she withdrew her hand, vigorously wiping it on her clothing. One must not touch others indiscriminately, nor allow others to touch oneself. "But you have touched me," he countered. "I thought you liked it." "I do not like it at all," Nancy retorted, her irritation flaring. It seemed that the more she wished for sleep, the more elusive it became, while that which she sought to avoid drew ever closer. What peculiar attribute had she awakened within him? Cecil furrowed his brow, his handsome visage shadowed by a deep sense of discontent. Unlike the celestial angels, the fallen ones were endowed with a wealth of experience, which they promptly utilized to provide an answer. It implied that the woman was coveting his body. She desired to share intimacy with him. If he allowed her to touch him, her affection for him would surely deepen. He had presumed that his return was driven by an interest in his physical form. Leaning languidly against the wall with his arms crossed, Cecil regarded the girl. She possessed a light that he needed, and he was willing to pay a small price for it. Moreover, this price evoked a peculiar sensation within him, comforting and irresistible to explore. Yet now, she claimed to have lost her interest. What was he to make of that? "I am not interested in your body," Nancy declared with earnestness from the center of the room. In truth, she was intrigued, but that was not her ultimate goal. She had come to heal the malevolent deity, guiding him toward becoming a benevolent spirit. However, the path had veered entirely astray. She envisioned the dark god racing toward the sea god, an endeavor that was utterly unacceptable. Cecil leaned against the doorframe of the washroom, his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "What do you desire?" "I wish for you to be a good person." "I desire nothing for myself," the girl replied, shaking her head, her eyes shimmering with a pure and benevolent light. They had navigated 2 crises together, and in her heart, she had come to regard him as a companion. Though this was merely her unilateral perception, she genuinely wished for his safety. Therefore, she could not resist the urge to come and check on him. That was all. Cecil studied her in silence for a long while before finally letting out a soft laugh. "How can there be such kindness in the world without reason? Feel free to let me know when you have an idea of what you want," he said as he approached the armchair beside the round table and picked up the soup spoon. "The soup has cooled. You shouldn't drink it," Nancy hurriedly interjected. "This soup was specially prepared for me, and I intend to consume it," Cecil replied softly. "As for the temperature, that is easily remedied." He reached out to grasp the cup containing the chilled soup, and a faint glow flickered momentarily as the once cold liquid began to emanate steam. "So it is magic," Nancy thought, no longer dissuading him as she settled into the chair opposite him, propping her chin on her hands. "Why didn't you drink it while I was out shopping?" "Now I understand." She felt a pang of regret for her earlier misjudgment. Had she not demonstrated drinking the soup and stuck out her tongue? Would it have awakened the peculiar properties of the dark magic? Cecil finished the soup in the cup and proceeded to consume every last drop from the pot. In total, it amounted to merely 2 teacups worth. Any excess would have been cumbersome for her to carry. "I am not fond of store-bought food," Cecil remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, it seems you only appreciate unique affection," she replied. "Understood. Next time, I shall bake you some bread. My bread-making skills are quite remarkable, you know," the girl unabashedly boasted. "Host, you truly have a talent for exaggeration," Little N remarked, raising its hands in exasperation. Ignoring the comment, Nancy turned to retrieve ointment and fresh bandages from the basket. "Let's change your dressing. By the way, I still do not know your name." "Cecil," the dark-haired youth introduced himself earnestly. "My surname is rather lengthy, so it's unlikely you would remember it. Just remember my first name." Nancy was taken aback, struggling to maintain her composure. The dark deity had divulged his true name to her. However, she was not inclined to know. Had he used a pseudonym, she would have been more than willing to remember his name. What should she do now? As a follower of the dark god, she could not feign ignorance of his name. "Your name is quite reminiscent of the great dark god," Nancy said, forcing herself to speak. Cecil smirked slightly. "And you? What is your name?" "Nancy Dole," she replied. "Nancy Dole," Cecil repeated earnestly. "Do not forget." Nancy smiled, her gaze sweeping over the bandages adorning his body. "Shall I assist you in removing them, or will you do it yourself?" Cecil moved his fingers slightly, and a glimmer of light flickered. The bandages enveloping him vanished in an instant. What was revealed before Nancy were wounds that could not heal, each gaping cut pulsating with dark, congealed flesh. It seemed as though a barrier was preventing the blood from flowing freely. A mere glance was enough for Nancy to hastily avert her eyes. Her heart raced uncontrollably, nearly threatening to burst from her chest. Although she was permitted to gaze upon the divine, the weight of that power was still unbearable. To look upon a deity without permission could turn those wounds, steeped in the primal essence of divinity, into mere pulp with a single glance. "First, cleanse yourself, and then I shall tend to your wounds," Nancy said as she hurried to the window, striving to steady herself against the earlier shock of the night. Cecil nodded, rising to head toward the washroom. Within moments, the sound of running water echoed from the washroom. Nancy turned in surprise to the door, realizing her intent had been for him to use a cleansing spell on his wounds, not to actually take a bath. Minutes later, Cecil emerged from the lavatory, clad in long trousers and bare-chested. Draped around his neck was a dark green towel, which he absently used to dry his hair as he walked. His disheveled locks framed an indifferent expression, while the ghastly wounds on his body bore a fractured beauty accentuated by glistening droplets of water. The contours of his arms were strikingly aesthetic, showcasing robust, powerful muscles that exuded a sensual sheen. His waist was equally captivating, slim and taut. The cold, pale skin was bathed in the candlelight, transforming it into a seductive honeyed hue. Nancy's gaze flitted over Cecil's form, and suddenly, it came to a halt. She realized that, unlike before, her heart did not feel as though it might burst. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the barriers covering those grotesque wounds appeared thicker. Cecil picked up a green ointment, effortlessly uncapped it, and handed it to Nancy. She accepted it, dipped her finger into the salve, and instructed him to turn around. With obedient compliance, Cecil turned his back to her. Freed from the constraints of strength, Nancy could clearly discern the pulsating flesh beneath the wounds. It resembled the molten lava of a volcano, slowly surging within Cecil's body. This was indeed the flesh and blood of a deity, she mused, as she pressed her ointment-coated fingertip onto the wound. The skin beneath her touch quivered slightly. "Does it hurt?" she inquired. "Very much," Cecil replied candidly. "How could you sustain such grievous injuries?" "One of my fiercest rivals is notoriously ruthless," Cecil remarked nonchalantly. "It is hardly surprising. Our existence is defined by the consumption of one another. The night yearns to overshadow the light, while the light strives to dispel the darkness. Yet, I find no desire to hear this, nor to know your identity." Nancy hastily sealed her lips, refraining from further speech, as she swiftly attended to his wounds. Once she finished applying ointment to his back, the task of treating the front became a formidable challenge. Previously, she had tended to him while he was in a deep slumber, her eyes closed under the guidance of little N. This time, devoid of the divine influence that had once dulled her senses, Cecil's gaze transformed into a source of pressure. She cast her eyes downward, acutely aware of his breath brushing against her head. As she began to apply ointment to his collarbone and chest, the warmth of his breath intensified, and the skin beneath her fingers grew increasingly heated. "Last time, you applied it just like this," Cecil chuckled softly, his voice trembling with a hint of breathlessness. "Fortunately, I was in a stupor. Had I discovered that you dared to desecrate my body in such a manner, I fear you would already be in the realm of the dead. Would you kill me?" Nancy inquired with a touch of curiosity. "I would snap your neck. However, I shall not do so at present." Cecil's gaze lingered on the delicate fingers that moved gently across his chest, his dark eyes shrouded in a dense mist. His voice raspy and strained. "Why not now?" Nancy's fingers hesitated momentarily. These seemingly trivial matters were, for Cecil, a source of irresistible allure. Having finished applying the ointment, Nancy proceeded to wrap the bandage around him. A distant, deep-toned bell chimed, resonating through the air. The broad streets, once a pride of the northern lands, now lay shrouded in the depths of twilight. The closely packed buildings stood silently like a congregation of gravestones. Beneath the feeble starlight, all was enveloped in profound silence. In the stillness of the night, the intermittent tolling of a bell resonated through the air, 22 strokes, marking the hour of 10. Covina County had entered the curfew period. A divine decree set forth by the god of darkness, prohibiting anyone from wandering outside at this hour. After all, the northern lands bordered the realm of the underworld and the abyss, harboring mysterious powers that other continents could scarcely compare to. The night breeds fear, and fear manifests into monstrous forms. Even a grand city like Covina County could not escape the natural laws of existence. "Ah, curfew has indeed fallen." Nancy turned in surprise to gaze out the window, noting that the streets below were deserted. The scattered shops had all shuttered their doors. The gas lamps illuminated the streets brightly, as if to banish the creatures spawned by the encroaching darkness. Cecil followed her gaze, finding no fault in the laws he had established. "Do you have a home in the northern lands?" Little N could not help but interject. "That seems rather inconvenient." She mused, secretly delighted at the prospect of being granted shelter by a stranger. "If I sleep in the bed, where will you rest? Will you sit in the armchair all night like the god of light? That would be most embarrassing. How could I, an ordinary girl, impose on two deities to keep vigil?" "I shall also sleep in the bed," Cecil replied matter-of-factly. "It is a double bed, so it naturally accommodates two." Nancy found his reasoning unassailable. "That is quite reasonable," she conceded. "You should wash up first. We can discuss the sleeping arrangements once you emerge." No sooner had Cecil's words left his lips than the sound of running water filled the washroom. Nancy hurriedly opened the door, and a stream of steaming water appeared as if conjured from thin air. It was as if a fissure had been carved into the air, allowing water from some distant place to surge forth, filling the bathtub with an exuberant flow that quickly reached the brim. "All right, it's nearly full," Nancy exclaimed hurriedly. Cecil lazily responded while leaning against the doorframe, and the torrent of water instantly ceased. Such wondrous magic, Nancy marveled, gazing at the tub filled with clear, steaming, milky water. It was akin to conjuring something from nothing. Cecil cast her a sidelong glance. "I recall during our time in the misty forest, you claimed to be a gold hunter. You must possess some magical prowess as well, no?" Nancy nodded. "Of course I do." "Not quite," she added with a hint of jest. "My knowledge is rather limited. You know, acquiring wisdom requires gold. I'm still on the path to earning the gold, leaving me little opportunity to learn. My understanding of spells and rituals is quite rudimentary." Cecil pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Would you be interested in studying dark magic at Merkak?" "Not really. I prefer self-study," Nancy replied cheerfully as she stepped into the washroom and closed the door. Merkak was the divine academy of the North, where practitioners specialized in dark magic. She was aware that it was a rare opportunity, yet her current time commitments were already quite strained. Once the sea god route was established in the future, she would be even more stretched. "Host, you just accrued 3 points," Little N chimed in delight. It all accumulated bit by bit while applying the ointment. Adding to the previous 29 points, we now have a total of 32. 31 points, Nancy corrected as she removed her skirt and hung it on the rack. Cautiously stepping into the bathtub. "Oh, today has once again arrived, a time to expend a moment in exchange for 3 days of existence. How swiftly it has come. I have class the day after tomorrow. I cannot allow the charlatan masquerading as my mage to take my place. Additionally, I have made a pact with Milos to study the teleportation array. I can no longer procrastinate. I must gather the necessary materials. Host, you resemble a spinning top. There is no alternative. If I do not exert myself today, my position will be precarious tomorrow. Let us not forget there is also an SSR. Who could that SSR possibly be? I believe I have discerned one of their identities," Nancy mused thoughtfully. "Are there several SSRs?" Little N exclaimed in astonishment. "Certainly not. There is but one SSR. However, its powers must far surpass yours, which merely allow for the alteration of Mary Sue's hair and eye color. The SSR should possess the ability to modify appearance, even gender. If that is the case, we find ourselves in peril, for we would be utterly unable to grasp any clues, relying solely on the malice directed at me by the other party for judgment. Host, you are indeed contemplating matters so far ahead." Little N felt a wave of shame, recognizing that this inadequate system was a hindrance. "Thus, dear Little N, it is imperative to swiftly enhance your capabilities." Nancy rose from the water, extending her hand to grasp a towel, drying herself off. She then donned her garments, fastening each button meticulously. One must not treat a dark deity with the same frivolity as a light deity. Every concealment must be executed with utmost diligence. As Nancy emerged from the washroom, Cecil sat on the bed, lost in thought. Upon her entrance, he immediately gestured for her to join him beside him. Nancy cast a sidelong glance at him. Despite being ensnared in a haphazard array of bandages, his beauty remained utterly unblemished. Taut arms, a firm abdomen, and well-defined muscle striations were subtly discernible beneath the bandages. She nervously pursed her lips, perceiving an atmosphere charged with sensuality. "That's incorrect," Nancy stammered, her voice wavering. "We are merely ordinary companions." She continued, "Only spouses, lovers, or siblings should share a bed." What was she even saying? Perhaps I should retire to the armchair. An unseen force gently embraced her waist, tenderly lifting her. The abrupt sensation of weightlessness startled her into a gasp. Cecil reclined against the bed, one arm behind his head, the other beckoning her forward. She floated towards him without delay. Just as she neared the wall, Cecil caught her, effortlessly supporting her waist and guiding her to lie beside him, chuckling. "So verbose. Are you truly a northerner?" Nancy attempted to sit up, but the persistent force around her waist prevented her. She remained supine, protesting, "This has no bearing on being a northerner. We should maintain our integrity, restrain our actions, and avoid inconveniencing others." Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she abruptly ceased speaking. "Sleep," he murmured. A rustling sound reached her ears, and Nancy felt a gentle weight settle upon her as a soft down comforter was draped over her. Then, Cecil lay down beside her. "Did you extinguish the candle?" Nancy inquired, surprised. "Yes," he replied, "but I heard that the North keeps lights burning all night long. Evil spirits thrive in darkness, even when sleeping. People keep candlesticks or gas lamps lit. The streets are brightly illuminated." "Do not worry," Cecile said, No one dares to come here. Indeed, Nancy felt reassured, her brow relaxing. Who would provoke the Lord of the North, the deity who dwells for eternity in the realm of shadows and darkness? Perhaps it was the warmth of the blanket or the presence of an immensely powerful god beside her that lulled her into a sense of security. Soon, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, her eyelids growing heavier, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. Cecile noticed the shallow, rhythmic breathing of the person beside him, signifying her descent into sleep. He sat up and leaned against the headboard, idly gazing out the window. How could a god of darkness possibly slumber in the night? He extended his hand, and the density of the night deepened instantly, flowing toward him like a lover. Kissing the back of his hand, a piercing wail echoed in the distance, causing Nancy to jolt awake, sitting upright. At the same moment, she realized the weight pressing against her waist had lifted. Do not be concerned. Someone broke the rules and ventured out, only to be attacked by malevolent spirits. Cecile's calm voice reached her ears. Nancy shot him a surprised glance. Even though she had transgressed first, the indifference of the deity chilled her. Be cautious. A languid voice resonated above her. Nancy turned her head to find Cecile standing behind her, unbeknownst to her until that moment. Do not stray too far from me. There are no candles here. In the absence of light, darkness will consume you. Strong arms encircled Nancy's waist, pulling her away from the glass. Cecile took her hand, gently caressing it with his fingertips. A cool, white light flickered, and the wound on her palm began to sprout tiny flesh buds, eagerly intertwining to mend her skin. Healing magic belongs to the realm of divine light, a skill in which I am not particularly adept. Therefore, complete restoration may take a while. As Cecil invoked the healing incantation, his gaze remained fixed on Nancy's soft, pale palm, reminiscent of the delicate fingers he had once kissed. He pondered whether the taste would be similar, yet refrained from acting on that thought, recalling that this human girl disliked being touched without permission. Host, you have acquired an SSR coin. What is an SSR coin? Nancy inquired, blinking in confusion. Let me see. It's my first encounter with such an item as well, replied the inexperienced little N, hastily examining it. After a brief pause of several seconds, she discovered its nature. The R and SR levels are upgraded using affection points. But to ascend to the SSR level, SSR coins are required. These coins are obtained through your transformation of deities. For instance, if you encourage a dark god to become benevolent, every incremental change will yield SSR coins. SSR coins can not only facilitate my upgrade, but also allow you to exchange for advanced mystery boxes. And what, pray tell, is that? Do you recall the basic mystery boxes? One affection point can be exchanged for one box, with a mere 1% chance of acquiring a superior item. In contrast, the advanced mystery boxes guarantee a 100% chance of obtaining something remarkable, with an additional 10% chance of revealing hidden exclusives. Wow, how exhilarating! Nancy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I can hardly contain myself. She possessed only 2 items, both of which she hesitated to use. One was a moldable substance capable of replicating anything, particularly useful for duplicating powerful divine magic, serving as a life-saving asset in critical moments. The other was a unique item that would render her the sole focus of a designated individual's interest. The time limit is 24 hours. This plan is intended to confront the sea deity. However, how did that coin come about? Nancy inquired. I am uncertain, little N confessed. It is information only accessible at the R level. Alas, it seems I must expedite your upgrade. As the conversation with little N concluded, Nancy suddenly found herself enveloped in a profound silence, glancing out the window with a puzzled expression, asking, where has that shouting voice gone? Perhaps it was devoured. Cecil focused intently on her palm, speaking as if discussing the consumption of an orange with effortless ease. His indifferent, frigid voice rendered the night even more chilling, causing Nancy to shiver slightly as she raised her gaze. The dark-haired youth's eyes flickered with apathy, softening only when directed at her. The joy of acquiring the SSR coin gradually ebbed away, revealing just a sliver of the dark realm that the powerful deity had unveiled to her. She still had a long journey ahead. Reclining back onto the bed, Nancy tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She could not discern whether it was fatigue or an overabundance of events that had heightened her alertness. Cecil turned towards her, his obsidian gaze languidly observing her. Unable to sleep? I will soon doze off. Nancy felt the brush of his muscular arm against hers, instinctively closing her eyes, fearing any strange actions he might take. The dark-haired youth regarded her for a moment before softly asking, Are you afraid? He shifted closer, resembling a colossal beast lying beside her. shielding her from the knight's icy grasp. Do not worry, I assure you, such occurrences will not befall you. Cecile's voice was deep and resonant. Will you return in the future? I must, for how else shall I devise a strategy to win you over? At dawn's early light, Nancy stepped out of her apartment. The tranquil night in Covina County had once again succumbed to its habitual clamor. There was no trace of the haunting cries that had echoed the previous night. The inhabitants had grown accustomed to this existence, born of darkness yet traversing in light. Across the street approached a woman clad in a black robe. In her 20s, with raven hair elegantly gathered atop her head, she bore an imposing expression that hinted at her formidable nature. Instinctively, Nancy yielded the path, hastening towards a distant alley. What an extraordinary individual! The woman in black spoke with a chilling tone, suggesting that one's strength appeared trivial in her presence. A coarse voice interjected with scorn, remarking that while one painstakingly cultivated goodwill, others might have already ensnared the slumbering god of darkness. Silence, the woman in black replied, her gaze darkening as she turned and entered the apartment. The air trembled violently, a wave of oppressive cold swiftly enveloping the corridor. From her shoulders, dark feathered wings erupted, tearing through her robe. The immense wings rose and fell gracefully, eventually settling flat against her back. As the frigid air flowed, the torn robe seemed to pulse with life, seamlessly rejoining. Cecile returned to his former guise, no longer clad in a bare upper body, but donned in a fitted black robe. A muted silver sheen cascaded over it, reminiscent of the cool glow of moonlight. The door swung open abruptly as a woman in black entered, deftly kneeling on one knee before him. Master, I believe we have discovered him, the god of light, Milos. He remains in Burleton, yet it appears he has not yet regained his memories. Cecil responded faintly. The woman in the black robe waited for a moment, and upon realizing the silence, could not help but discreetly raise her gaze. The handsome deity idly twirled an empty vial with his long fingers, seemingly lost in thought. She gently inhaled through her nose, catching the fragrance of witch sorrel. It was a salve used by humans for treating wounds, and it evidently originated from the Northern Lord himself. It was abundantly clear who had applied it to him. Master. The woman in the black robe cautiously lifted her face. I detect the scent of humanity. Cecil cast her a cold glance, and with just that single look, she immediately prostrated herself on the ground, her complexion paling as she trembled. It was as though she had just witnessed the bitter chill of winter lingering in the depths of hell. I believe you have misunderstood something, Vasari, Cecil said languidly. I have elevated a wild angel to the status of my servant, not to grant her the privilege of prying into my affairs. A servant must remain prostrate, never permitted to raise her eyes without my consent. There are matters you are not entitled to share with me. Master, I am not prying. I am merely concerned for your well-being. I assure you there will be no next time. The woman in the black robe pleaded for forgiveness. Her forehead pressed against the cold floor, shaking in fear. Yet after an extended silence, there was no response above her. He had departed long ago. A coarse voice echoed in her mind. You were wrong from the very beginning. You sacrificed everything for a mere semblance of loyalty. The woman in the black robe's expression darkened. I did not err. How could I approach him without being his subordinate? Not a subordinate, but a servant. The rough voice derisively replied. The woman in the black robe rose to her feet, circling the room, only to discover that the basket of bread and the empty vial in the hands of the dark deity had vanished. She pressed her lips together tightly, recalling the identical empty vial she had encountered in the temple, placed neatly upon a low table beside the divine throne. It was only a matter of time before such worthless trinkets would clutter that space. Nancy hurriedly walked down the twilight-draped streets of Bolton, clutching a bag filled with items. The abrupt transition from the daylight of the north to the night of the southern continent left her feeling somewhat disoriented. She had just attempted to purchase a teleportation array, but had failed to acquire one from the north. With no other options, she had resorted to gathering an array of materials, hoping to persuade Milos to craft a northern teleportation array for her. I doubt the god of light would be inclined to create a northern teleportation array, remarked Littlin. He certainly will, Nancy retorted dismissively, not considering it an issue at all. What truly preoccupied her mind was a different matter. How many coins are required to ascend to SSR? 50 coins. So, I need to persuade the three deities to enact 49 more transformations to obtain these coins? Not necessarily, Littlin replied. If a deity executes a significant transformation, it could yield a substantial number of coins in one go. Much like the affection value, each instance can vary. Understanding dawned upon her as Nancy nodded. Then, grant me a premium blind box. A what? Little In thought she had misheard. A premium blind box, Nancy reiterated. You are far from SSR. Let us consider our immediate circumstances. Perhaps a blind box could resolve my predicament. Indeed, that makes sense. A glimmer of light flashed by, and Nancy felt a weight in her hand, revealing a slender box. The box shimmered with an exquisite luster, unmistakably a treasure of high quality. I opened it. The young girl, brimming with vitality, eagerly tore it apart. A golden glow emanated from within, casting her eyes in a radiant hue of gold. Limited edition. Little N exclaimed. Do be a tad more restrained, Nancy chuckled. She poured out the contents of the box, revealing a blue glass vial no larger than a fingertip. Inside lay a gummy candy shaped like a mermaid. The label on the vial read Dream Pills, indicating that one could designate a person to consume the pill, thereby transforming them into a child of the sea for a fateful encounter. Children of the sea? That seems reasonable. Males would become sea boys, while females would transform into sea maidens. In any case, they all resembled little mermaids, exquisite human forms above the waist and fishtails below, embodying a forbidden creature. Recalling the enchanting tale of seeking true love through a potion, Nancy slowly curled her lips into a smile. I have found the means to bring the sea god ashore. She rotated the vial, discovering that the line for the name on the label was blank. This likely indicated the method of using the pill. By inscribing the sea god's name upon it, one could ensure he unknowingly consumed the pill, leading to his inevitable downfall. Nancy's feelings towards the sea god had always been nuanced, as her homeland was under his dominion. The prospect of encountering a fellow townsman was indeed exhilarating. She placed the dream pill into her pocket, her fingers brushing against an exceptionally soft object. Instantly, disbelief illuminated Nancy's eyes as she reached out to retrieve the item. Wow. Little N emitted a peculiar sound. Host, you truly are a master of plucking feathers, in every conceivable sense. Do you wish to learn the method for crafting the Sea Kingdom's teleportation array? Milo's expression bore a hint of surprise, for it was rare for anyone to venture there. After all, the land area of the Sea Kingdom is rather limited, predominantly comprising vast expanses of ocean. I shall not go. I merely desire a lovely blue token. The color of the Sea Kingdom's teleportation array is quite enchanting. The young girl propped her elbows on the table, resting her chin in her hands as she observed Milo rummaging through the bag of materials. Allow me to assist you in your selection. She feigned enthusiasm, extending her hand to help sift through the items. Although she managed to pick only a few blue crystals, her fingers frequently brushed against his. Milo lifted his gaze, but she maintained a serious expression, her face taut with concentration. Host, +1 point. Do not cause any disruption, Milo said with a hint of indifference. I am not causing any disruption. I am also working, Nancy replied, playfully retrieving a crystal and then attempting to provoke further contact. While this could be interpreted as a means of preventing her from causing a ruckus, the approach was rather flirtatious. If the god of light possessed a system, it would be time to tally points now. Nancy gazed at Milo with a bright smile, her chin resting on one hand. His gaze remained cool and detached, deeply engrossed in his own world. However, the diminishing efficiency in selecting blue crystals betrayed his wandering thoughts. After Little N reported an additional point twice, Nancy sweetly called out, Milo, my lord. Milo did not raise his head, merely responding with a quiet surely. These crystals should be sufficient? I recall you mentioning a need for 22. Yet you have selected more than double that. The girl reminded him with a cheerful smile. Milos lifted his gaze, maintaining that serene expression. The probability of a failed teleportation circle was considerable. It would be prudent to gather additional materials as a precaution. Nancy inquired, is there a chance that the god of light could create a faulty teleportation circle? Time slipped away inexorably, and an hour later, a sharp sign imbued with a cerulean glow was crafted. Outside, the world was aglow with countless lights. Glancing reluctantly at the pitch-black night, Nancy felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had deliberately donned a revealing, alluring dress, and she was unwilling to depart without obtaining 40 points. Very well, she conceded, somewhat reluctantly accepting the situation, aware that she could not press him too hard. It was already quite a challenge to break the ice even a little. Yet, the thought of leaving without further ado left her discontented. She hesitated while gathering her belongings, noticing Milos standing patiently with his arms crossed, waiting for her. His eyelashes hung like raven feathers, and his cool eyes were remarkably tranquil. His face was strikingly handsome, evoking an irresistible urge to tease him. She rose onto her tiptoes and quickly pecked the corner of Milos's lips as a token of gratitude, deciding that this would suffice as her gift of thanks. Milos' eyes widened in surprise, his heartbeat momentarily faltering. Host, you gained 2 points, exclaimed Little N. How did you manage that last-minute maneuver? Nancy smirked, attributing her success to her previous experiences in promotions during her school days. One must always observe the circumstances and seize opportunities to create value. I have learned from you. Little N responded. Milos' eyelashes fluttered gently as he fixed his gaze on the girl's rosy lips, remaining silent for a while before softly inquiring. Isn't this merely a form of normal human interaction? Why is it considered a gesture of gratitude? Tomorrow, there would be classes. Nancy placed her handbag upon the low cabinet, turning to witness Lily swiftly unfastening the ties of her gown, her face, identical to Nancy's, appearing to melt like wax. I'm afraid you cannot leave just yet, Nancy said with a smile. You certainly are busy. Lily shrugged, her partially melted visage gradually restoring itself. There is something I must tell you. What is it? Today, I encountered a rather special guest, Lily replied with a grin, Princess Marguerite, the rose of the royal capital. What? Nancy exclaimed, turning towards her in astonishment. A wave of unease washing over her. What brings her here? Oh, nothing of great consequence, Lily said, whimsically twirling a strand of her hair. We merely discussed the latest fashions and trends among ladies. However, there is one thing you must be cautious about. Marguerite is always meticulously observant of my face. While others may not notice, I am acutely aware. As a master of disguise, I am particularly sensitive to the gaze of others, for I constantly fear revealing a flaw. Thus, the moment Marguerite's eyes fell upon me, I sensed her scrutiny. She was determining whether we were one and the same. Nancy lowered her eyelids, concealing the tumultuous storm that surged within her. Marguerite is observing her? Surely, Rosette would not disclose my secret to anyone? No, we have established a tripartite agreement. Under the watchful eye of the world will, no one can breach their promises. To do so would mean death. Understood. Nancy's expression regained its composure. Please assist me in this matter next time as well. I do not wish for my friends to uncover my secret. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Miss Nancy, it is time for dinner. Host, do you think we have been seen? Little N inquired with concern. It appears so, Nancy replied, her brow furrowed in thought. What is certain is that Margaret is indeed the SSR, as this is her identity before the god of light. I had previously hesitated, unable to ascertain completely. However, her approach to test me has inadvertently revealed her true self. As for her identity in the northern lands, I believe there are 2 possibilities. One is that she did not have the opportunity to approach the god of darkness and merely happened to see me. The other is that she has already ingratiated herself with the god of darkness, becoming someone familiar to him. To have ingratiated oneself with the god of darkness? Who could it be? Little N exclaimed in surprise. I suspect it may be an angel, Nancy said slowly. During my studies of divine history, I enjoyed researching the past of the deities. I discovered that the god of darkness differs from other gods. While other deities only accept hereditary angels as servants, the god of darkness embraces those who are wild and hereditary. Thus, his angels are numerous. Could we then infer that the SSR possesses formidable transformative abilities? For instance, granting its host a pair of wings? Nancy continued to ponder. I believe that although she may have transformed into an angel, it does not necessarily mean she possesses the strength of one. Nevertheless, she would not be lacking, as she is a meticulously selected tasker by the system. The next time, I shall merely inquire with Cecil about how many angels exist, and it will become clear. Although I have already guessed her identity. Who? Little N asked. She is the lady we encountered when we left the apartment today. Her expression was so fierce, exuding an aura that suggested she was no ordinary being. I suspect she was crafting an image, a persona reminiscent of a fallen angel. After all, we all need to present different faces before various deities. However, the heavy traces of her performance make her easily discernible. Wow, Little N can only express admiration through awe at this point. Host, permit me to shower you with some rather kitsch compliments. Truly remarkable. Nancy chuckled lightly, stretching lazily. Now that we know who she is, we shall not remain passively reactive. After our divine arts class tomorrow, we will head to the Sea Kingdom. Host, I still have a question. Will she expose us to the dark god? I doubt she would dare, Nancy replied with a smile. She has a tongue, and so do I. None wish to witness a scenario where all parties suffer. Thus, the most probable outcome is that she will continuously try to trip me up, hoping I will reveal my true self. What shall we do then? Little N asked anxiously. Oh, we shall simply proceed as planned, Nancy said nonchalantly, adjusting her skirt before the mirror. All right, let us go. First, we shall deal with the sea god before attending class. Wow, host, We just flew from the north to the south continent, and now you're off to the Sea Kingdom? You truly are a master of the skies. Nancy smiled warmly as she produced a small blue glowing badge. This is the hallmark of my professionalism as a time management expert. Little N noted that even as the radiance of the teleportation array lingered, Nancy had already caught the scent of the ocean and heard the roaring waves. It was identical to the essence of her homeland, evoking a sense of comforting familiarity. As the halo faded away, the moonlit sea and the star-studded sky unfolded before her eyes, the surging wind weaving them into a singular tapestry. Nancy, facing the ocean breeze, ascended a massive black rock and surveyed her surroundings. Here, apart from the sea and the stones, lay a desolate expanse devoid of even a single tree. The waves crashed against the rocks, shattering into milky white foam. She set her lantern upon the stone and retrieved a small blue vial. By the faint light, she inscribed the revered name of the sea deity, Iblisria. The moment her quill paused, the glass vial emitted a brilliant glow, only to extinguish swiftly thereafter. Darkness enveloped the surroundings once more, and Nancy discovered that the mermaid gummy within the vial had vanished. She waited for 5 minutes, yet the scene remained unchanged, stagnant in time. As the seconds ticked away, impatience gnawed at her after half an hour. "Host, could it be a placebo?" Little N inquired. Nancy chuckled softly, responding, "After all, we are dealing with a divine being. I suspect there may be some resistance to the remedy. Moreover, with so many eyes lurking beneath the sea, for the pill to manifest its dreams, we might need to await the opportune moment." No sooner had she spoken than the waters surged violently, a brilliant light shooting upwards. Before Nancy could discern its nature, a resounding splash echoed as the entity plummeted back to the surface, sending waves crashing around. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She understood that the moment had arrived. She leapt from the rock, stepping onto another lower stone as she approached the tumultuous waters. The nearer she ventured to the sea, the more treacherous the rocks became, slick and difficult to navigate. Cold, briny splashes soaked her face as she struggled to reach the lowest point of the stony shore. At the junction of two grand reefs, a creature resembling a large fish lay quietly, adorned with seaweed that swayed gently. Nancy approached cautiously, having heard tales of mermaids with aggressive tendencies. Pausing 5 steps away from the being, she slowly raised her lantern. The dim light illuminated the rocks and revealed the sea god Ibelius. Nancy's eyes widened in astonishment. In her memory, the sea god had always appeared in youthful form, his countenance perpetually indifferent, satisfied by the daily offerings. The figure before her bore a human torso and a deep blue fishtail, his face a blend of youthful handsomeness and adolescent innocence, appearing no older than 18. How remarkably youthful the sea gods of the Middle Ages were. He seemed discomfort. His hands sunk deep into the sand and gravel. His upper body lifted slightly, and his slender waist and taut, pale skin exuded a dangerous allure in the dim glow. Water droplets traced along his sharp jawline, cascading down his chest and vanishing into the scales of his fish tail. As Nancy drew closer, perhaps dazzled by the light, the boy's ice-blue eyes, long hidden beneath his bangs, slowly opened, reminiscent of tumultuous undercurrents threatening to break the calm surface of the sea, stirring up towering waves. Today was his birthday, and all of Atlantis was in celebration. He had indulged in drink and felt unwell, yearning for a breath of fresh air. Yet, he found himself dizzy, collapsing amidst the coral. In that moment, a terrifying transformation ensued. His massive fish tail was forcibly split, morphing into smooth legs, as if severed by a blade, sending tremors throughout his entire being. Though he had transformed into human form before, he had never experienced such agony. Iblis roared as he thrashed amidst the aquatic vegetation, when a voice echoed in his ear, proclaiming, "This is the elixir you seek. Drink it, and you shall be by the side of your beloved. Should you fail to win her affection, you will be reduced to mere froth upon the sea's surface." Iblis, bewildered, inquired, "What nonsense is this?" The voice continued, I neglected to mention, the potion is exchanged for your voice. Now, I shall take away your ability to speak." Suddenly, Iblis's eyes widened, veins bulging upon his forehead, as a piercing force constricted his throat. He bit his lip, desperately resisting this overpowering force, while surreal images flooded his mind. He envisioned himself singing upon the waves with his brethren, guiding passing fishing boats. A slender figure plummeted from a great vessel, prompting him to swim hastily to rescue her. He fell in love at first sight. Thus, he sought the enchantress of the depths for the potion, believing that by drinking it, he could transform into a human and pursue his beloved. The price, however, was to forsake his prized voice. Fish excrement. He cursed, with countless admirers. How could he sacrifice himself for but one? Moreover, he wondered, when had a witch emerged from the ocean's depths? With fierce determination, he resisted, yet in his inebriated state, he wielded barely a fraction of his strength. Nevertheless, divinity proved potent. He retained his human form and fish tail, preserving his voice. Yet, that strange force still robbed him of his amphibious nature, rendering him incapable of breathing on land. Now, he could only inhale through gills. Cast ashore, he felt as though he were suffocating. Water. He craved water, longing for someone to sprinkle it upon his gills. The youth gazed at Nancy with palpable distress, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Please, give me water." Nancy pondered, have the deities truly become inescapably bound to the fate of being devoid of water? Under the moonlight, the ocean was tumultuously stirred by the wind, colossal waves crashing forth, while the distant stars were coldly embedded in the night sky. As if the gods had opened countless eyes, Nancy stood, entranced, as she watched the boy once more succumb to discomfort, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. His webbed, sharp fingers dug deeply into the gravel, exerting enough force to draw forth beads of blood. "If I do not receive water soon, I shall perish," he rasped. Determined, Nancy hurried off to fetch water once again. After several trips, she noticed that Iblis' gills were gradually vanishing, and the skin on his neck, adorned with delicate scales, became increasingly refined, seemingly transforming into that of a human. He no longer gasped for air. His expression softened, becoming more tranquil. He began to observe his surroundings, his gaze slowly shifting to the industrious girl, intrigue flickering in his azure eyes. "Are you better now?" Nancy paused, breathless, ceasing her efforts to procure water. "Princess?" Iblis reclined comfortably, resting one hand behind his head, seemingly at ease. Having quenched his thirst, his voice was no longer dry and hoarse, but rather clear and tinged with a hint of languor. Nancy shook her head. "You have mistaken me for someone else." "How could I be mistaken? I remember your face." Iblis replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he suddenly grasped Nancy's calf, pulling her towards him. With a startled cry, she fell into his embrace, her knee striking harshly against the coarse gravel, her palm pressing against the slick, cold surface of his fish-like tail. The tiny scales opened their mouths, biting into her palm like ravenous beasts. "Forgive me, my body remains in a state of self-defense," Iblis remarked with a sneer. His slightly upturned aquamarine eyes sparkled with an insight that pierced through all facades, keenly observing the tears that welled up in the girl's eyes from the pain. With a hint of amusement, Iblis scrutinized Nancy's face, recognizing her essence. Even amongst the splendor of Atlantis, she would stand out as exceptional. Struggling to rise and inspect the injury on her palm, Nancy softly denied, "I do not recognize a single one of the names you mentioned." "TSK. What a charming little liar you are," Iblis chuckled lightly. Nancy was acutely aware that he had discerned the existence of the dream pill. As a compatriot, she held a profound understanding of this astute deity. For millennia, the sea god had maintained order both above and beneath the waves, never allowing his realm to be tainted by the ravages of war. His intellect was not without merit. She had never anticipated that she could deceive him with mere pills. After all, following the outbreak of that strange power, she had found herself alone on the darkened beach. No one would believe that it was not her doing. The pills were merely a means to draw him from the depths. The true catalyst lay elsewhere. Noticing that Nancy cradled her injured hand in silence, Iblis, with a youthful grin, inquired, "Does it still hurt? Allow me to see. What a delicate creature you are. I too have bled because of you. Why should I not feel pain?" Gently, he took her hand to his lips, earnestly and slowly licking away the droplets of blood. Nancy suddenly furrowed her brow, as her palm felt as though countless tiny thorns had rolled over it, causing more blood to seep forth. The mermaid's tongue bore sharp spines. Clearly, the other party had not reigned in these little nuisances, but had opted instead to impose a punishment upon her. A vivid crimson droplet clung to Iblis's lip, and his slightly upturned azure eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. His strong arms encircled the young girl's waist, preventing her from moving about. "This is human blood. I finally comprehend why the brutish sharks are so obsessed with the sin of blood. It turns out the flavor is rather delightful." He grasped her chin firmly with his webbed fingers, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. "Shall I drain the blood from my beloved little girl before I dissolve into foam? You know, that which is unattainable ought to be destroyed." Nancy lay weakly against Iblis, breathing softly. The girl fluttered her eyelashes, her pallid visage revealing an exquisite fragility, her crimson lips as alluring as blossoms. Are you tempting me? Iblis chuckled softly, his gaze growing ever colder. He had lingered on the shore long enough and had lost his patience. Are you still not ready to speak? He leaned closer to her, his lips brushing tantalizingly against her earlobe. Perhaps I should accept this grand gift from Cecil. If you do not intend to tell me how you extricated me from the depths of the sea suddenly, the young deity interrupted the conversation, his eyes widening as he pressed a hand to his chest. There, his heart was pounding violently. Something in his blood seemed to spread rapidly. An uncontrollable wave of emotion surged within him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The girl before him resembled the sole beacon of light in darkness. The last half bottle of water in a vast desert, the tiny spark of fire in a winter snowfield, captivating his gaze with an irresistible allure. This was not right. It felt profoundly wrong. Iblis clutched his heart, desperately battling the inexplicable emotions that surged within him. Yet, the warmth of his blood escalated, rushing fervently through his veins. A tingling, insatiable sensation spread from the nape of his neck down to his spine, an emotion he could not suppress. His gaze gradually grew unfocused, and the fingers that had grasped her chin slowly released, transforming into gentle caresses. In distress, he shut his eyes, took a soft breath, and then reopened them. When the visage of the girl reappeared in his pupils, his eyes ignited with increasing intensity. All he desired was to gaze at her unwaveringly, refusing to allow her even a single step away from him. How could she be so enchanting? He yearned to embed her within his very sight. You can only perceive me. A designated individual harbors interest solely in you. The time limit is 24 hours, with no side effects. He wishes to see no one but you. Your allure to him is akin to a parched sponge encountering water. Without your presence, he feels as though he is suffocating, as if life itself has been stripped of air. Nancy suppressed her fragile demeanor, rising to casually brush away the excess powder surrounding the wound on her palm. Earlier, while Iblis was distracted, she had ground the prop and applied it to her hand. Initially, she intended merely to transfer the powder onto his similarly injured hand. However, she was taken aback when he unexpectedly licked it with his tongue. Truly, a self-inflicted predicament. Where are you going? Iblis implored, hastily clutching her leg, fear gleaming in his eyes. The deity, who once wielded control over all, was now entirely governed by emotion. He could not bear to leave her. Not even a single step. Nancy gently pinched his chin. The young man immediately raised his handsome face, his azure eyes radiating a love akin to the sun, eagerly awaiting her caress like a little fish. Nancy chuckled softly, I am going to seek the dark god. Did you not say I was sent by him? Iblis's complexion suddenly paled, disbelief etched on his face as his heart ached painfully. What merits does that fellow possess that could eclipse him? Come to my side. He implored softly, what benefits does he offer? I shall give you double. If you wish, I could present the entirety of Atlantis to you. Or is there another place you desire? Even the southern continent, I could conquer it for you. At that moment, Iblis resembled a domineering figure surveying a map of the world, proclaiming, Behold, this is the realm I shall carve out for you. Nancy tenderly stroked the young man's face, gazing into his azure eyes as she gently replied, But I do not like you. I do not like you. Iblis's heart constricted violently, his complexion turning ashen. The deity, who had never faced emotional setbacks, finally grasped the essence of heart-wrenching despair in that instant. A profound envy for Cecil surged within him. A colossal sense of loss tore at his heart, making him feel as though he were on the brink of death. What must I do to make you like me? He asked, a hint of unwillingness in his voice. The golden tip of the spear burst forth with dazzling light. With just one step, she could vanish in an instant. Iblis's eyes widened in terror as he clawed at the sand, desperately attempting to prevent her departure. Yet, that damn fishtail felt as burdensome as dragging 100 lead weights. He cast aside the divine light, yearning to transform his fishtail into human legs. However, he had previously resisted the influence of the dream pill with excessive force, causing his tail to stubbornly refuse the metamorphosis. Cursed fate. It would not change when it ought to, yet it whimsically altered at inappropriate times. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, the professor of the healing spell class was demonstrating a remedy. This was an exceedingly practical incantation, and thus, everyone was diligently engaged in their studies. Nancy lowered her gaze, her quill swiftly gliding across the parchment, noting the professor's key points. In an era devoid of antibiotics or anesthetics, a spell capable of rapid healing signified a considerable alleviation of her suffering. For instance, her hands and knees, both swathed in bandages, desperately required the tender care of such magic. The encounter with the sea god had proved far more harrowing than she had anticipated, with both parties sustaining grave injuries. Initially, her intention was merely to use the dream pill to draw him ashore. and then bestow upon him a profound memory so compelling that he would seek her out of his own volition. Yet, she had underestimated the formidable power of the divine. Even high-grade artifacts struggled to fully control him. Now, the sea god, having regained his memories, must surely be infuriated. It was likely that he had not endured such a significant loss since his infancy as a fish. He would undoubtedly muster every ounce of strength to locate her. Perhaps that was acceptable. At least the direction was correct. For a sea god who glided through a myriad of flowers without a trace, a beautiful face could not linger in his heart for long. What she craved was an indelible memory, one that was already sufficiently profound to leave its mark. "You are studying diligently," a friendly voice chimed in her ear. It was Princess Margaret, who seemed particularly determined to engage in conversation. No matter how indifferent Nancy appeared, she could not deter her. Without lifting her head, Nancy continued to jot down notes. In truth, this was not difficult to learn. "You see," Margaret spoke softly, "the pace here should be a bit slower." No, that was incorrect. When you observe the spiritual energy outlining the wound's form, do not rush to heal. Instead, take a moment to examine the surrounding tissue. Still not right. The tempo from here should suddenly accelerate, allowing for a graceful conclusion. All of it was erroneous. Nancy raised her eyes to meet Margaret's friendly smile. Although her teachings could facilitate swift healing of wounds, any significant movement would cause the injury to reopen. The healing was merely superficial. "Is this where it begins?" she said with a light-hearted laugh. "Ah, I see now. I've taken note." In the distance, the clock tower chimed a serene melody. The students began to tidy their books and gradually exited the classroom. As Nancy stood, Margaret naturally accompanied her, continuing to softly explain the healing techniques. Nancy listened absent-mindedly, her mind drifting towards the day's itinerary. She had already visited the realm of light yesterday. As for the sea god, she lacked the courage to confront him just yet. Thus, only darkness remained. However, she had only recently encountered it. A hasty reunion would yield little effect, requiring a few days of separation for efficacy. As she pondered this, she realized she was now free. What should she do? Nancy. A white lace glove fluttered into her view, swaying gently. Startled, Nancy turned her head. "I apologize, I was lost in thought." "What did you just say?" Margaret's expression darkened immediately. She had just added an extensive amount of detail to her explanation of the healing techniques, some of which could lead to uneven stitching of the wounds. Some stitches result in a flash of brilliance, while others merely lead to a festering wound. These are invaluable experiences gleaned from practice on oneself. Does it all amount to nothing? Margaret forced a smile and softly reiterated, "I say, you needn't say more. I already understand." Nancy raised her hand to interrupt her words, her gaze steadfastly drifting past her, a hint of mirth escaping her lips. "What do you know? I haven't said anything yet." Margaret's expression darkened, and in the next moment, she beheld Nancy darting joyfully behind her. "Lord Milos," she turned abruptly, her eyes meeting a presence more radiant than the sun itself. Milos stood beside the statue of the god of light, clutching a hefty tome, his demeanor strikingly austere and solitary. Yet, upon catching sight of the girl rushing towards him, his icy countenance softened considerably, replacing his previously aloof demeanor with a touch of warmth. Margaret pressed her lips together, tempering the gloom in her eyes, and donned a friendly, gentle expression as she approached Milos. "What happened to your hand?" Milos inquired, slightly taken aback by Nancy's left hand, heavily bandaged. "I merely had a little tumble," Nancy replied nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I learned a healing spell today. Princess Margaret taught me a little trick, and this is the perfect opportunity to practice." "What trick?" she asked, turning to Margaret, only to find that she had vanished without a trace. A faint smile tugged at her lips. "This is incorrect," Milos murmured, his brow furrowing slightly, as if the wound had indeed received some semblance of healing. However, a mere large movement would cause it to crack open again. "Huh?" Nancy blinked, her expression reflecting bewilderment. Milos cast a glance at the girl's hands, which were entwined like a loaf of bread, and untied them. "Lord Milos is going to help me heal, right?" Nancy inquired with a radiant smile. "But what should I do about the injuries on my palms, knees, thighs, and even my waist?" Milos paused slightly. "Did you fall that hard? Let us go over there. I'll take a look," Nancy replied. Milos pointed towards a small grove nearby and turned to head in that direction. Nancy eagerly followed, her curiosity piqued. "Lord Milos, what brings you to the academy today?" "I came to borrow a book," Milos replied nonchalantly. Nancy glanced into his arms, spotting an ordinary tome of divine laws. It contained the regulations established by the god of light, a common type of book. Yet, the mere mention of the god of light sent chills down her spine, reminding her of the letter from the god of destiny. It stated that the god of light had left many clues to aid in the restoration of her memory. Could this be one of those clues? This book seemed quite ordinary. Such volumes could be found in any bookstore. Why would he come to the academy to borrow it? With a smile that concealed her apprehension, Nancy asked, I've heard that Ainaway Academy houses a divine law tome annotated by the god of light himself. Though it is merely a legend, no one has ever found his notes within. I suddenly remembered it yesterday, so I came to borrow it, Milos replied. It seemed undoubtedly a clue. She must, without fail, prevent him from seeing this book. As they conversed, the two entered the grove. A cluster of towering ancient trees formed a natural canopy, effectively blocking out the sunlight. Encircling the grove was a dense thicket of shrubs, grander and more lush than any found within the confines of the academy. In such a secluded place, healing would go unnoticed, provided no intruders ventured forth. They settled beside a stout oak tree. Milos laid Nancy's hand flat upon his knee and swiftly unwrapped the bandage. A thick layer of pale green salve adorned her palm, revealing a ghastly patch where skin had been lost, a yellowish white that was quite distressing. Milos cradled her hand, examining it closely. This was not merely an injury from a fall, but rather resembled the scales of a mermaid and the puncture wounds from its oral appendages. Oral appendages? Nancy's expression froze momentarily. The sea god would surely disapprove of such terminology. After all, it was merely a tongue. Ha ha ha. Yet Milos had quickly discerned the source of her surprise. She innocently shook her head, asserting that it was impossible for it to be a mermaid, as she had never encountered such a creature. I simply injured myself on the sandy ground. Upon hearing this, Milos cast her a sidelong glance and fell silent. Lowering his eyelids, he secured her hand and softly recited an incantation to initiate the healing process. A brilliant light flashed, and in an instant, the wound in Nancy's palm was smoothed over, denying any chance for her to observe the growth of new flesh. Wow, that's incredible. A broad smile illuminated the girl's face, her eyes shimmering like honey. Milos gently curled the corners of his lips. Did you comprehend my demonstration? Huh? You were demonstrating healing magic, not showing off, right? Nancy's eyes widened in astonishment. It happened so swiftly. Who could possibly discern it? Milos chuckled softly. Under normal circumstances, incantations do not require vocalization. I only spoke aloud to ensure you understood. Is that so? Nancy softly fluttered her eyelashes. Are there any other places? Milos inquired. Indeed, here. Nancy awaited his question, unhesitatingly lifting her skirt to reveal the wound on her knee. As Milos leaned down to inspect it, she leaned closer, whispering in a breathy tone near his ear. If you lift a bit higher, you might catch a glimpse of the wound on my thigh. Milos lowered his eyelids, expressionless, as he began to unwrap the bandage around her knee. Nancy, unfazed, straightened up, her mind registering a notification from little N, her affection score incrementing by a point. Truly, a person of conflicting sentiments. This is a wound from falling on the sand, Milos gently remarked as he loosened the bandage. The one from earlier is the same, Nancy replied with a bright tone. Milos remained silent, gently tracing the edges of the wound with his fingers. A sudden tingling sensation coursed through Nancy's skin, prompting her to lightly push him away, exclaiming, "Stop touching it." Milos, with his gaze lowered, observed the jagged edges of the wound. This was no ordinary sand. It was the rocky shore by the sea. Connecting this with Nancy's earlier request for a teleportation array to the Sea Kingdom, he raised his eyes and softly asked, "Did you go to catch a mermaid?" "What?" Nancy gasped in surprise, her eyes widening. Leaning against the oak tree behind her, she scrutinized Milos's expression. It seemed the wound on her knee had betrayed some information. He was evidently aware of her visit to the Sea Kingdom. The near mishap had been resolved by the interrogator himself, a twist of fate she had not anticipated. "Oh, please don't ask." She turned her head away, feigning a look of distress. Milos lowered his eyelids once more, his fingers gently brushing over the wound, his knee restored to its former glory. With the healing of his knee, Nancy dared not allow him to gaze upon her thigh and waist injuries, fearing he might discern the marks left by a mermaid's grasp. "What else?" Milos inquired. "Oh, those 2 spots need not concern you. Merely some bruises that will heal in a couple of days," Nancy hastily replied, ensuring her skirt was properly draped. Milos did not press further. He stood up and effortlessly pulled Nancy to her feet as well. Nancy cast a fleeting glance at the divine law, and, lacking an immediate solution, could only nod in acquiescence. As her nose collided with the firm gemstone button of his attire, a wave of discomfort surged through her, tears pooling in her eyes. She lifted her gaze, her pupils reflecting the hint of mockery in Iberi's smile. "Ah, so you are here," the youth said with a light-hearted chuckle. You made it easy for me to find you. Hey, a disgruntled grunt erupted from above, as a firm finger lifted her chin, compelling Nancy to meet Ibury's gaze. His water-blue eyes twinkling with amusement. Oh dear, you're crying. How endearing. Are you so moved to see me? Nancy, with tear-filled eyes, stared at him in silence. A sudden gust of wind swept through the woods, toppling the bulrushes and causing the beech leaves to rustle violently. The branches cracked sharply in response to the tempest. The entire sky over Burlington was dominated by the fierce winds. Ibury raised his head, a disdainful smile upon his lips, although the god of light had vanished. Burlington's vigilance remained commendable. At least they were aware of the arrival of an unfamiliar deity. Are you leaving? Nancy immediately asked, her face alight with anticipation. Nancy. She was not concerned about whether he would be found by the Church of Light. Let me go first, she insisted, uncomfortably struggling to free her arm from his grasp. Iblis chuckled softly and released her, leaning against the tree trunk with his arms crossed. Are you from the southern continent? He inquired. Yes. Nancy rubbed her sore arm and tilted her face to look up at him. Iblis was taller than she was, his soft, chestnut hair cascading down gently. Whenever the wind blew, it danced wildly, much like his own demeanor, infused with a youthful gentleness as he focused intently on her. Yet, upon closer inspection of his eyes, one could perceive an air of indifference. It seemed as though nothing in the world truly warranted his concern. Given that you are from the southern continent, why would you betray the light and turn to darkness? Iblis asked, a smirk playing on his lips. You are imagining that I am sent by the dark god. I have never claimed such a thing, Nancy retorted. Oh, really? Iblis chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical of her words. Who was that person just now? He suddenly inquired. Huh? Nancy feigned ignorance. Your lover? Iblis guessed. Nancy blinked lightly. Yes, he is the potion master at the academy. You know, we often get injured while studying divine arts. Every academy has someone like that. I do not like him, Iblis remarked casually. He actually referred to my tongue as a mouthpart. That irked me quite a bit. The last time I heard that term was from the god of light. I nearly drowned Burton in my fury. This time, it was also the god of light. Nancy replied. Iblis once again turned his gaze upon her, a hint of displeasure lacing his voice. And you, have you never encountered such a creature as a mermaid? Caught completely off guard, Nancy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. That was merely to deflect your questioning. I certainly cannot admit to actually capturing a mermaid. In truth, I hold a deep respect for them. Iblis snorted disdainfully through his nose. Very well, you little deceiver with sharp fangs. In the distance, the chime of bells resonated melodiously, signaling the students lounging in the corners of the academy to gradually make their way to class. Nancy's mind was preoccupied with the divine law scroll that Milos had taken. She had little desire to attend class and was solely focused on retrieving it. However, the individual before her seemed rather difficult to dismiss. I wish to take my leave, may I? She tentatively inquired, pursing her lips. Of course, your freedom is yours. Iblis replied with a slight nod. Surprised by his unexpected amiability, Nancy took a small step back. Well then, I shall truly depart. Very well, Iblis said. Raising his chin slightly, his interest piqued as he observed her. Having received the precious permission, Nancy wasted no time turning on her heel, lifting her skirt as she dashed towards the woods. It was the first time she had run so swiftly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Previously, she had failed to pass her sprinting tests at school, but now it seemed her lack of urgency had been her downfall. Once the shadows of the woods no longer loomed overhead, and her body was once again bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight, she exhaled a heartfelt sigh of relief. She touched the back of her clothing, feeling a large patch dampened by sweat. Host, how did the sea gods so easily let you go? Inquired little Anne. Who knows? Nancy replied, equally perplexed. Logically speaking, the actions she undertook yesterday could have warranted 800 rounds of judgment in Atlantis, an utter blasphemy. Yet, Iblis, seemingly indifferent, merely posed a few casual inquiries before granting her reprieve. Such fortuitous fortune compelled her to remain vigilant against the concealed snares that might lie beneath. What course of action should the host now pursue? With a furrowed brow, Nancy contemplated several strategies, each appearing devoid of success. She resolved to take things one step at a time. Instead of directly seeking out Milos, she ventured to a fruit shop to procure a basket of fresh strawberries. Approaching his door with a bright smile, Milos resided in a house adorned with a sprawling garden. The architecture in this vicinity was predominantly similar, a charming three-story building, clad in creamy white, accompanied by an expansive courtyard. Notably, Milos's garden flourished with unparalleled vibrancy. where blossoms erupted in a riot of colors even from the crevices of the walls. The sunlight here seemed more abundant than elsewhere, befitting a deity of light whose radiance graced the earth. As Nancy pushed open the white gate, she observed that Milos had no servants. His abode was free from dust. The entire house was meticulously organized, as if everything possessed its own legs, returning autonomously to its rightful place. Carrying the strawberries, she entered the living room, only to find Milos absent. Yet she was acutely aware that from the moment she stepped inside, a pair of watchful eyes slowly opened within the confines of this dwelling, keenly observing any unusual commotion. Thus, rather than wandering aimlessly in search of Milos, she placed the strawberries upon the low table and quietly settled into an armchair, awaiting his arrival. Mere seconds later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Nancy turned her face, first noticing the knee-high boots, followed by the long legs clad in mustard-colored breeches. Next, she observed the simple white shirt, its sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing strong and clean arms. Finally, there was Milos, his cool demeanor unmistakable. Seeing him as composed as ever, Nancy felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed he had not uncovered any new clues. His familiar essence remained unchanged. "Are you not attending class this afternoon?" Milos inquired as he descended. "I was supposed to, but the strawberries at home are ripe. And Uncle George asked me to pick some for friends," she replied. "I only have Lord Milos as a friend, so here I am." Nancy nudged the basket. "The strawberries delicate and fragile. I initially planned to come in the evening, but I feared they would lose their freshness. Does this imply you skipped class?" Milos asked, a gentle frown forming on his brow. "Learning from Lord Milos is just the same," Nancy beamed, extending a finger. "I promise, just this once." Milos cast a fleeting glance at her slender finger, then lowered his eyelids, asking softly, "What should you study this afternoon?" Is this an indication that he has agreed to teach her? "Illumination," she answered brightly. "Very well." Milos settled into the armchair beside her, casually picking up a quill and gracefully writing in the air. A slender, radiant tongue of fire erupted from the tip of the pen, forming a long string of words that hung quietly in the air. "All new students learn illumination. I will teach you something a bit different," Milos stated. "In what way is it different?" Nancy inquired, her interest piqued. "This spell is called Dispel Darkness, which, like illumination, can bring forth light. There exists a subtle distinction. The brilliance it emanates has the power to scorch creatures of the dark." Nancy felt a stir within her, reminiscent of that occasion in the museum when golden light pierced the body of a fallen angel, was it not? Milos nodded, "Nearly. Though you are yet unable to penetrate an angel. However, you can indeed inflict a degree of burn upon their skin." "Wow, I want to learn," Nancy exclaimed joyfully. "It sounds like a most practical incantation." "Indeed, both dark creatures and practitioners who revere darkness shall be seared." "Ah, then I cannot use it in front of Cecil," Nancy mused. Milos taught with great seriousness, and Nancy absorbed the lessons with equal earnestness. An hour later, she was capable of conjuring a small orb of light the size of a marble. The tiny sphere spun slowly in the air, emitting a faint luminescence. "This is something even I cannot illuminate," she remarked. "All you require is practice," Milos replied, sitting beside her, gazing at the small light orb. "How long must I train before I can produce a sphere brighter than a candle?" Nancy inquired. "I do not know," Milos responded calmly. "I possess no recollection of such matters, not even the reason behind my mastery of this spell." "I apologize," Nancy said, her eyes widening with regret as she looked at him. "I had forgotten." "No matter," Milos replied with a gentle demeanor. He always exuded an aura of immense strength and omniscience. At times, she even forgot that he had lost his memories. Yet, this remark served as a reminder for her. She recalled her purpose. "Have you discovered the traces of the God of Light in that book, my Lord Milos?" She feigned a keen interest, yet had not yet taken a glance. "Oh, I see," Nancy replied, her disappointment unmistakable. "I was eager to see what the divine handwriting looks like." "I'll fetch it now," Milos said as he rose and made his way toward the stairs. While awaiting his return, Nancy presented a plate of strawberries, each one plump and vividly red. A mere touch with her nail would release a cascade of crimson juice, so fragile and exquisite were these fruits. With a sigh of admiration, she placed the plate upon the coffee table. Milos descended with the tome of divine regulations, but before he could unveil it, Nancy eagerly extended her hand, a smile gracing her lips. "Let me see." She harbored an instinctive apprehension, convinced that Milos must not unveil the book. The divine script, imperceptible to mortals, posed no challenge for him. Without hesitation, Milos handed the book to her. Nancy, however, did not hastily flip through its pages. Instead, she cautiously caressed the cover, her touch imbued with a sense of vigilance. As her fingers glided over the surface, an unsettling aura of danger emanated from the tome, as if something within it was mocking her with a cold, sinister laughter. It appeared to harbor something as detestable as the letters of the Heart of Destiny. With a mix of astonishment and a gentle smile, Nancy pinched the cover, leaving 2 crescent-shaped imprints from her nails. I had no idea the Academy possessed such an ancient book. Had I known, I would have borrowed it before Lord Milos. It was Princess Margaret who facilitated my borrowing it, Milos explained. When I mentioned the book to Bishop San, she happened to be present and took the initiative to acquire it. Nancy's demeanor shifted, her displeasure evident. Ah, Princess Margaret, is it? She seems to harbor some disfavor towards me. Had it not been for your timely reminder today, I would have unwittingly unleashed an overly potent healing spell upon my wound. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Milos's eyes. Have you offended her in any way? He inquired. Nancy shook her head. I cannot recall. After a moment of contemplation, Milos suggested, perhaps it would be wise to keep your distance from her. Upon hearing this seemingly caring remark, Nancy's face lit up with a smile. And in a half-pleading tone, she said, shall we not read this book any longer? Lord Milos is my friend, and Princess Margaret is the one I must avoid. It is unreasonable for my friend to be entangled with her. Milos hesitated, his gaze lingering on the book. Clearly, he sought clues regarding his memories within its pages. Please, just this once? Nancy urged, leaning against his arm. Her soft form caused Milos, lost in thought, to momentarily stiffen. He lowered his eyes to the girl gazing up at him, her delicate features marred by a hint of grievance. The sweet warmth of her breath brushed against his chin and Adam's apple, instantly rendering the air arid. All right then, Milos finally relented. Oh, a delightful surprise enveloped them both, akin to receiving a grand gift. She cheerfully lifted the book in her hand, proclaiming, I shall return this to Princess Margaret for you. Not at all. The hearth is its rightful place. Milos nodded in agreement. After a few seconds, he suddenly asked, having acquiesced to your request, what token of gratitude shall you bestow upon me? A token of gratitude? Nancy hesitated briefly before pointing to the freshly washed strawberries. Would this suffice? I fear it may not. Milos replied indifferently, his gaze drifting to the book resting upon her lap, an expression that suggested he might change his mind at any moment. The strawberry was bitten in half by her, and the vivid crimson juice immediately surged forth. The rich, sweet nectar stained the girl's lips, akin to a coating of luscious crimson honey. Naturally, Nancy's lips were already a striking shade of red, but now they appeared even more alluring than usual. Milos's gaze lingered on Nancy's lips for 2 seconds, his eyes losing a hint of coolness while deepening with intrigue. Nancy keenly sensed the shift in him. She playfully pointed to her lips, exclaiming, Oh, that won't do. You said this cannot be a gesture of gratitude. This is merely a normal exchange between individuals. Milos seemed to have anticipated her response, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stood to escort her out. Just as they were about to exit, Nancy suddenly turned, rising on her toes to press her lips against Milos's. As he instinctively attempted to withdraw, she deftly wrapped one hand around the back of his head, her fingers threading through his soft hair, pulling him gently towards her, her lips brushing against his in a tender peck. While I cannot express gratitude in that manner, a normal exchange is permissible, she chirped, her voice sweet yet playfully mischievous. Milos's eyes widened slightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Host, you were quite impressive just now. A mere peck earned you 3 points, Littlin exclaimed, unable to contain a spin and leap, eyes closed in delight. I, too, am quite astonished. I expected at most 1 point. To think you garnered 3, what remarkable value. Nancy beamed. By the way, how many points do we have now? I want to see how far we are from your next upgrade. 41 points. Of course. By the end of today, it will be 40 points, Littlin replied. Oh, has it come again to the day of trading points for life? Time truly flies. Nancy sighed and inquired, Host, will you be visiting the Dark God tomorrow? We are merely 10 points away. With a smile, she stepped into Count George's residence. The bustling maids, engaged in dinner preparations, lifted their skirts in a respectful gesture upon seeing her. Nancy offered a slight nod and turned toward the kitchen. Gazing at the roaring flames in the fireplace, she resolutely tossed a trembling book into the fire. Grasping the fireplace tongs, she pressed the book deeper into the flames. With a whoosh, the fire surged higher, fueled by the additional offering. Nancy stood by until she confirmed that the book had been reduced to ashes before departing. As she walked down the corridor, a troubling thought struck her. If she systematically incinerated the clues left by the God of Light, would he still be able to regain his memory? A deity unable to recover their memories. Would that signify success or failure in this endeavor? What do you think, little N? I am uncertain, little N replied, once again feeling ashamed of its limitations. Well, let's wait until you level up, and perhaps we can uncover more detailed rules. Nancy remarked nonchalantly, reaching out to push open the bedroom door. She was drenched in sweat. Standing by the fireplace for just a moment felt akin to enduring a sauna. Earlier, she had urged the maids for water, intending to take a shower before dinner. The moment she opened the door, Nancy spotted a nightmarish youth seated in an armchair by the window. Instinctively, she considered retreating and slamming the door shut, hoping to awaken from this nightmare. With a subtle curl of his fingers, the door became immovable, as if encased in cement. You see me and wish to flee? Iblis sneered. Not at all. Nancy replied with determination, her voice barely above a whisper. I merely intended to close the door to shield you from view. Surely you did not enter through legitimate means? Iblis chuckled lightly, releasing his grip, causing the door to close abruptly, even locking itself. What constitutes a legitimate entrance? Nancy inquired. I entered through the front door. Iblis asserted with utmost seriousness. Yet you were not invited by the master, were you? Oh, certainly not, Iblis replied with a smirk. I came as I pleased, able to remain unnoticed by anyone. His tone was reminiscent of a dark deity, exuding an air of divine arrogance. Nancy, leaning against the wall, regarded him warily. You stated that I could leave. Indeed, that is correct, Iblis nodded. I respect your legs. They may go wherever they desire. Now it is your turn to respect my legs, Nancy retorted, furrowing her brow. The logic was sound, yet something felt amiss. This is my bedroom. I certainly respect your legs. They may go wherever they wish. However, to enter my room, one must have my consent, yes? Iblis chuckled. Who was it yesterday that dragged me from the depths of the sea without my consent? She realized she had forgotten. The recollection of yesterday's transgression left her feeling deflated. She had not anticipated that Iblis would come seeking her so soon. Her intention was to leave a lasting impression on him, but not under the circumstances of his wrath. Seeking vengeance, she had hoped to at least delay this encounter by several days, thinking that by then, he might be less irate. What did you do to me the second time? Iblis propped his chin on one hand, unabashedly gazing at her, pondering why he felt an overwhelming affection for her. I cannot bear to be apart from you, even for a moment. You are perhaps unaware that after your departure, I suffered like a fish out of water. Nancy thought to herself, indeed a fish out of water. Iblis's eyes were deep and profound. You must be thinking that I have always been a fish out of water. Correct? Wow, exclaimed little Anne. He is truly the wisest deity I have ever encountered. He can't possibly hear the thoughts of the host, can he? If that were the case, I would be in trouble, having exposed myself. Why not give it a try? Nancy fixed her gaze on Iblis. Wild man fish. Wild man fish. Wild man fish. Iblis's expression remained unchanged, still fixated on her. Host, has he heard that, or has he not? Alas, I have no idea. Suddenly, the corridor echoed with disordered footsteps, and a knock resounded at the door. Hot water had arrived. Nancy paused, recalling her earlier instruction to have water delivered. Open the door. Iblis said nonchalantly, they cannot see me nor hear my voice. Nancy regarded him for a moment, surmising that he would not resort to mischief over such a trivial matter, and turned to open the door. The maids filed in, carrying several large buckets of steaming water into the washroom. Before long, the bathtub was filled with bubbling hot water. After the maids departed, Nancy locked the door, suddenly realizing her folly. Why had she locked it? She wished to prevent intrusions while bathing. Yet here sat the greatest outsider of them all. Is this how humans bathe? Iblis entered the washroom with a certain curiosity, extending his hand to manipulate the soap and gently poke the little rubber duck perched upon the bathtub. Have you never seen it? Nancy inquired. No, Iblis replied, as he lifted the cologne from the sink to inhale its scent. I rarely venture onto dry land. We Atlanteans remain submerged in seawater year-round and have no need for bathing. Oh, Nancy responded dismissively, tugging at her skirt as she felt an increasing stickiness upon her skin. When do you intend to leave? Leave? Iblis regarded her with a bemused expression. Do you mean to depart from the washroom or from this house? Both, she replied. The moment you divulge the information I seek, that is when I will take my leave. As he spoke, Iblis began to unbutton his shirt. Let's speak sensibly. Why are you undressing? Nancy instinctively shielded her eyes. Iblis laughed derisively. What are you pretending for? Surely, you have seen my body in its entirety? He removed his shirt, revealing a porcelain white, well-defined chest. Do not misconstrue. I have been out of the depths for too long, and without immersion in water, my skin grows increasingly parched. Nancy covered her eyes, peeking through a narrow slit to observe him. The dim light of the previous day had obscured her view. Now, she noticed that the physique of the sea god was rather admirable. His form was a delicate balance between youth and adolescence, tall and slender, yet not lacking in strength. His shoulders were remarkably broad, his waist trim without an ounce of excess flesh, creating a perfect inverted triangle in his upper body. The muscles in his arms were not overly pronounced, possessing a graceful curve that exuded power. His legs were long and straight. Ah, does he not bathe without removing his trousers? Iblis settled into the bathtub, which was rather small, causing his legs to extend beyond its confines. A flicker of light danced across, transforming his legs clad in black riding breeches into deep blue fishtails that gracefully swayed up and down like a colossal fan. The young man casually placed his hands on the edge of the tub, reclining back. His neck resembled that of an elegant swan, with delicate droplets of water cascading down his throat. He luxuriated in the warm water for a while, letting out a soft chuckle. I suppose you must be quite disappointed not to see my legs. Surely you are not disappointed at all. Nancy lowered her hands from her eyes, openly observing the mermaid in the bath. Is that so? Iblis replied with a faint smile. I am not particularly fond of that form. However, I am usually quite lenient with girls. If you wish to see, I wouldn't mind transforming for you. I truly do not want to. Nancy suddenly recalled something. I have heard that without permission, humans cannot gaze upon deities. Indeed, but I am different, Iblis replied casually, having resided in Atlantis for many years. I often encounter many unwise little fish swimming into the temple. They are unaware of their destination. If I were to rigidly adhere to that rule, half the fish in Atlantis would perish. He glanced at Nancy. So, you see how fortunate you are. Otherwise, the moment you pulled me ashore, you would have exploded into a puddle of flesh. You could also kill me, Nancy said slowly, probing him. That would be exceedingly easy for you. How could I possibly kill you? Iblis turned his face, supporting his chin with one hand, and lazily remarked with a smile. That was an opportunity one obtained through my celestial voice in exchange with the sea witch. Nancy responded, you must cherish it. After Iblis added a remark, his tail vanished abruptly. His long legs languidly crossed at the edge of the bathtub, and before Nancy could discern if he had sprouted anything new, the original black riding trousers reappeared. Ah, did you see that clearly, host? Little N shrieked. Not at all. Ha ha ha, I did see it clearly. In fact, I even took a screenshot. Unfortunately, my level is too low to share it with you. Iblis emerged from the bathtub, and Nancy maintained an impassive expression as she watched him, her mind racing with Little N's gossip. What do you think? Quite impressive. Be more specific. Majestic. What are you so pleased about? Iblis shot her a sidelong glance, snapped his fingers, and a radiant light cascaded down, instantly evaporating the moisture from his body. He removed the shirt hanging on the rack. With another snap of his fingers, the water in the bathtub suddenly disappeared, only to be refilled in an instant. Go wash up, he said nonchalantly, carrying his clothes as he exited. Nancy gazed in astonishment at his retreating figure, realizing she had the rare chance to bathe in clean water during her lifetime. She had initially expected him to offer her fish wash. Immediately, she dashed to lock the door, though she knew it would be futile. If Iblis wished to see anything, she could not obstruct him. Finally rid of the sticky residue, Nancy emerged from the washroom, feeling refreshed. She donned a simple white silk gown, devoid of stockings, revealing her snow-white calves. She resembled a delicate flower, exuding a fragrant charm after a refreshing rain. Nancy lightly gathered her hair before the mirror, adorned herself with dangling earrings and a jeweled necklace, and then slipped into a voluminous skirt, declaring her intention to dine. Very well, let us dine together, Iblis responded, rising and strolling towards the door. Noticing she had not followed, he turned with a languid smile and inquired, why do you linger? With a furrowed brow, Nancy hesitated. How will you accompany me for dinner? Perhaps I could bring you some bread later. I do not consume leftovers. I am not your pet, Iblis retorted, pulling her along with a gentle force as they exited the room. You must acclimate, he whispered near her earlobe, his voice crisp. For we shall coexist for quite some time. For how long? Nancy asked warily. Long enough for the person behind you to become restless and seek you out, Iblis replied, a slow smile gracing his lips. The Earl of George's family sat upright at the long dining table, each member adorned in resplendent finery. It was no wonder they held themselves with such poise. It was the elegance of nobility. Once Nancy took her seat, the butler approached to serve the meal. Each guest received 2 peeled emerald prawns. The main course consisted of 12 dishes, with portions modestly served, yet sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Just as Nancy began to feel a pang of hunger and lifted a prawn to her lips with her fork, her hand unconsciously drifted to the left. To her astonishment, she turned her head and discovered an additional chair beside her. Iblis sat there, his right hand clasping her wrist, effortlessly guiding her hand to his mouth, where he savored the prawn. He even took a moment to taste her fingers. Nancy's heart raced as she lifted her gaze to observe the reactions of those around her. Everyone was solemnly dining, while the servants stared blankly, oblivious to her struggle to consume even a single vegetable. "Fear not, for no one perceives your peculiarities," Iblis reassured her. With a pallid complexion, Nancy glanced at him and took a bite of shrimp. After finishing, he raised her hand, delicately tracing her slender fingers with his tongue. "Are you a dog?" She couldn't help but retort, "You finish your meal and then lick the plate." As her words fell, nearly every gaze turned towards her in astonishment. Iblis laughed to the point of pain. "My apologies. I forgot to mention that you mustn't speak to me, as I have not muted your voice." "Are you speaking of me?" Rosie, seated across from her, felt slighted. Was it merely because she ate a tad too quickly? "Of course not," Nancy hastily clarified. "I am reciting a new incantation." "A new incantation?" Robs eyed her skeptically. "We attended the same class, yet I have never encountered such a spell. I learned it myself." "Truly. Look." Nancy gently waved her fork. "Are you a dog?" She discreetly kicked Iblis under the table. He stifled a laugh and, in response to her cue, emitted a faint glow, causing the roasted chicken on the plate to emit a clucking sound. "Oh, it claims it is not," Nancy explained. "Remarkable." Count George couldn't resist applauding. "Is this what divine magic entails? What is the significance of this incantation?" The Countess scrutinized her with keen interest. It's to ascertain whether we are consuming dog meat," Nancy stammered, "and similarly, are you a chicken? Are you a fish?" This allows for a clear understanding of the ingredients. Truly astonishing, absolutely marvelous. I am enamored with this incantation. Count George wholeheartedly applauded, while the others could only offer stiff, perfunctory compliments, which was rather commendable. The Countess wore a sullen expression, which was rather deplorable. She could have seized the opportunity to admonish her on dining etiquette. Yet she managed to escape unscathed. "It appears that these three ladies harbor a dislike for you." A glimmer of interest sparkled in Iblis's eyes. "It is hardly surprising, as you indeed possess a rather off-putting demeanor. However, I find you rather intriguing. Whether genuine or feigned, there is no goodwill accrued. You have truly opened my eyes." Iblis rubbed his arm. "No wonder that individual behind you chose you to approach me. I am nearly consumed by your presence, akin to a thorny wild rose." Dreadful siren. Nancy had changed into her nightgown. Tomorrow, come what may, she must escape to the northern lands. She needs to bring warmth to another deity. But before that, she must first ascertain how the other party located her so swiftly. "How did you find me?" She directly inquired of Iblis, who was idly wandering in the room. "It was quite simple," Iblis replied nonchalantly. "Your teleportation circle is golden, and your hair is also of a golden hue, indicating you are from the southern continent. Of course, it could also be a ruse to mislead me. However, I have tasted your blood, and its flavor will allow me to easily pinpoint your location." Nancy's heart skipped a beat. Did that not imply that the other party had essentially implanted a tracking system within her? She picked up a comb and began to groom her hair before the mirror, subtly observing his expression. Is this a unique ability of mermaids? If a mermaid has consumed the blood of many humans, can she distinguish each one? If she claims she cannot, he contemplates adding some ingredients to her soup. Perhaps chicken or duck blood. "I have only tasted your blood," Ibilius remarked nonchalantly. "I am not truly a mermaid, nor do I have any interest in human flesh. My true form does not resemble that. The mermaid is merely a facade I adopted to blend into Atlantis, much like the deity of light you worship. His true form is not human either. Assuming a human guise is merely a means to more effortlessly exert dominion over you. Should you intend to adulterate my food, I advise you to reconsider. It would not deceive me. As you surmise, the palate can indeed become dulled by excessive tasting of blood. Hence I have no desire to sample another's blood again, nor will I grant you the opportunity to muddle the flavors. If you dare to tamper, I would not hesitate to taste your blood anew." He halted behind Nancy, gazing at the pale-skinned girl reflected in the mirror. The youth, tall and slender, let his indifferent gaze traverse every inch of the mirrored image, as if he were peeling the skin off a fruit, revealing the sweet white flesh beneath. Baring his sharp teeth with a hint of warning. Nancy's long lashes fluttered slightly, and she hurriedly feigned ignorance as she continued to comb her hair. Ibilius surveyed the room once more and murmured, "Sharp brand." Nancy blinked in surprise, catching sight in the mirror of a small object flying out of her skirt pocket. a teleportation array from the southern continent. She lowered her gaze slightly. Well, host. He truly resorted to that. Little N exclaimed in astonishment, expressing her relief that you had provided the northern teleportation array to Lily in advance. That was merely a precaution to prevent the maid from discovering it while tidying up my room. Thus, I would always ask Lily to bring it over. Nancy, in a contemplative tone, remarked that it seemed he still harbored suspicions about the connection between the Dark God and myself. Indeed, I do. I am not only acquainted with the Dark God, but I am also quite familiar with the God of Light. Nancy's eyes widened in surprise. Perplexed as to why he had ventured to the washroom, was he intending to sleep there? Moments later, the washroom was filled with the sound of splashing water. Peering inside, she beheld the youth transformed back into his mermaid form, languidly reclining in a bathtub brimming with water. He swayed his tail, appearing utterly comfortable, almost as if he were about to blow bubbles. Would you care to join me? Iblis chuckled invitingly. There is still room here. As dawn broke, Nancy, as per her routine, fed the baby fish at the dining table before boarding the carriage to school. Iblis, unbeknownst to her, had manipulated matters such that Count George had suddenly added another carriage. Consequently, she found herself with a private carriage, no longer required to share with her cousins. Iblis consistently accompanied her, tagging along in the carriage, attending classes, and sharing meals. At noon, Nancy concocted an excuse to visit Shell Road for lunch. It was not only home to the city library, but also where Lily was employed. She was eager to shake him off and hasten to the library to investigate what to do about being marked by a mermaid. Simultaneously, she aimed to finalize the matter of her disguise with Lily. I'm hungry, she declared with an air of rigidity. Haven't you just eaten? Iblis inquired. I only fed you, Nancy retorted through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with precision. She furrowed her brow in mild complaint. Lamenting that just a single day in your company had rendered her somewhat emaciated, she longed for a slice of cake. She gestured towards the afternoon tea room within the library. Iblis chuckled lightly. Very well, go ahead and indulge. I'll venture alone, she replied. Why is that? He inquired, bemused. Because Nancy is racking her brain for excuses. Is it because you intend to seek out the apothecary for a remedy? Iblis questioned with a teasing smile. What apothecary? Nancy wondered, following his gaze to see a tall figure clad in a white robe approaching down the path, seemingly headed towards the library. He has quite a handsome face, Nancy thought, narrowing her eyes. As the figure drew nearer, his features became increasingly distinct. Even the chill in his gaze was unmistakable. Suddenly, Nancy's eyes widened. Lord Milos? Iblis smirked, turning to cup his hands around his mouth in a makeshift trumpet. Hey, apothecary. Do not shout recklessly, she cautioned. A voice echoed from a distance, apothecary. Milos continued on his way, displaying no curiosity to glance back. After all, he was not an apothecary, and the call was not directed at him. Do not shout recklessly, came another voice, though softer, the honeyed tone unmistakable to him. Milos's steps halted abruptly, his icy gaze piercing through the pathway, fixating on two figures by the flower bed. The girl, adorned in a light green, voluminous dress, resembled a vibrant dandelion. She fervently attempted to cover the mouth of the boy beside her with her gloved hand, while he, exuding a languid demeanor, effortlessly encircled her in his embrace. With her chin resting atop his head, he chuckled softly, whispering words unknown. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The once brilliant sunlight vanished without a trace. A shadow loomed overhead, and Nancy sensed something amiss, instinctively lifting her gaze. There stood Milos at the foot of the steps, his eyes reflecting an intensifying chill. A shiver coursed through her, heralding impending trouble. She wriggled free from Ibelius's embrace and hurried towards Milos. The young lady's cheeks flushed crimson, her cerulean eyes shimmering with urgency, a rare sight, for she was usually adorned with a smile. Milos cast his gaze downward at her, his heart softening momentarily. Yet his demeanor remained markedly aloof. Ibelius sauntered over, a hint of amusement dancing in his expression. A flicker of annoyance crossed Nancy as she caught sight of him. Fearing he might call out Mr. Apothecary, she hastily interjected, "This is Lord Milos, my friend." Surely, that was correct. An apothecary could indeed be named Milos. That name was the only one she remembered. Milos's voice was flat, and Nancy, anxious they might discuss amnesia and arouse the sea god's suspicions, quickly interrupted. What of sharing names with the god of light? You too bear the name Ibelius, akin to the sea god. Having made her point, she tugged at Milos's sleeve, asking, "Are you heading to the library?" "I was just about to go there myself." Ibelius, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I truly am the sea god. In the bright library." Nancy and Milos stood before the bookshelves, perusing volumes. Ibilius cast a cursory glance, quickly losing interest and turning to leave. Nancy instructed the small Ind to keep a watchful eye on Ibilius's position, urging him to inform her should he approach. Milos wore an air of indifference, his drooping eyelashes exuding a chill that discouraged any approach. He casually selected a couple of books, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a snow-white arm extended to block his path. He paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. Milos, the girl spoke with a soft, pleading tone that softened his expression slightly. May I ask you something? The vast library overwhelmed her, leaving her at a loss for where to begin. Remembering Milos's uncanny ability to identify wounds at a glance, she determined it would be prudent to seek his counsel. If, hypothetically speaking, a mermaid were to consume your blood, would it easily trace you? How might one dispel such a mark? Milos hesitated, taken aback. Have you been entangled with a mermaid? Oh, not at all. But you see, my wound was inflicted by a mermaid. I've heard that they can leave a mark, and I am quite concerned. Noticing her fearful demeanor, Milos's heart softened a fraction. There is no need for alarm. Mermaids cannot come ashore and cannot endure prolonged exposure to air. As long as you refrain from approaching that particular sea, you should be safe. Even if you were to venture near, it would not pose a significant threat. Mermaids do not solely feed on your blood. With many present, their memories become muddled. Still, I find myself quite anxious. What if one were to find me through the sewers? She fretted, her delicate fingers unconsciously tugging at her skirt. Brows furrowed as if wringing a ball of yarn. Milos's voice softened further. If your fear is profound, there exists a method to temporarily mask your scent. However, when confronted by a formidable mermaid, the duration of the concealment may not be prolonged. Is the mermaid that bit you a sorcerer? It should be so, though Nancy was not entirely certain as she nodded. In any case, he was not captured. Well, gather the peel of citrus fruits, the powder of amethyst, the roots of white fresh and escholzia, along with a touch of dragonbone powder. Boil these into a brownish concoction for consumption. This should mask the scent of an ordinary mermaid for a month. Against a high-ranking sorcerer, the duration is halved. For even more advanced entities, the effect will be shorter still. What is all this? The girl's azure eyes, reminiscent of a cat's, gazed at Milos with a hint of playful petulance as she pouted, I cannot brew it. Nancy reached out to grasp his hand. He cast a sidelong glance, yet did not withdraw. This lent her a modicum of confidence as she spoke softly. The formulas of alchemy are personal. Although some are recorded in books, they are akin to what you have just told me, mere names without weights, and certainly lacking precise procedures. I cannot possibly concoct it. Lord Milos, please assist me. If you prepare it, I shall fetch it. I promise there will be a token of gratitude this time. Milos regarded her with a sidelong glance and inquired mildly, who accompanied you? Oh, that, Nancy replied with a hint of exasperation, is a relative from the countryside. My mother missed me and asked him to come to the city to see me. His mind is somewhat unsteady. If he says anything peculiar, please do not take it amiss. A relative, Milos mused, his gaze swirling gently over her features. Very well, I shall assist you in the brewing. Nancy's face immediately brightened with a broad smile. Shall I go to collect it tomorrow afternoon? She inquired. Milo raised the corners of his lips ever so slightly. A beam of sunlight streamed through the large glass window, and Nancy blinked, shielding her brow with her hand. The previously gloomy sky had suddenly cleared. 1 point for the host, Little N remarked. Where did this point come from? Are good things always paired? A surge of joy welled up within Nancy. Who are you calling foolish? Came a chilling voice from behind. Little N. Host, he teleported over. I only saw his coordinates when you heard his voice, Little N stammered. I wasn't talking about you. Nancy quickly turned to soothe the agitated young deity. You're the smartest. The boy's sinister voice resonated from behind, a relative from the countryside. Foolish? I was wrong, the girl pleaded softly. Once Milo had completely departed, Nancy exhaled a sigh of relief. Who is he? Ibilius leaned against the bookshelf, his expression unfriendly. Stop pretending, the boy suddenly moved closer to her. I know he isn't. Oh, then who do you think he is? Nancy asked slowly. Probably some lover of yours. Ibilius replied lazily, but given how you are hiding him, it doesn't seem so. The boy's aquamarine eyes sparkled like clear crystals, seemingly perceiving all secrets. Considering your attentiveness to him, I suspect his identity is far from simple. Get away, Nancy said coldly, pushing him aside with her hand. Ibilius stumbled momentarily, grasping the bookshelf for support. What are you doing? The youthful voice was displeased. Hand me a book. Nancy casually took one from the bookshelf behind him, her tone sweetly teasing. You're blocking it. Ibilius cast a glance at the title, Methods for Caring for Piglets. He chuckled softly, his annoyance dissipating as he couldn't resist pinching the girl's delicate cheek. I'm truly beginning to like you. Not a chance. That's a falsehood, the host interjected. At a point, exclaimed little N in astonishment. Nancy shared in the surprise, feeling a sense of joy akin to a miser finally parting with his gold. When registering to borrow the book, Nancy discreetly slipped a note to the librarian, Lily, concealing it behind the book. Dear Lily, let us meet tomorrow at 5 in the alley behind the Oak Street Tavern. Remember to bring the teleportation array. Are you truly going to borrow this book? Ibilius inquired as they exited the library. Of course, she replied. I mentioned my family resides in the countryside south of Burton. We have a farm. And it wouldn't hurt to learn a bit more. I recall you are an aspiring sorceress? Not yet examined. I am merely on the path to becoming one. Caring for animals is not contradictory, is it? Haven't I been feeding you all along? Ibilius paused momentarily, then lazily glanced her way. Very well. That makes 4 times you've desecrated the divine by the seaside. Nancy frowned slightly. How is that 4 times? The last incident at the seaside was too numerous. I counted it as a single offense, thus you benefited. Claiming mermaids are monsters counts as 1, lacking common sense counts as another. And comparing me to an animal for feeding counts as yet another, totaling 4. Oh, it's those 4 times, is it? You certainly hold a grudge. Having resolved all matters, Nancy felt exceptionally cheerful as she strolled towards the carriage, engaging in light-hearted banter with Iblis. Upon her approach, she noticed Robies and Juice sitting there impatiently waiting. Why have you only just arrived? We were about to go in search of you, Robies exclaimed with evident displeasure. What transpired? Nancy inquired directly. Her Highness the Princess has invited us to play cards. You know, being late is quite impolite, Juice explained. Princess Margaret? Nancy asked. Who else could it be? Robies replied. Of course it is she. What prompted this sudden invitation to play cards? Nancy further questioned. During lunch, the conversation turned to poker, and the princess expressed a keen interest. When we suggested a game, she hesitated for a moment before inviting us, as she cannot simply visit others' homes. This is understandable, hence we are headed to the palace. Robies and Juice joyfully declared in unison. Nancy nodded, pondering, what relevance do I have in this matter? She had not heard her name mentioned. Don't be foolish, Robies interjected. How can 3 people play cards? The moment our father learned of this, he insisted we include you. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Not everyone has the privilege of visiting the palace. Nancy pressed her lips together, sensing that not every arrangement was orchestrated by Margaret, yet given her status as an SSR, caution was warranted. I still prefer not to attend. I spent the entire afternoon in the library and am quite fatigued. Do you wish to put the Dale family in a difficult position? Robies retorted with dissatisfaction. An official from the palace just arrived and recorded our names. A single absence would be perceived as a slight against the crown, and my father would surely be displeased, added Rousey. Very well, very well. Nancy replied with a hint of a headache. Once seated in the carriage, she turned to Iblis. You will accompany me, won't you? No, it's not fear, rather. It's a matter of distaste, Nancy cautiously articulated. The princess also harbors no fondness for me. However, with you by my side, my worries are alleviated. She lifted her face, her exquisite azure eyes shimmering with trust. It's not entirely dislike. You are, after all, one of my flock. I was quite pleased to discover today that you can shed your wool. In the elegantly appointed room, servants meticulously arranged the tea and snacks. Near the window, a small table adorned with a silk tablecloth was the scene of an intense card game. Nancy played absent-mindedly, misplacing her cards several times. Yet, she was indifferent, for she had no genuine desire to play. Iblis sat beside her, casually resting a hand on the back of her chair. Play the King of Hearts, he suggested, indicating his choice. After another round of poker, Marguerite tossed her cards down, pinching the bridge of her nose, displaying signs of fatigue. Robies glanced at the clock. It's already 5 o'clock. We ought to take our leave. Indeed, Rousey quickly added. After such an extended game, you must be weary and should rest well. Marguerite accepted their thoughtful concern with a gentle smile. Such is the privilege of being a princess. One need not speak for others to alleviate her burdens. With a sigh of relief, Nancy finally concluded the game. She set aside her cards and bid farewell to her 2 cousins and Marguerite. Margaret smiled and nodded, accepting the juice offered by the maid, taking a sip before wearily placing it aside. As Nancy stepped out, she overheard the maid suggesting that Margaret take a nap. Everything appeared quite normal. It seemed that Margaret was simply engrossed in a card game. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. Upon returning home, she indulged in 2 cups of black tea before finally setting the cup down in satisfaction. Iblis lounged against the table, observing her lazily. Is this the reason you refrain from indulging in desserts and juice at the palace? I am rather curious. What has that princess done to you? She has done anything to me for now, but that does not imply she won tea in the future. Nancy began to peel an orange. Iblis chuckled softly. Shall I assist you in dragging her to the depths of the sea? That is rather cruel, Nancy replied, separating the orange segments. Though I harbor no fondness for her, I have never contemplated killing her. Her eyes widened suddenly, and before she could finish her thought, she was engulfed by a blinding white light. Iblis instinctively reached for her, only to be pulled in alongside her. In the palace, the playing cards on the table shimmered slightly. Margaret, with a smile, brushed her hand over them, selecting a heart and a spade. Oh, it seems we have another visitor. The imagery on the cards transformed into the faces of a man and a woman. Perhaps they were servants from her household, conveniently located beside her. A rugged voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, it said, even if she goes missing, no one would suspect you. Will she truly be drawn into the world of the cards? Margaret inquired. Certainly, as long as she touches the cards, she shall be recorded. Upon her return home, we utilized props to unlock the gateway to the realm of cards, drawing her into its depths. And then, we simply incinerate her, chuckled the gruff voice. She won't be able to escape, will she? No. Everything within the card world is crafted from paper. There is no water, and the air is exceedingly arid. In less than half a day, she will be desiccated, forever imprisoned there, incapable of obstructing our plans any longer. Satisfied, Margaret reclined against the chair's back, reflecting that she should have heeded your advice sooner. It is not too late now, the gruff voice replied. As long as you refrain from using your intellect. Clearly, it is unreliable. From now on, I shall only trust you. Margaret held the cards to the candle's flame, watching as they gradually charred and curled. Of course, my SSR title was not attained without merit. Nancy tumbled onto a yellow haystack. Before she could rise, Ibilius materialized from the air, crashing heavily onto her. The two became entwined and rolled down from the haystack, scattering the grazing sheep, who bleated in fright and fled. Get up, get up. You flattened my petticoat, Nancy gasped, turning her head. It seemed Ibilius did so intentionally, his mouth resting precisely upon her neck, his breath sending shivers down her spine. Ibilius lifted himself, placing his hands on either side of her head, and said, Why concern yourself with your petticoat at this moment? Shouldn't we be worried about where we are being dragged? Right now, I am only concerned about being crushed by you, Nancy retorted, using her hands and feet to push him off and sit up. What a heartless individual. Ibilius languidly sat up, pondering that had it not been for my divine magic lightening your form, you would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp. Nancy rose, brushing off the remnants of grass from her attire. A little lamb, sensing the danger had subsided, approached once more, nibbling at the fodder with its mouth. She furrowed her brow gently and reached out to stroke the lamb, gasping in astonishment. Why was its fleece made of paper? She proceeded to touch other sheep, her eyes widening in disbelief. This one too, and that one as well. The flock, startled by her probing, scattered in fright. Ibilius plucked a blade of grass and began to twirl it delicately. The blade unfurled into a sheet of pale yellow paper. He seized a sheep and, with a swift motion, tore it apart. In the midst of Nancy's astonished gaze, the sheep split into 2 halves, its paper heart and lungs tumbling out. Devoid of any blood, the bisected sheep bleated in confusion, its head staring at its own body. Nancy, observing the rigid paper lamb meat that had fallen at her feet, found herself utterly speechless. This is a world of playing cards, Ibilius remarked coolly. He waved his right hand, and a soft glow descended, causing the heart and lungs to roll back into the sheep's body. The little lamb stood unscathed, lowered its head to inspect its form, and promptly fled. A world of playing cards? Nancy murmured softly. Indeed, a realm ruled by cards. The king, queen, and soldiers are this place resembles a secluded world. Yet it is not entirely devoid of remnants. I am aware that humans once traversed this land, although most met their demise here. Yet, some managed to escape. Escape? Nancy felt an unsettling sensation. Iblis licked his lips. Did you not notice? Our thirst is intensifying. There is no water here. The card world possesses a unique protective mechanism that siphons moisture from all damp substances. I am not thirsty. Nancy shook her head, having just consumed 2 cups of water. I forgot, Iblis lamented. Had I known, I would have partaken as well. What shall we do now? Can you lead me out? Even if it seems impossible to leave. Iblis cast a glance at her. I fear dehydration more than you do. The air here is rather inhospitable to me. I sense something beginning to drain my moisture. Within mere moments, Nancy discerned that Iblis was not in good condition. His breaths were heavier and more labored than ever. I am somewhat concerned that you might be drained before we find a solution, Nancy remarked. Oh, I'm not worried, Iblis panted softly. Why is that? Because. Iblis's gaze lingered, momentarily resting upon the softness of the girl's lips. Is it not for your existence as a humanoid fruit? He suddenly drew her waist towards him with a swift motion. Nancy was startled, her body collapsing onto the haystack. This made it easier for Iblis, who effortlessly pinned her beneath him. Nancy struggled to move, sensing the imminent danger as his face descended closer. Where should she begin? It was said that the taste of human lips was uniquely captivating. Once touched, it became irresistible. He unabashedly fixated on the youthful flush of her lips. His Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he maliciously remarked, I have yet to experience that. The coarse pads of his fingers traced her lips, igniting a wave of unfamiliar tremors. No, no, no. Recalling the sharpness of a tongue, Nancy hastily covered her mouth with the back of her hand, her long eyelashes fluttering. Do be sensible. Lord of the Sea, even relief rations should be savored gradually. If you bite me, I could perish. Am I now the Lord of the Sea? The youth chuckled lazily. Alas, it may be a tad too late. He inched closer, prompting Nancy to instinctively close her eyes, pressing her hand firmly against her mouth. In the next moment, her palm was gently pressed, causing her eyelashes to flutter in surprise. There was no pain as she had anticipated. It was soft and delicate, akin to clouds or cotton candy, damp, warm, and slightly ticklish. With her eyes tightly shut, one hand covered her lips while the other rested against Iblis's shoulder. Something brushed against her palm. Unlike the gentle clouds from before, this sensation was more pliable and powerful. It was moist and bore tiny, soft pricks, sweeping across her tender palm, both ticklish and exhilarating. In a fleeting moment, Nancy comprehended what this was. Her intended strategy to allure the Sea King involved tempting him while maintaining an aloof demeanor, painting grand visions without delivering substance. Yet, this was not the moment to be unwittingly taken advantage of, unable to gain the desired affection. As she was about to struggle with all her might, a sharp pain shot through her palm. The once soft thorns suddenly became unyieldingly rigid, mercilessly piercing into her flesh. Warm blood surged forth, only to be swiftly lapped away by her tongue before it could trickle down. Nancy's eyes flew open, her pupils reflecting the visage of Iblis. He gazed down, his chestnut bangs partially obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. In his gaze swirled a tempestuous darkness, akin to a tumultuous sea before a storm. To prevent her from thrashing about, he firmly grasped her wrist. What began as a gentle lick transformed into an eager suck, and a trickle of blood promptly flowed into his mouth. Nancy's palm was a blend of sweet sensation and pain. Just as she prepared to resist, she heard a voice from Little N. Host, hold on, an SSR coin. How could there be an SSR coin? Nancy was utterly astonished, the pain laced with a hint of delight. I do not know either. It must be that you have instigated a slight alteration in the sea god. What have I changed about him? Nancy pondered, recalling that he had only tasted her blood before. This was his second time. Could this be the embodiment of devotion? Nancy felt her intellect teetering on the edge of explosion. If that's the case, we could have many firsts, she exclaimed with excitement. Ahem, please, host, exercise some restraint. Nancy chuckled as she speculated. Now I've discovered a way to earn points. Every initial experience must entail him partaking at least twice to be deemed exclusive. Though Little Blue appeared rather frugal, in reality, he was the most generous among them. While others offered heart points, he straightforwardly provided SSR coins. Then, will you allow him to continue? Will continuing to indulge yield any coins? No. Oh, let us not allow him to partake any longer. The tiny barbs on his tongue softened one by one, gently caressing the wound like the delicate touch of feathers, eventually coming to a halt. A glimmer of moisture swiftly filled Nancy's eyes. Iberius lifted his body, his light brown eyelashes fluttering softly, revealing the blood vessels in his eyes that had emerged from delight. He glanced at Nancy's palm, where numerous small punctures were evident. The blood had not been promptly drawn away, causing her palm to flush crimson once more. I apologize for momentarily losing control, Iberius said, as he summoned a soft glow with his thumb, tenderly brushing it over the wound. Tiny flesh buds sprouted from her palm, as if animated, mending the bloodied openings. As the wound healed, the ferocious deep blue in his gaze gradually faded, returning to its former clarity and brilliance. Nancy continued to weep, intending to evoke a sense of guilt in him by prolonging her tears. Otherwise, who could endure such relentless thirst? Menstruation visits only once a month. The young girl trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a rosy hue, mist forming within them. The moisture quickly accumulated, transforming into crystalline droplets that traced down her cheeks toward her earlobes, creating a heart-wrenching sight. Iberius paused momentarily, leaning down once more towards her. His lips grazed the trail of tears, sucking gently until he reached the earlobe, where he finally ceased. His heated breath, tinged with the scent of blood, wafted over her face, igniting a flurry of goosebumps, causing her to tremble even more. "You are utterly unhinged, not even sparing the tears," he remarked, momentarily taken aback. As he nestled his face into the curve of her neck, stifling a chuckle, his shoulders causing a gentle shake of his shoulder blades. "Do you not realize how parched I am?" The youth's raspy voice resonated with mirth against her neck, causing her to feel overwhelmed by the scent of blood that now clung to her. Enraged, Nancy pushed him away, her tears flowing freely, emotions brewing without purpose. In a desperate attempt to shed tears, she had recalled every sorrowful film that played in her mind. The boy lifted his face, his eyes brimming with laughter, declaring that any lingering guilt he had felt was entirely gone. "Leave me alone," Nancy insisted, her anger intensifying. "All right, I shall rise," Ibelius responded with a smile, extending his hand toward her. "Come, do not be angry. I will take you to find the paper deity." "What deity?" Nancy asked, momentarily taken aback, as she grasped Ibelius's hand and stood up with his assistance. "The paper deity," Ibelius explained with a grin, "exists in this world just as we do. The god of light was born from light, while the god of darkness descended from darkness. In the same manner, the paper deity came into being. This world is of his creation. Is that so?" A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Nancy's eyes. "Do you wish to find him and ask for our release?" "Precisely. Speaking with an astute individual is always a pleasure," Ibelius replied. Nancy let out a soft scoff, asserting that his compliments would not elevate her fondness for him. Ibelius gently curled the corners of his lips, explaining that he could not be entirely blamed for the earlier incident. "I was suffering from dehydration, and you provoked me. I initially intended to frighten you, but the scent of blood emanating from your palm instantly awakened memories within me. Furthermore, your blood was simply delectable, which led to my loss of control. As for the tears, they were merely consumed under the principle of not letting anything go to waste. Oh, a sudden idea strikes me. The next time I find myself parched, you must weep profusely. Whether it be tears of fear or sorrow, I would gladly partake." "Can you discern the emotions contained within tears?" Nancy appeared somewhat astonished. "Well, I possess a heightened sensitivity to liquids. It is an innate gift of mine. However, this will be my first experience tasting tears. You see, in Atlantis, tears are a rarity. The moment they are shed, they are absorbed into the ocean." "You have never tasted tears?" Nancy's eyes widened in surprise. "No, why?" "Oh, it's just rather delightful," Nancy replied with a smile. "Another SSR coin acquired ahead of time. In my mind, little N has already begun to celebrate." Iblis lifted his eyelids to glance at her, bemused by her delight at his lack of experience with tears. "Is that so?" Iblis gently curled the corners of his lips. "Then, you should cry now." "Huh? I am thirsty again." "You just finished drinking my blood," Nancy exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed." The young man's brows knitted slightly, a layer of black scales appearing on his delicate neck. A faint glow emanated from his hand, pressing against his neck to force the scales down. "We should depart swiftly. It won't be long before my true form reveals itself." "True form?" "It is my genuine appearance," Iblis murmured. Nancy recalled his earlier words. Mermaids were merely a fade closely resembling Atlantis. This true form likely refers to the original being. What might those black scales signify? Considering Iblis's title as the sea god, she surmised it was probably that of a great sea serpent. She desperately wished to conceal her true self, fearing that it might unleash a torrent of fearful tears. The two descended the hillside, encountering trees and flowers fashioned from paper along the way, so remarkably lifelike. Not only that, but even the wind and sunlight were constructed of paper. Golden strands of delicate paper cascaded from the heavens, while the wind took the form of enormous, undulating paper ribbons. Were it not for the looming threat of death, this would indeed be a wondrous journey. As time slipped by, Nancy felt a fiery sensation in her throat. The 2 cups of tea consumed at home had long been exhausted. Now, she was so parched that she yearned to suckle her own tears. In contrast, Ibelius seemed to fare even worse. His essence was water, and this paper world was particularly unkind to him. Within a mere 20 minutes, dark scales began to emerge on his neck and arms. His gaze grew increasingly somber, fixating more and more on the contours of the girl's lips and throat. "Can't you conjure up some water?" Nancy inquired cautiously. "I cannot. I have tried," Ibilius replied, his eyes betraying an intensified longing for water as he scrutinized her. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Nancy hugged herself tightly, apprehensive that he might succumb to madness and attempt to draw her blood. Ibilius chuckled softly. "I have conceived a mutually beneficial solution, so that we both may have water. Are you deceiving me?" Despite sensing a trick, the dryness in her throat compelled her to inquire further. He lifted her chin, his voice laced with enticing persuasion. "Open your mouth." The provocation came too swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. Rogue. In an instant, Nancy comprehended his intentions and sealed her lips tightly like a clam. What kind of absurd idea was this? To quench thirst in such a manner? "Hurry up," the youth urged impatiently. "I don't want to resort to force. I am truly parched." "Or shall I weep for your enjoyment?" Nancy suggested. "One more time, and you could earn a warm SSR coin. Quit the nonsense." The thirsty youth, having utterly lost his patience, pulled her into his embrace. His heated breath brushed against her chin and neck, igniting a tingling sensation that felt perilously intoxicating. All right. I will let you drink my blood." Nancy relented, reluctantly extending her wrist towards his lips. "Just take a little. I am anemic." "You would rather endure a bite than allow me a mere kiss?" "It's more than just a kiss, my friend. Who knows what peculiarities you might indulge in afterwards?" "Indeed." Nancy nodded earnestly. "I am unaware of the customs in Atlantis. For us humans, a kiss is reserved for those we hold affection for. I do not harbor such feelings for you, nor do I for you." Iberis's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a faint shadow emerging in his eyes. He had heard those words before. That day by the seaside, she forcefully pried his hand away, uttering those very words. At that moment, he was oblivious to the spell cast upon him, his heart aching unbearably. Yet, after all this time, hearing those words again, a dull pain still lingered in his chest. "Host," at 2 points, Little N chirped cheerfully. "What is happening? Why do I feel a flutter?" Nancy appeared bewildered. Iberis lifted his gaze to meet hers, his voice languid. "Only affection leads to a kiss." "I shall remember that." Nancy blinked, pondering the significance of this memory. Shouldn't a sea god act solely on instinct rather than emotion? Iblis extended his hand towards her once more. Noticing her immobility, he decisively pulled her closer. "Surely, you do not intend to traverse to the capital on foot? Why did you not take flight earlier?" "I was assessing the direction," she replied. "The area with the driest air is where the city lies," Iblis elucidated. "Do paper deities inhabit cities?" she inquired. "Gods are not so easily found." Iblis paused, a playful glimmer in his eyes as he surveyed her face. "Of course. This statement does not apply to you." Nancy pretended not to hear and asked, "Then why must we seek the city?" "To stir the winds of fate," Iblis languidly responded, "and compel it to reveal itself. In the paper realm, there exists but a singular city, where buildings stand in a harmonious disarray, residences, churches, and towers alike. All constructed from sturdy cardboard, they appear both fragile and exquisite. The paper denizens leisurely attend to their own affairs, though everything here is fashioned from paper. Life's essence permeates the environment. A dazzling array of paper goods fills the shop windows. Some paper folk browse for garments, while others select cosmetics." Nancy watched them with keen interest, pondering whether the makeup applied to their faces produced a permanent effect. If so, would it not be akin to facial tattoos? Suddenly, the bustling street, once alive with the din of daily life, was now reduced to the sound of terrified doors slamming shut. Is possessing a corporeal form truly a frightening matter? "They fear that the blood within our bodies might splatter upon them," Iblis remarked with a chuckle. "They are rather overthinking it," Nancy replied, "for I hold the blood within me in the highest regard." In the past, an unfortunate incident occurred when a human inadvertently stumbled into this realm. With no means of escape, despair led to self-destruction, and the spillage of blood drenched the curious paper figures nearby, resulting in the demise of 2 on the spot, while the remaining ones bore the indelible crimson mark for life. Hence, their profound fear is comprehensible. "What shall we do now? If you were in my position, what would be your course of action?" Iblis inquired. "I would seek out the king or the church of the paper figures and stir up chaos," Nancy pondered. "In short, we should venture to a place that can attract divine attention." Iblis chuckled softly. "That aligns perfectly with my intentions." Tilting his head, he continued, "Let us proceed to disrupt the royal palace. I am well aware of your disdain for such places." Nancy placed her hand back within his, and a faint glimmer enveloped them, causing the 2 to vanish from sight. Meanwhile, the king of the playing cards was engaged in theatrical discourse with the queen and ministers. Unlike the paper figure inhabitants, although they too were made of paper, they were entirely embedded within the cards, with only their hands and feet protruding. As they reveled in their merriment, a sudden, thunderous crack echoed above. The playing cards gazed upwards in bewilderment. A substantial hole had been torn in the ceiling, revealing two faces, handsome and beautiful, yet distinctly three-dimensional. The playing cards were gripped by terror, covering their faces and screaming, "A human! Protect His Majesty! Oh, who just stepped on me? Take cover beneath the carpet. Hurry, we can still hide a stack of them." Nancy cautiously peered down. "Be careful," Iblis drawled lazily. "Do not let yourself fall." He wrapped his arm around the young woman's waist and leapt down with vigor. The height of 5 meters startled Nancy, prompting her to clutch his neck tightly, attempting to draw closer. Ibilius cast a downward glance as the girl nestled securely in his embrace, her gentle breath brushing against his collarbone. A sweet, alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a scent he had never encountered in Atlantis, where the omnipresent sea offered only the bitter brine of salt water. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he slowed their descent, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, savoring the intoxicating aroma. "Host, an additional point," chimed Little in. "What a day it is." The sea god's scoring seems utterly erratic, leaving one utterly perplexed. They touched down softly, and Nancy quickly extricated herself from Ibilius' hold. The hall was in disarray, with the trembling king and queen huddled together, surrounded by a few guards wielding paper shields and swords. "Is that all the cards you have?" Nancy inquired. "No," Ibilius replied, kicking the bulging carpet beneath them. The lump began to quiver chaotically, emitting a cacophony of ragged breaths. A pile of playing cards, cowering and clutching their heads in fear, lay hidden within. "Just don't let the blood splatter on me. And please, don't let it splatter on me either." Nancy sighed, bemused. She hadn't come here to harm herself. Do you happen to know where the paper deity is?" She prodded the ace of hearts with her finger. Upon her utterance, the air grew still, and nearly all the cards widened their eyes in surprise. A few seconds later, the tension dissipated as the cards erupted in laughter. "So you wish to meet the paper deity, do you? Oh, so that is the purpose." The poker knight cast his sword and shield to the ground, exhaling in relief. Even the queen resumed fanning herself with her small folding fan. "I wish to meet the paper deity. Is there anything wrong with that?" "There is nothing amiss," replied the ace of hearts. "Humans who inadvertently find their way here all yearn to meet the paper deity. Of course, some choose to wreak havoc in the city, toppling houses and tearing everyone to shreds. Upon hearing your desire to meet the deity, we felt a sense of relief." "I see," Nancy nodded. "We merely wish to escape from this place." "That is easily arranged," declared the Jack of Diamonds as he emerged. "I am the high priest here, and only I can locate the deity. You all stay here and wait." With that, he turned and hurried away, the sound of his footsteps echoing behind him. "I remember you," the queen said, pointing her fan at Nancy. "One day while playing cards, you consistently displayed your good hands." "How do you know that?" Nancy asked, astonished. "Well, as a queen, I possess numerous privileges. For instance, I can roam through any deck of cards in the human realm. I recall that day when 4 young girls were playing cards together. Since I have an affinity for youthful children, I lingered a bit longer. Eventually, I fell asleep. And when I awoke, I was preparing to leave when I discovered a girl adorned with roses burning the playing cards. I was startled and hastily fled." Nancy's eyes flickered with realization. That day, only Marguerite was carrying roses. It seems her presence here is indeed linked to her. Perhaps she employed some advanced props. "There is something I must tell you," the queen called out to Nancy. "Do you know why most of those who intrude here are unable to escape?" "I do not know." Nancy shook her head. The closer one approached the paper deity, the drier the air became. Many individuals, not even having crossed the threshold, were reduced to mere husks. The queen spoke with a heavy heart. "So it is." Nancy, enlightened, lifted the hem of her gown in gratitude. "Thank you for informing me. It allows me to prepare. Yet, if I do not venture forth, it merely prolongs the inevitable. Ultimately, the conclusion remains unchanged. It is better to take a chance." "You are right," the queen sighed softly. Square Piece J escorted them to the entrance of the temple, the sanctuary of the paper deity. As they drew near, Nancy felt her skin tremble uncontrollably. All moisture evaporated from her pores at a visibly alarming rate. Square Piece J seemed equally affected by the oppressive dryness. Its body appeared to be cracking. "I shall not accompany you further. You must enter alone," it declared before swiftly retreating. Nancy, observing the scales that retracted and emerged from Square Piece J, inquired, "What would happen if you revealed your true form?" The paper deity would annihilate me, Iblis replied flatly. I am the object of his utmost hatred. Without my presence, he could extend his dominion to far greater realms. Greater realms, Nancy echoed, momentarily taken aback. You mean our world? Indeed. But alas, every realm abides by its own rules. Just as my powers are stifled here, the paper deity's strength would wane in our world. Thus, in a sense, deities that govern water are his adversaries. So it was. Nancy gazed at the scales on Iblis's arm, her brow furrowed in concern. Little N. I wish to draw from the blind box. No? Yes, I shall refrain from indulging now, for I may never have the opportunity again. Indeed. What level of items do you intend to draw? A worthless blind box, the kind that yields but a single point of goodwill. Little N. Considering the nature of blind boxes, I possess no confidence in acquiring anything of value. I shall first utilize my goodwill points, and ultimately resort to SSR coins. Who knows? Perhaps fortune will favor me. Quite so. Host, perhaps you should visualize your drawing in your mind. Otherwise, where shall the items be stored? Very well. Nancy felt a sudden flash before her eyes, as a blind box materialized in her mind. The drab packaging exuded an aura of insignificance. She cast a glance at it, and it promptly vanished, replaced by a lollipop. A misfortune lollipop, consume it, and endure a day filled with ill fate. Away with it, onto the next. A weeping doll. Incessantly crying for 24 hours. Its purpose seems to be to affect your emotions. Away with it. An ordinary hand cream that changes color at random after application. All of these can be discarded. Nancy continued to draw, 20 times in succession, each item more absurd than the last. Just as she prepared to switch to a higher-tier blind box, a silver glimmer flashed before her. A showerhead. It fills a barrel of water every minute, allowing for a refreshing cold shower. Side effect, the user may catch a cold. Oh, how touching. She felt tears welling up. Such a poignant item. Even the side effects are gentle enough to bring one to tears. What could possibly address her current predicament better than a showerhead? The 20 goodwill points were worth it. As Nancy turned to Iblis, a radiant smile adorned her face. What brings you joy? Iblis inquired softly, reaching out to touch her forehead. Could it be that she has been rendered speechless? Indeed. Look, Nancy said as she produced the showerhead and gently pressed a button, causing a cascade of evenly distributed droplets to envelop the two of them. Iblis widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the showerhead. We don't have time for idle chatter. Nancy urged hastily. Once activated, this shower will continuously spray. After one bucket is exhausted, we must wait a minute for it to refill. Iblis ceased his protestations, promptly grasping Nancy's hand as they sprinted towards the temple. The air grew increasingly arid as they approached the temple's entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, the water emitted by the shower transformed into vapor, with only a scant amount remaining to drench them. A towering figure loomed within, easily 4 to 5 meters in height. Perched upon a lofty stool, he wielded a pair of silver scissors, snipping away at various objects. Sheep, rabbits, even trees and paper figures cascaded from his hands. The temple was a pristine white, and the cut paper vanished upon contact with the ground. Countless scraps danced in the air, reminiscent of a gentle snowfall. At the far end of the temple stood a pair of doors radiating a brilliant light, and without needing to be told, Nancy instinctively recognized them as the passageway to escape. A gust of wind surged through the doors, stirring the paper debris into a frenzied whirl. Without hesitation, Nancy and Iblis raced towards the exit. The shower continued to spray desperately, as though releasing life itself, with an ever-increasing deluge of paper scraps flowing toward them. However, the flow from the showerhead began to dwindle. Just 5 meters away, it abruptly ceased. Nancy felt as if she had been encased in desiccant, the moisture within her skin evaporating at an alarming rate. Her epidermis, muscles, and even bones instantaneously lost their strength, as if she were on the verge of collapsing right there. In the span of merely 5 meters, she felt as though she had traversed a century. Her eyes yearned desperately toward the door, yet her limbs betrayed her. In comparison, Ibilius fared even worse. His essence was at odds with this place, causing moisture to dissipate rapidly. As he neared the final 2 steps, he could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground. Nancy quickly supported him, reaching for the watering can in an attempt to provide him with some relief. However, the time had not yet come for the can to be filled, and it remained emptily silent. With only 2 steps remaining, they were on the brink of escape. She tugged at his arm, moving slowly forward. The door shimmered with light, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Just a step inside would mean liberation from this cursed realm. The paper deity incessantly snipped at paper, filling the room with a flurry of scraps, while the air grew increasingly parched. Ibilius clutched his heart, struggling to contain the surging power within him. Black scales emerged once more across his arms and neck, their speed astonishing. Nancy felt an overwhelming certainty that within mere seconds, Ibilius's true form would erupt forth. The paper deity cast a glance in their direction, prompting Nancy to swiftly cradle the nearly unconscious youth in her arms, shielding him from the transformation. Desperately, she shook the watering can, pleading for just a little more water. Just a bit more, and she could suppress his metamorphosis. Iblis's body jolted abruptly. His consciousness not yet restored, yet his body responded instinctively. One hand encircled the young woman's waist, while the other pressed against the nape of her neck, deepening their kiss. Driven by primal instinct, he clung tightly to her, voraciously drawing her essence. Nancy felt a sharp pain at the tip of her tongue, sensing the return of the minute barbs on Iblis's tongue. Unable to suppress a shiver, she cautiously recoiled. Tears, born of fear, cascaded down, mingling with the blood at her lips, which he consumed one drop at a time. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, perhaps only a mere 10 seconds had passed. Suddenly, the showerhead on the ground sprang to life, showering them with a deluge akin to a timely rain. Nancy felt their entwined lips part ways, and a cool hand tenderly caressed her damp hair. As she opened her eyes, she was met by the gaze of the youthful deity. His eyes were clear, pure, and bright, a cerulean reminiscent of the gentlest hues of the sea. Nancy and Iblis stood upon the steep cliffs by the shoreline, surrounded by darkness. Save for the myriad stars and the crescent moon above, a fierce wind swept toward them, carrying the ocean's moist air. The great door behind them slowly closed, sealing off the parched atmosphere. With a sigh of relief, the tension that had held her taut suddenly released, causing her legs to weaken, and she sank to her knees. The pain she had overlooked in her earlier anxieties surged forth, her hand feeling as though it had been scorched by fire, radiating pain up to her forearm, eliciting tears that streamed down her face. Iblis reached skyward, grasping at the air, capturing a handful of starlight. Illuminated by the gentle glow, he observed Nancy's palm. Unable to suppress a frown. "Why is it so severe?" he inquired. Nancy cradled her hand, her face awash with tears. "She has endured unimaginable suffering this time. Not to mention the significant blood loss. Her palm is so ravaged by the scales that the bone is exposed. Merely gazing at it sends shivers down her spine, deepening her sense of pity for herself." Iblis leaned down, his fingers shimmering with a faint light as he cautiously approached her wound. Under the gentle embrace of the luminescence, numerous granulations sprouted around the injury, yet they merely exchanged glances without intertwining. "This is no ordinary wound," Iblis remarked. "Last time, you touched a facade I created, which was merely a common injury. This time, you are in contact with my true essence, a genuine desecration of the divine." At that moment, I was in a stupor and did not lift the restrictions on you. "Does that mean there is no hope for healing?" Nancy exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her tears. Surely, they wouldn't leave her with exposed bones for eternity? Her hands are of paramount importance. With just a gentle touch of her fingers, she can accumulate points. Such delicate and exquisite hands were meant for the purpose of scoring. "Of course not," Iblis chuckled softly. "Though it may take some time, perhaps 2 or 3 days." Nancy exhaled deeply, nearly frightened to death by his words. Iblis laughed lightly. "Such a timid spirit. I recall you displaying great courage in the temple. That was out of necessity. If I hadn't taken the risk, I might have remained there forever." "I shall first staunch your bleeding," Iblis stated, once again infusing the wound with ethereal energy, allowing a membrane to form over it. The fierce winds of the cliff howled around them, tousling the girl's golden hair, which brushed against Iblis's cheek, a sensation akin to the intertwining of their lips and tongues. Iblis lowered his eyelids to gaze at the wound, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Why did you kiss me afterward?" he inquired. "Eh?" Nancy, her face marked by dried tears, looked up in astonishment. "That was not a kiss." "Not a kiss?" he echoed. "Of course not," Nancy replied with a gentle frown. "That was a form of healing, much like what you are doing for me now. If I do not transfer my blood to you, you cannot awaken." Iblis raised his eyelids to fix his gaze upon her, and after a moment, he smiled softly. "I see. That alleviates my worry. What were you worried about?" Nancy asked curiously. "Worried that you might take advantage of me while I was unconscious," the young man replied lazily. "Oh, that cannot be. I do not like you," she retorted. "Ouch." Nancy winced as he suddenly pinched her palm, blood immediately welling up, contorting her face in pain. "My apologies," Iblis chuckled, devoid of remorse. Hearing that you do not like me brings me such joy that I momentarily lost control. The light of healing faded. Nancy glanced at her palm. The wound remained distressingly vivid. However, it no longer bled, the dried blood forming a scab, covered by a thin membrane. Yet, the exposed bone and flesh were still visible. Iblis conjured a piece of gauze and wrapped it around her injury. With this treatment for 2 to 3 days, your hand will return to its former state, leaving no scars. That is wonderful, Nancy exclaimed happily. Indeed, not only do I have classes, but I must also go to Milo's house to fetch medicine, meet with Lily, and travel to the north. Nancy glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. She had only spent 9 hours in the paper world. Yet it felt as though a lifetime had passed. Lying on her bed, Nancy, though weary, mustered her energy to settle the points with little n. We currently have a goodwill value of 45 points, 1 SSR coin, and 2 days of life, little n announced. Wait, Nancy said, furrowing her brow in confusion. If I recall correctly, I spent 20 points on a worthless blind box. How is it that there are still so many points left? Indeed, little n replied. You did expend 20 points, but subsequently, you also received 20 points back. Received back? Who granted such generosity? Although Nancy had considered Poseidon, the notion of receiving a full 20 points was rather extravagant, akin to a lavish windfall. It was the deity Iberius, little n exclaimed. Ah, it truly was him. Nancy murmured, gently fluttering her eyelashes. Though it was goodwill, there were various shades of affection. The deity was likely thanking her for saving him at the critical moment. Thus, she found herself with such an abundance of points and a collection of seemingly worthless items. Upon reflection, those items were not entirely devoid of value. For instance, the misfortune lollipop could bring a day of bad luck. If she refrained from consuming it herself and offered it to someone else, it could serve as a formidable weapon. Ideally, it would be best to give it to Princess Margaret, as if she were bereft of any items herself. Hearing that there were still a significant number of points left, Nancy felt a wave of joy wash over her. As her spirits lifted, drowsiness began to envelop her, and she soon drifted into dreams. However, it was not long before she was struck by a fever. She felt dazed, emitting weak, uncomfortable murmurs. On the immense outdoor screen, a deity clad in a deep blue robe stood tall and handsome, his expression one of indifference. Although the realm of the ocean possesses land, the sea deity has never been seen to set foot upon it. He remains ever in Atlantis. Nancy's friends often delight in discussing the topic of blasphemy. For unlike other deities, Iblis seems to possess a more human touch. He readily accepts interviews from the press and is attentive to the voices of the populace. However, what captivates the most is undoubtedly his extensive harem, as it is said that he spares not even the tiniest plankton. If only I were a mermaid. For it is rumored that the sea god favors such beings. You ought to inquire of him. Ha ha ha. What do you think, Nancy? 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 A deep voice reverberated in her ears, and Nancy slowly opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting the youthful visage of Iblis, handsome and imbued with a sense of boyish charm. She uncomfortably shook her head, feeling a slight weight and warm moisture upon her forehead. It must be a damp handkerchief, she surmised. It seemed she indeed had a fever. The side effect of the shower was to induce a cold in the user, lasting 24 hours. Iblis furrowed his brow slightly, questioning whether it was due to your excessive blood loss or the wound upon your hand. I am not skilled in the divine arts of light. You know, fish do not catch fevers, leaving me with little recourse. If only that fellow were here. Nancy understood that the fellow referred to the god of light. Yet she was reluctant to seek his aid, fearing he might discern too much. No matter, her throat felt hoarse. A day of rest would suffice. Should you take medicine? Iblis inquired again, referring to the remedies of humanity. No. In truth, they contain a significant amount of laxative components and a degree of mercury. Lying in bed for a day might remedy certain ailments, but consuming this particular item introduces uncertainty. Ibelius appeared to be at a loss, merely accompanying her in silence, occasionally exchanging handkerchiefs. After a brief interval, Ibelius abruptly remarked that he had overheard her speaking in her sleep. What did I say? Nancy inquired, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Did I really say that? Indeed, Ibelius nodded. Did you like it? I did, he replied with a smile. Nancy retorted, you truly are peculiar. Is that not permissible? Mermaids are allowed, aren't they? Ibelius, somewhat exasperated, crossed his arms, reluctant to engage in conversation. Under normal circumstances, Nancy would have refrained from probing further. However, her mind was muddled today, rendering her oblivious to social cues, prompting her to ask again. Mermaids are permissible, right? Slowly, Ibilius turned his face towards her, lifting his eyelids to gaze intently. Why not try and find out? What of the mermaid? Where has that enormous creature gone? A flicker of light passed, and Nancy felt the bed suddenly dip, something cool and slippery striking her leg. She turned her head to find Ibilius languidly seated beside her, his upper body bare and his lower half adorned with a magnificent sea blue tail. The striking blend of youthful grace and boyish fragility was manifest in his form, harmoniously entwined, exuding both sensuality and allure, while subtly radiating an air of dangerous taboo. Ibilius grasped her hand, placing it against his chest, and said softly, "Right here." In that moment, Nancy was jolted to attention. Her hand was ensnared beneath the gentle grasp of the youth, pressed against his chest. Enveloped by an unfamiliar sensation that surrounded both the palm and the back of her hand, akin to a sandwich, Iblis guided her hand, gliding it across his torso and gradually descending. He gazed at her unabashedly, a hint of mockery in his expression, as if challenging her daring. His hand slid along her skin, the boy's chest smooth and pleasantly cool to the touch. His abdominal muscles were taut, devoid of any excess flesh. Nancy lowered her gaze, reapplying her palm against him. The deep blue scales obediently adhered, remaining still. They were intricate and smooth, yet not slimy like fish. Instead, they possessed a refreshing and comfortable sensation, perhaps even more delightful than skin itself. As her hand moved downward, the depth of the boy's gaze intensified, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. Nancy sensed a shift in the tail, no longer tranquil, but rather restless. When her palm encountered a particularly prominent area, Iblis abruptly halted her hand, pressing it down firmly. His aquamarine eyes were shrouded in mist, his voice hoarse. "Do not roam indiscriminately. Bypass this area and touch elsewhere." Iblis breathed softly, drawing Nancy closer so that her face rested against his chest, while he rested his chin atop her head. "You understand now, don't you?" "What? Didn't you inquire whether mermaids can ascend?" "The answer is yes." Iblis steadied his breath, regaining composure, a nonchalant expression returning to his visage. "Of course, as a deity, I can assume various forms. If you're intrigued, I can transform into another shape for you to explore next time." Just moments ago, the one who pressed her hand down in a panic to prevent her from groping around had composed himself and begun to boast. Is this not a facade of strength masking vulnerability? Were it not for the notorious reputation of the being before her, she might have mistaken him for someone else entirely. Well then, the girl tilted her face upwards, smiling sweetly as she said, "Don't wait for another opportunity. Let us do it now. I haven't had enough of exploring other forms. Transform into your human guise, so I may touch you." Iblis widened his eyes slightly, pinching her cheek and playfully pulling it. "Has your face grown as thick as the walls of Atlantis? Do you treat others in this manner as well?" "Not at all. Only you," the girl replied with a sugary smile, her words laced with mischief. Iblis's gaze momentarily faltered, and after a few seconds, he chuckled softly, releasing his grip. "You certainly know how to flatter. I'm almost convinced. Host, a point has been added," chirped Little N. "Eh? Where did this point come from?" Nancy asked, puzzled. "It was added when the host touched an inappropriate area. I refrained from reporting it at the time, fearing it might disrupt your performance," Little N replied with a chuckle. "I told you so. How could I say I only treat you this way and not stir his feelings? The sea god surely only acts on instinct, devoid of emotion." Host, what do you think?" Little N asked excitedly, covering its face. "What do you mean?" "Oh, just the matter of that spot you touched in my screenshot." "Oh, that. Actually, I didn't touch it. Didn't you see him holding my hand down?" Nancy glanced at Iblis's tail, which had regained its smooth sheen, gently swaying like a grand fan. It possessed scales that could fend off intruders while concealing anything within. What a remarkable race. After such a lengthy bout of frivolity, Nancy's head began to feel heavy once more. She pulled the blanket up to her neck, closed her eyes, and soon succumbed to slumber again. When she awoke, the daylight streamed in brightly. There was no sign of Ibilius in the room. "Where's the sea god, Little N?" "I don't know. He just stepped out." Nancy, still a bit dazed and wishing to sleep a little longer, instantly perked up upon hearing this and rolled out of bed. Yet, the malaise brought on by the shower did not dissipate so quickly. Dizziness washed over her, and her legs felt weak. She hastily leaned against the wall. "Where are you off to, host?" "You should lie down. The side effects will linger for another 10 hours. Taking advantage of the sea god's absence, she resolved to meet Lily, retrieve the potion from the god of light, and finally head north. "Wow, host, your dedication is commendable. I admire you for not even leaning against the wall." Nancy lacked the energy to engage in idle chatter with little N. She hastily donned a light purple dress and a straw hat. Then she produced a palm-sized beaded handbag, a rather extravagant accessory, capable of holding everything one might need. However, it came with a catch. Upon use, the owner would find themselves unable to locate any item thereafter. They might struggle to find the drawer handle, the door, the collar of their clothing, or even their mouth while eating. The duration of this side effect lasts for an hour. Speaking of side effects, the sea god had also used the shower. How come he didn't catch a cold? Little N. The sea god did not actually hold the shower. He merely splashed around. This is unbearable, Nancy lamented as she gazed into the mirror, her cheeks flushed and her eyes misty. She appeared delicate and fragile, exuding an air of vulnerability that made her seem quite easy to mistreat. She picked up the powder puff and gently dabbed at the redness on her cheek. With a slight smile in the mirror, she appeared presentable enough. Upon exiting her room, the maid informed her that Robes and Rosie had already departed for the academy. Indeed, they were determined to distance themselves from her. However, this conveniently provided her with an excuse to skip class. She grasped her handbag and instructed the coachman to prepare the carriage, setting off towards the Oak Street Tavern. Lily awaited her at the designated spot and immediately handed over 2 teleportation tokens upon her arrival. Am I going to your uncle's house now? Nancy hesitated slightly, gathering her thoughts. There is someone. He is rather peculiar. The people at home cannot see him. Only you can. Is it a vengeful spirit? Lily inquired. There are such entities. They do not cause harm but will follow you until your body succumbs to weakness and death. However, there is no need for concern when it comes to sorcerers. Many sorcerers manage to transform vengeful spirits into servants or similar forms. Lily thought that Nancy might not be able to handle the spirit at the moment. Do you need my assistance in taming it? Oh no, no. Nancy shook her head in alarm. You must not attempt to tame him. I mean, you can simply let him know who you are. Inform him that I have asked you to disguise yourself as me. This is the best way to avoid trouble. Lily appeared puzzled but refrained from asking further questions. Curiosity was the greatest taboo in their line of work. She nodded in understanding and proceeded to transform into Nancy's likeness as she walked towards the carriage. Once Lily departed, Nancy called for the carriage again, directing it towards the Milos residence. Milos sat in the garden, engrossed in his book. Hearing the sound of the carriage, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance. A young girl, adorned in a delicate lavender gown and sporting a wide-brimmed straw hat, dashed in with rosy cheeks, exuding an invigorating vitality. Yet, as she drew closer, Milos discerned an unusual flush upon her visage. Is she unwell? No, not at all. If one were to insist upon discomfort, it would merely be the warmth of the day. Nancy naturally removed her hat, fanning herself with it, while discreetly concealing her bandaged hand behind her back. Is my medicine ready? She inquired. Milos retrieved a crystal vial, no longer than a finger, from his pocket, filled with a chestnut-hued liquid that bubbled gently. It would take effect if consumed in one swift gulp. He extended the vial towards her with a single hand. How could she possibly let such an opportunity pass? A mere gesture could propel little N a step closer to little R. She placed her hat upon a chair and reached out to accept the vial. At the moment of contact, her fingers brushed lightly against his hand, as soft as a feather, carrying a hint of playful provocation. Milos fluttered his eyelashes slightly, lifting his gaze to regard her with a neutral expression. The girl smiled sweetly, saying, Lord Milos, do hold it steady. We wouldn't want it to fall and break. Host, 1 point added. Upon hearing the score, Nancy contentedly grasped the vial. Yet it resisted her attempts to draw it forth. She lifted her gaze, meeting Milos's calm eyes. With her only functional hand, she retrieved a sun-shaped golden brooch from her pocket, hastily procured from her jewelry box. She expressed her apologies for the lack of time to prepare a gift. But surely the god of light would appreciate the sun? Milos did not reach for the brooch. Instead, he reached out and pressed his hand upon her shoulder, spinning her around like a top. The bandaged hand, concealed until now, was suddenly exposed. Fixating on the layers of bandages, Milos furrowed his brow gently. Have you been entangled with mermaids again? How could that be? Not every wound is the result of mermaid mischief. Nancy replied cheerfully, turning back again. The maid is ironing in my room, and I accidentally bumped into it. Let me take a look. Milos raised her hand. No need to trouble yourself, she insisted, masking her pain with a facade of indifference. I hastily wrapped it up because I was anxious to find you. I've just learned healing magic. Please allow me this precious opportunity. Milos chuckled softly. Very well, but if you fail, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. He picked up a vial of medicine and tucked it into her pocket. You seem to have forgotten one thing. What is that? Normal communication between individuals, Milos replied nonchalantly. Pfft. So you were hoping for a kiss? She teased, equally inclined, as she was 3 points shy of 50. Nancy rose onto her tiptoes, quickly pecking his lips, her long eyelashes fluttering lightly. Is that sufficient? Host, at a point. The cheerful voice of Little In seemed to unveil Milos's innermost thoughts. With a gentle laugh, Nancy picked up her straw hat. However, as she turned, her gaze fell upon the figure leaning against the doorframe, causing her body to stiffen. Bilius stood there, having watched for an unknown duration, holding a bundle of medicine he had acquired after scouring numerous places. He was uncertain of Nancy's ailment. Hence he had procured one of each remedy: diarrhea medicine, headache powder, dysentery remedy, and eastern poultice. Upon returning home, she was unexpectedly absent. Thus, he followed the scent to this place, where he witnessed her kissing another man. Iblis narrowed his eyes, fixating on Nancy. After a moment, a smirk graced his lips. A chilling smile. Quite delightful. I almost forgot there was a pharmacist here. You won't need this anymore. He released his grip, and the bag fell to the ground with a thud. The bag hit the floor, and several small glass vials tumbled out, some shattering upon impact, scattering white pills across the floor. Nancy was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding why Iblis had vanished so early in the morning. He had gone to procure medicine for her. Little In, I apologize, host, the sea god arrived via teleportation. The moment you saw him, I saw him too. Sigh, living under constant surveillance is unbearable. If one were to date a sea god, infidelity would be instantly discovered. Oh, Little In blinked. The key point is, with a sea god as a boyfriend, why would one even consider cheating? Because there are also other exceptional deities like the god of light and the god of darkness, Nancy replied with a cheerful smile. Ah. No more. The sea god is about to lose his temper again. Iblis's gaze darkened as he stared at her, his thin lips pressing into a cold, straight line. With a sneer, Iblis remarked, You are quite the master of sophistry. You sought me out? Found me here? No, Nancy interjected, pulling him toward the exit, eager to coax him out before explaining. As they stepped through the door, she instinctively glanced toward Milos. The figure leaned against the tree, arms crossed, with the shade above casting a veil over most of the sunlight. Their silhouette melded seamlessly into the shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. She sensed his gaze lingering upon them, subtle, silent, imbued with a hint of chill. Yet, this coolness seemed directed not solely at her. She perceived the frigidness was more for the relative beside her. Iblis, emerging from the street, maintained a stoic demeanor, unable to articulate the source of the simmering irritation within him. Was it due to his arduous efforts in procuring medicine for her, only to discover she sought the apothecary herself? Or perhaps it was her audacious inclination to rise on tiptoe and kiss that human, as a deity governing rivers, seas, and lakes. A mere glance from him could send tremors throughout Atlantis. Yet here he was, scouring the streets for remedies for this human girl, only to find her entirely unneeding of them. He was acutely aware that his emotions were anomalous. He had never before been vexed by such trifling matters. Yet today, his heart ached with frustration, and his liver felt sour. What, then, was the root of this unfamiliar sentiment? Iblis pursed his lips thoughtfully, attributing it to the events transpiring in the paper realm. In a moment of near death, Nancy had chosen to harm herself to save him. In truth, she could have simply left. After all, he would be forever ensnared in the paper world, incapable of troubling her. Yet she had chosen to stay. This revelation had indeed shaken him. Perhaps this was the rationale behind his series of uncharacteristic actions. Yes, it must be so. He had found himself a justification. Since she appeared indifferent, there was no longer a need for him to concern himself with her. With these thoughts clarified, Iblis's gaze gradually grew tranquil. He felt no further need to remain in Bolton. What medications have you procured for me? Nancy lowered her head and reached into the bag. The wound that had torn open in an attempt to evade Milo's scrutiny began to bleed anew, staining the bandage crimson. Iblis caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, his expression darkening as he silently cursed. The decision he had just made was swiftly cast aside. He gently grasped her hand, unwrapping the bandage while maintaining a cold demeanor, mocking, Why didn't you have the apothecary assist you with the bandage change? I prefer having you do it for me. You are the magnificent god of the sea. You can manage anything. The girl beamed at him, her enchanting blue eyes reminiscent of his beloved ocean. A flicker of lightness dispelled the gloom within Iblis, his gaze softening slightly. He raised the corner of his mouth, teasing, With such sweet words, have you been indulging in honey? The mention of lips conjured an image of Nancy kissing the apothecary in his mind. His expression darkened once more. his lips forming a displeased line, his azure eyes devoid of emotion as they fixed upon her. What is it now? Nancy blinked, wondering if his mood could shift any more abruptly. Truly, he was the god of the sea, embodying the very essence of its unpredictability. Blood seemed to seep forth again as she attempted to divert his attention. Iblis, maintaining his stern countenance, cast a healing spell upon her, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Who said one must be fond of someone to kiss them? Do you harbor feelings for that apothecary? That wasn't a kiss. It was just a peck, Nancy replied with utmost seriousness. A peck? Yes, it's not as formal as a kiss, more like a token of appreciation. Nancy continued her nonsensical chatter. Iblis scoffed. Gratitude, is it? He swiftly lowered his head, bestowing a peck upon her lips, soft and exuding a sweet fragrance. It was reminiscent of the scent he encountered when embracing her. However, this fleeting kiss was rather insufficient. He lingered his gaze upon her lips, his voice slightly husky. Your turn. Your turn for what? Why should I kiss you? Nancy asked, bewildered. You claim that a kiss signifies gratitude. I procured medicine for you, changed your bandages, and tended to you throughout the night. Why should I not receive a kiss of thanks? Nancy pressed her lips together. The reasoning was sound, yet a kiss seemed excessive. Host, you just earned a point, Little N chimed in. The sea god has been inexplicably generous lately, she mused. Yet still, she could not acquiesce to a kiss. The sea goddess' approach was unlike any other. She must not indulge him. Each time, she forgot to maintain her aloof demeanor. Oh, no, Nancy began to refuse. But before she could finish her thought, Iblis grasped her chin and swiftly planted another kiss. The damp kiss bore a hint of dominance and youthful tenderness. Lingering once more upon her lips, Nancy felt utterly exasperated. Unfortunately, she was no match for him in either speed or stamina. Every attempt to retaliate left her at a disadvantage. Iblis chuckled. I haven't taken much. I merely claimed what is rightfully mine. Host, another point has been added. Little N's voice was tinged with excitement, for the score had reached 50 points. Upon hearing this, Nancy's mood brightened instantly. Just moments ago, she wore a stern expression, but now a smile graced her face. To Iblis, this was a clear sign of her appeasement. Hasten your upgrade, please. Nancy, momentarily setting aside her irritation with Iberis, urged Little N in her mind. All right, host, please don't rush me. My hands are trembling, Little N stammered, her voice tinged with an excited sob. Is it really that serious, dear Little N? You wouldn't understand. I have continually felt inferior at N level. Believing I am merely a hindrance to my host, Little N choked out. If only my host could acquire an SSR, she would undoubtedly thrive. You are my SSR. Nancy replied with a smile. Little N remarked, when my host is happy, even it gets flirtatious. Little N deposited all the scores into the system. A colossal pink score of 50 gradually emerged, followed by a shimmering glow as the numbers melted into particles, dissipating into the air. Nancy instinctively held her breath, eagerly awaiting the moment of witnessing a miracle. However, as 5 minutes elapsed and Iberis completed changing her bandages, nothing occurred with Little N. Have you completed your upgrade? Nancy inquired. Should I now refer to you as Little R? Little N feels a tad awkward. The upgrade process requires 2 days. So I remain Little N for now. Oh, that is understandable, Nancy acknowledged. After all, so many days had passed. What were 2 more? Once the vexing matters were resolved, Nancy felt her head growing heavy once again. Noticing her discomfort, Iberis reached out to touch her forehead. Why is it still so warm? It hasn't even been 24 hours, Nancy thought to herself. No need for that now, she replied slowly, her gaze drifting toward the nearby tavern. She needed to hasten her departure to the north. I wish to borrow the restroom at that little tavern. She pointed with her hand. I shall accompany you, said Ibilius. Oh, no need for that. It would be rather odd for you to wait outside for me, Nancy replied. To appear more natural, she feigned a fierce expression, warning him not to peek. Ibilius scoffed, asserting that he preferred to observe openly rather than furtively. Ignoring his remarks, Nancy shot him a warning glance before briskly making her way toward the tavern. Upon entering the tavern's lavatory, Nancy retrieved her winter attire from a somewhat ornate handbag. She then took out the potion that Milos had given her. The brown liquid, bubbling ominously, appeared somewhat daunting to consume. She bit her lip, uncorked the glass vial, and, with her eyes closed, poured its contents into her mouth. The steaming liquid surged down her throat. As soon as the potion settled in her stomach, she felt something swiftly spreading across her skin, enveloping her entirely. She understood that the barrier had begun to take effect. Wasting no more time, She quickly produced the teleportation array from the north and departed from that place. Ibilius waited outside for quite some time. He was still unfamiliar with the duration humans spent in lavatories. However, her prolonged absence clearly indicated something was amiss. After hesitating for a few seconds, he entered the tavern and knocked on the lavatory door, receiving no response. He raised his hand and knocked again, yet still no answer. A frown of suspicion creased his brow. Despite his concerns that barging in might displease her, he ultimately forcefully opened the door. To his surprise, the lavatory was empty. Moreover, the scent that had guided him to Nancy's location had dissipated, leaving nothing behind. No wonder he felt that she was still inside. He endeavored to locate her once more, only to discover that the scent had completely vanished. Why had it disappeared? In Iblis's understanding, he had never heard of a method to obscure the scent of blood. Who could have done this? A vial held by the apothecary flickered through his mind. Iblis's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He had never despised a human so profoundly, this male human who incessantly vexed him. Although he could not find Nancy, he stumbled upon something unusual in the washroom, a remnant of a barrier. The ground was interwoven with faint magical sigils, evidence that a teleportation array had been employed here. Such things were invisible to humans, yet to deities, the use of divine arts left traces behind. Typically, these traces would dissipate after 2 or 3 days. But what he observed was quite fresh, not more than 2 hours old. Where, then, had she gone? Was it necessary to utilize the teleportation array? As he pushed open the door to the bedroom, the sound of humming reached his ears. Iblis's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the girl seated on the sofa, holding a newspaper. He strode over and snatched the newspaper from her grasp, causing Nancy to look up in bewilderment. She gazed at Iblis with a slightly dazed expression and grinned, asking, "Oh, you look rather handsome. Are you the vengeful spirit the boss spoke of? No wonder she didn't want me to help tame you." It seems she intended to enjoy the process herself. Iblis's gaze faltered for a moment as he scrutinized her face. The features were identical, yet the demeanor was markedly distinct. Nancy would never exhibit such a cheeky expression. Two individuals, entirely distinct, could at most deceive those unfamiliar with her. Iblis's expression darkened. "Who are you?" His gaze was frigid, emanating an oppressive chill that sent shivers down one's spine. After a prolonged silence, he finally chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall await her. I shall wait patiently." Nancy stepped into the dimly lit apartment. In the southern realm, it was daytime, while in the northern lands, it was enveloped in darkness. Little N glanced at the time for her. It was already 9:50. In just 10 minutes, the curfew would commence. Once the hour struck, the north would succumb to its most perilous nocturnal hours. The air, rich with spiritual energy, would breed terrifying malevolence in the shadows, devouring every soul that dared to wander through. Perhaps the apartment management sought to economize, for only a small gas lamp flickered on the ground floor. An inexplicable force seemed to draw her further away from the door, a sensation beyond description. She was acutely aware of the numerous rooms lining the corridor. A mere stretch of her hand could touch a door. Yet, such a simple act eluded her grasp, as if she had wandered into a fog, directionless and lost. Little N, it seems the side effects of the exquisite handbag have begun to take hold. I cannot locate any exits, including this corridor. You see, I cannot find the door, nor can I even locate the staircase I just descended. Host, Little N replied dryly. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. I am unable to lend you any power, similarly affected by the side effects. Nancy furrowed her brow. Soon it would be 10 o'clock. Clearly, her own abilities were insufficient to escape the encroaching darkness. She cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted in the corridor, "Cecil." Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing, but certainly preferable to the alternative of silence. Cecil. Clearly, he should still be in the afterlife. Last time, it was uncertain what had triggered his awareness of her presence here. Perhaps there was something above the door. Yet now, she could not locate the door. Time slipped away. Minute by minute, Nancy relentlessly attempted various methods, including creating a tremendous commotion in the corridor. However, it felt as if her voice had been silenced. No one could hear her. The distant chimes of a bell tolled, deep and resonant, announcing that the county of Kavina had entered the hour of curfew. Simultaneously, Nancy sensed an abrupt chill enveloping the corridor, igniting a sense of impending danger within her. Her gaze fell upon a patch of charred darkness on the floor, marked by 2 crimson shadows, as if 2 individuals had once been mercilessly crushed into a gruesome pulp. She had to do something, anything, in her urgency. She recalled the incantation Milo had taught her. However, at the time, she had been too preoccupied with earning points to practice adequately. What was it? Exorcise the darkness? Before she could fully recollect, a pale, almost translucent little girl had somehow pressed herself against her back. The girl had long hair plastered to her scalp, her eyes darkened, gazing hauntingly at Nancy. Startled, Nancy felt a jolt of fear course through her, her scalp prickling, and without thinking, she uttered the incantation. A small orb of light, no larger than a grape, brushed against the girl's face and ascended into the air. Despite its diminutive glow, the radiant force contained within seared fiercely against her. Nancy was nearly deafened by the girl's piercing scream. The little girl clutched her face, contorting as she rose. Her visage was marred by the incessant sloughing of skin, each fragment coalescing into a diminutive specter of a girl. 5, 10, 20, their countenances grim, their mouths stretched into ghastly rictus grins, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. Nancy, trembling, fumbled for the teleportation array within her pocket, but her hand slipped uselessly against the fabric of her coat, unable to locate the opening. The malevolent entities shrieked as they surged toward her, causing the small orb of light to shatter and dissipate into the ether. Nancy's mind went blank, overwhelmed by their swiftness. Just as hundreds of sharp fingers grazed her sleeve, she was yanked backward by a powerful force, collapsing into an embrace as frigid as the depths of winter. Cyril, redolent with the chill of the northern wastes, had evidently journeyed from the netherworld, leagues away. He enfolded her tightly within his arms, swathing her in a fur-lined cloak. An aura of profound, unnerving terror emanated from him, reducing the once ferocious specters to quivering wrecks. They prostrated themselves upon the ground, burying their faces in the dirt, whimpering as if begging for absolution. Cyril's presence made them aware that they stood before the Lord of the North, the architect of the netherworld, a deity capable of commanding death itself. Enveloped within the cloak, Nancy's trembling gradually subsided. She was, of course, cognizant of the identity of her rescuer. Gripping his garments with both hands, she lifted her gaze to meet his. In the dim light, his expression was obscured, yet his displeasure was palpable. Noticing her gaze, Cyril drew her closer, further shrouding her within the cloak, shielding her skin from the noxious emanations of the specters. Nancy quietly leaned against his chest, just about to speak when a piercing scream shattered the silence. A sudden gust of wind, laced with an icy chill, enveloped her, causing her to gasp and cling tightly to Cecil's waist. Moments later, the wind ceased. The cloak draped over her head was lifted, and the corridor was abruptly illuminated, with countless tiny orbs of light floating like stars upon the ceiling. She raised her face, her pupils reflecting the striking visage of darkness, his handsome features. His eyes, shaped like delicate peach blossoms, bore a hint of languor and melancholy. "I just stepped out. I had no idea you were here." His voice was soft, as if he feared that a louder sound might startle her. "I have already dispatched all those creatures. I have lit an everlasting lamp in the corridor. You shall not encounter such horrors again." Nancy turned to glance at the hallway. The grotesque apparitions had indeed vanished. The air no longer felt frigid. Yet, she still could not see the door. To her, the corridor's sides were merely dark walls. Clearly, the side effects of the handbag were still in effect. "Shall we enter the room?" she whispered. She had developed a fear of this corridor. Cecil nodded, releasing her as he made his way toward the room. Nancy hurriedly followed, wrapping her arm around his. Cecil glanced down at her, assuming she was still fearful. Upon reaching the door, he retrieved a key and unlocked it. As Nancy watched him about to vanish into the darkness, she pressed closely to his side, stepping inside with him. The black walls swiftly closed behind her. Upon seeing the familiar arrangement of the room, she exhaled in relief, grateful that she need not venture elsewhere, at least until the effects wore off. Cecil removed his cloak and turned to assess Nancy. The young girl donned a black coat, her raven hair cascading down her back like seaweed. A sheen of cold sweat adorned her forehead, likely a remnant of recent fright. Her cheeks bore an abnormal flush, suggesting she might be unwell. Cecil furrowed his brow gently. The last time she departed from him, she was in good health, yet now she appeared ill, her hand swathed in thick bandages, indicating she had encountered some misfortune. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the girl interrupted with a look of distress. "Could you help me unbutton this? I can't find the buttonhole." Her gaze lowered, her fingers anxiously fidgeting with the buttons of her coat. Cecil was momentarily taken aback, his eyes drawn to her bandaged hand, which indeed made delicate movements quite challenging. He reached out, deftly unfastening the buttons of her outer garment one by one. As the coat fell away, her slender neck was revealed, followed by a light lavender summer dress adorned with a deep V-neck line. With the opening of the coat, he glimpsed swathes of her porcelain skin and the delicate, fair calves beneath the hem of her dress. Cecil swallowed lightly, yearning to behold a bit more. Yet, Nancy brushed his hand away. All right, I'll manage the rest myself. He reluctantly withdrew his hand. After a few seconds, Nancy sighed, tilting her face upwards, her expression now tinged with even greater exasperation. Could you help me get my arm out? She requested. I can't find the cuff. So after Cecil helped her remove her coat, she realized that she could no longer find the opening of her boots. A simple action that should have been effortless became exceedingly complicated in her hands. Everything related to the openings seemed to have closed its doors to her. Reluctantly, she asked Cecil to assist her in removing her shoes. What was meant to be a gesture of warmth now rendered her akin to a frail, elderly individual in need of care. Once her coat and boots were removed, she felt a chill envelop her, for beneath her coat, she wore a summer dress. Otherwise, she would have wrapped herself snugly, resembling a modest and virtuous little angel, rather than appearing in a guise of feigned seduction as she did now. Let us light the fireplace, she said with a smile to Cecil. For enduring winter without a fire is a true ordeal. She then moved toward the fireplace to grasp the fire tongs. Yet, in the next moment, she turned around with a tearful expression, exclaiming, I cannot find the opening of the fireplace. Her melancholic tone, however, struck Cecil as endearingly playful. He chuckled softly. How could anyone possibly fail to locate the fireplace opening? Yet he found her in this state delightful, choosing not to shatter her pretense, and stepped forward to extend his hand toward her. Nancy silently handed him the fire tongs, sensing he must think her blind. Cecil used the tongs to place logs into the fireplace, and then conjured a flame with a flick of his wrist. Soon, the vibrant flames spread warmth throughout the room, melting the frost on the window panes into glistening droplets. Nancy watched the flickering flames, wrapping her arms around herself. She still felt cold. The lingering effects of her cold persisted, and she sensed her body once again heating up. I longed to recline upon the bed for a moment. After today, the dark god shall undoubtedly obliterate all memories of that reserved, disciplined, and virtuous version of her, supplanting it with her dazzling new persona. Dressed in such a manner, and requesting to lie down in someone else's abode, even a fool could comprehend her intentions. Yet, she is not foolish, she has already exhausted herself. It is not merely the side effects of the shower. Even the wounds upon her hands now throb with pain. This trivial request posed no objection to Cecil. Upon receiving permission, Nancy approached the edge of the bed. However, mere seconds later, she found herself at a loss. She could not locate the entrance to the covers. Yes, she was uncertain of where to burrow. Would it be too much to ask Cecil to tuck her into the blanket? No. Such a suggestive statement would never cross her lips. If the other party were the god of light, that would be a different matter altogether. Not only would she utter suggestive words, but she would also yearn to engage in suggestive actions. Rejected by the bed, she turned and sat upon a chair, her arms folded and resting upon the armrests, as she painfully closed her eyes. Cecil furrowed his brow gently. He was all too familiar with Nancy's condition. As the lord of the underworld, he encountered numerous souls tormented by afflictions each day. Their bodies bore the marks of a lifeline, and from this, he could discern who would soon arrive in the realm of the dead. Nancy appeared indeed to be unwell. Yet, curiously, her lifeline was robust, showing no signs of being tainted by illness. He placed his hand upon her forehead, a faint glow emanating from his palm. As Nancy sensed the movement, she gently opened her eyes, assuming he was merely assessing her temperature, and did not shy away. However, in the next moment, a silver showerhead and a cascade of black scales suddenly materialized in the air, startling her into an upright position. What is this? What have you done? The two voices emerged simultaneously, one tinged with confusion and the other laced with fear. I wish to understand the cause of your ailment, Cecil explained. Is it possible to do so in this manner? Nancy gently blinked, taken aback by the cleverness of the approach. While Milos relied on experience for his judgments, Cecil swiftly pressed the rewind button on the footage. Truly, as the deity governing death, he possessed specialized skills. Cecil cast a glance at the silver object. Is this a wasp nest? How did it cause your sickness? And this appears to be the skin of some creature. Is this the reason for your injury? Wow, impressive. You guessed quite accurately, Nancy replied, albeit half-jokingly. That silver object is a showerhead, used for bathing. Unfortunately, I took a cold shower and fell ill. As for the fish skin, well, you know I am a gold hunter, and I sustained a minor injury while out hunting. Life is quite challenging. Cecil's gaze flickered slightly. Nancy, clad in a dress that exposed her arms and legs, indeed appeared to be enduring hardships. After all, who would wear summer attire in the dead of winter? Despite her evident poverty, she still felt the need to bring him food. Whenever he asked her to join him for a meal, she would always kindly shake her head, silently watching him from the side. He recalled the well-known adult lie, "I'm not hungry, and I don't like to eat." Mothers in the North often use such excuses to save bread for their children. Perhaps she was the same, consistently setting aside her provisions for him. Today, she had brought nothing, likely due to a failed hunt that left her without resources. Injured and unwell, yet she still persevered to care for him. Cecil gently blinked his eyelashes, and from the depths of his inky heart, it seemed as though a beam of light descended. Host, an additional 2 points. What is going on? Nancy raised her head in surprise. She hadn't done anything yet. This had been happening frequently lately, receiving points inexplicably. Although it was a pleasant occurrence, the lack of control over it left her feeling quite uneasy. Cecil glanced again at her, who was shivering slightly from the cold, and draped his cloak over her, wrapping her up snugly. "Why not lie down on the bed?" "Because I can't find the opening of the blanket. I'm a bit hungry. I can't sleep." Nancy offered a vague excuse. Cecil's gaze grew more complex. Indeed, she had come here on an empty stomach. Not wanting her to feel embarrassed, he lazily leaned against the back of the chair and said, "I'm hungry too. What would you like to eat? Can we really have whatever we desire?" A look of astonishment washed over Nancy's face. She surveyed the room, which resembled a model home, devoid of any traces of life. "Well, I suppose I'll just have to endure it. It's already curfew, and all the shops are closed. You need not worry about that. I have a servant, a person I know, who can bring us food. What do you like to eat?" Upon hearing that Cecil intended to have his fallen angel deliver takeout, Nancy felt no need to hold back. She was indeed quite hungry, as it was nearly lunchtime in the southern continent. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since morning. After a moment of thought, she cautiously raised her eyes and asked, "Can we order meat?" Cecil was pretending to be impoverished, yet she desperately craved meat. Fearing that he might refrain from buying it to maintain his facade, Cecil chuckled lightly, finding the girl utterly adorable in his eyes. "Of course. I recently stumbled upon some fallen angel feathers and made a bit of money from them. Feel free to choose whatever you like." Nancy raised an eyebrow, bemused by his nonchalant mention of acquiring fallen angel feathers. Were they simply shedding everywhere? Such items were the pinnacle of materials sought after in the realm of divine arts. Yet, Cecil made it sound as effortless as plucking fur from a dog. Let me think." The girl tilted her head, deep in contemplation. "I would like some small round cakes, cheesy beef-baked potatoes, asparagus soup, and for dessert, perhaps cream rolls and blackberry cake." "Very well." Cecil retrieved a scroll of parchment from his pocket. A faint glimmer flashed as a quill materialized in his hand, and Nancy propped her chin on her hands, watching him write fluidly. It felt akin to placing a food order. Once he finished, both the parchment and quill vanished simultaneously. Another question crossed Nancy's mind. Were these items even available for purchase? Surely, at this hour, the chefs must be asleep. Voicing her concern, Cecil lazily replied, "If you desire to eat, they shall not be sleeping." Cecil exhibited no anxiety about the matter. It was the fallen angels who should be troubled. Whether they cooked for themselves or summoned a chef from a warm bed, he cared little. As long as the food arrived in the end, that was sufficient. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the door swung open. A woman clad in a black robe entered. Her hair elegantly coiled, adorned with diamond-shaped earrings set with red gemstones. She was strikingly beautiful, with an air of sharpness and cool elegance. Nancy's eyes widened in surprise. Was this not the black-robed woman she had brushed past previously? Margaret, the disguised fallen angel. Indeed, it has been confirmed. Who else would seek out Cecil here? If not a fallen angel? It seems today Margaret has taken on the role of a delivery person. This realization brought her a sense of relief, as she had initially feared the arrival of another angel. Previously, she had appeared as a blonde in the museum, yet now, seated beside the god of darkness with her raven hair, there seemed to be an incongruity. With a resplendent smile, Margaret entered, elated to receive a note from the god of darkness, even though it was intended for the archangel Azrael. Nevertheless, she saw no harm in snatching it from Azrael. As the sole female among the fallen angels, she enjoyed a great deal of leniency from others. Small tasks, such as delivering meals, were seldom contested. Consequently, she had garnered numerous opportunities to engage with the god of darkness. However, why did she now encounter a familiar face? Was it not obvious? SSR coldly remarked that from the moment she laid eyes on this address, she should have inferred whom the god of darkness had come to meet. Margaret retorted, believing she had not emerged from the card kingdom. The god of darkness was merely awaiting her arrival as per usual. You consistently overestimate her, she thought, despite her displeasure. Margaret feigned nonchalance as she retrieved a wooden box from her pocket. Upon opening it, she cast a glance at Nancy. The sight of the cloak draped over her form made her temples twitch. That was the cloak of the god of darkness, well known in the realm of the dead. This cloak, renowned as an ancient artifact, held unclear powers, though it was evident that Cecil treasured it dearly, seldom donning it. He reserved it for occasions he deemed significant. However, at this moment, it draped over Nancy like an ordinary blanket. Margaret's gaze descended further, her pupils suddenly jolting. The other was wrapped tightly in a voluminous cloak. Yet the smooth, bare calves that peeked out revealed that she wore nothing beneath. Stealing a glance at the dark deity lazily reclining against the chair, Margaret understood why takeout was ordered late at night. The earlier vigorous activities must have been quite draining. How infuriating it was that the other had already taken the divine being to bed, while she was struggling in the underworld for a mere chance to order food. With a gloomy expression, Margaret opened the small box, which seemed to possess infinite space, releasing an array of steaming dishes. These culinary delights were crafted by the Archangel Azrael, who had been a chef prior to his ascension. This perhaps elucidated the dark deity's penchant for recruiting wild angels. Much like enlisting talented individuals, one could possess a multitude of specialties. Once the piping hot food was arranged, Margaret cast a glance at Nancy's flowing black hair, a surge of superiority swelling within her. Her system allowed for a direct alteration of her appearance, while the other could only resort to dyeing her hair and using colored contact lenses. In this regard, she had already triumphed. The other could never possibly discern her true identity. A sudden urge to say something to unsettle her arose, perhaps to feign recognition, like claiming, "You seem familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before." Yet, as soon as the thought surfaced, she was chastised by her system. "Fool! Do you wish for her to deduce who you are? How could she possibly guess?" Margaret still sought to defend her idea. SSR scoffed. Although lacking an advanced system, she possessed a keen intellect and a clear mind. "Reflect on the action she has taken. How much have you suffered?" After serving the meal, she had no reason to linger and departed with a heavy heart. "Who is she?" Nancy inquired. "An acquaintance," Cecile replied matter-of-factly. "Only she can procure food in the dead of night." "Oh," Nancy chuckled lightly, seemingly amused that Margaret's endeavors were not progressing well. Upon receiving this information, her attention promptly shifted to the dining table. She rose to carefully arrange the cutlery and plates for Cecile before settling back down with her cloak draped over her lap. Prepared to dine, Cecile gazed at the neatly arranged utensils, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. It felt akin to sharing a meal with family. Although he had no family, it did not hinder his observation of human life. This was how those couples behaved: harmonious, cozy, sharing their sustenance with one another. "Host, you gain a point." Wow, indeed a significant score. A small gesture could bring satisfaction to the other. Although Poseidon was the foremost figure, the cost on his end was exorbitant, with each encounter proving to be quite harrowing. "Delicious," she said with a light-hearted laugh. "If I was a 7 in hunger moments ago, I am now a 10. I wish to eat until I can no longer." She picked up her fork to spear the beef, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not extract the food from the plate. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the plate itself represented a mouth that would remain closed. How could this be? This side effect utterly shattered her understanding, proving to be exceedingly bizarre. "What's wrong?" Cecile asked, puzzled by her refusal to eat after she had just complained of hunger. "I desire the meat on your plate. I find your dish particularly appetizing," Nancy said with a cheerful smile, her fingers interlaced. "Would you care to share?" Cecil paused momentarily, taken aback, but without further thought. He extended his plate toward her. "Oh no, no, I meant for you to use my fork to pass me a piece," the girl implored softly, her voice imbued with a childlike charm. Her face was petite and delicate, with eyes that shimmered like water, radiating warmth and brightness. When she spoke, her long, curled lashes fluttered, making it nearly impossible for anyone to resist her endearing demeanor, and Cecil was no exception. He obediently cut a piece of beef as she requested. She knew this was somewhat embarrassing, yet in her predicament, she could only fully embrace her playful appeal. Cecil, slightly surprised by her request, scrutinized her expression to ascertain her sincerity, confirming that she was indeed serious. He chuckled lightly. "You seem quite different today. What's the reason?" "Because of the damned side effects," she replied. "In what way am I different?" Nancy inquired, her smile unwavering. "Well," Cecil pondered, "you appear more spirited, more akin to a girl from the northern lands. Is that not a good thing?" Nancy pressed. "Not at all," Cecil assured her. "I find it delightful, regardless." Nancy then adopted a more serious tone. The truth is, I injured my hand and can't eat properly. Once I heal and the pain subsides, I will manage on my own. Cecil glanced at her hand, wrapped like a loaf of bread. Shall I assist you with treatment shortly? Oh, no need, Nancy quickly declined. If you heal me, the sea god will become furious, as it would usurp his role. Cecil dismissed her remark as a jest, assuming she merely wished to avoid causing him any trouble. Let us dine first, he suggested as he settled beside her, balancing a plate brimming with food. The young girl immediately opened her charmingly rosy mouth, awaiting his offering. A soft chuckle escaped him, reminiscent of a fledgling eagerly awaiting sustenance. He grasped a fork laden with beef, his gaze momentarily lingering on Nancy's delicate pink tongue. A subtle warmth coursed through the fingers that held the fork. As he recalled the sensation of touching her tongue, pondering even further back to the flavors he had tasted in the cave. Feed me, Nancy urged, noticing his distracted expression as he pondered something unknown. She playfully tapped the back of his hand. It feels rather stiff to keep my mouth agape. Are you going to feed me or not? Cecil felt the gentle touch, the warmth intensifying in his fingers. Yet, upon witnessing the girl close her mouth like a clam, he swiftly dismissed his earlier thoughts and began to feed her earnestly, wary of upsetting her and risking her absence in the future. The beef was succulent and juicy, and despite his carefulness, a bit of it inevitably splattered. Please help me wipe it away, Nancy complained, feeling discomfort at the corners of her mouth. Naturally, if she could find her lips, she would have done it herself. Cecil set down the plate and fork, while Nancy tilted her face in anticipation of his assistance. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped her. Cecil grasped her chin and leaned in closer. She felt something warm and moist brush against her mouth, whisking away the sauce. What are you doing? She gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as her heart nearly skipped a beat. I assumed you wished to wipe it with a napkin. Yet you seem to prefer using your tongue, he replied calmly. I don't get food on my lips when I eat, Cecil stated matter-of-factly, revealing that he hardly ever consumed food at all. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Cecil's eyes as I overheard someone nearby mention that when a girl requests assistance in wiping her mouth, it is best to use one's tongue. She would surely appreciate it more. The companion at my side, Nancy, appeared somewhat speechless. Those fallen angels were indeed the antithesis of the radiant ones. The purity of the celestial beings stood in stark contrast to the depravity of the fallen. What a distasteful notion this was. She finally grasped that what obstructed her efforts to redeem the dark deity was not his inherent nature, but rather that group of miscreants. I disapprove, Nancy promptly asserted, reclaiming her discarded persona of justice and virtue. Remember, one must never use their tongue to assist another in wiping their mouth. Very well, Cecil replied, propping his chin on his hand, lamenting the unwelcome addition to his knowledge. Nancy sighed in relief and reached out to him. Let us take a break. It is quite late. Her fever persisted, and dizziness began to set in. Are you leaving in the morning? Cecil inquired. He chuckled softly, drawing her closer, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, reveling in her warmth. This is delightful. Nancy paused momentarily, gently patting his back. But we cannot allow this. At dawn, Nancy rose from her slumber. Cecil remained asleep, though she suspected he was merely feigning it, perhaps fearing to startle her by appearing too human. After tending to her morning routine, she wrapped herself in her coat, quietly opened the door, and made her way down the stairs. Across the street from the apartment lay a bakery and a grocery store. As she selected a large square of toast and prepared to pay, she discovered her pockets weighed down with gold coins. Momentarily stunned, she quickly deduced that it was Cecil's doing. It is likely that he only offered her money after hearing her lament the hardships of life. After purchasing the toast, she proceeded to buy eggs and ham. While she was bent over selecting eggs, a tall figure suddenly drew near, a powerful arm wrapping firmly around her waist. So, you're here. A voice rang out above her. The clear, youthful tone was laced with indifference and mockery, revealing a deep-seated resentment. Iblis? A tempest surged within Nancy's eyes, causing her to drop the eggs without a second thought. Biting her lip, she realized that the potion only offered a fleeting respite from the divine. As she pondered how to deal with Iblis, her peripheral vision caught sight of her hair cascading before her chest. In a moment of clarity, she remembered her own dark hair and eyes. As the light from the small inn illuminated the scene, she abruptly turned, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him fervently. Iblis was momentarily taken aback, but his instincts kicked in. Though anger still simmered within him, his body instinctively responded. His tongue parted her lips, and he pressed his hand against the back of her head, deepening this unexpected sweetness. just as he began to savor the delightful taste. She pushed him away. It was akin to a bee being abruptly interrupted while sipping nectar. He could still sense the sweet aroma, yet his soul remained unfulfilled. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the one who had disrupted his bliss. The girl blinked innocently, her long, curled lashes framing her cerulean eyes like delicate fans. Dressed in a black coat, her golden hair peeked from beneath its hood, exuding a faint, radiant glow. Bandages wrapped around her hands revealed traces of blood. It must be due to the force with which I pushed him earlier that the wound has reopened. Iblis momentarily felt a pang of softness. Yet the memory of her past misdeeds darkened his gaze once more. You are always like this. You first offer me a morsel of sweetness, only to follow it with a heavy blow. The youth complained with a hint of irritation, whether in Bolton or here. If you did not wish for me to kiss you, why did you leap upon me just now? Ah, to transform, Nancy mused. Little N.'s display was so unprofessional it nearly dazzled her. Thus, she resorted to kissing as a means to divert attention. It was merely because I was delighted to see you that I rushed over. I only intended to press my cheek against yours, as friends do. You have misconstrued my intentions, she argued with feigned innocence. Iblis' gaze flickered. Her words were exceedingly reasonable, causing him to feel uncertain. When she had lunged at him moments ago, his mind had gone blank. All he knew was to hold her tightly in his embrace. Indeed, failing to discern her true intentions. Cursed be it, he had thought she was beginning to harbor feelings for him. Would the host believe him? Undoubtedly. Nancy affirmed with unwavering confidence. Why? Because a fish's memory spans but 7 seconds. Nancy rambled whimsically, her eyes fixed intently on his reactions. Observing his transition from confusion to certainty and then to disappointment, she realized he had succumbed to her fanciful tale. Therefore, you must exercise a modicum of patience. Take heed of others' intentions before deciding upon your own actions. Should a girl who harbors feelings for you be present, she may have already entrusted her heart to you at this very moment. She earnestly advised, for if he heeded her counsel, she might very well earn a SSR coin. If he chooses not to comply, it matters not. It is merely an empty utterance. Nancy merely smiled in silence. You possess quite the audacity, Ibilius remarked, gazing intently at her, eager to deliver a sharp retort. Yet, upon witnessing her charming and delightful smile, the fervor dissipated. Curious glances began to converge around them. Public displays of affection among young men and women in the North are hardly a rarity. However, the allure of Ibilius was undeniably striking, making it challenging to remain unnoticed. You are remarkably bold, Ibilius said, lowering the brim of Nancy's hat further and removing his scarf to wrap it around her neck, obscuring more of her golden locks. Are you unaware that the North and the Southern continent are adversaries? I simply wish to see the efficacy of the potion, which is why I am here. Nancy replied with a light-hearted laugh, though it was evident that her attempt had faltered. How could you locate me so swiftly? Ibilius chuckled. I am a deity. How could such a mediocre concoction crafted by humans possibly obscure my presence? At this, he lifted his eyelids to scrutinize her. Did you deliberately do this to elude me? You persistently follow me, the young lady retorted, her voice laced with palpable dissatisfaction, for her words were sincere. Have you forgotten that I have been accompanying you because you rescued me from the depths of the sea? Ibilius responded without reservation. I was in quite a dire state at that time, and I have yet to hold you accountable for it. Since you refuse to disclose who compelled you to act thus, I shall remain in your company. Nancy cast a fleeting glance toward the nearby apartment. She had been out for a while, and concern gnawed at her regarding whether Cecil would emerge to seek her. Such a situation would be uncontrollable. Her heart bubbled with impatience, akin to water brought to a boil, as her mind raced frantically, desperately seeking a solution from every nook and cranny. Let us depart. Ibilius urged, surely you do not wish to linger here indefinitely? We shall discuss matters elsewhere. A fleeting glimmer passed between them, and he widened his eyes in astonishment, his skin tightening in an instant as his body began to descend. Meanwhile, Nancy grew ever larger, resembling a giant. Forgive me, Ibilius, she said, bending to grasp him by the nape of his neck and lifting him effortlessly. In his terror, Ibilius noticed the bright azure of her eyes reflecting the image of a plump, fuzzy mouse. You are actually Jerry, aren't you? The spell's effect, transforming those you despise into a fuzzy mouse for a duration of 24 hours. Be warned, however, that the side effect entails your own transformation into the same creature once their punishment concludes, lasting 1 hour. Remember to flee swiftly. Do not allow them to capture you. And a word of caution, beware of cats. The abominable blind box reemerges, and in a certain light, Nancy mused, it is not entirely worthless if utilized correctly. At least at times, it provides a temporary escape from her predicaments. The round, Fuzzy Mouse frantically stretched its tiny paws, attempting to tug at the ribbon, but it was far beyond its reach. The dark ribbon tied around its chubby face possessed a certain allure. She hastily stowed Ibilius in her pocket, quickly selecting some eggs, ham, and milk. She then ventured next door to procure a medium-sized stew pot, a small frying pan, and a milk pot, all while hurrying back to her apartment with her heavy load. I feel it might be more prudent to lament my fate later. Perhaps you should expedite your upgrade. Nancy remarked nonchalantly, I hope that when I transform into a fuzzy mouse, you can teleport me to evade this hour. The girl, who had just moments ago worn an expression of deep apology, now appeared composed. Her pocket was in a flurry, and Nancy knew that Ibilius must be furious. She slipped a finger into her pocket, gently stroking Ibilius's fur. The restless creature finally settled, wrapping its paws around her finger. Nancy made her way into the apartment, ascended to the second floor, and knocked on the door. It swung open, revealing Cecil, whose demeanor lightened upon seeing her as he reached out to accept the items she carried. You should have invited me along, a deep, melodious voice remarked, just as Nancy felt a gentle nudge against her finger. Oh, it's quite all right. She stifled a laugh. I hadn't anticipated purchasing all of this. I went out for ingredients and ended up taking a bit longer. As Nancy approached to organize the items, she suddenly recalled, by the way, did you put gold coins in my pocket? From selling angel feathers, Cecil replied, leaning against the table, a smirk playing on his lips. Go ahead and take it. It was quite effortless for me. Nancy rummaged through the basket, extracting eggs, bread, and ham. Oh dear, I forgot to buy butter. I suppose I'll have to make another trip. Is it this? Cecil pointed towards a low cabinet against the wall. Turning around, Nancy noticed a large, square object wrapped in foil resting atop the cabinet. She swore there had been nothing there moments ago. Picking it up, she glanced at the label that read Aunt Lisa's butter, catering to your family's taste. She found it hard to appreciate such packaging. It immediately reminded her of blind boxes, raising concerns about potential side effects from consuming it. When did you buy this? She feigned excitement in her inquiry. Quite nice. I shall prepare some sandwiches and then brew some milk to drink, if that is acceptable, Nancy remarked as she made her way towards the fireplace, which was connected to a small stove. You may do as you please, Cecil chuckled lightly, observing her cheerful demeanor. Nancy ignited the stove and placed a skillet and a milk pot atop it. As she poured the milk into the pot, the skillet was already warmed. I require eggs, she stated. Cecil handed them to her, watching as she smeared butter across the bottom of the skillet before cracking an egg into it. The skillet immediately responded with a sizzling sound, followed by the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Suddenly, the pocket became restless, the thin fabric visibly displaying 4 tiny paw prints in a frenzy of scratching and kicking. What is this? Cecil inquired, furrowing his brow as he reached around her waist, retrieving a blindfolded little creature from her pocket. The round little creature squirmed in agitation, its feet flailing. A rat? He exclaimed, his eyes widening slightly. It is a silken fur mouse, Nancy corrected him. She set down the spatula and gently lifted the Iberian mouse, placing it upon her shoulder. Be careful not to tumble into the pot. Do you fancy such creatures? Cecil asked, somewhat surprised as he glanced at the silken fur mouse. For some inexplicable reason, seeing it clutching Nancy's hair with one paw while the other clung tightly to her snow-white neck made him feel uneasy. Indeed, Nancy replied, retrieving the cooked egg from the skillet and cracking another one into it. The silken fur mouse turned its head towards Cecil, proudly lifting its chin. Cecil squinted slightly, and after a few moments, a smile crept upon his lips. I find it quite delightful as well. Perhaps you could leave it here. You see, I live alone, and it can be rather lonely. I cannot, for I too am lonely. Nancy deftly slid a fried egg into the slices of bread, placing the sandwich neatly on a plate before bringing it to the table. Next, she poured some milk. Once everything was prepared, she set the sandwich beside Ibilius, cutting a small piece and offering it to him. He turned his head in disdain, yet accepted it, cradling it with his tiny paws. If you are lonely, Cecil hesitated. You could come and live with me. Before he could finish, a diminutive sandwich blossomed before his eyes. The bread and eggs scattered from a parabolic arc, landing beside his fingertips. Ibilius gazed at Cecil with his satin-covered eyes, feeling a tinge of annoyance. As a mouse, all he could do was toss the sandwich away. If given the chance, he would certainly make the other feel the weight of divine authority. Do not do that, Nancy chided gently, stroking Ibilius's head and using a spoon to feed him milk. Cecil watched the lethargic mouse relishing Nancy's service, finally grasping why he found it so irksome. Ever since this mouse had appeared, Nancy had ceased to attend to him. He curled his fingers slightly, tapping softly on the table, murmuring, "My wound still hurts." "Oh?" Nancy lifted her gaze, noticing the faint outline of a wound at the collar of Cecil's oversized black sweater. She set down her spoon and stood up. "Let me take a look. Have you removed the bandage?" Cecil smirked slightly. "I haven't taken it off, but some parts have come loose." He lifted the edge of his sweater with one hand, revealing the old bandage and his slender waist. The perfect abdominal muscles glistened under the sun, radiating an alluring aura. Nancy was taken aback when she saw him about to remove his shirt. She quickly grasped his hand, helping him cover his waist once more. A fleeting glance at Iblis revealed him gazing in their direction, his eyes obscured, seemingly attempting to discern their actions through sound. She took Cecil's hand and led him toward the restroom. The moment the door closed, Iblis instinctively sensed something amiss. He took several hurried steps toward the edge of the table, one foot suddenly dangling in midair. His fur bristled as he swiftly retreated, his gaze darkening as he stared toward the restroom. Cecil leaned casually against the wall, having shed his sweater. Nancy stole several glances at him. Captivated by his perfect right-angled shoulders, slender waist, and long legs, a breathtaking beauty that would never cease to enthrall, no matter how many times she beheld it. To prevent herself from becoming lost in admiration, she forced her gaze to the bandage on his chest. The bandage appeared somewhat worn, its edges frayed from frequent friction with clothing. The sticky ointment had long since hardened, adhering to his skin. Having not visited for several days, she realized he had been bearing this discomfort alone. Surely even a deity would find such a condition intolerable? Nancy's eyelashes fluttered as her fingers gently untied the knot. "Why didn't you remove this earlier?" she mused softly. "It must be quite uncomfortable after wearing it for so long." Cecil chuckled lightly. "It's manageable. I've endured far worse. When I was a child, I was thrown into a deep pit. It rained, and icy water surrounded me. Darkness enveloped everything, rendering me unable to see. Creatures crawled upon my body, and I dared not move, hoping they would tire and depart swiftly." Nancy blinked in astonishment. "Who cast you into the pit?" Cecil hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "Some who despised me." "Despise you?" Nancy was even more astonished. How can anyone harbor such malice towards a child? "There are indeed," Cecil replied nonchalantly. "After all, he is the harbinger of death and darkness, foreboding from the moment of his birth. Everyone wishes him dead, believing that if he were to vanish, the world would be illuminated. Is no one attempting to intervene? A faction is filled with malice, while the majority merely observes with indifference." Cecil's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. "But it matters not. It has long since passed. Now, no one can harm me. They fear me, yet their fear is futile." As Nancy contemplated further inquiries, he coolly concluded the subject. "Do not ask. I do not wish to deceive you. Yet, I am even less inclined to have you regard me with disdain and trepidation once you come to know me." In that instant, Nancy grasped the meaning of disdain. So, this is the reason for Cecil's somber upbringing? He yearned for warmth, yet recoiled from human connection. Alas, if he were to discover that all her actions were merely to derive some benefit from him, she would likely be crushed without hesitation. As the bandages unraveled, Nancy instructed Cecil to cleanse the surface of his wounds with a purification spell. The gaping lacerations still clung to a layer of barrier, a turbulent flow within akin to molten lava. Although blood would not seep forth, any contact would provoke excruciating pain, even for a deity. Cecil cast his gaze downward as the delicate, pale fingers of the girl traced the edges of his wounds. Though there was a tinge of pain, it was overshadowed by a sensation of tingling numbness. It was as if a gentle tickle danced upon his heart, causing his muscles to tense sharply. While a tingling sensation traversed from his chest down to his spine, he felt irresistibly compelled, as if bewitched, to kiss her exquisite fingers. Having entertained the thought, he acted upon it. Grasping the delicate wrist of the girl, he lowered his head, bestowing a series of moist, fervent kisses upon her slender fingers. Nancy momentarily froze. Lifting her gaze, by the time she comprehended the situation, her fingers were already enveloped in his mouth, gently being sucked. The wet sensation sent a shiver through her, prompting her to quickly withdraw her hand, pouting as she protested. "Didn't I say not to do that last time?" Cecil leaned against the wall, chuckling softly. "You only forbade touching with tongues, not kissing fingers." She widened her eyes, her lashes fluttering in disarray. Pushing him away, her hand encountered the warmth of his chest and the strength of his presence, causing her fingers to soften against the heat. Her waist was firmly encircled by his strong arms, drawing her into his embrace, leaving her only able to glimpse his broad shoulders and the rippling muscles of his arms. A veritable display of raw masculinity. It was not until he sensed the tears welling in the corners of her eyes that Cecil gradually lifted his face. The intensity of his breaths brushed against her lips, his gaze dark and tumultuous. "That is not how one kisses," she gasped weakly, her breath faltering in complaint. "Then how does one kiss?" Cecil inquired with a light laugh, his eyes reflecting the soft vulnerability of the girl in his embrace. "We need to catch our breath. I can't continue like this." "Yes, I shall remember." "Remember for what purpose?" Nancy, thoroughly flustered, completely forgot what she had intended to say. "Host, 5 points added." Little N chimed in cheerfully. "Alas, while the points are considerable, this is not what I desired. He should exercise restraint rather than unleash his primal instincts." A loud crash echoed from the living room, heralding the presence of Iblis. Nancy, concerned that her little mouse might be in peril, hastily lifted her gaze to Cecil and declared, "There's no need for the ointment. The wound shows no sign of healing. Let us seek alternative remedies." She picked up a sweater and handed it to him. Cecil donned it, but as he observed her turn to leave, he understood her worry for the rodent. A shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. This was the very reason for his disdain towards all beings. He lifted his gaze to the moon, which, while casting its light upon him, was simultaneously surveying others. Nancy pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out briskly. Iblis sat with his back to her at the edge of the table, his small, round body exuding defiance and anger. Fragments of porcelain and white water stains littered the floor, unmistakably the result of Iblis knocking over the bowl that held the milk. Nancy reached out and poked Iblis, who crossed his arms and turned his head away. A sudden urge to laugh surged within her. How could such tiny hands embrace anything? With a chuckle, Nancy nodded and waved goodbye. Only when the door clicked shut did she release a sigh of relief and shift her focus to the silky-haired mouse on the table. It seemed Iblis was aware that the bothersome male had departed, for he turned his gaze towards Nancy with a frosty demeanor. A hint of a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he were waiting to see when she would relinquish her hold on him. Ignoring his demeanor, Nancy turned to retrieve a pen and paper from the nightstand, reclining on the bed as she wrote fluidly. Just as the pen made contact with the final word, a blinding flash of light erupted from the table. Nancy's pupils contracted, and an icy sensation coursed down her spine. In the next moment, she was forcefully thrown onto the bed by a powerful force. Iblis reverted to his original form, pinning her down and gripping one of her wrists. His azure eyes transforming into a tempestuous blue, reminiscent of the sea's hue before a storm. The young man narrowed his eyes at her, his expression gravely somber. Who was he? What? Nancy was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that upon regaining his form, Iblis would not question her about transforming him into a silken mouse, but rather inquire about another man. Another? Did he include Milos in that? A friend, she replied with a smile. A friend? Iblis lazily curled his lips into a smirk. Would a friend kiss you in the washroom? You two shared quite the lengthy kiss. If I hadn't knocked the bowl over, would there have been further activities? Ah. You could hear that? Impressive. Speak up, Iblis pressed again. Nancy gazed at his handsome yet frigid face, lifting her lips in a playful smile as she gently pinched his chin. Who are you to me? Iblis momentarily paused, but his expression soon darkened again, exuding an air of fierce intensity. Who am I? You will soon find out. He grasped Nancy's cheeks, forcing her to part her lips, kissing her fervently with a mixture of ferocity, irritation, and a jealousy he himself was unaware of. As the young man ravaged her with his kiss, Nancy, in a daze, pondered why Iblis's kisses always followed those of the other two deities. By that logic, he was indirectly kissing his rival as well, with her wrist held firmly by Iblis. Their lips and teeth intertwined in a passionate struggle. As she pondered over who had savored whose essence, a voice echoed in her mind, urging her to awaken. Host, rouse yourself. Your hair and eyes remain black. Startled, Nancy opened her eyes, only to find the visage of a youth reflected in her dark pupils. His light brown bangs obscured a portion of his brow, and in his fervor to devour her, his movements rendered his features unclear. Upon closer inspection, she noted that his eyes were closed, long lashes fluttering gently. She reached out to grasp the back of Iblis's head, her arm entwining him like a vine. Encouraged, he intensified his fervent assault. Hurry, little N. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the room, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. The intensity of the illumination was more pronounced indoors, shielded by drawn curtains, than outdoors. Iblis released Nancy, sitting up with newfound clarity in his gaze. He surveyed the tranquil room, puzzled. What just happened? Feigning ignorance, Nancy simply responded, It was Iblis contemplating a flash of lightning, such a brilliant light. The words seemed to resonate with some hidden nerve within Iblis, prompting a sardonic smirk as he raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon her. Do you think I am incomplete? Care to test that theory? Ghosts should not be trifled with, Nancy retorted, pushing him away and striding to the dressing mirror. Her lips were now swollen and crimson, resembling the aftermath of indulging in a bowl of chili, having been kissed passionately by two individuals in quick succession. Even the most resilient of beings would bear the marks. The earlier encounter was indeed fraught with peril, and it was thanks to the timely intervention of little N, as well as Iblis's reliance on instinct, that she had navigated the crisis. After glancing at the mirror once more, she suddenly felt as though something was amiss. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, why hasn't the sea god's affection value been credited? Hadn't he kissed her for an eternity without feeling anything? I surmise it's due to the displeasure simmering within him, little N speculated. After all, you previously transformed him into a hapless creature and allowed him to bear witness to the existence of the dark god. Even a kiss cannot erase such trauma. If penalties could be imposed, you would have long since accumulated negative points. That leaves me at a disadvantage, Nancy mused. Iblis has profited. In a single day, he has savored both the light and the dark. Little N chuckled heartily. The sea god would certainly not appreciate that revelation. But on a day when you're feeling down, do share it with him. It would surely infuriate him to the core. Iblis sat on the bed, propping himself up with his hands, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He languidly surveyed the modest yet thoughtfully arranged apartment. It was quite nice, albeit excessively pristine, devoid of any signs of habitation. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze darkened slightly, and a term emerged in his consciousness, a rendezvous chamber. Who is that man? He questioned again. Nancy cast a sidelong glance at him from the mirror. The youth's expression was cold, reminiscent of a successful detective confronting a wayward partner. I told you, he's just a friend. A friend? Iblis smirked. You certainly have a plethora of friends. He rose to his feet, handing her the coat, scarf, and boots, his demeanor urging her to depart. Nancy obediently accepted the items and donned them, leaving Iblis somewhat taken aback by her compliance. How very obedient of you. It somewhat defies my expectations. Surely, you do not intend to surprise me with anything unexpected? Nancy chuckled lightly, her fear lingering that these garments might prove too large for her. What do you mean by too large? Her sentence trailed off, a fleeting glimmer passing through her eyes as they swiftly lowered. The motion was so rapid that it imparted a sensation of weightlessness. When she finally lifted her gaze, she was met by the imposing figure of Iblis, who knelt in astonishment, his cerulean eyes shimmering with incredulity. Nancy? He inquired, prodding the silky mouse clad in a black wool coat and ankle boots. The mouse stumbled at his touch and tumbled to the ground. Iblis burst into laughter. Oh, I must apologize, I am not mocking you. But why have you transformed into a silky mouse? Were you attempting to employ this ruse against me, only to inadvertently ensnare yourself? In truth, it was merely a side effect, Nancy mused. Iblis's eyes brimmed with mirth as he gingerly cradled her in his hands, placing her upon his knee. This seems rather unfair. Why are you dressed while I am left in the nude? His gaze sparkled with curiosity as he gently stroked the silky mouse's soft fur. Let me ponder, how shall I interact with you? Should I cover my eyes like you? That does not sound particularly thrilling. You wouldn't mind if I unfastened your clothing, would you? It feels rather unsatisfactory to touch you like this. He began to fiddle with the small buttons on the wool coat. How inappropriate. Even the silky mouse is not spared, Nancy thought, stepping back and covering her chest with her tiny paws. I am in trouble now, she reflected. He then rose, placing Nancy into his pocket. Nancy felt as though she were ensconced within a sack, uncomfortably kicking her legs. Use that, little N, she said, her voice tinged with irritation. Are you truly certain you wish to utilize it? Little N hesitated momentarily. A faint glimmer flickered, and the pouch promptly deflated. Yet, Ibilius remained utterly oblivious. The radiant, bow-shaped hairpin proclaimed, upon use, it will randomly teleport you to a location you have previously visited. Do not harbor excessive expectations. It may very well be a toilet. Side effects, random misfortune, which may or may not occur. Duration, 1 hour. In truth, its efficacy is quite formidable. Although the transportation is random, it can serve as a means of escape in critical moments. However, its adverse effects significantly diminish its value, relegating it to the status of a worthless trinket. After all, an hour of misfortune could prove far more dreadful than the predicament one faced prior to the teleportation. Nancy tumbled onto a soft patch of grass, surrounded by towering flora. She felt as if she were immersed in a tropical rainforest. Even the ants that scurried past appeared colossal, nearly the length of her own feet. "Be wary of the misfortune, host," Little N cautioned. Rising to her feet, Nancy glanced around nonchalantly, remarking, "As a silky-furred mouse, I perceive misfortune as merely a cat, a snake, or a human. Yet, at times, misfortune may, in fact, transmute into fortune." "How so?" inquired Little N. Nancy pawed through the thick underbrush as she advanced, explaining. "For instance, if the human I encounter happens to be Milos, that would hardly qualify as misfortune." With a final push, she parted the last clump of grass, revealing an imposing castle before her. At least, it appeared so through the eyes of Nancy, the silky-furred mouse. She ascended the vines to the window, pressing her face against the glass to peer inside. It is now 8:55 in the evening, and darkness has enveloped the world outside. Through the glow of the interior light, Nancy observes Milos gathering the newspapers from the table, seemingly preparing to rest. In a fit of urgency, she taps fervently on the window, striving to capture his attention. The entire house resonates with Milos's consciousness, and he swiftly perceives the anomaly outside, approaching the window. A silky-furred mouse presses its flat face against the glass, its tiny paws waving animatedly, appearing quite pleased. Milos's lips curl into a subtle smile. After a moment's contemplation, he turns, slices a piece of cheese from the dining table, and places it beside the silky-furred mouse upon opening the window. Seizing this opportunity, Nancy leaps onto his hand, clutching his sleeve with determination. Milos's gaze flickers, pondering the sight of a mouse in clothing. Nancy responds, "How vexing. I am not a mere mouse. I am a silky-furred mouse, akin to a chinchilla. Do you wish to come inside?" He gently caresses her head, teasing, "Are you afraid of the dark, like me?" Nancy replies, A faint smile graces Milos's lips, finding the sight of a mouse clad in a coat and boots charming, as he tenderly cradles her. Just as he prepares to close the window, a lithe figure leaps towards them. Nancy feels the fur on her back bristle as a colossal cat pounces in her direction. Instinctively, she tucks her head and burrows into Milos's sleeve. With swift reflexes, Milos seizes the cat by the scruff of its neck and effortlessly tosses it away from the window. In that fleeting moment as he shuts the window, more cats surge forward, clawing and scratching at the glass. Moreover, the garden and rooftops echo with sounds reminiscent of children crying. Nancy trembled in fear, realizing that had she delayed for just a few more seconds, she might have become a delectable morsel for the cats. Was this the misfortune brought by the radiant bough? The entire neighborhood's feral cats had gathered. Was her flesh truly so irresistible? How peculiar. Milo glanced at the small bulge in his sleeve, questioning what trouble she had stirred. Had she poked the headquarters of the cats? A smile danced upon his lips as he gently tugged her little legs, lifting her onto the dining table. He promptly sliced her a piece of cheese and adjusted the teacup to a more manageable size, filling it with juice. "Do not worry, you are safe now." Nancy felt as if her heart were transforming into a warm, affectionate gaze. How considerate of him. The god of light truly radiated warmth and illumination to all. Holding the tiny teacup, her heart swelled with warmth. The night seemed to relax everyone. Even the most fastidious souls would inevitably succumb to a sense of ease as darkness enveloped them. Milo was no exception, resting his chin on one hand, his gentle gaze fixed upon the silky mouse as it sipped its juice. After a couple of sips of the fizzy beverage, Nancy began to feel quite warm. The southern continent was basking in summer, and with her natural fur coat, coupled with her boots and woolen coat, she felt rather overheated. Setting the cup down, she attempted to unfasten the buttons with her chubby paws, but her fingers proved uncooperative. Noticing her struggle, Milo's expression softened further. So she wished to shed her coat. "If you desire, I can assist you in unfastening it." Upon hearing this, Nancy immediately released her grip and looked at him expectantly. Rather than employing magic to remove the coat, Milo seemed to consider that the silky mouse would require it for tomorrow's journey. He even suspected that she might be a magical pet of some sorcerer who had inadvertently escaped. After all, how could she be so astute and elegantly attired? With his lashes lowered, he delicately unfastened her buttons one by one. Nancy suddenly found the scene quite amusing. Although the sea god had failed in his intentions, it seemed that the god of light had succeeded instead. Once the coat was removed, Nancy instantly felt a wave of coolness. However, Milo's gaze became slightly more intense. He gently touched the light purple dress that adorned Nancy, remarking on its peculiar resemblance to one worn by a friend of his just yesterday, who had sported a frilled purple dress as well. "Are you her cherished pet?" he inquired. Nancy lowered her head, realizing that the dress she had originally worn had indeed shrunk along with her. Imagining her current appearance, She couldn't help but think how adorable a plump silken-furred mouse would look in a little dress, taking advantage of her rodent form. She promptly raised her tiny legs toward Milo, gesturing for him to assist her in removing her boots. Milo chuckled softly and seriously helped her slip off the boots with 2 fingers. Nancy found herself momentarily entranced, usually aloof and reserved. With a distant gaze and a collar that concealed his Adam's apple, he now appeared utterly charming with his collar slightly undone, revealing his elegant collarbone. All while wearing a gentle smile. She eagerly climbed onto Milo's hand, pointing at his collarbone, indicating her desire to ascend like in a human elevator. Milo, somewhat perplexed by her intentions, nonetheless cradled her closer to his neck. As Nancy lifted her face, she marveled at the prominent collarbones. She reached out with her tiny paws to touch them. Suddenly, it struck her how familiar this scenario felt. Wasn't this the persona she embodied in the North? As she departed, she had not forgotten to bring along her silken-furred mouse. Sitting in the palm of his hand, Nancy nodded eagerly. Milos escorted Nancy to the master chamber, where he gently placed her upon the plush pillows. I shall take a brief ablution. Await my return here. Nancy's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she gestured with her diminutive paws towards the lavatory, indicating her desire to join him. A smile graced Milos's handsome countenance. It would seem you possess the spirit of a young maiden. However, I believe your master would disapprove of your bathing with a gentleman. Nancy vehemently shook her head, clutching his digit and nuzzling it affectionately. Her master, being none other than herself, would be more than willing. Milos delicately disengaged her tiny paws. With a subtle gesture, a beam of pristine light descended, performing a cleansing ritual, akin to a refreshing shower. Nancy shook her now fluffed fur and gazed up as Milos entered the lavatory. Alas, she murmured, settling into a comfortable position on the pillows. A rare opportunity indeed. Little N giggled, cradling her face in her hands. When Milos emerged, Nancy's pupils dilated instantaneously. Her cheeks flushed crimson beneath her thick fur. She shielded her eyes with her small paws, yet peeked through the gaps. Milos's torso was bare, clad only in trousers. As he ambled along, drying his hair with a towel, his blonde hair, of a pale, almost platinum hue, was styled in damp, wavy tendrils, from which droplets cascaded. The water trickled down his throat, tracing a path to his collarbone before disappearing into his alabaster chest. Nancy scrutinized Milos with keen interest. If the dark god exuded an intense aura of virility, and the sea god possessed a fierce, youthful handsomeness, Milos, the deity of light, occupies a unique position between the two, possessing a physique that is both powerful and imbued with an aura of serene restraint. It is difficult to envision what such a pure and noble divine being would resemble if cast down from its pedestal. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, extinguishing the flames of the candles within the room. The curtains hung partially ajar, allowing the ethereal moonlight to cascade inward, resembling delicate gossamer and wafting like the fragrance of blossoms. The low cabinet, bed, and armchair were all adorned with a lustrous sheen reminiscent of pearls. Nancy felt a sudden jolt of movement from the bed, and she quickly grasped the sheets to avoid tumbling down. As the tremors subsided, Milos had settled himself. He lay perfectly still, his posture remarkably composed. Nancy kicked her legs down, burrowing into Milos's blanket, her tiny hands clutching the edges as she marveled at finally occupying a grand bed of 200 square feet. Sunlight streamed in through the window, bright and illuminating. Milos furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed something soft in his embrace, an entity that felt comfortable to hold. A fragrance, more delightful than that of flowers, wafted into his nostrils, one he seemed to have encountered before, evoking a sense of joy each time. He longed to remain in this state of slumber, believing that perhaps the enchanting aroma would linger if he kept his eyes closed. The figure nestled closer, soft arms wrapping around his neck. Arms? Milos abruptly opened his eyes, and brilliant golden hair invaded his vision. Lowering his gaze, his pupils quivered slightly. If he were not ensnared in a dream, then his sole companion, Nancy Dahl, lay nestled in his embrace. She was clad in a light purple dress adorned with ruffled collars, one of which had slipped down to reveal her fair arm and a portion of her back. One can discern the faint outline of her shoulder blades and the elegant curves beneath. The young girl, with her eyes closed, rests her cheek against his chest. Her delicate, porcelain-like face is beautifully flushed, reminiscent of blooming roses. It is uncertain what dreams occupy her mind, as her brows slightly furrow and her lashes flutter gently. The dense, fan-like lashes brush against his chest, eliciting a delightful tickle. Milo takes a gentle breath, attempting to shift her away. Yet, it seems she senses his intention, wrapping her arms more tightly around him, nuzzling like a small creature against his breast. A sudden surge of overwhelming sensation explodes within Milo's mind. prompting him to tightly shut his eyes, striving to suppress an unfamiliar disquiet. In his view, such feelings are utterly misplaced. This is wrong, Milo chastises himself. Host. At 3 points. Nancy is jolted awake by the voice of Little In counting. She opens her drowsy eyes to behold a broad, firm chest before her. Blinking gently. Her first thought is disbelief. Had the wild mermaid taken up residence in her bed? But in the next instant, she recalls the truth. She had found herself upon the bed of the god of light. Have you recovered? The clean, resonant voice of Milo reaches her ears. Yes. Nancy tilts her face upward, her tone sweet and melodic. Good morning, Lord Milo. Milo lowers his gaze. The softness of her breath caresses his skin, sending ripples of sensation across him. His lashes tremble slightly as he hastily sits up, covering her with a blanket and donning a shirt from the bedside stool. I don't quite understand either, Nancy replies, sitting up with her fingers intertwined on her knees. I was simply walking, and then, in a flash of light, I transformed into a silky fur mouse. I surmise it may be a prank by a wandering sorcerer. This is no jest, Milo has replied. You are afflicted by a peculiar curse, albeit brief in its duration, yet sufficient to draw upon you fatal misfortune. I see. Truly, this blind box is nothing but rubbish. I apologize, Milo has continued. I failed to recognize that the mouse was you yesterday. Had I known, I would not have allowed you to remain in that form for so long. I found it rather amusing. From a different perspective, Lord Milo has appeared exceptionally endearing. The girl blinked her thick eyelashes, her cerulean eyes resembling exquisite, sweet candies, and indeed, Lord Miloa's embrace felt quite warm. Miloas gently fluttered his eyelashes, as if he caught a whiff of fragrant blossoms and touched skin as soft as clouds. He felt his breath quicken, his body undergoing a peculiar transformation. He swiftly turned and walked towards the door, speaking in a deliberately emotionless tone. This restroom is for your use. I shall go elsewhere. Host, a point added. Whispered Little In. Nancy sat at the dining table, curiously sampling the matsutake omelet. Before her lay freshly baked bread and freshly squeezed juice. A grand bouquet of vibrant red heliconias bloomed in a glass vase, radiant as the sun. Lord Miloas, I never expected you to possess culinary skills. She lifted her face, her smile bright and cheerful, seemingly influenced by the joyous atmosphere. A trace of warmth broke through Miloas's icy demeanor. I have been alone since moving here. Gradually, I have learned to manage these tasks. Ah, I see, Nancy mused, biting the tip of her fork. I was preparing to learn how to cook delicious meals for Lord Milos, but it seems there's no need for that now. Learn for me? Milos gently inquired. Indeed. Are we not friends? Nancy replied earnestly, completely forgetting about her friends from the northern lands in the depths of the sea. Is that so? Milos chuckled softly. There's no need for you to learn. I can handle these matters for you. As Nancy gazed at him, her heart skipped a beat. Are we not friends? Milos quickly added. Isn't that a normal expectation among friends? Absolutely. Nancy beamed with a broad smile. Friends should help each other. Did you not assist me just yesterday? Speaking of which, Milos set down his fork and regarded her intently. What made you come to me yesterday? Because I was frightened after transforming into a silk mouse. The girl lowered her gaze, her fingers gripping the fork tightly enough to turn pale. I did not understand what had happened, and my first thought was to seek Lord Milos. Milos paused for a moment. With such short legs, it must have been quite a challenge to come here. It was manageable, Nancy replied with a smile. I teleported here in just a second. Host, you are on a point, Little In chimed in. How so? Nancy asked. Because you were moved by your short legs, perhaps? Just then, Bishop's son arrived, a thick tome tucked under his arm. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Nancy seated at the dining table, momentarily taken aback as he turned to Milos. Ah, you have a guest? He inquired. Milos nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. She is my friend. Of course, he was well aware of her identity. Ever since Milos had tasked him with elucidating the reason behind the young lady's late-night absences to Count George, he had conducted a thorough investigation into her background. Residing in the countryside, she had only ventured to Burleton for the first time that summer, ostensibly to pursue her studies at the seminary. On the day of the assessment, she had achieved an astonishing score of 5 beams of light, revealing remarkable talent. It seemed that fortune had favored her. For Milos had stumbled upon a being who appeared almost divine. This young lady conveniently lived next door, and thus, naturally, she had become acquainted with Milos. On the day of the museum incident, this young lady was also present and had received Milos's protection, emerging unscathed. What extraordinary luck! San gazed intently at Milos. realizing that this young lady was likely oblivious to the significance embodied by the handsome youth before her. After the conclusion of the museum affair, the radiant angels of the temple had fixated their attention entirely on the human Milos, speculating that he might indeed be the incarnation of the god of light. Every indication, from his demeanor to his habits, and the serendipitous timing of his appearance in Burleton coinciding with the fall of the god of light, suggested that he was the most probable candidate. Presently, within the confines of this dwelling, archangels discreetly safeguarded the premises in their own unique ways. Some had transformed into flowers blooming in the courtyard, others into grass growing in the corners of the walls. Yet, a greater number of angels had chosen to become birds, perching upon the branches of the oak tree in the yard, careful not to disturb Milos, lest the divine intentions behind their actions remain shrouded in mystery. The archbishop and the remaining 6 bishops shared a similar sentiment. They occasionally sent Sarn to visit, to ascertain Milos's needs, sparing no effort to fulfill them. Today, he had come bearing a request. "Here is the book you requested," Sarn said, presenting a hefty tome. Its cover, adorned with white cloud patterns, displayed a series of golden ornate letters, the divine laws of the god of light. Nancy's heart raced instantly. Hadn't she cast that very book into the hearth? She had witnessed it burn to ashes with her own eyes before departing. Could it truly be the same book? This one seemed eerily familiar. "Oh, it's the one you took from me," she remarked with a smile. Milos accepted the book from Bishop Sarn, gently caressing its cover. "I distinctly remember returning it to the library," Nancy added. "Indeed," Sarn nodded in acknowledgement. "I borrowed it from the library. It was carelessly discarded near the fireplace when I found it, covered in ash." "Thank you for your assistance," Milos said with a slight bow. Bishop Sarn immediately turned his head, his eyes glistening. Clergy like him seldom had the chance to encounter true divinity. Usually, divine messages were conveyed through angels. If Milos were indeed the embodiment of the god of light, he would be exceptionally fortunate. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for one blessed with divine blood to ascend to the ranks of angels, residing eternally in the warm embrace of the divine realm, attaining everlasting life. Lost in reverie, Bishop Sarn cast another glance at Nancy. She was breathtakingly beautiful, the most exquisite girl he had ever seen. Alas, the god of light remained inexplicably aloof, a perennial enigma. No one embodies the essence of a bachelor quite like him. Otherwise, this young lady might have had the chance to become the mistress of the Temple of Light, enjoying the respect of the entire southern continent. Milos set aside the divine law and turned towards the dining table. Rather than perusing through books, he preferred to tidy up the table first. Nancy hurried over to express her willingness to assist him with the dishes. However, Milos gently raised his hand, and the plates and bowls automatically made their way to the sink to clean themselves. "Mastering divine arts truly transforms one's life," Nancy remarked with a bright smile. If Milos were not a deity of light, his ability to seamlessly navigate both the grand hall and the kitchen would make him an exceptional marriage prospect. Coupled with his exemplary character, striking looks, wealth, strength, and power, he was nothing short of perfection. "Would you like to learn?" Milos inquired. "No, I have no opportunity to wash dishes," Nancy promptly declined. "This divine art was not created solely for washing dishes," Milos explained. "You can command any object to leap into water. It is a semi-offensive divine art. When mastered, it can even cause thousands of magical creatures or people to plunge into water." Sane gazed with envy, having never heard of such a spell. It must be Milos's own creation. Previously, when clergy made significant contributions, the deity would reward them with a divine art. He couldn't help but glance at Nancy, hoping she would agree to learn, so that he too could benefit from her lesson. However, Nancy remained preoccupied with the divine law, having no inclination to study spells, and shook her head once more. Sane lost his chance to join the lesson and his excuse to linger there. Reluctantly, he cast a lingering glance at Milos before taking his leave. As he stepped out of the house, he instinctively cast his gaze towards the oak tree, where 3 small white birds perched upon its highest branches. Among them, one was the largest, nodding its head in his direction. That was the Archangel of Light, Eureka. He beamed his broadest smile and bowed to the white bird before departing the courtyard. Inside the house, Milos resumed his grasp on the divine laws. Nancy caught her breath, her heart momentarily faltering. In a fluster, she stumbled towards Milos, desperate to prevent him from opening the book. Simultaneously, the small white birds outside shook their heads, sensing that the young woman was about to face a grave misfortune. They were all too familiar with the light god's nature. Once, in the temple, goddesses had attempted to approach him under pretense, but without exception, they had met with disastrous results. The light god seemed to possess an innate awareness, effortlessly evading any attempts at manipulation. He would not forgive such actions, nor would he show pity for the hapless maidens. To him, wisdom granted an insight into all things, leading to an ever-deepening aversion to the touch of the opposite sex. At the moment Nancy fell, Milos did not even lift his gaze. With a single hand, he firmly encircled her waist, securing her in his embrace as he opened the divine laws with the other. The three small white birds outside were so astonished that their beaks nearly dropped to their chests. They were more familiar with the essence of the light god than anyone else. The instant they approached this human, they knew they had found the right one. Yet now, they began to doubt their instincts. Perhaps his incarnation as a human had altered, brimming with deeper emotions. Are you suggesting that the divine being, incarnate as a human, is inclined to mate? Inquired Bird A. Then I wish to experience it as well, replied Bird B. What do you wish to try? Bird A turned its head. To experience mating. Silence. The Archangel Eureka spoke solemnly. Does anyone know when this young lady entered the room? I do not know, replied Whitebird A and B in unison. You have forbidden us from peering into the Lord's nocturnal activities, Whitebird A remarked. Thus, I dared not glance into the room. Speaking of which, I only noticed a silken-haired mouse enter yesterday. Whitebird B continued. At that moment, I saw the Lord gently cradle it into the room, and I pondered whether his prolonged solitude had led him to find even a mouse charming. Little did I know, a lady had already been concealed within. Silence, Aurora, Eureka retorted coldly. To discuss the Lord is a grave sin. Whitebird B immediately fell silent, retracting his wings in fear. Cast him out of the temple, Chief. Whitebird A said with a hint of schadenfreude. I believe he possesses the qualities of a fallen angel. Once he departs, can I be elevated to an 8-winged angel? Silence. Cassindi, Eureka's gaze remained frosty. To take pleasure in the misfortune of a colleague is also a grave sin. Unbeknownst to Nancy, 2 angels stood outside, their voices silenced due to her constraints. She buried her face deeply in Milos's embrace, listening to the sound of his turning pages, growing increasingly anxious. She feared the divine laws might suddenly cry out, beware of women. Why is your heartbeat so rapid? Milos asked, a look of curiosity on his face. She could feel it against his chest. Milos chuckled lightly, releasing her. I was torn between reading and fearing you might stumble. Hence, I had no choice but to hold you while turning the pages. Host, an SSR coin, exclaimed Little N. What kind of coin? Nancy's attention was abruptly diverted. How could SSR coins appear so suddenly? Uncertain, Little N felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that she would only be able to access this feature after an upgrade, which would reveal the reasons behind each coin earned. Biting her lip with determination, the pain brought tears to her eyes, and she began to sob quietly. Little N, truly. A talented actress born to the role, her emotions were swiftly in place. Milos glanced at her in mild surprise. Had she perhaps injured her ankle during the fall? I thought I had caught you. Yes, I twisted my ankle, Nancy quickly affirmed, following his line of reasoning. She leaned on Milos's shoulder, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her crying was genuine, primarily out of fear that he might suddenly regain his memory and accuse her of blasphemy. That would be a grave injustice, as she had yet to truly begin her transgressions. Milos set the book aside, lifting her and settling onto the love seat by the window. Outside, 3 birds widened their eyes, hesitating to shield their gaze with their wings. One bird discreetly glanced at the Archangel, finding him still staring with his round, inquisitive eyes, and thus felt reassured enough to direct its attention toward the window. Barefoot, Nancy was guided by Milos to sit comfortably against the armrest, resting her feet upon his lap, where he examined them with care. The young woman's ankles were delicate and fair, her toes resembling pearls, rosy, and just like the purest sunlight penetrating within. Milo asked. Nancy gently shifted her ankle, furrowing her brow. Not so well, she admitted. I feel better, she continued after a few moments of radiant light emanating from her. She sensed that her meridians had been thoroughly unblocked, and now her blood vessels flowed with remarkable ease. Yet, the incessant chatter was becoming somewhat excessive. Milo paused, a hint of fatigue appearing between his brows. He had tirelessly concentrated his power to ensure the healing light was as pristine as possible, feeling as though he had engaged in a strenuous battle. He lowered his gaze, his eyes lingering for a brief moment on the delicate whiteness of the girl's ankle. Recalling the softness of her form in the morning, her lashes fluttering gently. Is it truly better? He reached out, gently gliding his hand from her ankle to her toes. The 3 little white birds perched on the tree seemed to be wide-eyed with surprise. Inside the room, Nancy seized the opportunity to wrap her arm around Milo's neck. resembling a tender vine, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Lord Milo, I wish for you not to read that book on the rules." "Why?" Milo responded, a bit taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet the girl's proximity. "Do you not remember?" Nancy replied, a tinge of displeasure in her tone. "That book was borrowed from you by Princess Margaret. I do not like her, nor do I appreciate you touching her lent items. As my friend, you ought to stand by my side. That, too, is not feasible." Nancy tilted her head back, gazing at his handsome face with a playful pout. "Whenever I see that book, it reminds me of Her Highness the Princess. If you engage with it, it signifies that you no longer wish to befriend me. Friends should share both triumphs and trials." She leaned closer to Milos, her voice a soft whisper. "You are my dearest friend. We are so close. How could this book possibly ruin our friendship?" The sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped Milos, her gentle words brushing against his ear and neck like a tender spring breeze, imbued with a hint of temptation and a generous measure of sweetness. Milos cast his gaze downward, tracing her neck to her lips, finally resting on her azure eyes. The pure, sweet hue reminded him of the beautiful eyes he had first seen upon awakening. His heart softened slightly, conceding, "Very well, I shall not look." Instantly, a broad smile lit up Nancy's face. Just as she exhaled in relief, a gust of wind swept in through the window. She watched, wide-eyed, as the hefty book, cumbersome enough to be a challenge to hold, tumbled and rolled like a leaf to rest at Milos's feet. The pages rustled until they landed on a page inscribed with golden letters. Milos glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as Nancy believed he would lean in to examine it, he reached out and closed the book. At this moment, Milos could no longer disregard the matter. He focused on the golden inscriptions, which detailed 3 memory clusters, scattered across the southern continent, the northern lands, and the Sea Kingdom. Trust your instincts. Of course, a touch of luck is sometimes necessary. As you draw closer to them, your perception will sharpen. Find them, and you shall recall all your memories. The thought of reclaiming all memories sent a shiver down Nancy's spine as she forced a smile. "Host, shall we still attempt to prevent the God of Light from regaining his memories? It seems that no one can stop him." Even little N was unnerved by the divine laws at play. As the golden characters gradually faded away, Nancy feigned surprise, exclaiming that the book indeed revealed miraculous wonders. As she had merely thought it was a mere legend, it appeared that a divine entity was offering you a hint. Perhaps so. Milo stared contemplatively at the spot where the characters had vanished. "It could not be clearer," Nancy remarked with a smile. "The southern continent, the northern lands, and the maritime kingdom harbor your memories. From which place shall you commence your search?" "I believe it should be the southern continent," Milo replied. "I am currently here." "I share your sentiment," Nancy nodded, her smile unwavering. "Lord Milo, should you uncover the cluster of memories, do be sure to inform me. To be honest, I am quite intrigued by your past experiences. Wherever you go, I shall not follow, provided we do not inadvertently cross paths." Nancy remarked nonchalantly, "Even if we do, it matters not. Everyone is aware of my studies at the Ainaway Academy. Any inexplicable occurrences can simply be attributed to divine magic." "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Lily nodded, beginning to change her attire in preparation to depart. Nancy gently pursed her lips, inquiring if anything extraordinary had transpired after her departure. "Extraordinary events?" Lily pondered. "If you are referring to that dashing specter, then indeed, it was rather remarkable." Nancy nodded for her to continue. "What transpired?" she asked, her brow slightly furrowed. "Well then, I shall take my leave, boss." Lily opened the door and blew her a kiss. "Where has the sea god gone? Can you see his coordinates, little N?" Nancy inquired. "It is unclear, yet I am aware of the distance," little N remarked. However, she inclined to think that Iblis was oblivious to her whereabouts the previous night, for he appeared quite pleased. Iblis gazed into Nancy's eyes, a hint of discontent on his visage, and inquired, "When did you slip away from my pocket?" "I had intended to show you my divine realm. I departed when you suggested stripping me of my garments," she replied. "How did you manage that?" Iblis questioned again. "When you transformed me into a diminutive mouse, I found myself utterly powerless. How did you escape from my grasp? This has perplexed me for quite some time. Much like the moment you heaved me from the depths of the ocean, or when you implanted those peculiar memories within my mind." He regarded her with a calm demeanor, noting, "Your power appears fragile, yet you consistently compel me to succumb. In your company, I have even ventured into the realm of playing cards. You truly harbor a multitude of secrets." The youth's cerulean eyes sparkled with clarity, sending a shiver through Nancy. "So, is this the reason you have lingered by my side?" She pondered. "Certainly not," Iblis replied, tightening his embrace. Observing the girl, who was being slightly suffocated, he chuckled softly, easing his grip just enough to whisper in her ear. I merely wish to see when you will come to cherish me, exclusively me. Nancy paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Coincidentally, she felt the same. A new spell and an after-class assignment awaited her. The new incantation was the water column spell, a water-based enchantment. To summon a powerful torrent that takes on the serpentine strength of a dragon, ensnaring foes, the after-class assignment involves practicing prayers to the deities. Documenting the process with the crystal orbs distributed in class, Iblis glanced at his notes, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. As if to say this was indeed his forte. Would you like to learn? He inquired. I am already studying, Nancy replied, her gaze fixed, reciting the incantation word by word under the radiant glow of the candelabrum. Not in. The intonation here should be elongated by a second, Iblis pointed out, tapping his notes. Nancy paused momentarily and promptly adjusted her pronunciation as instructed. Though her instinct was to contradict him, she recognized that none understood the water deity's arcane arts better than he. Observing her compliance, Iblis smiled and proceeded to elucidate how to channel spiritual energy to enhance the incantation's potency. An hour later, Nancy directed a stream of water, as thick as her fingers, toward Iblis. He did not flinch. With a languid wave of his hand, the water transformed into fluttering petals, descending gracefully. Where does this water come from? Nancy inquired. From the air or nearby water sources, even groundwater, Iblis replied, when pushed to its limits. This divine art could lay waste to an entire city. Recalling that Milos had made a similar statement about reaching one's utmost potential, Nancy chuckled. So the same divine art can be wielded by deities as a formidable weapon, correct? Precisely, Iblis nodded. Different deities emphasize different aspects. This particular art is one I can master to its fullest. Similarly, the light sorcerer Milos excels in his domain, while the dark sorcery is the forte of a most loathsome individual. Seeing that he was unwilling to even utter the name of Cecil, Nancy smiled and inquired, Do you truly detest the god of darkness so much? Indeed, I abhor him, Iblis replied, his demeanor languid. Who could possibly harbor affection for death? You have never ventured to the underworld, a realm saturated with despair and chill. No living being would find solace there. And Cecil is but a grim figure, reeking of death. If you were to encounter him, you would not take a liking to him either. On the contrary, Nancy beamed. The god of darkness is a veritable embodiment of hormones, radiating sensuality. If it weren't for the desire to avoid his indulgent nature, who wouldn't wish to savor such an intoxicating essence? Well, I see you have completed your studies. Only a tedious task of divine supplication remains. Would you like assistance? Iblis inquired. Nancy immediately shook her head vigorously. I am unprepared with the materials for the sea god's prayer ritual. Other deities require mere minerals, essential oils, and harmless trinkets. But the sea god's ceremony demands shards of sea crystal, a bed, and water. Who knows what he needs a bed for? Her youthful voice carried a hint of gravelly depth, both ambiguous and tender. The azure hue of her eyes sparkled with fragmented light, reminiscent of enticing confections. At that moment, Nancy finally comprehended why everyone claimed that, should the sea god desire, he could make anyone fall in love with him. He possesses the unparalleled ability to make you believe you are the singular light of his existence. Yet, his affections are as fickle as the tides. He loves everyone and yet no one at all. Perhaps not, Nancy mused, turning to open a drawer and retrieving the remnants of her previous materials. The god of light is incapable of prayer, and the god of darkness dares not pray. She sifted through her classroom notes, seeking out references to some unconventional deities. Unlike the future generations, we have yet to endure the most devastating war among the gods. The deities persist, undiminished by a decline in faith. Although the predominant realm is the southern continent, the northern lands and the sea kingdom also exist. In the interstices of these territories, there dwell a scant few humans who worship other deities. Yet, their numbers are exceedingly rare. Nancy furrowed her brow as she gazed at the names of the gods inscribed in her notes. The majority were marked with crosses, signifying their long-lost existence. The deities of harvest, the sun, and the seasons have had their dominions consumed by the god of light. The god of storms and various deities overseeing bodies of water have been reaped by the sea god. The god of war, the god of death, the moon god, and the god of wind have been strangled by the god of darkness. Only the enduring deities of wisdom, wealth, fate, and love remain. Or perhaps, love? She rummaged through her materials, extracting rose essential oil, a ruby, and a piece of lingerie. Then, she plucked a fresh rose from the vase. Utilizing lingerie as a component felt somewhat indecent for this particular deity, akin to the sea god's bedchamber. If a moment of inspiration struck me, or my mood was elevated, I might consider randomly selecting and listening. However, divine manifestations are typically rare. A divine descent manifests as an enormous eye, reminiscent of a rugby ball, as it did during Cecil's experience. Very well, I shall merely offer a prayer to complete my assignment. Nancy picked up a small crystal orb, no larger than a cherry, infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy. Instantly, a ring of white mist encircled the orb, signifying the commencement of recording. She released the orb, which promptly floated midair. Ibilius crossed his arms, observing her, and abruptly inquired, "Will this assignment be graded?" Iblis remained silent, observing her as she closed her eyes, seemingly engrossed in a solemn ritual with her hands clasped together. He reached out and sliced through the air, extracting a withered rose from within. This was a token of divine favor from the god of love, capable of summoning the deity with but a mere crush. Iblis twirled the stem between his fingers, letting out a soft chuckle. It appeared that the god of love had recently faced a romantic setback, as even the symbol of divine favor had wilted. With a sense of schadenfreude, he scrutinized the rose for a moment before suddenly tightening his grip, reducing it to a fine powder. Just as he prepared to dismantle the ritual, a cascade of rose petals began to descend from the air. The candles at his feet flickered to life, revealing a large, brown eye materializing in the atmosphere. "Did you summon me?" the god of love inquired in a hoarse voice, his gaze tinged with curiosity. "Where did you acquire this divine favor?" "Divine favor? What does that even mean?" He shrugged off the question, urging her to speak swiftly. "You are to ask questions, not voice wishes." Nancy tilted her head upward, inquiring. "Both are acceptable, expressing a wish works as well." The god of love cast a glance at the young girl, his eyes suddenly igniting with keen interest, the redness around them fading, even hinting at a smile. Hidden in the air, Iblis's expression grew contemplative. Nancy's true desires undoubtedly revolved around those three goals, but in his presence, she dared not voice them. After a moment's reflection, she settled on a more general wish. "I wish for an everlasting love." "I desire that as well," the god of love replied with a smile. "It seems we share common ground. May I ask your name, dear girl?" "Nancy," she replied. "Amor." The figure of Iblis emerged from the air, his gaze coldly fixed upon the eyes of the god of love. The brown-eyed pupils suddenly widened, and the lashes blinked in disbelief. "Ah, Iblis, you're here." The voice behind those eyes instantly brimmed with despondency. The last thing he feared was encountering a rival while attempting to woo a lady. When Amor first beheld the enchanting young maiden, he thought his springtime had returned. Yet upon seeing Iblis, the realization dawned upon him. This young lady was already under scrutiny. If it had been anyone else, he might have dared to compete. But fate had it that he was up against the god of the sea. Reflecting on the latter's extensive experience in dealing with competitors, his pupil shrank in trepidation. "Difficulties?" Nancy repeated, her tone suggesting a grim fate awaited their target. "Is there any remedy?" "Maintain a clear mind," Amor advised, "or choose a reliable and honest man, like myself." Iblis scoffed derisively. Amor rolled his eyes. After all, the charming man's words were nothing but deceitful. "Just remember that," he added. "Choose an honest man." As the words fell, the brown eyes vanished with a snap. "Did you summon him?" Nancy inquired, turning around. The candle beneath her extinguished, and the petals on the ground disappeared. "Amor is as he always is," Iblis mocked. "Fond of such ostentatious entrances." Iblis. Fine, it was I who summoned him. Long ago. I received a divine gift from him, an artifact that allows one to call forth deities. I hope your assignment achieves high marks, so I have taken it out." Iblis chuckled as he gently tousled her hair, not revealing that the sudden sight of such large eyes must have startled you. It wasn't exactly fear. She had encountered the gaze of the dark god before. However, what lingered in her mind was the realization that a deity had witnessed her companionship with Iblis. If one day, the god of light and the dark god sought the love god for counsel, she would find herself in peril. "What are you pondering?" A glimmer of curiosity danced in Iblis's eyes, his lips curling slightly as he observed her evident concern. "I was contemplating how the crystal ball captured your image too. How am I to submit my assignment tomorrow?" Nancy handed the crystal ball to him and turned towards the bathroom. The moment she closed the door, her brow furrowed once more. Indeed, this was troublesome, little in. I sense that Iblis seems to have caught on to something. He appears different this time, as if he is constantly scrutinizing me. What shall we do about that? What has he perceived? SSR? Perhaps, she mused. Margaret is not the same as before. She seems to have become more reserved, as though she is accompanied by someone providing guidance. I suspect it is her system, for there is no one else. Will they not expose themselves? Ah, Nancy gazed at her reflection in the mirror, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, she did not fully comprehend why he had made such a statement. Yet, if Margaret were included in the equation, it would all become exceedingly clear. "Host, what shall we do?" Little N inquired anxiously. "Oh, it's nothing," Nancy chuckled, expressing that her actions were indeed a form of assistance to me. I had been apprehensive about attracting the sea god, yet her presence intensified his interest in me. Now, I merely need to be cautious about one thing. What? Do not allow him to become satiated, Nancy remarked with a laugh. For once the desire to conquer is fulfilled, the outcome becomes inconsequential. The moment you express affection for him signifies the end. As Nancy exited the washroom, Iblis handed her the crystal ball, which contained only images of Nancy and the god of love's eyes. Nancy's lips moved silently, rendering her words inaudible. "Is this acceptable?" Iblis inquired. "This is quite satisfactory," Nancy replied, turning to place the small crystal ball into her backpack. Iblis observed her for a moment before stating, "I shall not accompany you to the academy tomorrow." "Oh, why not?" Nancy inquired, her surprise evident. Iblis leaned against the wall cabinet, wearing a nonchalant expression. "Because you do not enjoy it. Moreover, excessive consumption of potions can be detrimental to one's health. Rather than allowing you to mask your scent with a potion, it would be wiser for me to await your return at home." He quickly added, "Do not trust the words of the apothecary. Clearly, I possess greater expertise than any mere human, as divine arts are the creations of the gods. I would never intend to harm you." Is Iblis beginning to confront the competitor? Despite the urge to smile, Nancy nodded in agreement. "Very well." Iblis smirked, extending his hand to offer her an item. "What is this?" "My divine favor. I cannot help but worry about you in my absence. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, should I crush this, I shall be able to see you." Nancy picked up a small object from his palm, a diminutive fish jerky. "Are you a cat?" "It was originally a shell," Iblis remarked, "but since you hurled it from the depths of the sea that day, I transformed it into fish jerky." "Did you not say that I am a fish out of water?" The following day, Nancy ventured to the seminary alone. Without Iblis trailing behind her, she felt remarkably invigorated. It was a pity, though, had she leveled up at that moment, she could have frolicked in the northern lands. Iblis was supposed to maintain his mouse form for an entire day, yet the effect dissipated in less than an hour. Instead, she dutifully remained a juvenile mouse for the duration. This exemplifies the distinction between mortals and deities. As she descended the steps, her peripheral vision caught sight of two individuals in the distance. The one of medium stature was unfamiliar to her, but the tall youth beside him radiated an ethereal glow from his silhouette. Who else could it be but the god of light? She promptly strode over, greeting him with a light-hearted tone, "Lord Milos." Milos halted, turning to face her. The girl donned a sky-blue frock, reminiscent of a blooming, fresh little blue chrysanthemum. Her hair shimmered like gold, drawing the gaze of passers-by. "Hello, Nancy," Milos replied with a measured indifference. This aspect was what Nancy found most unsatisfactory. Milos perpetually exuded a cool detachment, as if nothing could pique his interest. "Where are you headed?" Nancy inquired. "I am returning a book to the library, after which I shall be leaving Burton for a few days," Milos replied. "Leaving Burton?" Nancy exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, let us seek the memory collective." Milo nodded, indicating that he had discerned the location of the one in the southern continent. So soon? Nancy's heart sank momentarily. She had merely reached second base. Yet the opposing side was on the verge of reclaiming one-third of the memory. It remained uncertain whether this memory would restore one-third instantaneously or if it would be fully retrieved before restoration. Regardless, neither scenario bore good tidings. "Shall we depart immediately?" Nancy inquired with a smile. "This afternoon." "Oh, this afternoon. Then let us dine together," Nancy replied cheerfully, expressing her desire to spend more time with Lord Milo, particularly since it would be several days before she would see him again. The young man in the white robe beside Milo curiously scrutinized Nancy, then shifted his gaze to Milo, his head bobbing back and forth. He was the white bird, known as B, that perched in Milo's courtyard tree. Having been silenced by the Archangel for expressing a desire to mate, he was now tasked with accompanying Milo on the journey to locate the memory collective. "We have already dined," Milo stated. "Then shall we indulge in a slice of cake?" Nancy suggested. She nestled her arm around Milo's, tilting her face upward, her long, dense eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Would that be agreeable?" The white bird bemused to himself, aware that the deity was particularly averse to sweets, especially sticky cream. Even in coffee, he would only tolerate half a spoonful of sugar, refusing any excess. The prospect of cake was far outside his interests, however. An invitation to confront the dark god would certainly pique his enthusiasm. Very well, Milo nodded. Ah, you wish to have cake? The white bird bee exclaimed in astonishment. Is that not permissible? Milo inquired. No, of course, it is entirely feasible, Bai Niaobi promptly replied, adding, as he had done in past oaths to the deities. Your thoughts are my command. Who is this? It was only then that Nancy shifted her gaze to the individual she had consistently overlooked. He stood half a head shorter than Milo's and was rather unremarkable in appearance. However, one must be wary of comparisons when standing alongside Milo's. Even the most handsome would appear diminished. Bishop Sarn has heard of my impending departure and has arranged for a priest to accompany me temporarily, Milos stated, nodding. Milos turned and proceeded toward the entrance with Bai Niaobi. Nancy quickly dashed towards the tower. She first stowed her backpack into her designated locker, then raced to the adjacent stairwell, retrieving a small dried fish. With a firm grip, she pressed down. To her surprise, the dried fish crumbled effortlessly, disintegrating like long-decayed foam. Instantly, the confined stairwell was infused with the scent of the sea and the sound of tides. The air quivered slightly, and a pair of exquisite aquamarine eyes materialized in the space before her. Noticing Nancy gazing up at him, a hint of mirth sparkled in his eyes as he descended to her level. Why the sudden summons? Is someone troubling you? Ibilius's languid voice drifted through the air. In any case, it's merely a slight inconvenience. Well, let us leave it at that. Nancy attempted to lighten her tone, rendering the matter both significant and trivial. The hue of the aquamarine eyes deepened slightly as he scrutinized her before vanishing with a soft pop. Nancy exhaled, and just as she turned, her nose collided with a sturdy chest. Startled, she quickly lifted her head, her pupils reflecting the indifferent visage of Iblis. You, how did you come to be behind me? Nancy's voice was a blend of shock and reproach. Iblis lazily leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, his tall, slender form slightly bent as he regarded her. I was simply curious about your affairs, he remarked. There's truly nothing of consequence, Nancy feigned calmness, explaining that a friend would be temporarily departing from Bolton for a few days. I'm merely seeing him off. Iblis scrutinized her intently, a languid smile gracing his lips. What friend? I consider myself your friend as well. Nancy pressed her lips together, realizing that concealing the truth would only incite further suspicion. It would be wiser to treat Milos as an ordinary acquaintance. Steeling herself, she replied, the apothecary. Iblis's expression instantly darkened, his gaze penetrating and inscrutable. After a brief pause of several seconds, a subtle smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth, imbued with an elusive chill. Very well, let's go together. Do you also have a desire for cake? Then let us indeed go together, Nancy responded with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed. Yet within her, a tumultuous creature raged, stamping its feet in frustration and howling skyward. Iblis's demeanor softened slightly. So, you enjoy sweet treats? And you as well? Nancy's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Iblis smiled faintly. I prefer fish. All right then, I shall remember, Nancy earnestly noted. You do not favor sweets, you enjoy fish. The sea god was also among her targets, and understanding customer preferences would facilitate future endeavors. As the two conversed and strolled, they soon arrived at the entrance of the academy. The moment Nancy laid eyes on Milos, an irresistible urge to rush towards him surged within her. It was peculiar. Every time she beheld him, she felt as though she were bathed in divine light, irresistibly drawn to that warm and radiant presence. Yet, she was not alone in this sensation. Numerous students and townsfolk lingered in the vicinity, reluctant to depart. The handsome and noble young man, clad in a white robe, resembled the purest beam of light. The gazes directed towards him were imbued with fervent admiration and indescribable zeal. A scoff pierced the air, prompting Nancy to turn her head, her pupils reflecting the slight smirk upon Iblis's lips, as if he were saying, I thought I was witnessing a true deity of light, powerful, aloof, and unflinching. Nancy mused that he indeed embodied the essence of a divine being, possessing formidable strength in every conceivable sense, although some dimensions of that power would require her personal validation in due course. As they approached, Milos happened to turn around, momentarily taken aback by the young man beside Nancy. The once brilliant sky suddenly dimmed. Milos's gaze mirrored the chill of the heavens above. Lord Milos. Nancy yearned to hasten to his side, but her wrist was unexpectedly seized, and a languid voice from the young man above her head drawled, In such a hurry? Is cake all you can think about? Nancy chose to disregard his comment, turning to introduce him. This is Lord Milos, a friend you have met before. She emphasized the word friend, subtly cautioning Iblis against any impropriety. As for whether to introduce Iblis to Milos? Certainly not. Had she not mentioned he was merely a relative from back home? Why are you lifting my skirt? Nancy exclaimed, her frustration palpable, the moment the words escaped her lips. She suddenly realized that she had inadvertently revealed to Milos that she lived with Iblis. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Iblis's lips. Are you two a couple? Binyabi inquired with curiosity. Wait, no, he blinked, recalling that just yesterday, the deity had caressed her leg. Unable to suppress his urge, he cast a furtive glance at the exalted being, hoping to discern if a green glow emanated from him. I remember it as a familial connection. Milos replied in a subdued tone. Am I considered family? Iblis immediately turned to Nancy. His gaze cooled instantaneously, tinged with a hint of mockery. A very distant relative, indeed. With an exceedingly tenuous bloodline, practically non-existent. Nancy quickly interjected, her expression betraying her anxiety, fearful of his discontent. Iblis remained silent, his sardonic stare fixed upon her. It was only when he noticed her trembling lashes, quivering with unease, that his heart softened slightly. A dismissive huff marked his concession. Nancy released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Binyabi exhaled in relief as well, though he couldn't quite fathom why. The atmosphere had been unbearably awkward moments ago, nearly provoking the deity to glow green due to his clumsy question. Clarity had now returned. After all, they were relatives. So there was no issue at hand. Let us go have some cake, Nancy said, her spirits lifting once more. Once they finished the cake, everyone could disperse. She had already resigned herself to not leaving a lasting impression on Milos, as Iblis had accomplished that task entirely. Yes, let us go have cake. Binyabi eagerly echoed. Once they finished, they could set off. He truly hoped the deity would soon regain his memories. Since his disappearance, the temple had sealed itself, leaving those inside unable to exit and those outside unable to enter. He had been staying at the residences of various bishops, yearning for the warmth of his own little haven. Milo's eyelashes hung low, his silence profound. Invisible emotions swirled slowly within his gaze, eventually sinking beneath the icy surface of his composure. After a brief interval, the quartet arrived at a quaint little cake shop. It was afternoon, and everything seemed wilted under the sun's gaze. The cake shop was devoid of customers, save for their table. Ibilius unceremoniously pulled out the chair beside Nancy and settled into it, casually draping a hand over the backrest, radiating an air of utter nonchalance, as though the seat were his by right. Milo cast a sidelong glance at him, then coolly took a seat opposite Nancy. You two seem quite close, remarked Whitebird B with an envious tone. Unlike me, who has no relatives at all. He had lived far too many years, so many that he had lost all acquaintances. It's not as splendid as you imagine. Nancy quickly distanced herself from the remark. With Ibilius acknowledging his familial ties, it gave her the liberty to embellish. Ibilius has been without parents since childhood. My family took him in. I have always regarded him as a brother. No, as an older brother. Sensing the sidelong glances from those around her, she promptly corrected herself. However, he moved out once he grew up. I only saw him again this year. Is that so? Whitebird turned his gaze toward Ibilius, seeking confirmation from the deity of light. Ibilius merely smiled faintly, resting his chin on one hand, listening to the tale unfold in silence. Nancy discreetly poked his leg beneath the table. No response. She tried again. There was no response yet. Just as she was about to push a third time, her hand was seized. The youth's hands were clean and warm, firmly grasping her fingers. Yet, there was no further advance. They simply held on quietly, as though merely capturing her hand brought him satisfaction. Nancy's heart raced, though she maintained an exterior calm. She wished to withdraw her hand, but feared that a sudden movement would alert the person across from her. Thus, she could only reluctantly pinch his palm slightly. Is that so? Whitebird grinned, casting a sidelong glance at Milos, revealing a hint of self-satisfaction. Milos's gaze was sharp and penetrating as he fixed his eyes on Ibilius, calm and clear, seemingly incredulous of his words. Nancy ordered a cheesecake, a blackberry cake, a carrot cake, and a strawberry cake, considering the carrot cake was not sweet, intending to place it before Ibilius. However, Whitebird interjected, he doesn't like sweet things. Sir. She paused slightly, recalling that it was indeed rare to see Milos indulge in desserts. Even his coffee and tea contained only half a spoonful of sugar. She turned her wrist and placed the carrot cake in front of Milos, only to be met with an immediate chill emanating from his side. I'll get you another. She hurriedly reassured the dark-faced youth. However, the cake shop owner informed her that there were no more carrot cakes left, only carrots. How amusing, she thought. Ibilius was a mermaid, not a rabbit. Observing the increasingly frosty gaze of the youth, Nancy gently blinked her eyelashes and proposed in a conciliatory tone. How about a carrot instead? Ibilius twitched the corners of his mouth, amused by her audacity. Reflecting on how she often provoked him, he straightened his posture and casually grabbed a slice of cake. Fine, this will do. Nancy finally breathed a sigh of relief and split the remaining cake with White Birdbee. Except for White Birdbee, everyone else ate slowly. Iblis found the cake excessively sweet, while Milos wore a cold expression, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly addressed Nancy, saying, I have placed a secrecy spell on my house, but it does not affect you. If you have the time, please assist me in tending to the flowers in my garden. Certainly, Nancy replied with a smile. You may lead the way. Iblis set down his fork, adding, You know I excel in water-based divine arts. Nancy feigned ignorance, fearing Iblis might flood the abode of the god of light. Are you not from the southern continent? White Birdbee inquired, surprised. I hail from the Sea Kingdom, Iblis replied. Oh, the Sea Kingdom. I am aware, White Birdbee remarked, gesturing with his fork at the cake. Your culture promotes polygamy or polyandry. Iblis smirked slightly, yet I find the system of the southern continent quite commendable. With its monogamous unions, one must understand that polyandry carries numerous drawbacks. Personally, I do not relish the idea of sharing. That makes sense, White Birdbee nodded. Who among normal individuals would willingly share their partner? Milos set down his fork. White Birdbee instinctively glanced at his plate, his eyes widening in astonishment. The sizable piece of carrot cake had been consumed entirely, leaving not a crumb behind. Milos then lifted his gaze to Nancy, his voice gentle and laced with mirth. I have finished. You treated me to this cake. Oh, you have finished? Nancy instinctively pushed her plate forward. I still have some here. The White Birdbee stared in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out, consuming copious amounts of sweet delicacies, remnants left by the opposite sex. Is this still the same chaste and principled deity of light? Iblis's demeanor gradually turned icy, his left hand holding a fork, idly tapping on the plate. Nancy observed Milos gracefully and meticulously finishing his cake, feeling the palpable drop in pressure around her, her heart caught in a tumult of emotions. The sea god truly had a propensity for anger. What could be the cause of such a mindset? The fish pond shimmered with an eerie green light, as if the fish were about to be scooped away. It was growing late. I should take my leave. Milos rose to his feet. Ah, so soon? Nancy looked up at him. Indeed, a considerable distance remains to travel. I cannot linger any longer. White Birdbee stood as well. Well then, Lord Milos, I shall accompany you. Nancy promptly stood and followed them out of the cake shop. The bill amounts to 20 copper coins and 1 silver, sir. The proprietor said with a cheerful smile while holding out the invoice. Iblis gazed at the empty table, grinding his teeth like a small beast. Why should he be the one to settle the bill? He hardly indulged in the cake. Nancy halted at the entrance after escorting Milos, stating, I will take good care of the flowers in your courtyard. Milos smiled gently, appearing to be in rather good spirits, and insisted that special care was unnecessary. A visit from time to time would suffice. Gifts? Only the friendship of Nancy Dorr, filled with affection, hugs, and a desire to be close. He regarded her. The girl's skin was as exquisite and flawless as porcelain. Her eyes, round and bright, resembled those of a lively fawn, imbued with an innocent charm. Without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and gently pecked her lips. Observing the girl's wide-eyed surprise, he smirked. Have you forgotten? This is merely a normal exchange between friends. He had just overheard this phrase as Iblis exited the establishment. Nancy found it somewhat amusing and, after watching him leave, collapsed onto her bed. Host, you have earned an SSR coin today. Little N joyfully twirled around. Oh, when did I earn that? Nancy inquired as she sat up. You earned it when the god of light shared your cake. Look, host. The divine realm was initially more chaotic than the mortal world. The gods, by nature, were carefree and cherished freedom. When they found mutual attraction, they could indulge their desires in fields, on rooftops, or even in the streets. This disarray was quite unsettling for the god of light, who, despite being a child, had already begun to exhibit the brilliance of righteousness. While reading at home, he could hear screams emanating from the neighboring room. Picking an orange, he could witness a home run from the tree above. The entire world seemed to be in a frenzied state of copulation. This experience solidified his resolve. Should he ever possess followers, he would undoubtedly teach them restraint, the endurance of solitude, and fidelity to their partners. Before acquiring followers, he would begin with himself. Millennia later, this habit transformed into a reaction etched into his very blood. Thus, When a female mosquito approached him, he instinctively swatted it away, revealing his aversion to the opposite sex. Nancy pursed her lips. Any female mosquito would be swatted regardless of who it approached. Oh, have you completed your upgrade? Indeed, host, I am now an R-level system. Little N declared proudly. Wow. Nancy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Were it not for the fact that Little N lacked a physical form, she would have embraced it and planted a kiss upon it. Then I shall call you Little R. What capabilities do you possess now? You may certainly refer to me as Little R, it replied, cradling its face with a smile. From now on, that will be my name. Oh dear, how costly, she remarked. Twice should suffice. Indeed, Little R nodded. Furthermore, I can reveal the reasons behind every increment of affection points and SSR coins you acquire. Is there more? Nancy inquired. Additionally, you previously consumed a fraction of affection points every 3 days. This has now changed to a daily consumption of 1 point. Nancy sighed. I feel as though I am perpetually burning through my life. What is the current balance of our resources? You possess 10 affection points and 2 SSR coins. Your lifespan will be recalculated from today. Thus, at midnight tonight, 1 affection point will be expended to extend your life. This will occur every night at midnight. Should you lack the points, self-destruction will ensue. Then I have but 10 days left to live? Precisely, Little R affirmed. Moreover, you must continue to accumulate the funds required for my next upgrade, 100 affection points. Nancy blinked. I believe you are quite adequate in your current state. Your functionalities are sufficient. No upgrade is necessary. Bear in mind, the system I operate on is SSR, Little R reminded her. Do not engage in comparisons with other systems. Is that an established notion? Nancy exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Without hesitation, Nancy sprang up and made her way to the wardrobe to retrieve her winter attire. Host, are you truly heading to the Northern Lands now? Host, are we ready to teleport? Sure. Just 2 opportunities. I feel a bit reluctant to use them. By the way, Host, Little R mentioned that before heading to the Northern Lands, I should first show you something. What is it? It's the screenshot I saved last time. Little R exclaimed excitedly. Now that the upgrade is successful, I can share it with you. Before Nancy had the chance to speak, an indescribable image suddenly appeared before her eyes. Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the air, echoing the joy of the girl. Impressive. The Northern Lands remained as frigid as ever. Nancy emerged from a narrow, dimly lit alley, holding the food she had pilfered from the kitchen: pumpkin pie, vegetable soup, and a substantial scone filled with almonds. She placed everything in a basket, covered with a beautifully embroidered cloth to retain warmth. With the sound of her footsteps, she ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Unlike last time, a gas lamp, typically found on the streets, stood at the top of the staircase. The tall, imposing column seemed incongruous at the stairwell's entrance. The lamp cast a harsh, brilliant light, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were daytime. The landlord happened to emerge from one of the rooms and paused upon seeing Nancy, recognizing her as the young girl who rented from him. Nancy smiled slightly and nodded. Sometimes, we stay over here. The landlord nodded in acknowledgement, finding it quite normal and not at all peculiar. He had seen many affluent young ladies from the Northern Lands nurturing little wolfhounds, who would rendezvous with their lovers at night and part ways by day. He immediately categorized Nancy and Cecil in the same bracket. Above her head, nestled against the corridor's ceiling, hung a string of black feathers. Like wind chimes, any slight disturbance would elicit their response. With the girl's lively footsteps, the black feathers danced momentarily, far away in the realm of the dead. A deity clad in a black robe sat upon a throne, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The fallen angel stationed in the corner of the temple had long since grown accustomed to this sight. Each day, as this hour approached, the master would sit here, patiently awaiting his summons. In moments of particular boredom, he would grasp a glass jar that once contained ointment, twirling it between his fingers while gazing intently. This was no longer a secret, ever since he had inquired about the meaning of a girl forcefully kissing and disrobing him. They had come to understand that this powerful entity would undergo increasingly astonishing transformations. The air trembled slightly, and the black feather wind chime above Cecil emitted a clear, melodious sound. His once indifferent, pitch-black eyes suddenly gleamed with life. The fallen angel cautiously lifted his gaze. Ah, how swiftly she has departed. Nancy reached out to knock on the door, her fingers curling just as they were about to touch the surface when the door swung wide open. A handsome young man clad in a black sweater stood at the threshold, a hint of a smile in his eyes as he stepped aside to let her in. The room was aglow with bright candlelight, and the fireplace radiated warmth. Nancy mused that he must have employed divine magic, for it seemed impossible to transform a cold, uninhabited room into a cozy haven in such a short time. I saw the note you left, Cecil's low, magnetic voice whispered near her ear. You mentioned delivering winter clothes. Have you brought them? I wish to seek you out, yet I know not where you have gone. Thus, I have been waiting for you, for 2 days now. Nancy subtly detected a hint of grievance in the inflection of the other party's voice. It seemed something had not been delivered. However, you could join me another day. She retrieved vegetable soup, almond scones, and pumpkin pie from the basket. By the way, I have yet to ask you, do you enjoy sweet treats? Having encountered 2 lambs who had no taste for sugar, she resolved to inquire of the third. I do, Cecile said, as he elegantly stretched his long legs across the chair, reaching for another seat beside him, gesturing for her to sit. Do you truly like them? Nancy questioned, a trace of skepticism in her voice, fearing he might merely be polite. I genuinely do, Cecile affirmed with a nod. I have had a fondness for sweets since childhood. However, consuming them openly made me appear rather vulnerable, so I opted for discretion. As I grew older, with servants and acquaintances surrounding me, indulging in private became a challenge. They would catch the scent, and I eventually abstained. Then, if I were to bring you some sweets, would it trouble you? Nancy hesitated, glancing at the pumpkin pie. Would the fallen angel be diminished in stature by the scent of pumpkin pie wafting from Cecile? Not at all, Cecile replied with a light chuckle. In this world, aside from 2 bothersome individuals, no one would dare cause me trouble. Which 2 bothersome individuals? Nancy instinctively inquired, as she placed the food onto a plate and ladled the soup from its pot. A flicker of thought crossed her mind. Could it possibly be the sea god and the god of light? Are they formidable? She feigned indifference as she asked. They are tolerable, Cecile remarked nonchalantly, his gaze lingering on the delicate and charming features of the girl. The one from the Sea Kingdom can be a bit troublesome, while the one from the southern continent is ruthless and unyielding. As long as we do not come together, there is nothing to be concerned about. Indeed, Nancy pushed the plate of prepared food towards him, the cutlery arranged neatly, and with a warm smile said, You may begin your meal. Host, 1 point added. Would you like to see the reason for the score? I can effortlessly display it within your mind. Little R has acquired a new feature and is eager to show it off. Very well. The warmth of home, a point of rapport. A composition of warmth at a perfect 100. I knew it would be so. Nancy's lips curved upwards. See, my method works, doesn't it? Only the god of darkness would receive points for such a reason. The same actions towards the god of light and the sea god would be meaningless, for they are not in one of affection. As long as I persistently show my concern for him, he will surely emerge from the shadows. However, I believe that. Dear host, your gestures akin to those of the god of light are also excellent points of scoring. He seems to prefer that. No, absolutely not. Cecil, observing that there was only 1 serving of food before him, frowned slightly. Aren't you going to eat? Cecil's eyelashes fluttered, for it was indeed a lie of adulthood. The claims of being full, having already eaten, or not liking the food were merely veils to disguise a scarcity of sustenance. He cast a glance at Nancy, whose petite face and pointed chin suggested she consumed very little. What could be done to discreetly allow her to possess an abundance of wealth? Please eat quickly, Nancy urged once more. The soup and pumpkin pie will be unappetizing if they cool down. The scones, however, were of little consequence. I added almonds to make it savory. Some say they dislike the earthy taste of almonds, but I find it quite delightful. What do you think? Cecil picked up a knife and sliced the scone in half, placing the larger portion on Nancy's plate, along with 2 additional slices of pumpkin pie. A fleeting glance revealed that it was insufficient, prompting him to divide his half of the scone once more and add it to her serving. Nancy blinked in mild surprise, insisting, I'm truly not hungry. I had eaten before coming here. Cecil regarded her with a sidelong glance, dismissing her words as the fabrications of adulthood. Host, at a point, is coaxing him to eat a point as well. No. Little R displayed the scoring rationale on the screen. Very poor, even if unable to satiate hunger. One must bring food, using excuses like not hungry or I've already eaten as a guise. The dark god tagged her as a compassionate, impoverished maiden, granting a point of affection, 100 warmth. A compassionate, impoverished maiden? A flicker of amusement danced in Nancy's eyes. She had indeed conveyed to him the hardships of her life. Such a narrative would undoubtedly amplify her kindness. The poignant image of a destitute individual, possessing merely 10 copper coins, willing to part with 8 for another, would indeed stir deeper emotions. Yet, there was no need for complete refusal. Sharing food could foster a bond, subtly cultivating a sense of closeness. Cecil's eyelashes fluttered, and he refrained from further insistence. By the way, Nancy inquired seemingly nonchalantly, do you know of any methods to shield oneself after being marked by a mermaid? She had already experimented with potions, which proved ineffective against the frenzied wild mermaids. If she remained within the confines of Bolton City, Ibilius might not take notice. However, once her scent wafted over a distance, the others would grow suspicious and come to investigate. Have you been marked by a mermaid? Cecil furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed. Nancy candidly confessed that she had followed the treasure hunters to capture mermaids and had been bitten, as evidenced by the wound on the back of her hand, which she now revealed to him. After several treatments from Ibilius, her skin bore no traces of the injury. Cecil gazed at the young woman's fair hand, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Her fingers were exquisitely beautiful, tempting one to kiss them. They were slender yet not gaunt, pure and delightful, unable to resist the allure. He grasped her hand gently, caressing the delicate skin on the back of her hand. The cool sensation was held tightly in his grasp, bringing him both physical and emotional satisfaction. Nancy bit her lip, the slight calluses on her fingertips causing a mild itch. Nevertheless, considering that he was meticulously examining her mermaid bite, she patiently waited. The moment stretched on, seemingly prolonged. Cecil appeared to be merely enjoying the act of touching her hand, holding it in his own, squeezing her fingers and palm, gently kneading them. Host, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, your affection level has increased by 1 point. Would you like to know the reason? Yes. I admire these hands and wish to touch them more. A heart's flutter of 1 point, with 20 admiration and 80. Cecil was momentarily taken aback. No, I am merely touching your hand. Touching my hand. Yes, I wish to touch your hand, so I did. Nancy found herself at a loss to refute such an inherently domineering logic. Realizing the implications, Cecil chuckled lightly. Did you think I was examining your mermaid bite? Such things cannot be revealed. Only the mermaid that bit you knows where it was. Is there no way out of this? No matter where I go, the mermaids will always find me, won't they? Cecil felt a slight perplexity. Mermaids are unable to venture ashore unless one approaches the vast ocean or the coastal edges. However, they do not single out individuals. Human blood is a commonplace sustenance for them. Throughout Atlantis, I am aware of only one mermaid that can reach land. Yet, it would be inconceivable for him to consume human blood. Such an act would be a sacrilege to him. Nancy interjected, isn't that little blue? The sea god Iblis. Cecil replied with a chuckle. Surely it cannot be he who has bitten you. Therefore, there is no need for concern. No mermaid could pursue you this far. But it was indeed him, Nancy countered. Of course, if it were truly he who bit you, there are methods to address the situation. There exists a diminutive item that can temporarily anchor your scent in one location. However, the drawback is apparent. Should the other party discover where your scent has been fixed, they will know you are not there. What is the small item? It is a rather rare mineral. You are fortunate, as I happen to possess such a thing. Cecil smirked. I shall have someone bring it to you at once. Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. If it is something of great value, then perhaps it is unnecessary. As you mentioned, mermaids cannot come ashore. I truly need not worry so much. It is merely a mineral. Rarity does not equate to value, Cecil remarked. At least, it holds no worth for me. How could the sea god possibly come to bite me? I have no use for it. Nancy stiffened slightly and dryly replied, oh, he cannot come to bite me either. Cecil smiled gently, indeed. However, I believe it would be beneficial for you, as you have already been bitten by an ordinary mermaid. He extracted a scroll of parchment from his pocket and, with a feather quill, fluidly inscribed a series of characters. Marguerite had successfully secured the opportunity to deliver a package alongside the Archangel Azrael. Initially, Azrael intended to undertake the task alone, but after her fervent persuasion, he conceded that having an additional companion might not be unwelcome, especially considering the immense value of the Amon stone. This precious gem, a remnant from the dawn of the underworld, had been refined down to the size of a finger. As they approached the door, Marguerite intentionally positioned herself ahead of Azrael, an act considered highly inappropriate in the underworld, where subordinates were expected to defer to their superiors. However, as the sole female among the fallen angels, her colleagues tended to accommodate her. To Azrael, it seemed that the subordinate was merely overly eager, momentarily forgetting the established protocols. He merely furrowed his brow in response. While knocking on the door, Marguerite gently inquired, is anyone inside? Azrael nodded in approval, appreciating her discretion in not revealing their identities. It was a remarkably human gesture. Upon hearing Marguerite's voice, Nancy felt a sense of relief, for Marguerite was a welcome presence. Had it been the same fallen angels from the museum incident, the situation would have been considerably more precarious. Yet, even with Marguerite present, Nancy feigned a preoccupation with retrieving an item from a low cabinet. turning her back to the door as a precaution. "Good day. Here is the ordinary mineral you requested," she said, her lashes cast down. Unwilling to turn and face Marguerite immediately. If possible, she preferred to avoid any encounter with her entirely. The host's mind was filled with the trembling voice of Xiaoyan, accompanied by the presence of a fallen angel. A chill ran down Nancy's spine as she heard the faint sound of a lid being lifted behind her. It seemed that Margaret had instructed Cecil to examine whether it was that particular stone. In an instant, she comprehended Margaret's intent. Next, Margaret would undoubtedly linger, seeking an opportunity. Remaining turned away from them for an extended period was evidently unnatural. A plan must be devised, one that was reasonable, normal, and would mitigate this risk. "This is it. You may leave," Cecil stated in an exceedingly monotone voice. The rationale had to be seamlessly concealed behind her expression. Why were they still lingering? "What do you intend to do with this stone?" Margaret's voice, tinged with curiosity, resonated from behind. "Bizarre," a male voice reprimanded darkly. It was not Cecil's voice, but that of another fallen angel. "I apologize. I did not mean to pry into the guest's affairs," Margaret defended softly. "I merely thought. If this item is intended as a gift, I would suggest it be fashioned into a pendant for convenience." "You wish to gift the Edmund stone?" "No. I mean this ordinary stone?" The fallen angel interjected, visibly agitated. "I believe I should not have to consult anyone regarding my own possessions." Cecil's tone grew increasingly indifferent. "Oh. Of course not," Margaret interjected. "However, it ultimately depends on whether the recipient appreciates it. If not, one could always exchange it for something else. In that case, we could take this ordinary stone with us. What do you think?" Littler rolled her eyes, remarking, "Host, she has been persistently urging you to examine the stone." Nancy smiled slightly, saying, "Oh, I will look, but not now. Drive them away, and then I shall see." Little N inquired, "How do we drive them away?" "Cecil." Nancy lowered her head slightly, cradling her left hand with her right. "Look at my hand. What is wrong with it?" Cecil hastened over. The Archangel Asher felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon hearing Nancy directly invoke the name of the dark god. The last luminous angel who had uttered his name had been reduced to bones, buried deep in the underworld. Just moments ago, it seemed something had darted by. Nancy extended her hand for him to see. "Is it a bite from a mermaid?" Cecil asked. Margaret also felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. That mermaid wouldn't be the sea god, would she? Cecil gently moved his fingers, casting a radiant light upon her. The moment it touched her hand, Nancy exclaimed, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Her slightly upturned doe eyes shimmered with sweet laughter as she reached to wrap her arms around his neck, pressing her lips against his in a gesture of gratitude. Cecil was momentarily taken aback, in that fleeting moment when her soft lips met his. The slender thread of reason in his mind snapped effortlessly. Without hesitation, he grasped the young woman's waist and pulled her fiercely toward him. Lowering his head, he kissed her. The two fallen angels in the room instantly froze. Asher was the first to react, not daring to intrude upon the dark god's tender moment, and quietly retreated toward the door. Noticing Margaret still in a daze, he promptly tugged at her arm. Once silence enveloped the room, Nancy turned her head, breathlessly ending the kiss. Cecil's kiss was overwhelmingly passionate, laden with a primal hunger that made it all too easy to lose oneself in its depths. If this continues, she fears she might uncontrollably alter her course. Cecil lifted his gaze, somewhat displeased by the sudden separation. His dark eyes were shrouded in a thick mist, and he grasped her chin, yearning for another kiss. "No more," Nancy hastily interjected. "You've rendered me breathless." "I just provided you with air," he countered. "That was insufficient." "If you mean to suggest a minute's worth of breath," she retorted, "is it not possible to breathe every minute?" "It is not," the young girl lamented, her eyes glistening with moisture, her slightly swollen lips pouting in complaint. "Some can, but I cannot." Cecil regarded her for a moment, letting out a low, husky chuckle. "I apologize, I was unaware." As the Lord of Death, he was not beholden to the necessity of breath, rendering him oblivious to the human need for time. He questioned a fallen angel who was currently engaged with a swimming instructor and was informed that one could hold their breath for over 2 minutes. He had that expectation. Yet it still proved inadequate. Humanity was indeed exceedingly fragile. "What about that stone?" Nancy inquired. "It is right here," Cecil replied, handing her the box. Nancy carefully extracted the finger-thick mineral, scrutinizing it closely. The black stone, adorned with 16 facets, was as smooth as a gem, exuding a cold, dim luster. "I overheard it being referred to as a Mon stone. Is it of great significance?" she asked, her brow gently furrowed. "Not at all. The Amon stone resides in the underworld. There are some minerals resembling the Amon stone, and people have grown accustomed to calling them so, but they are not, Cecil stated calmly. He extended his hand, revealing a silver chain that appeared in his grasp. With ease, he threaded the mineral onto the silver chain. With a slight bow, he adorned Nancy's neck with the necklace. It now belongs to you, Cecil murmured, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with a tender hue. Nancy lowered her gaze upon the exquisite black stone, and suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Host, you have just gained 3 points of affection. Kiss, composition, 100. I believe this is swifter than your warmth. As dawn broke, Nancy donned her coat, preparing to depart. Are you coming? A deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind her. Turning, she saw Cecil seated on the bed, his upper body clad casually, his long legs draped in black sleep pants, crossed nonchalantly. The pale expanse of his chest bore dark red scars, exuding a chaotic and forbidden beauty, as if he had endured torment throughout the night. The young man with raven hair regarded her with an air of indifference, his gaze tinged with an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Why did she feel a pang of guilt? It was akin to having indulged a little wolf dog, reveling for a night before preparing to leave. Cecil's lips curled slightly as he stepped barefoot off the bed and approached her. You need not see me off. I shall open the door myself. Nancy found herself retreating as he drew closer, her back pressed against a low cabinet. His broad shoulders, slender waist, and narrow hips seemed to embody her every preference. She could not withstand such exquisite beauty. It was only when he had her cornered that Cecil halted, leaning in until he was nearly atop her. His heated breath brushed against her earlobe and neck, overwhelming her senses. You mustn't be reckless so early in the morning. This is inappropriate, Nancy stammered, her voice dry as she attempted to shield herself with a faude of morality. Cecil's gaze lingered on her lips for 2 seconds before he let out a soft chuckle, raising his hand to retrieve a small notebook from the low cabinet behind her, placing it into her hands. You must be the one seeking mischief. I merely intended to bring you something, he remarked. Such nonsense. Does retrieving an item necessitate this theatricality? What is this? She inquired, glancing down at the diminutive notebook. It was yellowed, containing only a few pages, seemingly bound in very old parchment. The cover was crafted from black leather, the origin of which was indeterminate. I possess an identical notebook. If you write in it, I shall see it. Likewise, should I inscribe something, you would also be able to read it. It functions as a sort of messaging application, does it not? If during your busy day you find yourself thinking of me, you can reach out within its pages, Cecil said gently. Will you seek me out? The waiting was interminable. The light of his world perpetually arrived and departed with capriciousness. He had to devise a means to extract a fragment of her time. I will, Nancy replied. Upon leaving the apartment, she turned into a narrow alley and teleported away. In her moment of uncertainty, she allowed her small companion, R, to glimpse the coordinates of Iberus. R indicated that the other party remained in Bolton, seemingly by the seaside. Still soaking in the bath, Nancy produced the notebook Cecil had given her, laying it upon the table. Dipping a quill into ink, she inscribed, I have arrived home. The black ink flickered briefly before being swiftly absorbed by the paper, vanishing from the surface. Truly remarkable sorcery, she murmured, preparing to close the notebook. In the next moment, a string of words unexpectedly seeped onto the page. Is your residence far? It took an hour to reach home. Unlike her delicate script, Cecil's handwriting was more robust, imbued with strength. Whom are you conversing with? A languid voice drifted from above. Startled, she turned to behold Iblis, his hair damp and his countenance radiating the joy of a return from the sea. He gestured casually at the notebook, showcasing an impressive mastery of divine arts, a skill that undoubtedly reflects at least the caliber of a bishop. A fellow acquaintance? Iblis scoffed. Your neighbor, Bishop Sane? Settling into an armchair, his demeanor was relaxed, his head tilted slightly as he carelessly toweled his hair. The waning sunlight poured in, illuminating his chestnut locks, each strand glistening with a soft wave. Nancy's gaze traced from his elegant fingers to the smooth contour of his jawline, and then down to the neck and collarbone that shimmered with a cool sheen. Sensing her scrutiny, he lifted his eyes. Why the silence? Nancy averted her gaze. The ink of Cecil's handwriting still lingered on the pages. Yet, her mind was no longer on the text. She pondered why Iblis was taking his time drying his hair. Surely, with his divine powers, he could dry himself in an instant. Was it intentional? Observing a wild merman drying his hair seemed utterly absurd. The quill danced across the pages, and a voice echoed in her mind. Host, you have gained a point. How did this occur? She inquired. From the dark god, replied the voice. He is pleased that you expressed a desire to seek him. Really? Engaging in conversation can earn affection points? Nancy felt a surge of excitement. Initially, she merely regarded the chat application as a marvel, but it has now evolved into a vocation. When she cannot journey to the northern regions, she can still engage remotely to accumulate points. After some calculations, she realized that yesterday she earned 5 points from Cecil, adding to her previous total of 15. Subtracting 1 point spent yesterday leaves her with 14. However, this evening, another point shall be deducted. It appears that her earnings do not keep pace with her expenditures. The only two sources of points she can exploit are one seeking a memory orb and the other located in the distant north. Though there is one nearby, it is rather difficult to manage. As she tallied her points, she pondered how to garner more from the application. Soon, a line of text appeared. Then you should get to work. I shall await you. Nancy replied, my work consists of conversing with you, darling. Alas, communicating through text introduces a myriad of uncertainties. A single misphrased sentence could obstruct her path. Ah, this is how I unwind, said Ibelius. I swam a bit longer due to my vexation. What vexes you? Oh, nothing of great consequence, Ibelius replied, slightly lifting his face and leaning back, gazing absently at the ceiling, just trivial matters, here and there. Such occurrences are quite common among the aquatic folk, a fish engaging with several others simultaneously. Yet, why is he so perturbed? That man is merely an ordinary human. Furrowing his brow deeply, Ibelius sat upright and could not help but inquire. The apothecary mentioned yesterday that BOP is merely a normal mode of communication between people. Is the southern continent so open-minded? Nancy was momentarily taken aback, her lips curving into a smile. The southern continent is perhaps the most conservative among these regions, isn't it? The Sea Kingdom and the northern lands are truly open. Upon hearing northern lands, Iberis's gaze immediately turned into a wry smile. So, you have made a friend in the northern lands? Nancy pondered for a moment. Revealing the existence of Cecil and Milos to Iberis might not be such a big deal. As a sea king, he would most likely understand the joy of nurturing fish in a pond. As long as he remained oblivious to the fact that those two were the gods of light and darkness, it would suffice. I believe having a friend from the northern lands is not particularly extraordinary, is it? The girl leaned her elbows on the table, fingers interlaced, her face adorned with a smile identical to his. Iberis, you have quite a few friends yourself. I have not engaged in the kind of normal exchanges you do with your friends, Iberis replied coolly. Atlantis is surrounded by seawater, bitter and briny. How can we kiss? Such an act holds no significance for the sea folk. Without tasting the essence of another, one is left with only the flavor of the sea. Nancy blinked gently. So, you have never kissed a friend? No. Not even a kiss? No. Not even a deep kiss? Not at all, Iberis said impatiently, only with you. This was precisely the source of his vexation. In her eyes, he seemed no different from a pharmacist or a northern man. At times, he even felt he was treated worse. What was most infuriating was the thought that, aside from these two, there might be others he was unaware of. Like this so-called friend. Nancy was utterly astonished. Without kisses, what does he usually do? Isn't that just a lonely existence in the sea? Or do mermaids possess other means of communication? However, compared to delving into the private life of the sea god, she is more inclined to clarify her own mission. Why is it that so many first experiences have occurred with me, yet I have not acquired any SSR coins? The last time I obtained an SSR coin was from Iberis, during the second instance of blood consumption. So what about kisses and deep kisses? There have been quite a few, yet still no coins? Host, I believe it is as follows, Shower remarked. The goal of the Sea King's strategy is to dismantle the fish pond and foster exclusive emotions. Therefore, the acquisition of SSR coins is contingent upon this exclusivity. The criteria for such exclusivity, I fear, you must discover for yourself. You have already deduced that 2 instances of blood consumption yield 1 SSR coin. Perhaps you could experiment with kisses next, to see how many are required to earn a coin. I suspect each type has a different standard. It might be 3 times. Or perhaps 30. Nancy retorted, what difference does it make to say this? Moreover, what is there to experiment with? Each type only yields 1 coin. Understanding the pattern for obtaining coins from kisses is of no use. Just like with blood consumption, after acquiring that 1 SSR coin, any subsequent blood drawn by Iberis is essentially for naught, as she gains nothing. Unfortunately, host, Shower shrugged, before achieving SSR status. We must rely on speculation for many matters. Iberis, feeling a bit sulky, reached into her pocket and tossed a string of items onto the table. This is for you. Something I made myself. Nancy picked it up, revealing a beautiful pearl bracelet. The pearls glisten with a lustrous sheen, representing the pinnacle of value among sea pearls. How might one procure them? Surely it cannot involve the tedious task of prying open each shell in search of these treasures. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the sirens of Iberia gliding gracefully through the depths, diligently seeking out grand shells. Upon finding one, they would eagerly pry it open, and if dissatisfied, they would continue their search. Noticing her fixation on the bracelet, Iberia felt a measure of her unease dissipate. Yet, the sight of the chat notebook rekindled thoughts of her newly formed friendship, stirring an anxious restlessness within her. I shall retreat to the bath for a while, he declared, rising to head towards the washroom. You may dine, he added nonchalantly. I am not hungry. Iberia's indifference was palpable as he offered her a vexed silhouette. A knock resounded at the door, followed by the maid's voice, inviting her to join for dinner. She responded affirmatively while rising to her feet. Iberia's earlier intention to visit the washroom sparked within her a perilous scheme. According to Little R, Iberia habitually remained in the washroom each night, never emerging except during her illness. If this were indeed the case, perhaps she could leave the mineral bestowed by Cecil on her bed and stealthily utilize the teleportation feature to slip away to the northern lands. She could not always venture out under the cloak of night. Moreover, if she could procure a substitute to occupy her bed in her stead, her plan would be rendered even more secure. Host, I have a solution, Little R interjected. Since my upgrade, there have been alterations in the exchange of mystery boxes. You can directly exchange for opened items from the mystery boxes. However, the cost of such boxes is exorbitantly high. How high? She inquired. 3 SSR coins, or 90 points of goodwill for a single mystery box. Naturally, there are even pricier options, dependent on the items. Oh, do I appear to be a wealthy individual? Nancy inquired. 3 SSR coins are sufficient for me to purchase 3 unopened blind boxes. Currently, we possess 2 SSR coins. Accumulating 30 more heart points will suffice. This way, we can exchange them for the lifelike puppet blind box you desire. Shower remarked. Allow me to present the description. Another you, capable of executing actions as per your commands, and even playing pre-recorded messages. As long as one does not delve too deeply, no one will discern its artificiality. However, its intellectual capacity is rather limited, thus it is ill-suited for complex tasks. It is most effective for feigning study or slumber, perfectly evading the discerning eyes of parents and teachers. It is a permanent item. As long as it remains undamaged, it can be utilized indefinitely. Wow, I am utterly captivated. Nancy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, hands clasped. I have envisioned 100 ways to employ it. Do you wish for it? Indeed, Nancy nodded vigorously. Alas, we do not have enough, Shower lamented. We will obtain it. Nancy affectionately patted Shower's head, her spirits soaring with the prospect of earning points. This truly embodies the spirit of the working class. Through labor, one ascends to greatness. She concealed the chat log within her backpack, wary of Ebolus catching a glimpse. For a careless remark from him could spell disaster. Today was another day of longing for the little lamb. She approached the bathroom door, pushing it open to once again invite Ebolus to dinner. Ebolus languidly reclined in the bathtub, propping his head with one hand, playfully splashing water with his tail. Ebolus, are you truly not going to dine? Shall I bring you something? I'm not going. Ebolus picked up the little rubber duck from the edge of the bathtub and placed it into the water, watching it wobble and float. In a moment of displeasure, he pressed it down with his finger. The duck resurfaced, only to be pushed down again. A chill breeze swept through, and Nancy felt as if the duck were a reflection of herself. Go on, Ebolus lazily repeated. Nancy observed the enchanting merman boy lounging in the bathtub. Her heart stirred, and she leaned in to plant a quick kiss. Ebolus' eyes widened slightly, and the splashing of his tail came to an abrupt halt. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he distinctly heard the rapid beating of his own heart. 2 points for the host. Eh? How could there be 2 points? A sudden realization struck him, almost leaving him in disbelief. 2 points for heart fluttering, 10 for surprise, and 90 for fondness. So, that was how he felt. And a smile threatened to break on Nancy's lips. Why did you kiss me out of the blue? Ebolus inquired, lifting his face slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. His azure eyes shimmered with 2 parts surprise, 3 parts skepticism, and 5 parts incredulity. You've forgotten, Nancy replied with a smile, as I told you before. A kiss is a token of gratitude. You just gifted me a bracelet, so this is my thank you kiss. Ebolus' long lashes fluttered gently, his expression cooling as he realized the meaning behind her gesture. He lowered his gaze, concealing the growing chill in his eyes, and softly murmured, You should go eat now. It will soon be late. In a swift motion, her soft lips pressed against his once more before retreating. Ebolus' eyes widened in surprise as he heard Nancy's cheerful voice above him. That one was simply because I wanted to kiss you. All right. His hair was tousled by the delicate fingers of the young girl as she hastily departed for her meal. He turned his face and only glimpsed the fleeting silhouette of the girl as the washroom door closed once more. After a considerable pause, Iblis chuckled softly, proclaiming, "I prefer the last one. +1. Wow, host, you are remarkable. This dual kiss has an astonishing effect. Would you like to know the reason?" "Not necessary. I can surmise it," Nancy responded with a smile. "This exemplifies the principle of rising action. If I were to merely kiss twice, it would be impossible to earn 2 points. Following the initial surprise, the second would merely be an embellishment, making no significant difference whether it occurs or not." Little R felt amazed, showering praises upon her. After finishing her dinner, Nancy casually picked up a small basket, just the size of her palm, and filled it with some salted egg yolk cookies before heading upstairs. Iblis had already emerged from the bathtub, barefoot, his upper body bare, while donning deep blue trousers. She had witnessed a similar attire on both the god of light and the god of darkness. Standing still, she scrutinized him, seemingly concluding that the god of darkness held the advantage. He was exceedingly suited to the display of his physique, with taut muscles and an alluring form that exuded an irresistible allure. Yet, the most distinctive aspect of Iblis was his unique blend of youthful beauty and boyish slenderness. This amalgamation rendered him exceptionally enticing. Noticing the cookies in her hand, Iblis lightly frowned, questioning whether she had not eaten enough. "For you," Nancy offered, extending the treat. Iblis raised an expression of mild disdain on his face, but still reached out to accept it. After a brief moment, Nancy turned to Little R and remarked, "You see." No points were awarded. In a similar vein, I could at least secure a point from Cecil. The golden dawn gradually tinged the pale blue horizon with hues of crimson. Nancy sat in the carriage, composing a letter to Lily on enchanted stationery, requesting her assistance in transporting her winter garments to the academy that morning. She had entrusted Lily with some of her winter attire. Otherwise, it would be rather odd to carry a woolen coat to school in the sweltering summer heat. Once she completed the letter and neatly folded it, it vanished into thin air. Moments later, it would materialize in Lily's hands. This magical stationery was quite effective, albeit prohibitively expensive, costing 10 silver coins per sheet, a true alchemical marvel. To be frank, her financial resources were dwindling. Upon her arrival, her father had gifted her 1,000 gold coins. However, expenses such as the teleportation fees, Lily's commission, clothing, and social engagements had proven to be substantial. Now, she found herself with less than 200 gold coins remaining, which would afford her the luxury of employing Lily only 10 more times. This was untenable. She urgently required a cost-effective alternative, particularly for tasks that posed significant challenges. She felt that Cecil's assessment of her had become a prophecy. She truly had transformed into a destitute maiden. As she pondered how to swiftly acquire SSR coins, the chatter of her 2 cousins reached her ears. "So, they will indeed be coming this morning? Of course, I heard it from Her Highness the Princess. You know, she is always well informed. How exciting. This will be my first encounter with sorcerers from other schools. I hope there are some fine young men among them," Robies exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. "Don't be foolish," Rosie retorted, snapping her fan shut. "Mother would never allow you to marry a northerner." "I apologize." Nancy interrupted their conversation. Robes and Rose simultaneously lifted their eyes. "What kind of sorcerer are you speaking of that is coming to our vicinity?" Nancy inquired. "Are you unaware?" A hint of superiority graced Robe's expression. "Oh right, such matters are only disclosed to those close to the prince." Nancy nonchalantly raised the corner of her lips, reflecting on that prince, who had certainly not missed an opportunity to trip her up. The false sorcery, the paper world, the whispers at the sea god's ear, and yesterday's fallen angel. Thus, she had meticulously prepared a small gift for him today, hoping it would be to his liking. An event jointly held by the 3 divine academies of the southern continent, the northern lands, and the Sea Kingdom was forthcoming. Each institution would dispatch distinguished sorcerers for exchange and learning. First, they would come to our locale, and a week later, the sorcerers would journey to the Murkiak Black Magic Academy in the northern lands. Another week would see them visit the Academy of the Sea Kingdom. I truly hope the Academy selects me. Robes clasped her hands in a gesture of yearning. I am eager to witness the northern scenery and the charm of the Sea Kingdom. I, too, wish to see the northern lands, Rose murmured. The north and the southern continent have always held animosity towards one another, and we scarcely have opportunities to visit. Moreover, it is said that the north will open the underworld for everyone to explore. That is the realm of the Lord of Death. If it were not for this event, We would have to wait until after our demise to glimpse the underworld. Bah, what do you mean by death? Spit it out quickly. Bah. Ah, I see now. Nancy leaned back, a contemplative expression gracing her features. While it sounded enticing, it was hardly a favorable event for her. If she, with her golden hair, were to appear in the underworld, it would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. The carriage came to a halt. Through the glass of the window, Nancy beheld 3 grand archways adorned with vibrant flowers, replacing the formerly cold and antiquated gates. This must have been an elaborate gesture of welcome for the occasion. The academy had not permitted the students to emerge to greet. Instead, they sent forth a few faculty members to await the arrival. All classes proceeded as usual, resulting in a dearth of students lingering about, each hurrying towards the towering spire. Following her 2 cousins, Nancy entered the charms classroom, a favored choice among students, thus making it the most crowded space within the academy. Shortly after her arrival, a servant appeared at the classroom door, holding a large basket of lollipops. Scanning the room for patrons, Nancy promptly approached him, offering 10 gold coins in exchange for the basket. As she turned, she discreetly slipped in a pre-prepared, cursed lollipop. The cursed lollipop, wrapped in black paper, transformed the moment it touched the basket, the paper shifting to a resplendent gold-red hue, its shape conforming to that of the other lollipops, flat and round. I invite everyone to indulge in some sweets, Nancy declared with a beaming smile. The entire basket of golden red confections captured the attention of all present. Oh, those are the special lollipops from Mr. Tom's candy shop. I've heard they are quite rare. How did you manage to procure so many? What is the occasion today? You seem particularly cheerful. I am always happy, Nancy replied with a smile. For I have acquired delightful candies and wish to share this sweetness with everyone. Sweets have always been a precious commodity. Moreover, it was a rare Tom lollipop. Upon hearing her words, everyone ceased their politeness and eagerly reached for one. Even the professor of the spells class took a piece. Nancy lifted the basket before Margaret, inviting her to partake as well. Margaret, with a smile that barely touched her eyes, glanced at the basket. All the candies were identical, indistinguishable from one another. They had just been delivered by the candy shop, leaving no room for deceit. After a brief hesitation, she reached out and took one. Nancy turned again to offer it to others. Everything flowed seamlessly, and Margaret's suspicion waned slightly. Why aren't you eating? A girl asked, turning to Margaret as everyone indulged in the sweetness. It was a casual inquiry, yet it drew the attention of all present. Margaret stiffened slightly. Whether or not she consumed the candy was inconsequential, but being perceived as haughty due to her royal lineage could prove troublesome. I was just pondering. Margaret replied with a smile as she unwrapped the candy. Why haven't the students from the other 2 academies arrived yet? Ah, I see, the earlier girl nodded. I too look forward to meeting the students from the other academies. Ah, they are here. Look, a student by the window exclaimed, pointing downstairs. Almost everyone rushed over. Nancy was also pulled by a somewhat unfamiliar girl to take a glance. As she neared the window, she caught a glimpse of Margaret crushing the lollipop beneath her foot. If only the name of that person had been inscribed upon the lollipop beforehand, no matter how it was selected, she would have obtained that piece of candy. There was no need to consume it. Merely unwrapping the candy would activate the curse. Side effects: 3 hours after the other party unwraps the candy, you too shall endure an hour of misfortune. As for misfortune, she remains unfazed. After class, she heads to the north. What misfortune could possibly arise besides Cecil? On the opposite side of the classroom, Marguerite, having finished her lollipop, cast her gaze upon Nancy's backpack. There, a black notebook instantly captured her attention. Retrieving it, she ominously declared, I sense the essence of the dark god. Marguerite cast a nervous glance at the throng of people crowded by the window and swiftly pulled out the black notebook, opening it. In the center of the yellow parchment, a bold inscription firmly clung to the page. Will you come to see me today? Marguerite's eyes sparkled with excitement as she wrote back, I think not, for she is in my bed. Nancy leaned on the windowsill, peering through the arched glass. It wasn't merely her tower. Nearly every tower of Ainaway Academy was brimming with heads, all striving to catch a glimpse of the sorcerers from the north and the Sea Kingdom. I wager the Sea Kingdom is filled with mermaids, while the north is populated by bear-like folk. But how would mermaids enter? I've heard the Academy has carved out a special canal for them. Ah, they are coming. A voice emerged from nowhere, and Nancy instantly felt a tidal wave of pressure press against her. She found herself pinned against the glass, struggling to breathe. More heads crowded in, and amidst the throng, she caught sight of the men and women entering through the Academy's grand gates. Nancy felt that those dressed in black were likely from the Northern Merkiak Black Sorcery Academy. They were all tall and slender, with dark hair and eyes, reminiscent of those she had encountered in the North. The males donned black robes, while the females wore elegant black silk gowns, exuding an air of sophistication coupled with an indefinable hint of wickedness. The sorcerers clad in blue suits and voluminous skirts belonged to the Reef Sanctuary of the Sea Kingdom. Unlike other sorcery academies that sought out talented children for uniform instruction, the Reef Sanctuary exclusively admitted individuals who had already qualified as sorcerers. Thus, it was evident that their ages and capabilities were plainly etched upon their faces. This group was directly escorted by the Vice-Dean into the Grand Hall of the Academy, where it appeared a welcoming ceremony was underway. All right, children, that concludes the formalities. We must now focus and prepare for class, announced the professor of the incantation course. I presume you would not wish to be outshone by students from other academies during the upcoming week, would you? As far as I am aware, they have sent only the Sea Army de la Sea Army this time, aside from the Sea Kingdom's entire contingent of sorcerers. Most of those from the northern region have also attained their sorcerer qualifications. Regrettably, you all seem somewhat lacking, as you do not even possess the eligibility to participate in the sorcerer assessments. Will they not attend classes with us? Someone inquired. Perhaps only 1 or 2 will join you in your classes, the professor replied. This time, each of the 3 academies has dispatched not only senior students, but also newcomers. Just as in our Inouye Sorcery Academy, the dean will allocate 2 spots for you freshmen during the selection process. The classroom was immediately abuzz with excitement as everyone enthusiastically discussed which of the newcomers might be selected. I suspect it will be those 2 radiant individuals. No one else is more deserving than they. Upon hearing this remark, Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. Margaret, catching sight of her expression, instantly wore a mysterious smile. Without needing the input from SSR, she could concoct 100 ways to embarrass Nancy. Does the princess believe she is destined to be chosen? Which accounts for her smug demeanor. Suddenly, amidst the buzzing chatter, an abrupt voice pierced through the air, silencing the room in an instant. Nancy, intrigued, turned her gaze towards the speaker and recognized her as a girl named Anna. If memory serves, Anna's father is a brother to Margaret's father. Although Anna and Margaret have always had a bit of tension between them, it had never escalated to the point of public humiliation. It was likely the misfortune lollipop was beginning to take effect. Margaret felt utterly exasperated. Her smile was not due to the chatter about her potential selection, rather. It stemmed from the discovery of an opportunity to vex Nancy. She quickly interjected in a gentle tone, I believe you are mistaken. Oh, just be quiet, Anna retorted, swiftly turning away and covering her ears, her irritation palpable. Margaret immediately averted her gaze. SSR noted, it seems something is amiss. I don't sense anything wrong. Margaret gritted her teeth. I only find it astonishing how jealousy can so thoroughly strip a person of their humanity. All right, let us commence our lesson. The professor of the spellcasting class awkwardly raised a hand to quell the commotion. We shall practice the Lumos spell. You have been granted a week's time for practice. Surely, one must at least produce a small glimmer of brilliance. I shall call upon a few individuals to put forth their efforts. John, Margaret, William, Nancy. Reluctantly, Nancy rose to her feet, not particularly eager to stand alongside those who seemed cursed. As she lifted her skirt and moved forward, she suddenly felt her foot slip upon something slick. Without a moment's chance to react, she stumbled forward with a thud, crashing painfully onto the cold marble floor. Simultaneously, her voluminous skirt flared up and enveloped her head, rendering her akin to a pot overturned upon the ground. Anna and her companions stifled their laughter, doubling over in amusement. The professor hurried down to assist Margaret, exclaiming, How dreadful! My dear, are you all right? Margaret trembled with indignation amidst the laughter, lifting her chin defiantly to glare at Anna. There is something sticky adhered to the sole of my shoe, causing my fall. I sincerely hope it is not the result of someone's prank. Otherwise, I shall certainly inform my father. The professor's demeanor shifted instantly to one of gravity. Margaret's words elevated the incident from mere clumsiness to something more consequential, potentially attracting royal ire. Who was it? The boy seated beside Margaret stood up, declaring, I have spotted a small puddle of candy residue right here, along with this. He lifted a small paper stick, still bearing a fragment of candy. Isn't that the lollipop Nancy distributed to us? A girl exclaimed in astonishment. How could it have shattered like this? Is it possible that Her Highness does not wish to consume the crushed candy? Indeed, only upon your mention did I recall. Anna's companion immediately exclaimed that the princess had displayed an initial reluctance to accept it. While everyone else unwrapped their candies with enthusiasm, she disdainfully pinched hers. Are we, the common folk, truly unworthy of sharing the same confectionery as Her Highness? Anna's face was also contorted in disgust. It was utterly ludicrous that the princess had slipped on the remnants of her own shattered candy and blamed others for the mischief. All eyes turned towards Nancy, who stood at the podium. With impeccable timing, she lowered her gaze, feigning a hint of sorrow. Public sentiment swiftly shifted in her favor, and the crowd expressed immense sympathy for this kind-hearted girl who cherished sharing. Margaret's face flushed crimson, feeling not only the sting of pain but also the weight of humiliation. I apologize for my oversight, she managed to utter, but I did not deliberately crush that candy. It merely fell to the ground by accident. Yet, at this juncture, no one believed her. Misfortune amplified their disdain. Margaret had never before encountered such a torrent of hostile glares. The arrogance of the royal family, the squandering of others' goodwill, and the utter disregard for the dignity of a princess. How disgraceful, how utterly humiliating. They called for her expulsion from the academy. Margaret stood in stunned silence. It was merely a piece of candy. At that moment, Nancy too found the situation surrounding the misfortunate lollipop somewhat exaggerated. Truly, it was a product of a blind box, devoid of any semblance of logic. It matters not. She shook her head. So, are you still inclined to demonstrate your divine powers? The professor inquired cautiously, suggesting that if she felt any discomfort, he could provide a substitute for the demonstration. Nancy reassured him, I am perfectly fine, without any discomfort. Fearing that the professor might express exaggerated sympathy, she swiftly unleashed the banishment of darkness that Milos had taught her. She had not mastered the art of illumination. When she expressed a desire to learn, Milos deemed it too rudimentary and instead introduced her to his own developed divine technique. A luminous orb, the size of an orange, emanated from her fingertips and soared towards the ceiling of the classroom. Its pure, gentle, and warm radiance cascaded down immediately, transforming the classroom into a realm of brilliance. It was truly astounding. The professor applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Outstanding, simply outstanding. I have never witnessed such a dazzling divine art. It is indeed the work of the divine. He turned to Nancy, stating, if I am not mistaken, this divine technique not only banishes darkness, but also has the capacity to incinerate dark entities? Nancy nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Professor. Curiosity sparked within him as he queried, how did you achieve this? I was taught by a friend, Nancy replied with a smile, who believes this divine art can protect me. Upon hearing her reference to he, Marguerite's expression darkened, instantly deducing that it must be the light deity, Milos. Who else could wield such exquisite divine art? Although she hailed from the post-epic and was a grand master of divine arts, she had never encountered such a technique. This was the true essence of divine artistry. How magnificent it is. Just look at this warm light. I have never witnessed such a dazzling orb of light. The luminous sphere gently rotated, casting its radiance upon all present. Suddenly, Nancy noticed that Margaret, like everyone else, remained utterly unresponsive to the brilliance. A flicker of realization stirred within her. This divine technique had the power to sear through the darkness, affecting all fallen angels. Yet, Margaret was not scorched. This evidenced that she was not a fallen angel at all. It was likely the work of SSR, who had bestowed upon her 2 wings to seek employment as a fallen angel in the north. If ever Margaret were to unveil her true identity before Cecil, Nancy would unleash this divine technique to expose her as a false angel. A truly exquisite divine art. Please convey my regards to your friend. The professor concluded his praises with a smile. The classroom fell silent once more, and all eyes turned to the remaining 3 individuals. Now, it is your turn. The professor stated, there is no need to be as exceptional as Nancy. Simply being able to perform it suffices. I trust you have not forgotten this incantation. Suddenly, Margaret's complexion darkened. Something had just swept through her mind, and she realized she had forgotten the spell. What a dreadful misfortune. As Nancy conversed with little N, she made her way to the rendezvous point with Lily. Having spent less than 3 hours, she still had 21 hours left to endure. Little found a sense of vindication. After today, would not everyone feel that something was amiss? After all, their reactions were rather exaggerated. No, Little replied. Once the effect of misfortune wears off, apart from Margaret, no one will recall their exaggerated responses. This is the inherent erasing effect of the curse. All misfortunes seem to befall Margaret, do they not? Nancy harbors a hint of concern, and I too feel the impending arrival of my own hour. Shall I suffer the same ill fate as Margaret? The host need not worry. Side effects typically diminish the effects by half. After all, The term side implies something supplementary rather than primary. However, misfortune will still linger, as side effects tend to amplify the emotions of those around. Therefore, when you encounter the dark god shortly, it would be wise to show him respect. He may be prone to irritability. Nancy, Lily awaits behind the most secluded tower. Upon spotting her, approach immediately. They walk together to the deserted washroom, where Lily bestowed her winter attire upon Nancy. Nancy nodded, beginning to shed her summer garments. Do you not require my assistance for your afternoon classes? Lily inquired once more. No need, Nancy replied as she donned the long-sleeved dress. It's complimentary, Lily remarked, stroking her chin. Very well then, Nancy promptly agreed. You are remarkably unreserved, Lily chuckled, changing into Nancy's summer outfit. To be honest, I am simply curious about the sorcerers of the North and the Sea Kingdom, and I wish to observe them closely. Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. Do not bring me any trouble. I am not new to the role of a substitute. My services are quite humane, Lily asserted, once fully transformed. She waved farewell to Nancy and exited the washroom. When the sound of her footsteps faded, Nancy instructed little R to initiate the teleportation. 10 minutes later, she found herself at the steps of her apartment, her legs striking the surface with a painful thud, causing her to shudder. I suppose it is thus. Littler stuttered. No wonder it took so long to transport me. I thought the transfer was broken, and I would be trapped here forever. Nancy rose to her feet, attempting to stretch her legs, which felt rather sore, as if she had been through a considerable ordeal. Just as she laboriously climbed the stairs, a heavy tolling of bells suddenly resonated, causing the air to hum ominously. A presence, more somber than the darkness itself, descended slowly from the heavens. Nancy, taken aback, lifted her gaze. On the rooftop of the two-story building, a hunched cat meandered in the dim light. The distant barking of dogs intermingled with the solemn, rhythmic chimes of the bells. She realized with a start that the street was utterly devoid of any human presence. Was it curfew? This cursed misfortune. It seemed to deliberately keep her wandering in transit, ensuring she would arrive only at the onset of the curfew. Nancy's pupils dilated as she turned and sprinted towards the second floor. The once bright gas lamps appeared particularly dim today, as if shrouded in an unclean haze. Not only that, but the brightness was distinctly fading, with an imminent extinguishing looming. She could sense the stirrings lurking within the shadows. The moment she dashed up the stairs, the lights abruptly went out. The corridor darkened to a pitch-black void, a chilling wind swirling around her. Her scalp prickled, and she instinctively called out, Cecil. Just then, a tremendous force crashed down from the void, ensnaring her tightly. A solid, slightly cool body instantly shielded her from all malevolence. An aura of terror and profound depth pervaded the corridor, causing all dark entities to tremble and cower upon the ground. A gentle, cool breath brushed against her head, and she exhaled softly. Though enveloped in darkness, an overwhelming sense of tranquility washed over her. After a brief interval of 2 seconds, one of the arms encircling her departed from her body, as if rummaging through a pocket. Following a soft click, the door before her swung open. The other hand that had grasped her also withdrew, and in the darkness, a faint crack echoed as a small orange light flickered to life. It illuminated Cecil's youthful and handsome visage, as well as the match he held delicately between his fingers. Cecil circled around her, igniting the candlestick atop a low cabinet. And the room was suddenly awash in a warm orange glow. Only then did Nancy discern that he had extracted a key and a box of matches from his pocket. How utterly disingenuous he was, attempting to feign humanity by unlocking the door and lighting candles. Apologies, I just want to purchase some eggs, the man with dark hair and eyes remarked. Nancy lowered her gaze and indeed spotted a small basket of eggs at Cecil's feet. Come in, he beckoned. Nancy stepped into the room, and the door behind her was swiftly secured. The air remained frigid within, evidently indicating that he had not taken residence here after her arrival. Cecil approached the fireplace, kindling a fire. With his head slightly bowed, Nancy observed the flames casting a glow upon his face. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she felt he appeared even more sinister than the malevolence lurking in the corridor. I came in haste and failed to bring you any food, she said, producing a few lollipops from her pocket. Would you care for one? Came in haste? Cecil straightened and looked at her, a light chuckle escaping him. I have never inquired. What keeps you so occupied each day? Ah, you know I am a treasure hunter, Nancy remarked, her lush lashes fluttering gently. Each day, she traversed various locales with a commission group, capturing magical creatures and gathering materials to earn a living. What about your family? Cecil inquired nonchalantly. Who do you live with? Alone. Alone? Yes. Nancy felt a twinge of confusion. Her sensitivity to emotions allowed her to discern that something was amiss with Cecil today. Remembering the lingering effects of misfortune upon her, she attributed his odd demeanor to that, becoming increasingly cautious. Would you like something to eat? Perhaps I could make you a pancake? As she approached the stove and reached for the charcoal, a sudden flame leapt from the hearth. Cecil, quick as a flash, pulled her into his embrace, causing her heart to nearly stop from fright. Was misfortune trying to claim her? The fire in the hearth appeared to burn a bit too fiercely. Cecil furrowed his brow slightly, casting a careful gaze upon her to ensure she had not been singed before releasing her. I'm not hungry. You need not bother, he said. Let us converse instead. What would you like to talk about? Nancy, feeling disinclined to engage in any activity, resolved to endure the unsettling hour in quietude. Tell me about your friends. Cecil spoke softly. You must have friends, yes? Indeed, Nancy nodded. I have a wonderful friend named Lily. She has been immensely helpful to me, and I hold her in great affection. Upon hearing a woman's name, Cecil's expression softened slightly. Is there anyone else? In Nancy's mind, the names Milos and Iblis surfaced, only to be swiftly dismissed. Do you have male friends? Cecile scrutinized her expression. There are some, but we're not very close. Nancy pondered briefly, recalling her acquaintances from the commission group. Rose, Kevin, Stephen, and Tony. Oh right, Tony was consumed. Upon hearing so many male names, Cecile's demeanor darkened slightly. Are there any more intimate ones, perhaps those you often spend time with? More intimate? Without a moment's hesitation, Nancy flashed him a sweet smile. That would be you, Cecile. You are the one I am closest to. Cecile paused, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, before a smile tugged at his lips. Then let me embrace you. I've inquired among my friends, and it is permissible for close friends to hug. He reached for her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Her breath caught in her throat, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of deliberate restraint. Faced with such an unusual intensity, the young woman instinctively leaned back, seeking to create some distance. Do not reject him, a voice cried within her. Consider your misfortunes. After a moment's hesitation, just one fleeting second, she found herself completely pinned against the wall. The dark-haired youth, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, appeared shrouded in shadows, his expression indecipherable. He leaned closer, whispering near her earlobe. Are you truly closest to me? Is there no one else? Think again. Have you overlooked anyone? She had indeed overlooked the god of light and the sea god. There is no one else, only you, Cecile. She tilted her face upwards, her innocent eyes shimmering with a hint of vulnerability. Cecil curled the corner of his lips, his warm breath caressing her neck as he instinctively nibbled at her earlobe, seductively inquiring, Think again, before you came to me, whom else did you meet? The husky jealousy and the tingling sensation brushing against her ear left Nancy somewhat dazed. I met Lily. Cecil chuckled softly. That is not what I wish to hear. There are a myriad of friends and some older acquaintances, classmates and professors. Is there anyone else? Cecil shifted from a gentle nibble to a more fervent suckle at her delicate earlobe, urging her to ponder further. The captivating gesture caused Nancy's breath to quicken involuntarily. She lifted her misty gaze, her voice as soft as water. There truly isn't anyone else. If you could offer me a hint. I genuinely do not know what you wish to hear. A hint, you say? Cecil straightened, creating a slight distance, his dark, brooding eyes fixed upon her, his voice carrying a cool undertone. For instance, with whose bed did you share slumber? Nancy blinked slowly, increasingly bewildered. Whose bed had she shared? Or whom had she once slept beside? When she was merely a young, naive girl, she had rested upon the bed of the god of light. Erase that thought. The girl lifted her crimson lips, uttering a confession even she found hard to believe. It was you, Cecil. The candle emitted a gentle crackling sound, its orange glow gradually enveloping the room's corners. In the depths of Cecil's dark gaze, he reflected the sight of the girl's rosy lips parting and closing as she repeated, It was you, Cecil. At once, Nancy's eyes widened, and a line of domineering text appeared before her. I would not doubt it, for she is currently in my bed. What is this? Whom are you conversing with? I am uncertain, hence my inquiry, Cecil replied coolly, gesturing towards her notebook. My notebook? Nancy produced the chat journal, flipping it open, whereupon she discovered a line of text identical in style to that found in Cecil's own notes, exuding an air of sinister allure. The peculiar characteristic of the chat journal was that, regardless of the number of entries, only the most recent sentence would be displayed. When she departed that morning, she had deliberately glanced at it. The final entry was her own. So, whose handwriting was this? She squinted, attempting to decipher the script. It was not that of Ibris. She recognized his handwriting, which often concluded with an exaggerated flourish, as if eager to soar into the heavens. Thus, it could not have originated from home, but rather from the academy. Who else could it be? Certainly, it was Margaret. While everyone else congregated by the window to observe the commotion, she alone remained seated. Initially, Nancy had assumed she was merely maintaining her royal composure, too aloof to mingle with the crowd. Now, it seemed she harbored quite a few ulterior motives. Nancy lowered her gaze, allowing her thoughts to expand. It likely wasn't a premeditated act to rummage through her backpack. It was filled with books and notebooks, with the slender chat journal nestled inconspicuously within. Most likely, her SSR sensed the divine presence and guided her to it. Host, that sounds rather implausible, Littler interjected. Especially considering your unfortunate circumstances, which further diminish your credibility. Previously, everyone had been ensnared in lies, each more convincing than the last. Now, when she sought to be virtuous, why did it seem so challenging? Let me ponder. Hand over the notebook, Cecil commanded. Nancy hesitated for a moment before extending the book. Cecil accepted it and traced a few lines upon its surface with his finger. Instantly, a complex pattern, shimmering with a muted glow, materialized above the cover. Are you afraid of pain? He inquired. Nancy paused briefly, then shook her head. No, I'm not afraid. Cecil chuckled softly, grasping her fingertip and pressing it against the black design. A sharp breeze sliced through, and pain surged through her finger as a single drop of blood fell from her fingertip. The black pattern radiated a dazzling red light, which then sank heavily onto the cover, vanishing without a trace. Cecil returned the book to her, stating, I have inscribed a spell upon it. Only you can unlock it. Forcing it open will result in a backlash from the spell. Nancy took the book, its leather still retaining its ancient texture, unchanged from before. She caressed it for a moment and softly asked, So, do you believe me now? What? Cecil replied, slightly taken aback. I mean, do you believe what I just told you? Yes. Why? Nancy blinked in confusion. I hardly believe it myself. It feels dry and unconvincing. She gazed at him in astonishment, thinking how astute he was. Previously, she had worried that the interference of misfortune would complicate explanations. Conversing with someone intelligent was indeed convenient. Who is she? And why does she act this way towards you? Cecil questioned. Just someone close by. We share a competitive relationship, hence she does not favor me. Has she ever bullied you? She lacks the capability, despite her strong desire to do so. Nancy chuckled lightly. Let us not speak of her. I have no desire for her name to follow me wherever I go. She swiftly brushed aside the matter, wishing to deter Cecil from further inquiries. Probing would only invite the risk of exposure. Perhaps Margaret felt emboldened precisely because of this? Cecil, not pressing the issue, nodded in agreement. If one day you wish to cease seeing this person, simply share her name with me. Take her away? Nancy smiled gently. Indeed. Cecil wields the authority of the Grim Reaper. With the matter settled, she recalled her own misfortunes and hurriedly inquired of Little or how much longer she had to endure. 10 more minutes, came the reply. She unfastened the buttons of her overcoat and made her way to the armchair, intending to sit comfortably and weather the remaining time. It was sweltering. The interference of her ill fate was to blame, for upon entering, she had been compelled to explain baseless matters without having done anything at all. Cecil's gaze followed her as she moved. She shed her coat, revealing a deep green velvet gown beneath. Her arms and neck were enveloped in fabric. Yet the back was exposed in a daring V-shape, extending from the nape down to her waist. With each sway of her hips, a slender line traced the curve of her alabaster back, revealing the faint outline of her shoulder blades. Nancy had no inkling that Lily had gifted her such a dress. In her haste to don it, she had paid no heed. Had she noticed, she would have surely added a layer beneath to shield herself from any embarrassment before Cecil. I didn't anticipate you would be upset over this matter, Nancy remarked as she settled into the armchair, draping her coat beside her. Of course I would be upset. Cecile murmured. Did you not say we are close companions? Naturally, I would not be displeased to hear of another companion joining us. Well, if one is not acceptable, what about two? She inquired half-jokingly. Nancy quickly clarified. Not all companions need to share a bed. The reason I sleep with you is simply due to a lack of space. I always arrive late, and with the curfew, I cannot leave. If it were possible, we would certainly prefer to sleep separately. It seems the matter of a substitute must be prioritized. I require a dummy. I cannot always venture into the northern lands at such late hours. Cecile furrowed her brow, recalling her conversation with the fallen angel. What does it imply when a girl sleeps in another's bed? That depends on the gender of the other party, my master. When a girl shares a bed with another girl, it typically signifies nothing more than innocent conversation and slumber. However, If a girl finds herself in the bed of a male, they are likely to engage in meaningful activities, ensuring the night is not wasted, just as you did with that human girl. What did you partake in? Innocent chat and sleep. Was that inappropriate? What should one do instead? Indulgence. You have witnessed it, have you not? It is a nightly ritual among human devotees, an exercise that ought to be conducted in bed. That sort of activity she seems averse to. She has expressed that one should not touch her without permission and has feel free to inquire more when you have the chance. If she ever expresses a desire for joy, it is likely that she has developed feelings for you. Is that so? Do you wish to keep her by your side? Indeed, being with her is both comfortable and warm. Then, endeavor to entice her. How should one go about this? Should you, like others, raise your arms to showcase your biceps before her? Ah, my master, such displays are unnecessary. Simply leverage your own strengths. My strength lies in my ability to whisk others away at will. Your strength is your very essence. You are the most magnificent deity, endowed with formidable power. Consider this. Girls often seek a sense of security. Why not attempt to provide her with that? Cecil turned his gaze towards the girl, who was lost in thought against her seat. It was late, time for rest. He raised a finger, casting a cleansing spell, bathed in pure radiance. Nancy murmured her reluctance to venture into the northern lands at such an hour, feeling as though there was no opportunity for expression. She rose and made her way towards the bed, her back bearing skin as white as snow, creating an alluring line that drew Cecil's attention. He watched intently, his throat tightening slightly. Just as he was about to approach her, a sudden knock echoed from the window. Nancy turned her head, and Cecil swiftly moved to the window, obstructing most of her view. She barely caught sight of several immense wings, gently flapping against the inky darkness of the night. Fallen angels. Hastily, she wrapped herself in the blanket and strained to listen. The sounds were hushed, revealing only a few words. Tanzamo Island, 2 individuals, memory group. Were they speaking of the deity of light, Milos? She lifted the blanket slightly, and through a narrow gap of light, she saw Cecil withdraw a wand, measuring the length of his forearm from the air. The staff, adorned with jewels and flowing with the essence of the moon, belonged to the god of darkness. She rubbed her eyes, bewildered by what had just transpired. She felt as though she had fainted, unable to dismiss the events that had unfolded. Cecil hesitated, recognizing it as a weapon, one of considerable power. Therefore, one could not withstand the backlash of gazing upon it. Who, then, was outside the window? A sorcerer seeking someone, asking to borrow a weapon. Who were they looking for? Nancy could not help but inquire. A person from the southern continent. Cecil's voice suddenly turned icy and cold. The injuries I bear were inflicted by that individual. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Instinctively, Nancy recoiled, her understanding of the dichotomy between darkness and light deepening. It became increasingly clear that they must never encounter one another, nor must they ever learn of her existence. The night thickened, and Nancy gradually felt drowsy. Meanwhile, Cecil pondered the essence of safety. How could he instill a sense of security in the girl beside him? He gazed out at the tumultuous yet submissive night, and suddenly an idea struck him. Even the people of the north dared not extinguish their candles at night, for darkness breeds malevolence. He had the audacity to snuff out the flame because he bore the aura of the Lord of the Underworld. Cecil subtly moved his fingers, concealing his presence. Within mere seconds, a wave of malevolence surged within the room. Nancy's eyes snapped open, and she beheld a crimson shadow pressed against the glass, resembling freshly peeled skin. A shiver ran down her spine, and instinctively, she leaned closer to Cecil. Cecil released the concealed aura once more, causing the blood shadow to tremble slightly before it slinked away through the crack in the window. The other malevolent spirits that had just arrived, upon catching a whiff of the Northern Lord's scent, immediately fled without a glance back. The modest apartment returned to its tranquil state. There was no need for fear. It was merely a nocturnal specter. Nancy felt a tinge of curiosity. Why had a spirit appeared so suddenly? It happens sometimes, Cecil chuckled. Even I cannot guarantee the repulsion of all malevolent entities. Nancy blinked softly, still finding the explanation somewhat unsatisfactory, yet she had no intention of probing further. Cecil propped his chin on his hand, gazing at her for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Do you feel safe? What? Do you feel secure with me?" He gestured, "Look. With my presence, the spirits dare not linger." "Yes." Cecil's lips curled into a smile, eager to ask, "Then would you like to indulge with me?" Nancy replied, "Indulge in what?" She suspected she might have misheard. "To indulge in the pleasures that everyone partakes in at night." "Who taught you that?" She turned her face towards him. "The people around me." Indeed, it was that group of fallen angels again. This was not right. She immediately donned her moral guardian persona, asserting, "Not everyone seeks pleasure at night. Not everyone can engage in such acts. Then, who is allowed to indulge at night? At least you are not. You must be a good deity." She forcefully pressed him back onto the pillow to rest. "Why can't I?" He whispered incessantly in her ear, asking, "Tell me. Why am I inadequate? Am I lacking in something?" This was likely a manifestation of the teachings of the fallen angels. Nancy tightly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. As the fervent breath of the youthful deity tingled against her ear, the location she had designated for her transportation was near Lily's home. Thus, she quickly found her modest apartment. Like all apartments, the rooms were crammed along a lengthy corridor. She located the green door marked with the number 666 and knocked gently. The door swung open in response. Lily greeted her with a smile, stepping aside to allow her entry. Although it was not her first visit, Nancy couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. The small room resembled a bookstore, with rows of bookshelves occupying most of the space. Even more books were stacked high on the floor, reaching perilously towards the ceiling. It seemed that Lily had devoted all her earnings to purchasing literature. Her love for books was undeniable. It was no wonder she chose to work part-time at the library. "While you were away, I accomplished something significant," Lily said with a beaming smile, extending a hand with summer clothes. "What significant matter?" Nancy felt an uneasy premonition wash over her. "Because the other two academies each sent 10 sorcerers. Next week, we are heading to the northern lands. Therefore, the academy urgently selected 10 individuals. Your cohort has 2 spots available. Initially, the vice principal favored you and Princess Margaret for the positions, as your entrance scores were 5 beams of light. However, for reasons unknown, Margaret has particularly poor rapport with others, and everyone opposed her. Consequently, the vice principal had no choice but to hold a competition among all the candidates. Did you triumph?" Nancy interrupted, inquiring. "Indeed," Lily said with a cheerful smile. "You must understand that I am a professional sorceress. This competition is merely a delightful diversion for me. Am I pleased?" "Absolutely thrilled." However, she soon furrowed her brow, contemplating how to avoid the rather grim activity of visiting the underworld in the north. "Oh, by the way," Lily remarked thoughtfully, "that princess seems to be having a rather unfortunate day." While walking, someone stepped on the hem of her gown, tearing it. After going to the restroom to change, she lost her footing on the stairs and twisted her ankle. Standing beneath a tree, 5 caterpillars fell into her collar. The worst of it all was during the competition when she forgot every spell she knew. Was that unfortunate? It was utterly disastrous. Lily stretched languidly and poured herself a drink, sighing, with age comes the feeling that even a brief contest leaves my bones aching." After changing her attire, Nancy neatly folded her winter garments and placed them on the low cabinet. "Thank you. I must take my leave now. I will seek you out again next time." Lily waved goodbye without turning around. As Nancy grasped the doorknob, her peripheral vision caught sight of a large stack of books on the right, atop which lay a scepter adorned with blue gemstones. It was not overtly conspicuous, yet undeniably a scepter, much like the one held by Cecil. The moment she closed the door, she could no longer maintain her composure and sank to the floor of the corridor. Upon entering her bedroom, the discomfort in her body persisted. "What has happened? Why do you look so pale?" A warm, gentle light imbued with a hint of the ocean's essence enveloped her, instantly alleviating her queasy sensation. She inhaled softly, gradually opening her eyes. The young boy knelt beside the bed, his cool hands gently caressing her back, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of concern. "How are you feeling now? Do you feel better?" he asked. "Iblis, do you possess a scepter?" "A scepter?" Iblis paused momentarily, then replied, "Of course I do. Why do you ask? What would happen if I were to see your scepter? You would likely faint. And if I merely felt dizzy without losing consciousness?" Nancy inquired further. "Then it indicates an issue with the other party's strength. Who would possess such an object as a scepter?" "Deities." Iblis frowned slightly. "Whose scepter have you seen?" Nancy turned over, shielding her eyes with her hand, unable to recall anyone. Iblis scoffed lightly, tugging at her cheek. "You certainly harbor many secrets." Ignoring him, Nancy's mind continued to whirl with the events that had just transpired. Could Lily be a deity? If so, what peculiar qualities did she possess that could so captivate a divine being? "I must tell you," Iblis said lazily, "regardless of whom you encounter, keep your distance. Not all deities are as amiable as I am." "Are you amiable?" Nancy asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Just as Iblis was about to retort, he caught sight of the girl's beautiful blue eyes, their clarity reminiscent of his most cherished ocean. In that instant, his desire for conflict dissipated. He reached out to ruffle her hair gently and said softly, "I am only kind to little Nancy." Taken aback, Nancy let out a soft scoff and lay back down, yet her gaze now held a much softer warmth than before. Iblis, I have been selected by the Academy to participate in the Divine Arts Exchange next week. Iblis curled the corners of his lips. Does that mean you will soon be heading to the Sea Kingdom? Will you go? She inquired. I am contemplating it, he replied, a slight frown creasing his brow. I am not particularly inclined to venture into the northern lands. If I inadvertently exposed myself upon entering the underworld, I would be left behind by the dark god. You see, when one is in the realm of another deity, one's power is suppressed by half. Curious about this, Nancy turned to face him, by the way. Do you know what the other deities look like? Some I do, and some I do not. For instance, I have a good rapport with the god of love. When we meet, we do not obscure our appearances. However, with other deities, we encounter one another shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering our voices indistinguishable. Is that so? She sighed in relief. If I do not go, I shall wait for you in Atlantis. Iblis smiled, since the dark god has opened the underworld for this event. I cannot be left behind. I shall open Atlantis for little Nancy. Can humans also venture into the depths of the sea? Nancy asked, astonished. There exists a certain pearl that can temporarily grant you gills and a tail. That sounds delightful, Nancy beamed. I am eager to visit the Sea Kingdom and have no desire to go to the northern lands. Is there any way you could assist me, Iblis? Iblis gazed at her, his eyelashes fluttering, excessively revealing his allure. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek once more. Every time you wish to achieve your desires. You come to tempt me. It is truly unfair. Do you treat your other friends in the same manner? Do you possess a solution, Iblis? Nancy inquired softly, her azure eyes resembling the most lustrous of gems. Suddenly, a series of tapping sounds emanated from the glass window, prompting Nancy to furrow her brow as she approached. A pristine white bird, tilting its head, held a letter in its beak, gazing at her. She opened the window, and the white bird dropped the letter into her hand before flapping its wings and soaring away. Unfolding the letter, she discovered a single line, "Come to collect your gift." A touch hesitant, she contemplated her next move. I must step out for a moment. Nancy opened her wardrobe to select an outfit. She sought a dress that was both innocent and effortlessly alluring, inspecting each piece from top to bottom by holding the hem. Are you heading out? No? Iblis cast a glance outside, where the encroaching darkness of night mingled with the last remnants of sunset. The timing seems just right. Nancy pulled out a pure white silk dress, adorned with intricate lace that could only be appreciated from close range. The dress featured three-quarter sleeves, embellished with several layers of cascading lace. The V-neckline was modest, revealing only a hint of her shoulder. Aren't you having dinner? I believe my friends might invite me to dine. Nancy held the dress up before the mirror, then turned to the washroom to change. 10 minutes later, she reemerged. The loose strands of hair at her temples had been braided, cascading down her back like seaweed alongside her long hair. She then sought a pair of understated pearl earrings to wear, complemented by a matching ring, adorning herself with the jewelry. She picked up her perfume and spritzed it onto her wrists. With a single press, the fragrance ceased, taking advantage of the moisture on her skin. She applied a hint of it to her collarbone and behind her ears, allowing the scent to subtly emanate. Iberius leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a half-smile playing on his lips as he observed her flurry of activity. Nancy remained blissfully unaware of the gaze fixed upon her from behind. Dabbing a bit of rouge onto her palm to warm it, she gently patted it onto her cheeks, achieving a rich, slightly tipsy blush tinged with a hint of shyness. Just as she was about to apply it to her lips, an arm encircled her waist firmly. The mirror reflected Iberius's face, laced with a touch of mockery. Let me guess, he remarked, his youthful voice carrying a chill. Is it that apothecary, or your dark-skinned friend? Does it truly matter? They are all friends, are they not? I am your friend too. Why do I not see you adorned in such finery? Nancy smiled at the image of the boy in the mirror, affirming, It is precisely because you hold a unique place in my heart, Iberius. You have witnessed me without my makeup. Iberius, momentarily amused, felt a flicker of indignation. Was this not a suggestion that he was the least valued? Not at all. The girl winked at him. What others perceive is merely an illusion. Only you see the most authentic version of me. Is that not special enough? She gently pried his hand from her waist and adjusted the belt around her midsection. Iberius scoffed, recalling how moments ago she had sought my assistance in evading a journey to the north. Just a short while later, she had cast me aside. The issue is, you did not devise a plan for me, she replied cheerfully. Iberius pursed his lips, a growing chill evident in his eyes. Through the mirror, Nancy beheld his icy, handsome visage, feeling a twinge of surprise. Typically, he would merely utter some sardonic remarks. However, today he appeared genuinely angry. She turned her face slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Are you really upset?" Iblis remained silent, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, she dipped her finger into a pot of lipstick and, turning away with a smile, declared, "I need to apply some lipstick. Could you check if I'm doing it right?" Iblis crossed his arms, his expression clouded with annoyance, as he absent-mindedly wiped his own lips in the mirror. "Just help me take a look," she insisted. The girl's beautiful almond-shaped eyes held a playful glimmer, exuding a hint of charming defiance. Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of mousse cream. Iblis felt his resolve soften slightly and reluctantly directed his gaze toward her lips. Nancy smiled, tilting her face upward. Her rosy lips parted slightly as her delicate fingers slowly applied the lipstick. With each stroke, her lips transformed into a vibrant red, akin to cherries ripening under the sun. Iblis lowered his gaze, his initial impatience gradually dissipating, giving way to a deeper contemplation. A glint of mischief danced in Nancy's eyes as her fingers continued to apply the lipstick, albeit carelessly, with some straying beyond her lips, reminiscent of a passionate kiss gone awry. The girl tilted her "I will accompany you," Iblis declared, gently grasping her chin and planting soft kisses on her lips. He gazed at her for a few seconds, merely presenting a gift? "Indeed," she replied. A smirk graced Iblis's lips as he continued, "Very well. But you must allow me one final kiss." Nancy furrowed her brows, having already permitted him far too many. Iblis was insatiable. The clock in the corner chimed, announcing it was 7 o'clock. She pressed her lips together, unwilling to linger any longer, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. A glimmer of amusement danced in Iblis's eyes as he tilted her chin and leaned down. She felt a wet lick on her collarbone, swiftly followed by a vigorous bite. "Ah, Iblis," she exclaimed, hastily attempting to push him away, only for her wrist to be seized instead. The boy's tousled hair tickled her neck, but the sensation at her collarbone was far more intense. When Iblis finally released her, she turned to face the mirror. On her delicate collarbone, a vivid mark had been left, a testament to his fervor. "Now you may go," came the young man's teasing voice from above. Nancy rubbed the spot, which was as stubbornly imprinted as Iblis's infuriating grin. The dress she wore subtly revealed her shoulders, essentially presenting a glaring emblem, a fresh mark that screamed for attention. "Are you upset?" Iblis inquired, his tone and expression mirroring her previous demeanor. Truly vexing. With an exasperated yet helpless expression, she flung open the door and strode out. Only after descending the staircase did she slow her pace, her countenance returning to tranquility, even adorned with a smile. "Host, how can you still smile? How will you face the god of light with such a mark?" Littler said anxiously. "Perhaps the god of light does not recognize this mark," Nancy teased. "He may not have experienced it, but that does not imply he is ignorant," Littler disagreed. "Moreover, consider the possibility that he may have regained a third of his memories." That makes sense." Nancy turned into a storage room and unleashed the illuminating spell that Milos had taught her. A bright sphere of light instantly filled the room. She opened the drawer of the wall cabinet and rummaged through it. "Do not worry. My forte lies in transforming disadvantages into advantages." A minute later, a small strip of adhesive was affixed to her collarbone as she exited the storage room. Nancy swiftly arrived at the neighborhood where Milos resided, her thoughts consumed by the letter. However, she was unconvinced that the memory orb would have any effect on him. It would likely restore some of his divinity, making him even more aloof than before. As the carriage continued on its path, she could finally see the oak tree in Milos's courtyard. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. Milos had asked her to tend to the garden before he left, and she had readily agreed, only to forget afterward. Yet, she could not entirely blame herself. She had been exceedingly busy. Dismounting, she pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard and walked along the cobblestone path toward the house. As she drew nearer, she caught sight of the tall, elegant white house, its grand chandelier aglow with bright candlelight. Ascending the steps, she exhaled gently and reached out to knock on the door. However, before her fingers could touch the surface, the door swung open. She paused momentarily, hesitating before stepping inside. As she entered the foyer, footsteps resonated from the direction of the dining room. She quickly donned a sweet smile and turned around. Milos was clad in a white shirt and black trousers, the buttons fastened up to the collar, and his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His hands appeared damp, as if he had just been washing something. His expression was one of cold indifference, more severe than before. Yet, upon catching sight of her, his gaze softened ever so slightly. "I mentioned that this house posed no restrictions for him, and that next time he need not knock." Despite the chill in his voice, Nancy sensed his effort to convey warmth. However, there was still something amiss. Am I interrupting you at this hour? She approached Milos with a smile. No, he replied calmly. I am preparing food. Have you eaten? No. She instinctively reached out to link her arm with his. As she anticipated, he instinctively recoiled slightly. Swiftly, she tightened her grip around his arm and interlaced their fingers. This feels wrong, Milos said with a slight frown. Why does it feel wrong? Nancy inquired with a smile. I'm not sure, Milos murmured, a hint of weariness in his eyes, an instinct telling me this is not right. Instinct? Nancy tilted her face upward, scrutinizing his features. His countenance remained handsome, yet his demeanor seemed more aloof. He resembled an increasingly defined iceberg, gradually revealing itself to her. If Milos had once embodied a cold and indifferent human, he now exuded a certain effortless detachment. Yet, this layer of indifference did not seem etched into his very being. It resembled a thin mist, attempting to gradually merge with his essence. Milos cast a fleeting glance at their intertwined fingers, gently grasping Nancy's wrist with his free hand to extricate her captive hand. He spoke earnestly, warning her against the casual intertwining of fingers with others, deeming it inappropriate. Nancy chuckled softly, recognizing this as a role she often played as a moral guardian in front of Cecil. She began to comprehend Cecil's sentiments. However, Milos exhibited an even stronger sense of ethical restraint, perhaps a remnant of his divine past. The radiant angels must have often heard the admonishment against such behavior. She continued to link her arm with his, though refraining from interlocking their fingers. Is this not acceptable? We are friends, and friends should walk arm in arm. The young girl's smile was sweet, her cheeks flushed, and her lashes fluttered like joyful butterflies. Milos's gaze softened further, appearing somewhat helpless against her charm. He faintly curved his lips, reiterating that even among friends, such intimacy was not permissible. I forgot to ask, have you located the memory cluster? Nancy inquired nonchalantly. Yes, I have found it, he replied. However, consuming it did not evoke any recollections. It merely left me feeling somewhat cold. Somewhat cold? Is the method of consumption incorrect? She probed. No, the method is right. Perhaps I am simply not yet accustomed to it. I should invite you again in a couple of days. At present, I feel an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Nancy subtly lifted the corners of her mouth. If she were to wait another 2 days, the trace she had painstakingly left in his heart would be obliterated by the memory cluster. The so-called dissonance was merely a return to a third of his divine essence, manifesting as an aversion to physical contact with the opposite sex. She allowed 1/3 of her divine essence to settle in, ceasing to dwell on the notion of rendering Milos cold and distant. With her arm entwined in his, they proceeded to the dining room. Upon the unadorned long wooden table lay several buttery scones and a dish of creamy green beans and mushrooms. Milos took his seat opposite her, his expression once again returning to its frigid state. Pouring a glass of juice for her, he opted for plain water himself. She grasped the juice glass, touched it lightly, then set it down, a subtle frown creasing her brow. What is it? He inquired. The juice is very cold, she murmured. Cold? Milos appeared slightly taken aback. Indeed, exceptionally cold. Let me see, he said, with a hint of perplexity as he took the juice glass, feeling its surface. The glass was at a normal temperature, devoid of any chill. Knowing the juice was freshly squeezed without ice, he wondered how it could be cold. Nancy, I won't take it, she insisted. It's really cold. You should try it. Is it? Nancy feigned confusion, slightly bowing her head. Without changing the straw, she took a sip. The youthful lips, full and luscious, resembled a vibrant rose in full bloom, glistening with allure. After savoring a sip, her crimson lips departed from the straw, leaving a delicate rosy imprint on the pristine white straw, suggestively overlaying where Milos had previously sipped. Milos' gaze flickered, a stirring within him awakening, an urgent heat compelling him to act, yet simultaneously, a chill encroached, urging him to refrain. Milos, let us dine, Nancy declared, pushing the juice glass aside. As if oblivious to her recent act, she untied the hairband from her wrist and simply gathered her hair into a loose, airy bun. The tape, previously concealed by hair, was suddenly revealed. The tape on the collarbone resembled a blatant facade, strikingly fresh, with edges freshly cut, devoid of any sign of age. Milo's gaze fixated upon it, and the fleeting warmth that had surged moments before instantly dissipated. He was acutely aware of what the tape concealed. Otherwise, how could it have been affixed so precisely in that location? Nancy picked up her utensils and began to eat quietly, seemingly oblivious to the chilling intensity of Milo's stare. She appeared utterly unconcerned that he had noticed the tape. At one point, she even moved a candlestick closer, allowing the light to illuminate her more brightly, rendering the tape even more glaring. After several minutes, she set down her fork, showing no interest in the peas and mushrooms, having barely consumed half a biscuit. Noticing her pause in dining, Milo too placed down his spoon. With a gentle wave of his hand, the plates promptly made their way to the sink. A scene so enchanting that one could behold it 100 times without weariness. Nancy watched with keen interest until she heard Milo mention going to the living room to fetch her a gift. "What have you brought me?" she immediately inquired. Milo hesitated before replying. "I consulted with the pastor who traveled with us. He mentioned that generally, one brings local specialties. I sensed that you might not favor the delicacies of Tanzamo Island, which primarily offers fish and corn. Thus, I brought you less of that and prepared something else." Nancy disregarded the latter part, her attention caught solely by the mention of Tanzamo Island, and she felt a slight stir within her, recalling the ambush by the fallen angel. "Did your journey go smoothly?" "Not particularly," he responded. A large box left on the living room floor by Milos lay open, yet it contained no cause for alarm. He seemed reluctant to elaborate further, choosing instead to focus intently on extracting gifts. As Nancy observed him pull out a row of salted fish and corn cobs, she couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out his mention of local specialties was indeed sincere, contrary to her initial belief that he was jesting. "What is it?" Nancy inquired with a smile, accepting the items. She untied the satin ribbon and lifted the lid, revealing a palm-sized porcelain cat in a delicate moon-white hue. Under the flickering candlelight, it shimmered with a luminous glow reminiscent of moonlight. Its body was pristine white, and its eyes sparkled like two brilliant sapphires. As if sensing her thoughts, Milos smiled gently and presented a copper coin to the cat's mouth. Instantly, the cat appeared animated, its eyes shifting as it opened its mouth and swallowed the coin. Nancy gasped in surprise. In the next moment, the cat opened its mouth and spoke in a soft voice. "Not bad. Your luck today is moderately good." Milos then offered it a silver coin, and the cat's tone became notably more eager, even wagging its porcelain tail. "You shall receive a kiss in just a few minutes." Nancy's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this not precisely what she intended to do shortly? This cat could predict? Milos produced a gold coin, but Nancy quickly pressed his hand down, her face aglow with delight. "I understand its purpose now. It is delightful. I absolutely adore it." She placed the box on the armchair, declaring, "I shall ask it every day. Sometimes it may not be entirely accurate," Milo remarked. "Even fate has its moments of alteration. Yet, one thing remains unchanged." Nancy replied with a radiant smile. "What is that?" As she slowly wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers delicately intertwined in his hair, drawing him closer. Her crimson lips brushed against his, reminiscent of the gentle kiss spoken of by a playful kitten. Milo observed her with a detached expression, unfazed by her advances. Just as he was about to speak, Nancy interjected, "This is not right. Even friends should not behave in such a manner." Milo offered a faint smile. "No, that is not what I intended to say." His gaze shifted from her enchanting visage to her graceful collarbone, his voice soft. "Is this injured?" "This?" Nancy queried, lightly tapping the area with her finger, a hint of concern in her tone. "I was bitten by a mosquito when I went out. It itches. So I covered it with tape." Milo chuckled gently. "So this is how one deals with a mosquito bite?" "There's no other way. Alas, my healing skills are rather lacking." "Your healing skills are exceptional, Lord Milo. Please, do assist me." Milo cast her a nonchalant glance. "I believe it is unnecessary. Just leave it as it is, and it will subside in a few days." Nancy smiled playfully, guiding his hand to the tape, and with a gentle flutter of her eyelashes, she inquired, "Why not remove it? Surely, Lord Milo is curious to see? I noticed you gazing at it during our meal." Milo lowered his gaze to meet hers. The girl's lips were tantalizingly close to him, allowing him to almost sense the sweet fragrance wafting gently against his chin and Adam's apple. His fingers, initially reluctant to move, gradually peeled away the tape under her coaxing. The moment the tape was torn away, his eyes widened slightly. At the delicate, softly concave curve of the girl's alabaster collarbone, there were no marks, only a vibrant red heart, intricately drawn on her smooth skin. With the subtle pulsation of her veins, it resembled a beating heart. Nancy's lips curled into a smile. This was her creation with red ink, vivid and striking, perfectly masking any evidence of a strawberry mark. The tape's purpose was not to conceal, but rather to spark curiosity, by keeping him preoccupied with thoughts of what lay hidden beneath the tape. Jealousy and suspicion clouded his vision, ensuring that the final revelation would have the greatest impact. She tightened her grip around Milos's arm, pressing his head lower, her soft lips approaching him as her voice, gentle and sweet, whispered that this heart belonged solely to Lord Milos. Milos gazed at her, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yet the depth in his eyes revealed that he had been gradually seduced by her advances, leaving him unable to retain his composure. He lowered his head, breathing softly. Captivated by the girl who entwined him like a vine. No longer hesitating, he leaned in to kiss her. At the instant their lips met, the cold, indifferent thread being woven in his memory was abruptly severed by a searing intensity. The cook cheerfully announced that she would prepare salted fish corn soup for her the following day. Upon pushing open the bedroom door, she found Iberus sitting cross-legged on the carpet, holding a cerulean object to his ear. However, through a hazy glance, a familiar sensation of dizziness immediately engulfed her. She hastily shut her eyes, but it was somewhat too late. Her legs weakened, rendering her unable to stand, and she plummeted swiftly downward. Her body was abruptly caught by a powerful gust of wind, followed by a warm beam infused with the scent of the ocean cascading down from above. The dizziness within her mind was instantaneously diluted to nothingness. Upon opening her eyes, she encountered Iblis, who bore a hint of amusement in his expression. Listening to the faithful? Indeed, I cannot remain idle forever. I must occasionally engage in some work. Iblis grasped his staff, prompting Nancy to quickly close her eyes once more. Fear not, Iblis said with a smile, you now have my permission to behold it. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she opened her eyes a slit, revealing a staff that shimmered as if adorned with a galaxy of stars. Atop the golden staff floated a deep blue gem, the size of a baby's fist, suspended approximately 1 centimeter above it and rotating slowly. Surrounding it were 7 cherry-sized sapphires embedded in the staff's head. All the gems transformed the small room into a celestial expanse, with countless star-like projections dancing in the air. This is the staff of a deity, Nancy exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Iblis replied as he leaned against the door, lazily observing the gem's rotation. With a casual flick of his finger, he touched one of the floating starry lights, which instantly expanded into a vivid image that enveloped the entire room. Nancy felt as though she were standing atop a tumultuous sea. The sky was dark, and the waters mirrored that abyss. Rain poured from the heavens as silver lightning flashed within the clouds that concealed the moon and stars. The towering waves rose ever higher. A small boat tossed about like a fragile leaf upon the tumultuous sea. A dozen men, clad in cloaks, knelt upon the deck, drenched by the stinging rain that lashed against them. Their hands clasped, foreheads pressed against the planks, their lips moved in fervent prayer. In the cabin, a woman cradled an infant, bent low in supplication, her prayers echoing amidst the chaos. Amidst the buzzing din, Nancy tugged at Iblis's sleeve, urging, Hurry, Iblis. They beseech you to calm the tempest. Please assist them. I fear the vessel may capsize. Iblis regarded her with a touch of surprise before gently waving his staff. In an instant, the sea became tranquil, the storm abating. The people on deck exchanged incredulous glances, and in the next heartbeat, they embraced, rejoicing and weeping in unison. Iblis spun the main gem, causing the ocean and stars to vanish, restoring the room to its original state. Turning to Nancy, his expression enigmatic, he inquired, How do you comprehend Aruvi? Nancy, momentarily taken aback, recalled that the fisherman had spoken in Aruvi, one of the myriad languages of the Sea Kingdom, in the very tongue she had used in her original world. Compared to the common languages of the southern continent and the northern lands, Aruvi was indeed quite obscure. It was no wonder Iblis displayed such a countenance. He must have recalled the day he was cast from the ocean depths, perceiving her as a conundrum. Is it so peculiar? In my home in the countryside of Cornwall, my maidservant is Aruvi. Having spent ample time with her, I naturally acquired a smattering of Aruvi. She gazed at Ibilius with a perplexed expression, as though he were uttering something utterly bizarre. Ibilius scrutinized her from head to toe, a smile curling upon his lips. Indeed, her reaction was both natural and swift. Believe it or not, to mask her unease, Nancy maintained a stern demeanor as she approached the bed, cradling a box. Her intention was to divert Ibilius's attention with the prophetic little kitten inside, steering his thoughts away from the Irubian language. As anticipated, Ibilius's focus was entirely captured. What is this? He inquired. A gift from a friend. Ibilius furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an aura of fate surrounding it. Given her current financial straits, she was keen to economize. She presented a copper coin to the kitten's mouth, which it promptly devoured with a flick of its tongue. The creature glanced up at Nancy, seemingly disdainful of the mere copper coin, and rather perfunctorily remarked, Moderate luck. See? Just like that, she replied with a smile. If you feed it silver or gold coins, you will receive a more detailed answer. Ibilius's frown deepened. Is this a gift from your friend? The apothecary? Is there something amiss? He tapped the kitten's head with his staff, noting the strong aura of fate it emanated. If its prophecies were accurate, they could not be the result of mere mortal craftsmanship, but rather the work of the deity of fate itself. How then? Did the apothecary come into possession of such an item? Nancy's heart skipped slightly. She was uncertain of its accuracy. I don't believe it could be crafted by the deity of fate. Even in an ordinary magical goods shop, there are small items imbued with magical effects available for sale. For instance, the lightning stationery. Surely, it cannot be the work of the god of lightning, can it? Iblis cast her a glance. Asserting that there is no god of lightning, the sole dominion of the god of storms now belongs to me. He produced a gold coin and presented it to the cat's mouth. Nancy immediately became intrigued. A copper coin signifies a perfunctory service. A coin denotes a service that elicits a wagging tail, yet she had never encountered what a gold coin represented. The cat caught the scent of the gold coin, its eyes widening in astonishment, as if fearing Iblis might retract his offer and snatch the coin away in a flash. Your luck today is rather unremarkable. It is prudent to remain silent lest you speak too much. Do not allow jealousy to cloud your vision. Know that futile anger serves no purpose. Iblis's expression grew grim. He was not a deity known for his amiability. Otherwise, the sea would not frequently rage in tumult. Each utterance from the prophetic cat was rather brusque. Had it not been for the consideration that this was Nancy's possession, he would have long since crushed the feline's head. I believe it to be inaccurate, Nancy remarked. Noticing his displeasure, Iblis shot her a glance, warning that if one wishes to dispute accuracy, it is best not to provoke my ire. Oh, what concern is it of hers? The clock in the corner struck 11 with a resounding toll. For the Iblis of your. This marked the commencement of the nightlife in Atlantis. However, since his arrival in the southern continent and accompanying Nancy, his routine had altered. At this hour, drowsiness beset him. He languidly glanced at the prophetic cat, acknowledging that it indeed lacked precision. Merely an hour remained until the day concluded, and I am about to retire for the night. I am at a loss as to where this notion of jealousy and anger originates. Indeed, it is quite inaccurate. Nancy hurriedly nodded in agreement, her eyes eagerly following the other as they entered the washroom, finally allowing herself to exhale with relief. Iblis had always harbored a disdain for Milos. He intended to destroy the prophetic cat under the pretense of blaspheming the divine, and she felt powerless to intervene. She was reluctant to see it destroyed, as she believed the prophetic feline held considerable utility. Moreover, she was inclined to agree with Iblis that the prophetic cat was indeed a creation of the deity of fate. Contemplating the communication between the deity of fate and the deity of light, one could discern a commendable rapport between them. Since it was crafted by the gods, it must surely be a valuable entity worth preserving. Host, Littler interjected, I am somewhat perplexed. Why does the sea god harbor such animosity towards Milos, yet has never troubled him? With his formidable powers, it would be effortless for him to make a human vanish. Wouldn't it? Because the sea god has never regarded the human Milos as a rival, Nancy replied with a smile. Even the northern human, Cecil, is of no concern to him. While he may occasionally display ire, it stems from feeling undervalued in my presence. As a deity cherished by Atlantis, such frustrations create a dissonance he struggles to reconcile. This is also why he remains in Bolton. Should he discover that the other is a deity like himself, the dynamics would shift significantly. His desire for conquest would intensify, and his competitive spirit would transform entirely, manifesting an intense jealousy. Of course, all of this hinges on my survival after the revelation. As Nancy engaged in light banter with little R, she retrieved her notebook, intending to gather a bit of wool from the north before retiring for the night. With a flourish, she inscribed, What are you doing? Host, today you have earned a total of 6 points from the god of light. Adding in the god of the sea, is that considerable? Nancy interjected, astonished. Yes. 1 point for drinking juice and 5 points for the kiss mark. Why are there so many points for the kiss? When you kiss the god of light, the memory cluster within him was repairing his character. However, the memory cluster did not anticipate that the god of light harbored feelings for you, which ultimately severed the indifference restoration line it had painstakingly constructed. The extraordinary affection value gained is indeed substantial, but alas, our upper limit is 5 points. Wait a moment. Nancy interrupted again. What do you mean by an upper limit of 5 points? It means that the maximum affection value we can receive at one time is only 5 points. At one time? Nancy frowned. Are you saying that regardless of how much affection the other party holds for me during a kiss, an embrace, or even other activities, you can only receive 5 points? Any excess affection value is wasted. Is that correct? Yes, due to the overwhelming power of a deity's affection value. Receiving beyond the limit may result in potential destruction of the system. This was not considered previously, but you have recorded 2 high scores. At that time, I was nearly on the brink of being destroyed. Thus, after calculation, the safest approach is to accept a maximum of 5 points at a time. Little R paused for a moment. You do know how the blind box items are created, right? I don't know. Aren't they produced by you? The creativity is ours. But the power contained within the items derives from the deity's affection value. This force, known as affection, is both mysterious and immense. Otherwise, relying solely on human strength, it is utterly impossible to create such miraculous artifacts. Thus, Nancy nodded, previously perplexed by the purpose of gathering affection points. It turns out that the items I utilize stem from my own endeavors. Indeed, your assertion holds merit. I comprehend now. If that is the case, then engaging with the god of light bears little significance, as I can only attain a maximum of 5 points. No, Little R vigorously shook his head. The cap for affection points is indeed 5, yet SSR coins differ in nature. If you truly engage with the god of light, it would represent a substantial step towards diminishing his exalted status. I see now, Nancy acknowledged, taking note. Should the opportunity arise, I shall not hesitate. Now, let us proceed. How many points do we currently possess? We currently hold 2 SSR coins and 22 affection points. However, once the clock strikes midnight, only 21 affection points will remain. A mythical beast leapt from Nancy's heart. Maintaining you is an exorbitant expense. She collapsed onto the bed, lamenting that each point felt like an intense sacrifice of her vitality. Therefore, dear host, we must accrue affection points daily. Otherwise, it is a futile endeavor. You speak truthfully. Nancy promptly rose, flipping open her chat log. Determined to earn a point from Cecil before sleep, to compensate for the impending loss. When Iblis emerged from the washroom, he beheld her engrossed in a serious conversation with a friend. He scoffed, "Are you forsaking sleep at this hour for this? Who is this friend of yours? How do you know I am chatting?" "Perhaps I am engaged in my assignments," Nancy replied without lifting her head. Suddenly, the book in her hands was snatched away, causing her to look up in mild annoyance, her pupils reflecting the sight of Ibilius effortlessly holding the book above him. "Return it to me," she demanded, reaching out to grasp it, but Ibilius raised it higher. Rising to her feet, she attempted to seize it, yet he impatiently pressed her back onto the bed, mockingly reciting, "How is it that I was unaware of your daily endeavors in earning money, tidying the house, and preparing meals? Are you capable of baking cakes and roasting beef? Surely, you haven't been pilfering from the kitchen and claiming it as your own, have you? Now you must realize that you are indeed a most exceptional being." Nancy, unfazed, smiled brightly and said, "You see, only you can perceive the true me." Ibilius paused, momentarily taken aback, as he scrutinized the audacious expression of the young girl before him, which immediately provoked a chuckle from him. "I wish you would showcase your authenticity to others as well." Nancy wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly replied, "I only reveal it to Ibilius." The sweet scent wafted towards Ibilius's neck, tightening his breath momentarily. He lowered his gaze to her delicate collarbone, where a mark he had kissed not long ago still lingered. A warmth surged within him as he leaned down and pressed a heavy lick upon it. Startled, Nancy quickly pushed him away. "Ibilius, I need to rest." Ibilius, fully aware of her thoughts, chuckled softly, releasing her and standing up. "Do not worry. I shall refrain from doing anything you dislike." He moved to the table and poured himself a glass of water. After finishing her drink, she languidly made her way to the washroom, intending to rest early. Yet, she was merely an ordinary human, not worthy of such concern. 1 point for the host, murmured the dark deity. "Hey, did you add it?" She promptly inscribed it in her notebook. "I must be off now." In the distant northern underworld, Cecil was about to put pen to paper when he noticed the note that read, "All right, I must be off now." The sparkle in his eyes immediately dimmed. Moments later, the young deity lowered his eyelids and gently traced the characters with his thumb. In the corner, a fallen angel on duty cautiously cast a glance at the supreme being upon the divine throne. With the conversation concluded, it was time to await the hour of anticipation. As the bell signaling the end of classes rang through the academy, Nancy dashed out of the tower with her backpack. With less than 5 days remaining before the exchange with the Northern Academy, she needed to create a dummy in that brief span. If her dark-haired self and her golden-haired counterpart appeared before Cecil simultaneously, would her disguise remain intact? "Host, you must consider the dummy's intelligence." Little R couldn't help but remind her, "I am aware. I want to allow it to perform beyond its capabilities." "Though you say so, I still worry," replied Little R. Nancy traveled by carriage to seek out Milos, who was diligently studying a map in the living room. Upon seeing her enter the courtyard, He immediately opened the door. The sight of the young man, radiant as the sun and standing tall at the threshold, instantly lifted her spirits. As she approached Milos, she cast a fleeting glance at the oak tree in the yard. Was it merely an illusion? Why did three birds always seem to perch side by side upon its branches? With the door closing behind her, the Archangel's expression darkened as doubt began to creep in. I have long asserted that we should not be so closely knit together. Are we conjoined twins? No bird would stand in such a manner. White bird A and white bird B exchanged glances before each took a couple of hops to the side. The Archangel rolled his eyes, about to speak, but then fell silent, his gaze suddenly drawn to the interior of the room. That enchanting young lady, upon entering, immediately embraced the god of light. I presume the memory group is currently in a state of exasperation, remarked White Bird B, lamenting that the half-thread it toiled over all night is once again on the verge of breaking. I advise the memory group against unnecessary fuss, White Bird A concurred, clearly indicating that the deity is quite pleased. If it were not for his own affections, even a dozen beautiful young ladies tied together could not perturb the memory group by even a millimeter. Do not engage in such behavior. It is inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? I observed that you seemed to enjoy it quite a bit yesterday. Nancy chirped, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Milos cast her a fleeting glance, encircling her waist with his arm. She was still standing on the stone steps of the entrance, and he feared she might tumble. At the very least, do not initiate in such a manner. He spoke softly. Then when may I behave in such a way? Nancy released her hold and tugged him into the living room. Never. Milos gently curved his lips into a smile, though his words conveyed a sense of refusal. His demeanor suggested otherwise. What are you working on? Nancy inquired, noticing the map spread across the large table in the living room. Researching the northern lands. Researching the northern lands? She regarded him with surprise. Yes, Milos replied, settling onto the sofa while studying the map. My next memory group is located in the northern lands. I have essentially confirmed its position. Next week, you will be heading to the northern lands for an exchange, and I shall accompany you. Are you going to seek out the memory troop there? Joining us? Nancy was taken aback, unsure which piece of news was more startling. She had just managed to dissuade the sea god from following her, and now the god of light had appeared. Unlike Iblis. At least Cecil would perceive Iblis as merely an ordinary boy. However, Milos was the embodiment of the god of light, whom he knew all too well. Would he inadvertently cross paths with the golden-haired girl while seeking trouble with the god of light? It was imperative to unlock the figurine blind box before their departure. What is the matter? Milos noticed her slightly altered demeanor. Nothing at all. She hastily seated herself beside him, discreetly tugging at her dress to widen the V-neck line. Her goal for the day was to achieve a score of 4. Milos's gaze naturally gravitated towards her alabaster shoulder. His eyes flickered momentarily as he reached out to adjust her collar. His fingers glided gently, casting a soft glow, transforming her large V-neck into a modest one, effectively concealing her fair shoulder and bosom. It's sweltering in here. Milos chuckled lightly, radiating a beam of light that enveloped the living room in a three-dimensional breeze. Fortunately, I was prepared. My knee is injured, Nancy remarked. Milos frowned slightly. Let me see. Without hesitation, Nancy placed her leg on his thigh. Lifting Nancy remained silent, bestowing a subtle smile that concealed her prowess and humility. Prior to her arrival, she had meticulously contemplated her scoring points, seeking an excuse to reveal her legs. She struck the wall with considerable force. Initially, she intended only to graze the surface, yet the impact was far more severe than anticipated. It seemed that since entering the realm of divine arts, her physical responses had dramatically intensified. A mere push had dislodged a fragment of the wall. Milo furrowed his brow, gently massaging the bruise with his fingertips, eliciting a soft gasp from the girl beside him. He turned his face slightly, casting a faint glance at her. It was remarkable that someone of her stature could collide with a wall. Nancy, taken aback, wondered if he could deduce the cause merely by observing her injury. Indeed. Milo replied nonchalantly, it is an innate talent of mine, though I cannot fathom why. What more could it be but your divine nature as the god of light? The beacon of righteousness? In a game, you would be the chief healer of the team. Everyone would seek your restorative touch. Nancy propped her other leg up comfortably against the armrest of the sofa. Milo glanced at her restless limb but chose not to comment. He released a brilliant healing light, earnestly tending to her bruise. In mere seconds, her knee was restored to its pristine condition. Nancy felt somewhat exasperated, akin to the dissatisfaction of selling a jade cabbage at the price of a common vegetable. It's healed, Milo indicated, suggesting she could lower her leg. There's still one area that requires attention, she said with a playful smile. Lord Milo, would you kindly lift my skirt a tad higher? Milo hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the fabric above her knee. It's not quite there yet, Nancy remarked. Milos halted his movements, turning his face to inquire. What if not? His expression was laden with distrust towards her. He had fallen for such tricks numerous times before. The young girl, with a radiant smile, leaned close to his ear and whispered, Have you forgotten? Just yesterday, you were so forceful that you left my legs bruised. As she lifted her skirt, the pristine skin of her thighs revealed a ring of red, faintly marred by the shadow of bruising, a testament to his strength. Milos lowered his gaze, his heart racing uncontrollably. That fervent kiss from yesterday had transcended his understanding. He had never imagined he could indulge so recklessly. Host, a point added, whispered little R, tut tut. I wonder what the great god of light is contemplating in broad daylight? Nancy chuckled softly. You've seen my injured leg? Haven to you, Lord Milos? My apologies. Milos replied in a hushed tone, casting his eyes downward as he summoned his spiritual energy to perform a healing spell. As the pure light of healing descended, the sweet voice of the girl echoed in his ear. So this is how Lord Milos treats his kind friends. I only taught you that a kiss is a normal form of human interaction. Never did I imply that it includes passionate kisses and thigh caresses. A warm hand covered her lips, and her eyes widened slightly as she caught sight of Milos turning away, his eyelashes quivering. Very well, Nancy said, crossing her arms, contentedly leaning back against the armrest of the sofa. After a moment, Milos gently adjusted her skirt, quietly asking, Have you engaged in such exchanges with your distant relatives? Of course not. Then what constitutes a normal interaction between people? Nancy hesitated momentarily. Milo's gaze suddenly turned cold as he lowered her legs. Where are you going? Nancy inquired upon seeing him rise. Milo replied in a nonchalant tone, It's noon. I shall prepare lunch. Ah, I will assist you, Nancy promptly responded, her smile following him. She had initially thought he was upset, though he did appear somewhat displeased. Upon entering the kitchen, Milo did not permit her to lend a hand. Instead, he instructed her to sit and observe. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms that were clean-cut and powerful. His pale skin was taut and strong, positioned sideways to her. His movements were both swift and graceful, exuding an alluring aura of restrained sensuality that was undeniably captivating. As Nancy watched Milo sear a veal steak in the skillet, she could not suppress a light chuckle. How did meat suddenly find its way into your recipe? I prepared it for you, Milo replied coolly. Wow, your attentiveness is commendable. A small voice interjected. The benevolent deity must have noticed that the host was reluctant to eat baked beans and mushrooms last time, hence the steak. I quite like this benevolent deity, Nancy remarked. Can he still be like this? She asked. That depends on your efforts, dear host. Our ultimate goal is to bring the austere and frigid benevolent deity down from his pedestal, came the response, filled with enthusiasm. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Shall I add pepper? Milo inquired. Yes, please. Milo softly acknowledged as he twisted the pepper grinder, evenly distributing the fine powder. Nancy gazed at him with a beaming smile, observing him from head to toe, left to right. Throughout, Milo maintained an expression of utmost seriousness. Fully engrossed in the culinary task at hand, he had never turned to glance at her. Yet Nancy could discern from the subtle tremor of his eyelashes that he was far from the calm demeanor he projected. Finally, as he sliced a vibrant red tomato, Milos could no longer restrain himself. He cut a slice and approached her, bending down to place it in her mouth. Then, he swiftly grasped her chair and turned it around so that she faced away from him. Just as Nancy was about to turn her head, a small bowl of diced tomatoes was pushed towards her from the adjacent table. Eat this and stop looking at me, came the young man's slightly exasperated voice from behind. Am I affecting your performance? She found herself amused. After a considerable time, as she finished half the bowl of tomato slices, she heard Milos softly remark, If you keep staring at me, I will feel quite warm. Wow, exclaimed a small voice, I feel warm too. Oh, and by the way, host gains a point. Today is just too easy. Indeed, but why? Wasn't it said that the memory cluster is constantly repairing the indifferent essence of the deities? Nancy, perplexed, speared another slice of tomato with her small fork. Unbeknownst to her, in a hidden corner, a charred memory cluster lay defeated on the ground after today's trifecta of attempts, resigned to await the rescue of its brethren. Half an hour later, lunch was served, and Nancy cast a glance at the spread. There was black pepper beefsteak, pea soup, macaroni, and baked raisin pudding. Without a doubt, the pudding was prepared for her. Milos had no taste for sweets, seeming to dread her gaze upon him. He chose to sit beside her at the same table. This made the young girl, who was contemplating how to earn the remaining point, unable to suppress a giggle. It appeared that there was indeed someone who willingly offered themselves. The dining atmosphere at the table was remarkably tranquil, yet within Milos, emotions churned like boiling water. He could not ascertain whether the inadequacy of his culinary skills was to blame or if there were other factors at play. Nancy frequently rose to fetch various condiments, first salt, then pepper, and subsequently sugar. Her elbows, arms, fingers, and even a stray strand of hair that fell forward would softly and ambiguously brush against him. The faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her form completely overshadowed the aroma of the food, rendering him unable to discern the flavor of the pasta. He even began to question whether her frequent trips for seasonings were a result of his neglect to add any while cooking. With his eyelids lowered, Milos made minimal movements as he delicately sliced his food, striving to avoid her touch. It was not until he heard her softly inquire if she could have a sip of the water in his cup that he hesitated momentarily, turning his face to see her fanning herself due to the excess pepper she had added. "Hurry, Lord Milos, water," she urged, waving her hand to create a breeze. "You remind me of our first encounter," he chuckled lightly, sliding the untouched glass of water toward her. Nancy took it eagerly, gulping down a couple of generous sips, which alleviated her dry throat somewhat. "Here you go," she said, pushing the cup back, sensing Milos's gaze linger on her moist lips for a fleeting second. She stifled a giggle within, maintaining an outwardly nonchalant demeanor as she asked, "Was it when you were out of water?" "Indeed," Milos replied, a hint of softness glimmering in his usually placid eyes. "What was your impression of me upon our first meeting?" "I have no recollection," Milos gently responded. With no recollection. The young girl, somewhat displeased, prodded the steak with her fork. But what came next? When would he have any impression of me? Milos let his long, golden lashes fall. Indeed, when did it all begin? When did he suddenly become aware of the figure beside him, begin to listen intently to her every word, become unable to refuse her requests, and even feel his heart race at each of her touches? He himself was uncertain how this tiny seed was sown within him. The somewhat bewildered youth unconsciously lifted the cup Nancy had used to his lips. The sound of the girl's light, laughter-filled voice reached his ears. "Lord Milos, be careful not to drink from the wrong side. One side is my mark." His lips immediately withdrew from the cup's rim, and he lowered his gaze. On the transparent glass's edge, where his lips had just brushed, rested a faint red imprint, soft and delicate, reminiscent of the honeyed tone of her voice. His fingers tightened around the glass, and he found himself unable to restrain his impulses any longer. Turning his face, he pressed a hand against the back of the girl's head, compelling her to lean closer. His fervent lips captured the softness that drove him to the brink of madness. Within his mind, memories lay dormant, merely languishing idly, until a sudden jolt disrupted their stillness. They struggled to rise, yearning to return to their tranquil state, but were struck down again and again like bolts of lightning. If they were human, they would surely be frothing at the mouth by now. The memory, having endured 2 more strikes, finally registered the presence of this girl. Once his companions were assembled, it would eagerly relay the tale. This girl was formidable, capable of driving the god of light to the brink of insanity. "Take precautions against fire, theft, and entanglements," she mused as their lips parted abruptly. Nancy opened her eyes. Perplexed, and reflected in her pupils was the disheveled expression of Milos, as if he had been scorched. "Why have you stopped? Please continue," she inquired with curiosity, noting that the intensity was yet to reach even a fraction of yesterday's fervor. Milos could not suppress a smile at her words. After a brief pause, he steadied his emotions, grasped Nancy's shoulders, and turned her to face the window. "Someone is approaching, just outside in the garden." Nancy peered outside. Her vision not as keen as Milos's, barely able to discern a solitary figure leaning against the gate. The figure faced the street, seemingly oblivious to their presence. "Who is it?" "A distant relative," Milos replied nonchalantly. "Iblis?" Nancy furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Iblis had come so unexpectedly. "He must have some matter to discuss," she concluded, glancing back at the shadow cast in the sunlight, both detached and lonely. Nancy stared intently at him, the duration of her gaze indeterminate. Perhaps it was brief, or perhaps it lingered for an eternity. Finally, Milos conceded, "Very well." A sigh of relief escaped Nancy. The progress they had made was promising, and she was determined not to let it falter. They traversed the hallway and stepped into the courtyard. Upon hearing footsteps, the youth leaning against the gate turned his attention towards them, his demeanor languid and inscrutable. Nancy found herself unable to decipher the expression he wore. "What brings you here so suddenly?" she asked, halting in her tracks. "Is there something you need?" Iblis scrutinized her from top to bottom. his gaze lingering on her slightly swollen lips for several moments. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. "Let us go," he finally said. Iblis grasped her wrist, prompting her to instinctively turn her gaze. A voice tinged with mockery reached her ears. "Haven't seen enough yet?" Nancy chose to disregard him, extending her hand in a wave towards Milos. Milos stood beneath the eaves, his posture upright, his cool gaze unperturbed. "Let us be on our way," Iblis reiterated, pulling her hand with a hint of insistence. Instantly, Nancy's arm weakened, her body drawn forth like iron to a magnet, compelled to follow his lead out of the courtyard. Iblis opened the door, assisting her inside, while he settled himself opposite her. The moment the door clicked shut, the driver flicked the reins and set the carriage in motion. The afternoon sun bathed the entirety of Burden in a fervent summer glow. The interior of the carriage felt stifling, and Nancy sensed a light sheen of sweat forming on her back. She retrieved a handkerchief, fanning herself gently. Now, Nancy's eyes widened slightly. Oh. She fought to maintain a calm facade, her heart secretly rejoicing. Did this not mean she could venture to the north during the day? Was she not elated? Iblis chuckled lightly. Had he not known her well, he might have believed it. "There is no need to rush," he said, as Nancy furrowed her brow. Milos intended to head north, yet she was still uncertain of her own course. Each additional variable made her feel as though she might explode with anxiety. Iblis continued to scrutinize her for a moment before suddenly leaning closer, gripping her chin and delicately wiping her lips with his fingertip. Nancy sought to push his hand away, but he remained unmoved. "Your lipstick has smudged," Iblis remarked lazily, his fingers gently sweeping away the excess. "Is he truly that desperate?" I observed from outside, noting his superiority. "Do not speak nonsense." Nancy cast him a warning glance. Immediately, Iblis's eyes grew cold. Feeling a pang of sympathy, "I told you to refrain from such talk," Nancy reiterated. "Very well, I hope he makes it out of the Sea Kingdom alive." Nancy was slightly taken aback. "Is he really going to the Sea Kingdom? How does Iblis know?" "I am aware of what he seeks," Iblis replied languidly. "Is he not meant to accompany you to the northern lands?" "How do you know?" "You may have forgotten." Iblis smirked. "I am a deity wielding considerable power. It is not difficult for me to uncover what I wish to know. Moreover, the Radiant Church has been rather blatant in its actions, dispatching numerous divine attendants to explore the depths of the ocean. Naturally, they all remain there." Nancy felt a shiver run down her spine, both at his sudden display of ruthlessness and his uncanny insight. Yet, why did he emphasize the term deity to her today? It was as if, upon discovering Milos's identity, he intended to reveal that he too was a god. Before the carriage reached home, Iblis departed. "Oh dear, host. I was genuinely frightened just now," Littlear remarked. "What were you afraid of?" "Afraid he might suddenly inquire if you already knew who Milos was?" Nancy pondered. "I believe he might still be uncertain. Furthermore, he does not wish to perceive me as overly calculating, so he is temporarily assuming I am unaware." She let out a long sigh, pondering how one could ever believe he would remain oblivious. Indeed, at times, he did exhibit the behavior of an ordinary youth. Yet, he was not merely a youth. In the annals of history, the sea god is regarded as the most sagacious of deities. Consider the chronicles of divine warfare across the continents. It is noteworthy that the Sea Kingdom has never been ensnared in such conflicts. The innocence he displays is but a guise, intended to lower your guard. What then? Are you to be unmasked? Impossible, Nancy asserted with unwavering conviction. No one shall strip away my faade. Once one has tasted the essence of divinity, how could a mere youth dare to indulge further? Nancy felt somewhat exasperated. That saying rang true. One should avoid encountering individuals of striking brilliance in their youth. Yet, I have encountered three, while idly chatting with Littlear. The carriage came to a halt outside the estate of Count George. Nancy alighted, ready to depart, when the driver called out to her. "Miss, a silver coin, please." He stammered. "What do you mean, a silver coin?" Was it possible that Iblis called for a carriage without payment? Taking a deep breath, Nancy extracted a silver coin to settle the fare. Upon reflection, she realized she was left with merely 180 gold coins. Now, she could hardly afford to buy sweets. In a few days, she would travel to the northern lands, likely incurring even greater expenses. As she walked, she contemplated whether she should pen a letter to her parents in the countryside, requesting some financial support. However, to be honest, it felt somewhat shameful to ask her parents for money when they had already provided her with so much. "Host, you could sell some feathers," Littlear suggested. "The feathers have already been fashioned into shuttlecocks," she replied. Entering the bedroom, Nancy surveyed her surroundings. The sofa, coffee table, bed, cabinet. and washroom all exude the essence of freedom. Her spirits lifted once more. Now, if she desires to visit Milos, she shall go. If she wishes to converse with Cecil, she will do just that. Why does it evoke a sensation akin to a holiday without parental supervision? Today, a total of 5 points were earned. Little are cheerfully reported. Keep it up, host. Just 3 more points. No, 4, and we can exchange for a dummy. Why 4? Nancy furrowed her elegantly shaped brows. I recall having 2 SSR coins and 20 Evanhart points. It should only be 3 points short. Until midnight, she added. Oh, right. I forgot about the relentless point deduction at dawn. So it seems it is indeed 4 points remaining. Securing a remote point from Cecil should pose no challenge. Does that mean tomorrow we must also garner favor from the god of light? Host, while the sea god is away, you could take a trip to the northern lands. Littler suggested. It might be a bit tiring, as you'd need to adjust to the time difference. However, you've left the god of darkness unattended for 2 or 3 days. A visit would likely yield significant rewards. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity to discuss the matter of the underworld's opening. This isn't a secret in the realm of northern divine arts, is it? What if you discover a way to evade him? That makes sense, Nancy nodded. Then I shall go today. Host, perhaps you should take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Littler cautioned. Not just yet, Nancy chuckled, giving its little head a playful tap. I need to rest for a while. It's nighttime in the northern lands. I'll wait until it's daytime there before I depart. Does that mean you must fly at midnight? How dedicated. Indeed, Iberus is absent, and I find myself liberated. Nancy twirled gracefully, coming to a halt before the dressing mirror. The reflection of the young girl exuded an aura of a seductress. Host, I believe I understand why I made the wrong choice, Littler remarked, hands raised in resignation. You are simply too well suited for this task. The master of time management. Nancy effortlessly captivated the irresponsible and heartless Sea King. You are mistaken, Nancy replied with a smile. I merely struggle to select my favorite. As the inhabitants of the southern continent succumbed to slumber, the summer night insects commenced their symphonic chirping. Nancy donned a long-sleeved dress, paired with woolen knee-high socks. She wrapped herself in a thick winter coat, adorned a scarf, and slipped on gloves. Now, she resembled a northern girl with long, dark hair reminiscent of seaweed. Host. I am present, Littler announced, moved to tears by the dedication displayed. We can depart now. I am on the verge of overheating. The muffled voice emerged from beneath the scarf. Ah, very well. A sudden burst of brilliant light illuminated the room, restoring tranquility. In the distant realm of the northern underworld, a soft, pale glow emanated from the temple. This was the only moment of radiance throughout the day in the underworld, while the rest of the time, the sky was shrouded in a blood-red darkness. Within the grand hall, a fallen angel leaned against the wall, yawning. For the underworld, daytime signified nightfall, a time for repose. The fallen angel's eyelids drooped, head nodding in drowsiness, until the black-feathered wind chime suspended above the divine throne unexpectedly chimed. He abruptly lifted his gaze, staring incredulously at the ceiling. In this place, the significance of the wind chimes is known to all. The fallen angel hastily made his way towards the rear of the hall, eager to traverse the corridor that led to his master's chamber. My Lord Meisterfan, where are you in such a hurry to go? A figure, graceful and clad in black, emerged suddenly from around the corner. The fallen angel raised his gaze. His eyes sparkling, it was the newly arrived female fallen angel. He quickly shook his 4 wings and flexed his arms to display his well-defined biceps. Ah, Vasily. I must inform the master, his human girl has summoned him. At this hour? Marguerite expressed mild surprise. You must be mistaken. The wind chimes rang out. Oh. Then it must be true, she conceded, nodding. Perhaps something noteworthy has occurred. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and cast a flirtatious glance at the fallen angel. You may entrust this trivial task to me. It is but a message, it hardly requires your esteemed presence. The fallen angel felt a surge of relief in his heart and nodded. Then I shall trouble you with it, Vasily. It is no trouble at all. I relish assisting my lord, Marguerite replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she turned, swaying her hips toward the chamber. The closer she approached the dark god's quarters, the faster her heart raced. Cecil forbade female attendants from nearing this sanctum. It was her first time coming here. The immense black dome loomed above, akin to an endless abyss. There were no sources of light. Yet for creatures that thrived in darkness, the surroundings were clearer than ever. Marguerite paused, lifting her gaze to behold the exquisite deity, peacefully slumbering upon the vast black bed. The blanket was tightly wrapped, concealing everything beneath it. Marguerite felt a twinge of disappointment and cautiously leaned closer. The dark god suddenly opened his beautifully elongated eyes. slightly tilting his face to meet her icy gaze. Marguerite's heart raced in fear, and she hastily pressed herself to the ground. For Vasily had something to convey to her master. The dark god sat up, gently tousling his disheveled black hair, his voice detached as he urged her to speak. Out of the corner of her eye, Marguerite caught sight of the young deity's exposed, taut arms, causing her breath to hitch. She bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Inquiring about the Archbishop Evelyn's message, was the underworld fully accessible or merely a small portion? A small portion, the dark god replied indifferently. Understood, Marguerite nodded, preparing to take her leave. Yet, a sudden sound of pages turning caught her attention. She looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. The dark god had donned his black divine robe and was critically assessing his reflection in the mirror. Where are you headed? She asked, astonished. To Quina County. The dark god murmured, a rare gentle smile flickering in his eyes. But the wind chimes have not rung, Marguerite quickly reminded him. You know? Marguerite blinked in astonishment. How did you come to know this? The winter in the northern lands is harsh. In the early morning, light filtered through the frosted glass, the pale sunlight mingling with the cold air outside. Thick, feathery snowflakes fell silently, soon accumulating into a substantial layer on the windowsill. Nancy stood in the grocery store, warming herself by the fire while chatting with the shopkeeper. Your son and daughter are both studying divine arts at Murkiak Academy? How remarkable it is. So they are currently on the island of Murkiak, are they? Wow, truly impressive. Initially, Nancy merely offered a casual compliment. But soon she genuinely felt the weight of their greatness. It is rare, though not entirely unheard of, for a family to produce two sorcerers. The Count George's family had never been known for such talents, yet they had two. However, for both to be exceptional enough to be selected for simultaneous exchange is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, I have guests arriving. Upon hearing the brass bell at the door chime, the shopkeeper immediately directed his gaze toward it. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. I sell oranges by the piece. These 6 will cost a total of 12 silver coins. Nancy let out a small gasp, feeling a pang in her heart. In the southern continent, a box of oranges, which also contains 6, cost merely 20 copper coins. Truly, scarcity elevates value. Next time, she resolved to bring fruits with her on the plane. Never mind, I can forego the oranges and just buy one. She gingerly retrieved 2 silver coins from her pocket. Is one sufficient? The shopkeeper appeared somewhat surprised. Although they are sold individually, he had never encountered anyone purchasing just one. Nancy furrowed her brow, pondering Cecil's physique, then slowly extracted another silver coin from her pocket. Very well, I shall buy 2. You are right. I believe you would not be satisfied with just one. Is it for a friend? Ah, I shall wrap it nicely for you. The shopkeeper found the young girl, who was reluctant to indulge herself, but eager to buy for a friend, quite endearing. He grabbed a sheet of pale orange paper and began to wrap the oranges. Please wrap up the entire basket of oranges. A deep, melodious voice resonated above her, prompting Nancy to slightly tilt her head. Her cheek brushed against the sleek black fur of a cloak, and droplets of water, remnants of melted snow, splattered onto her face. She lifted her gaze, her pupils reflecting Cecil's enchanting almond-shaped eyes. Hello, Cecil, she said with a radiant smile. Cecil's lips curved into a subtle grin as he produced several gold coins and handed them to the shopkeeper. Effortlessly, he lifted a basket brimming with oranges. Let's go. Nancy tucked the 2 oranges, neatly wrapped by the proprietor, into her coat, adjusting the hood of her coat. She followed him out of the grocery store. After a few steps, Cecil noticed that Nancy was lagging behind and promptly slowed his pace to accompany her. The snow crunched beneath their feet with each step. Why have you suddenly come during the day? She inquired. Is there something amiss with the daytime? Not at all. It's splendid. I merely assumed you would be quite occupied during the day. Of course, I am busy during the day, Cecil replied. Nancy rubbed her eyes, a few snowflakes landing delicately on her lashes. However, today is not particularly hectic. Cecil cast a sidelong glance at her and flicked his fingers. A gentle light descended, whisking away the snowflakes that approached them. Nevertheless, as Nancy entered the apartment's hallway, the snow that had accumulated on her coat melted away. Her scarf, clothes, and boots were all damp, and she shivered, feeling the chill. She realized she ought to procure some proper winter attire suited for the northern climate. Although her woolen coat was visually appealing, it was inadequate to withstand the harsh winter here. Once more, a beam of light enveloped her, and Nancy felt as though she had been struck by sunlight. In an instant, the moisture from head to toe vanished, leaving her clothing dry and warm, as if she had been basking by a fire all night long. You are dressed too lightly, Cecil remarked, a gentle frown creasing his brow. ascending to the second floor. He retrieved a key and unlocked the door. He gestured for her to enter first, then followed suit, closing the door behind him. The room was equally chilly, the fireplace unlit. Cecil proceeded to ignite the fire, while Nancy extracted an orange from her pocket. Approaching the dining table, she seized a fruit knife and swiftly peeled the orange. Once the fireplace was ablaze, Cecil turned to find a plate of orange slices adorned with a small wooden fork resting on the table, accompanied by a crumpled orange wrapper that evidently bore the mark of her personal purchase. He smiled faintly and strode over, spearing a slice with the fork and bringing it to his lips. Though it was merely a common fruit, he found its sweetness utterly delightful. "Host, at a point," whispered a voice. Nancy's lips curled into a smile as she watched Cecil devour 2 more slices. Adjusting her scarf with a light-hearted tone, she announced, "I need to step out again. You stay here and enjoy the fruit." Cecil's gaze snapped up, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Where are you going?" he asked, his tone revealing his apprehension towards the word wait. He could endure waiting, but each time she asked him to, it ended in disappointment. "To a place I have long intended to visit," Nancy replied vaguely, retrieving her gloves from the table and turning towards the door. Cecil's pupils dilated slightly as he quickly positioned himself in front of the door, casting his gaze down upon the fully bundled girl. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Wherever you go, please take me with you." Nancy was momentarily taken aback, for Cecil appeared akin to a solitary little creature, exuding a sense of fear at the thought of being left alone in the cave. Instantly, a surge of maternal affection welled up within her, compelling her to reach out and embrace him. With this thought, she found herself unable to bear the idea of deceiving him. "Host, you are merely 3 points away from achieving the false persona," reminded little R. "You truly possess a heart devoid of compassion." "Fine, I'll take you." She feigned hesitation before nodding, though it is somewhat distant. Cecil immediately chuckled softly. "I am unperturbed by distance. The journey from the underworld to Kivana County is indeed far. Yet I still arrive, did I not? Then let us depart at once." With a beaming smile, Nancy reached for the doorknob. "Are you truly going out dressed like that?" Cecil furrowed his brow slightly. "If you go out like this, your attire will soon be soaked again." "Oh, it matters not. I am accustomed to it. Put this on," Cecil insisted, as he removed his woolen cloak and enveloped her in it. Before Nancy could protest, she found herself submerged in the cloak. Cecil's stature was tall, and she barely reached his chest. Even with high heels, she could only just graze his collarbone. Cecil glanced down as his cloak cascaded around the young girl's ankles like flowing water. With a gentle smile, he flicked his fingers, invoking a magical spell. The cloak seemed to come alive, continuously shrinking until it settled snugly around her calves. Cecil restrained her hand while his other hand opened the wardrobe. Nancy's eyes widened slightly. The last time she had seen this place, it was utterly barren, yet now it was filled with garments. Perhaps they had just been airlifted here? Cecil casually donned a coat, exclaiming, "All right, now I am as warm as you are. We may proceed." Nancy noticed his eagerness to leave and, having fastened only half of her buttons, promptly raised her hand, cautioning, "This won't do. It will let the wind in." Cecil lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting the delicate fingers of the young girl as she deftly secured his buttons. He pressed his lips together, his expression inscrutable. "Host, you have gained a point." Sighing, Nancy could not help but express her sentiments to little R. This is precisely the little black sheep. By performing even the slightest act of kindness for him, one can effortlessly earn goodwill. I scarcely need to exert my intellect. Points come to me with ease. Unlike the other two, who have drained countless brain cells from me. What has Cecil endured in the past? Has he never known a caring soul? Indeed not, Littler replied. From what I gather, the dark god symbolizes death and finality. And thus, he is widely shunned. He faced relentless bullying in his youth. As an adult, people covet his power, seeking only to benefit from him. Consequently, he harbors a profound sense of distrust. You have encountered him at a fortuitous moment. The War of the Gods has just concluded, leaving him injured and alone in a cave. Your pretense of not recognizing him provided him with a shocking experience right from the start, ultimately stealing his first kiss. The subsequent care and warmth you offered gradually opened his heart. Others have never had this opportunity, for they faced the formidable dark god. Considering this, it seems the little black sheep was destined to be mine. Oh, the poor lamb. I shall shower him with affection. All fastened. She lifted her gaze, smiling gently as she asked, "Have you ever fastened buttons for anyone else?" "No, only for you," Cecil replied with a light chuckle, his eyes locking onto hers with a hint of dissatisfaction. "From now on, you may only fasten and unfasten buttons for me." "Very well," The girl responded cheerfully, but soon furrowed her brow. What does it mean to unfasten buttons? Those around me have told me that if someone unfastens another's buttons, it often signifies a desire for intimacy. Cecil regarded her for several seconds before suddenly leaning down, forcing her back against the door. His gaze, infused with longing born from her presence, lingered on her. With his cheek brushing against her ear, his voice deep and resonant, he murmured, "Only you may unfasten my buttons. I shall not resist. No matter where you unfasten them, I will not oppose." Nancy's eyes widened slightly, her heart skipping a beat. The youthful deity's voice was low and powerful, laced with a hint of casual seduction. Each word struck her heart, causing her legs to tremble. "Is that agreeable?" Cecil inquired again, his sultry tone accompanied by warm breath against her neck, making the very air feel charged. She turned her face away, unable to bear the intensity. "All right. I understand. I shall not unfasten buttons for anyone else. However, if others were to unfasten their buttons, that was beyond her control." Seemingly satisfied with her assurance, Cecil straightened up, carefully pulling the hood of her cloak into place before finally opening the door. Nancy was let out by him, her heart murmuring that exquisite beauty was utterly intoxicating. As they exited the apartment, Nancy summoned a carriage, instructing the driver to head to 86 Moore Street. "But first, take me to the nearest ready-to-wear shop." Cecil assumed she sought winter attire, given her garments were rather insubstantial. However, to his astonishment, when the carriage halted at the boutique, she entered and purchased 20 identical cotton coats and sweaters. The total amounted to 5 gold, 8 silver, and 4 copper coins, as the shopkeeper beamed with delight. Nancy retrieved a modest wallet from her pocket, meticulously organized like any prudent young woman, making it effortless to extract the necessary coins. Realizing this, Cecil hastily reached into his own pocket, but Nancy gently restrained his hand, insisting, "Allow me, I must handle this myself." Cecil, somewhat bewildered, withdrew his hand and observed as she completed the transaction, her slender arms straining to manage the considerable pile. "Let me assist with that." He quickly cast a spell, and in a flash of white light, the mountain of 40 garments shrank to palm-sized, effortlessly fitting into his pocket. The shopkeeper gasped, casting a look of awe and reverence towards Cecil, clearly believing him to be a master sorcerer. "This is splendid," Nancy exclaimed. "So convenient. May I call upon your assistance for similar matters in the future? What exactly are you planning to do?" Cecil could no longer contain his curiosity. As she made her way to the carriage, she replied with a gentle smile, "You shall find out shortly." She gracefully opened the door and took her seat within the carriage, and Cecil leapt in beside her. The carriage sped along, the scenery beside the street shifting continuously. In stark contrast to the exquisite brightness of the southern continent, the architectural structures of the north were imposing and expansive, predominantly painted in shades of black, white, and gray. Nearly every building boasted tall, pointed spires, standing like cold cones beneath a sky that resembled transparent thin ice. Cecil sat quietly, content in his state of tranquility. Typically, he merely changed his seat, sometimes spending an entire day upon his divine throne. Life felt interminably dull, devoid of moments to share with others, until he met her. She was a vibrant, radiant presence, akin to a brilliant light, not drawn to the dark deity, but simply shining for him alone. He yearned to draw closer, wishing for that light to illuminate only him, forbidding it from touching anyone else. At last, the carriage came to a halt. Ahead lay Spider Lane, a narrow, winding alley reminiscent of an intricate web, impassable for the carriage. Nancy leaped out, and Cecil hastily settled the fare. Earlier, he had caught a glimpse of the girl's small purse, which contained only a solitary silver coin and a few scattered coppers. Nancy surveyed her surroundings, chose a direction, and grasped Cecil's hand as she began to navigate swiftly through the alley. Cecil allowed himself to be led by the girl, refraining from inquiring about their destination. The winter wind brushed past them. This feeling of surrendering oneself entirely to another was profoundly comforting, rendering him reluctant to halt, wishing to continue onward indefinitely. After wandering for a while longer, Cecil observed the girl's determined expression and subtly curled his lips, inquiring if she was familiar with this place. "Yes, I grew up here," she replied. Nancy maintained a composed demeanor as she began to weave her tale. "Here?" Cecil's eyes widened slightly as he glanced at the indistinguishable black alley, which seemed to stretch endlessly, narrow and dimly lit. The rudimentary houses formed the limbs of Spider Alley. This was the slum of Quinna County. Each person they brushed past bore the weary and sorrowful expression of life's burdens. It was difficult for him to associate the perpetually smiling Nancy with this place. She suddenly halted, raising her gaze to discern the building before her, a small courtyard with a two-story slate brick house at the rear. The Welfare Institute. This was her destination. To blend in as a true northerner, she needed to be intimately familiar with the geography of this area. Although time was scarce for an actual exploration of Quinnet County, she had procured the most detailed map available. Each day, she traced her finger along the paths of Spider Alley, rehearsing in her mind, familiarizing herself with every line she would speak. Host, you are quite the storyteller. Do ensure your disguise is secure. Little R is quite anxious for you. The Welfare Institute? Cecil inquired, somewhat surprised. He frowned slightly. You dress so thinly yet spend money on such a place? He regarded her with bemusement, for no one would engage in such actions. Oh, but someone must. Nancy replied with a smile. Otherwise, how would such institutions come to be? Built for profit. The wealthy require charity to bolster their reputations and also seek a relatively stable environment, Cecil remarked with indifference, for as the Lord of the North, nothing occurring within his domain escaped his notice. Yet at the very least, it provided the homeless with a place to rest. Even a place for repose should not be in vain. Cecil remarked with indifference that they would toil here from dawn till dusk, earning a pittance for the overseers of the welfare institution. This was their mutual means of survival. I wish for you not to squander your money here. Everyone has a predetermined path to tread, and no one can assist them. I understand, the girl replied with a light-hearted smile. But when I see children exposed to the winter's chill, I simply cannot avert my gaze. The little I can do seems insignificant. Yet, with just a few coins, I could help over 10 children endure the harsh winter. Is that not a delightful prospect? Delightful? Cecil regarded her, somewhat perplexed. She was not surprised by his reaction. The essence of the dark deity was characterized by profound apathy. He did not believe in love, nor would he bestow it upon the world. He merely imposed strict laws to govern human behavior. His most renowned saying was that the absence of restraint in human nature heralds the onset of evil. The coldness and rationality of divinity were particularly pronounced in him. This was the method of acquiring the dark god's SSR coins, affecting change upon his subjects. Her plan was to subtly alter his perceptions, to offer him care, and to teach him the value of belief in love, to avoid arousing his suspicion. She refrained from explicitly inviting him to the welfare institution. It was he who took the initiative to follow her. Ah, that pertains to your system. Nancy said with a slight smile, please ensure my absolute safety, if you would. Cecil, let us proceed inside. She removed her gloves and took his hand. Cecil was momentarily startled, and in the next instant, his hand was nestled within the girl's pocket. The soft, warm palm enveloped his hand completely. The cozy pocket instantaneously shielded them from the biting chill of winter. Isn't it delightful? Nancy gazed at him with a radiant smile, exclaiming, you see. Finding warmth brings such joy. They entered the orphanage. The director was a woman with a harsh visage. Upon hearing that they had come to deliver winter clothing for the children, a look of incredulity mixed with a sly grin of profit flickered across her face. Once these two kind-hearted fools departed, she could swiftly sell the garments for a tidy sum to purchase fine honeyed wine. I wish to personally hand them the clothes, Nancy declared. Of course, it would be my honor, the director replied with a smile, instructing someone to gather all the children. Before long, the dimly lit room was filled with the orphans. A total of 15 children, of varying ages, stood against the wall. Their expressions revealing distrust towards the strangers and fear of the director, their eyes cast downwards. Cecil glanced at them and noted that they were indeed clad in tattered, threadbare clothing, shivering in the unheated room. The director turned to Nancy, shall we begin? Each child whose name is called can come here to receive a set of winter attire. But where are the winter clothes? She inquired, smiling. Cecil reached into his pocket and produced a garment meant for Thumbelina. Before the director could mock him, a glimmer of light flashed, and the small piece of clothing rapidly swelled into a substantial pile. Her expression shifted dramatically. To her astonishment, the philanthropist turned out to be a master of the arcane, which posed quite a dilemma. She dared not provoke those who held a status even more illustrious than that of nobility. The director? Nancy smiled as she glanced at her. Ah, very well. The director's expression shifted several times, and with noticeable reluctance, she retrieved the register. For each child, Hanks, Mary, Jerry, Nancy handed over a winter outfit. After distributing 5 or 6 sets, she cheerfully informed Cecil that her hands had gone numb and requested his assistance in continuing the distribution. Numb hands? Cecil instinctively reached for her hand to inspect it. It's nothing. I'll just massage it for a while, she replied. Perhaps I was outside for too long. With a smile, Nancy picked up a set of winter clothing and handed it to him, gesturing for him to give it to the child standing before him. Cecil furrowed his brow slightly. Since his inception, he had never been this close to humans. His interactions had always been with their souls. He could hardly fathom the day he would find himself in an orphanage, distributing clothing to human infants. Yet, as this was a task assigned by Nancy, he did not hesitate and complied without further thought. "Thank you, sir," came the soft voice of a child, and it startled him momentarily. This sensation was foreign to him. He had never received gratitude from a human before. His presence typically instilled fear. None would express thanks to a Lord of Death. Even though he had accomplished much for the North, the mere mention of his name caused tremors of dread, prompting people to distance themselves as far as possible. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The expressions of gratitude, some from youthful voices and others from those in the throes of adolescence, echoed in his ears. For reasons unknown, he suddenly found these human children rather endearing. In a matter of moments, the few garments gleamed brightly. Nancy pointed at the remaining winter outfits and suggested to the director, "Let us store these here. You may distribute them to those in need." The director's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She had initially assumed today's efforts would yield nothing, yet unexpectedly, she could salvage a few articles of clothing. She immediately bestowed upon Nancy her first genuine smile. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you for your kindness, dear Mississippi." Cecil mimicked her gesture, placing his hand in his pocket, reassuringly stating, "No. No one would dare to do such a thing, I assure you." With this, Nancy felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile gracing her face. Cecil sat in contemplative silence for a while before suddenly asking, "Are you this kind to everyone?" His curiosity piqued. He turned to her. At that moment, a round, orange object caught his eye. He paused, inhaling the sweet aroma wafting towards him. The girl, her face alight with joy, declared, "This is my orange. And it's only for you, Cecil." His gaze softened unexpectedly. He wondered how she had managed to sneak the orange into her pocket. Was she truly worried about his thirst on the journey? Such foolishness. He was the god of darkness. Death was his sustenance. He could survive without food. As Nancy peeled the orange, she chuckled. "Didn't you ask if I treat everyone this well? The answer is no. I am merely kind to others, but with you, Cecil, I wish to be exceptionally, extraordinarily good." "Exceptional, extraordinarily good," Cecil echoed, his eyes growing even gentler. In a divine decree, the god of darkness commanded the Northern Kingdom to provide winter clothing for all the children in the orphanages, ensuring oversight of the distribution of these garments. One less item, or perhaps none at all, would end up in the hands of those children. The intermediary would face dire consequences. Host, you currently possess 3 SSR coins and 28 points of goodwill. We need not squander our goodwill. We can directly exchange SSR coins for a mannequin blind box. Littler joyfully proclaimed. "Oh." Nancy's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. "So, this journey to the northern lands not only grants me a mannequin blind box, but also bestows upon me 28 days of life? How delightful." It felt as though she had suddenly become wealthy. "All thanks to you, host." Littler expressed deep admiration, noting that one could exchange mere copper and silver for an SSR coin, a truly remarkable deal. Nancy smiled gently. Different deities required different strategies. "My principle has always been to achieve great results with minimal expenditure." "Host, you're incredible." "All right, let us unveil our mannequin friend," Nancy said with a beaming smile. "I am eager to see what it can accomplish for me." Suddenly, the air trembled as 3 golden characters spelling SSR materialized above the room. They oscillated twice before shattering into countless stars, revealing an already open paper blind box amidst the starlight. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, Nancy gazed upwards at the descending starlight, feeling as though she were drawing a card. The blind box landed in her hands, and she furrowed her brow slightly. The box was small, similar in size to those she had encountered before, about the height of her palm. Could her mannequin really be contained within such a diminutive vessel? With a flick of her wrist, the contents spilled forth. It was an exceedingly tiny fabric doll, devoid of facial features and hair. Nancy lifted the doll, its limbs resembling limp noodles, her expression one of disbelief. "Is this my faux friend, my new surrogate?" "Host, you need to mark it," came the prompt from little R. "Place a drop of blood on its forehead." "Where's the forehead?" Nancy questioned, pinching each noodle-like arm of the doll and bringing it closer to her face. "Aha, host. You can exercise your imagination," Littler chuckled. "The instructions clearly state to place the blood on the forehead." With a sense of resignation, Nancy positioned the doll on her lap and grasped a fruit knife. "I detest the realm of divine arts. It always demands a drop of blood for a contract," she muttered, cautiously tracing the knife's tip across her fingertip. "I truly can't bring myself to do it. Host, whether it hurts now or later, you must pierce it." "Don't hesitate," advised little R. I find you utterly heartless, Nancy retorted, yet she couldn't help but agree with Little R's words. Summoning her resolve, she pressed the knife down firmly. The moment her fingertips stung, a bead of blood welled up. With a sharp intake of breath, she pressed the droplet onto what she presumed was the doll's forehead. A brilliant light erupted, radiating outward as if a laser drew a 7-pointed star centered on her. Suddenly, the doll grew heavy and hot, slipping from her grasp instinctively. With a resounding thud, the doll fell to the ground and, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, transformed into the sensation of being stared at by something that bears an uncanny resemblance to a human yet lacks any charisma is indeed quite unsettling. Hello? She greeted with a smile and a wave of her hand. The mannequin remained utterly unresponsive. Nancy stood still for a moment, observing the figure, which appeared to be nothing more than an inanimate object. She then rose and circled around it twice, reaching out to touch its hair and face. Everything felt astonishingly lifelike. The texture of the skin, the warmth, even the minute mole at the corner of its eye was perfectly replicated. How should one utilize this? The instructions indicated that each use would consume a point of goodwill, with a duration of 1 day. Should the allotted time elapse, the mannequin would revert to a miniature version. Her habits had evidently been mirrored onto the mannequin at the moment of contract. No wonder Little R had hastily fled after providing her with the instructions. So, it requires a point of goodwill for each use. Typically, items of this sort are disposable. So it was rather peculiar that this particular item could be used indefinitely. Viewed in this light, it made perfect sense. The stipulation of a 1-day usage implies that if she intended to use it in the afternoon, even if she only utilized it for half a day, a point would still be deducted. At midnight, the mannequin would revert to its original state. Would she need to expend another point of goodwill to activate it again? Indeed, that is the case. Little R peeked in, stating that even a single minute of use would require a point to be deducted. Does that mean I have already used it? Nancy inquired. You have already expended your points, Little R replied dryly. Very well, I understand. I cannot squander this point. I must conduct a thorough test. With a contemplative expression directed towards the mannequin, Nancy pondered her next move. After a brief moment, she attempted to teach the mannequin a simple greeting, initiating her experiment. Hello. The effigy bore an uncanny resemblance to Nancy, adorned with the same radiant smile. Hello. It greeted cheerfully. The weather is delightful today, it continued. I am inclined to indulge in a muffin shortly. What about you? The effigy maintained its smile, responding, hello. Ah. So that is how it is, Nancy pondered thoughtfully. The effigy repeated, hello. That will suffice. Hello. How can I make it stop? Nancy inquired, her curiosity piqued. Little R, watching intently, seemed almost ready to enjoy a bucket of popcorn, perhaps due to the limited vocabulary of the effigy. Host, why not teach it a few more phrases? Throughout the afternoon, Nancy incessantly conversed, imparting everything she could think of, along with a fair amount of nonsense, to the effigy. She even read to it a collection of poems and a detective story anthology. Oh, what fatigue! My throat feels parched, she exclaimed, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Perhaps you could sip some water to soothe your throat? The effigy suggested with a smile. Wow, it resembles you quite a bit, Little R remarked in astonishment. It seems this reaction is far better than before, Nancy mused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The effigy blinked in confusion. What did you say? I mentioned that you appear less foolish now, Nancy silently resolved, denying the effigy the opportunity to respond. I plan to take it downstairs for dinner soon. She informed Little R. Is it that soon? Little R asked, somewhat taken aback. Could it be a slip-up? After teaching it so many phrases. If it cannot even manage something as simple as eating, can it consume food? Isn't its essence merely that of a doll? Nancy scrutinized the effigy with a skeptical gaze. Is something the matter? The effigy inquired with a smile. Ah, it seems everyone is eager to speak, Nancy remarked, pouring a cup of red tea and offering it. No, thank you, the automaton politely declined. You must drink, Nancy insisted, pressing the cup into the other's hands. Very well. I shall sip a little to savor the flavor. Your hospitality overwhelms me. The automaton smiled as it accepted the cup. Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. The conversation had become more animated, yet something felt amiss. There was a certain stiffness, and the automaton tended to ramble. What do you think? Nancy inquired of R. It seems there are no leaks, R mused, but perhaps it hasn't consumed much. Regardless, she would let it go for dinner shortly. If only there were something to observe its performance, she pondered, rummaging through the remaining random boxes, but found nothing suitable. On the second floor, closest to the dining area, there was a small partition. Though visibility was limited, the sound should suffice. After completing this task, she glanced at the clock. Half an hour remained until dinner. Seizing the moment, she taught a plethora of phrases. 10 minutes later, she was the first to leave the room, heading to the partition to await the meal. The cramped space was actually a broom closet, dusty and tight. Nancy could only cover her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, waiting with an impassive expression. Fortunately, everyone was punctual. Soon, she heard the sound of footsteps, followed by the scraping of chairs and the butler's inquiries about the dishes. "I will attend an opera tomorrow evening," came the voice of the Countess, resonating with allure. It was still the automaton. Nancy found herself surrounded by a silence akin to that of her companions, the only sounds being the slicing of food and the clinking of cutlery against plates. Throughout the meal, one sentiment lingered in her mind. The automaton was excessively loquacious. Whenever a conversation began, it seemed almost anxious to fill any void, launching into unwarranted dialogues. Count George casually remarked on the beauty of the moon that evening, and the automaton promptly recited a poem. It was met with Rosby's sarcastic quip about its ostentation. Today, it seemed everyone believed her to be under some peculiar influence. However, she reassured herself, early detection leads to prompt remedy. Such minor flaws could indeed be ameliorated through proper adjustments. As long as it performed adequately on the designated day, all would be well. Half an hour later, she observed the automaton politely take its leave, gliding past her concealed alcove towards the bedroom. Its sense of time was commendable. Only when the dining area was deserted did Nancy quietly ascend the staircase. Upon entering the room, she discovered the automaton standing idly in the center, lost in thought. This aspect required modification, Nancy sighed. Otherwise, it would remain stationary after completing her instructions, an oddity for anyone else present. She circled the automaton, pondering its consumption of food. Surely, it did not possess a digestive function? Host, I just perused the documentation. Such surrogate blind boxes dispose of food, which automatically vanishes into the nearest waste bin. Oh, then that is of no concern. The automaton smiled. What concern? I wasn't addressing you, Nancy replied with a furrowed brow, adjusting the settings to minimize unnecessary interactions. She would prefer the automaton to embody a distant version of herself rather than engage in a continuous dialogue at the slightest provocation. Before retiring for the night, Cecile inquired in her dark notebook when she might seek him out again. She reassured him that it would be soon. Indeed, she was not mistaken. Her departure for the north was imminent. Observing her putting away the notebook with an air of impending slumber, Littler hastily asked, "Host, shall we stow away the mannequin or let it remain standing until midnight to deactivate itself?" Nancy pondered for a moment and decided it would be best to leave it standing. She wished to test whether it could transform into a mere doll after its operational time had elapsed. 10 minutes later, she arose from her bed, reconsidering. Perhaps it is best to store it away. Having it loom darkly at the foot of my bed is rather unsettling. In the stairwell of Inoue Academy, Nancy gazed solemnly at the mannequin that mirrored her appearance. This marked her third public trial of it. In just 2 short days, the mannequin had cost her a significant 4 points of affection. During this period, she had refrained from traveling to the north or seeking Milo, resulting in her affection points dwindling to a mere 22. Earlier, the mannequin had attended a magic class on her behalf. And it was then that she realized a crucial oversight. The mannequin was incapable of casting divine spells. While others were exuberantly wielding their holy light, the mannequin remained aloof, arms crossed in indifference. She duly noted this in her notebook, along with several excuses and methods to avoid practicing divine magic. "I believe we are nearing completion," Littler remarked. The following day marked the departure of the mages attending the divine magic exchange to the north. She intended to visit Milo's residence after school to glean some points and discreetly inquire about his itinerary in the north, hoping to evade him if possible. Originally, she intended to inquire with Cecil about matters concerning the underworld. Yet, as she was about to speak, a sense of trepidation enveloped her, fearing that he might draw unwelcome conclusions in the future, ultimately leading her to abandon the thought. Upon exiting the stairwell, she proceeded to the locker to retrieve her backpack. Just as she approached, she encountered a somewhat unfamiliar classmate who informed her that all participating sorcerers were to gather in the grand hall. She furrowed her brow slightly. If possible, she truly wished to avoid appearing before the other sorcerers. The fainter her presence was in their minds, the lesser the chance of her exposure. Alas, this wish dissipated the moment she stepped into the grand hall. The previously noisy hall fell silent as she entered, with the sorcerers from the southern continent momentarily stunned before resuming their hushed conversations. After all, it was not their first encounter with the legendary newcomer known as the Five Lights. Her exquisite visage had long been admired by waves of upper-class sorcerers. However, the male sorcerers from the northern regions and the Sea Kingdom seemed fixated upon her. Nancy hurriedly made her way to her academy section, selecting a discreet spot to sit. Not far away, unfriendly dialogues from the northern region continued. I was also quite surprised to hear about Lord Rupert, a girl named Amira said languidly. Considering that his family has produced 2 fallen angels, one of whom was an archangel. He seems quite unsophisticated. Cough, Amira, do refrain from speaking nonsense. A somewhat deep voice interrupted her mockery. Nancy instinctively turned to look, her gaze locking onto the face of a rather handsome young man. She quickly memorized his features, mentally marking him with a red cross of distance. Laughter erupted among the boys nearby, and one remarked, "It's all right, Rupert. After all, you're heading to the northern lands tomorrow. You can fully embrace your advantages in pursuing that girl." "What advantages?" someone inquired curiously. "You could take her on a tour of the underworld." "But haven't we all been granted permission to visit the underworld?" came the reply. "Ah, that is quite different. As a descendant of the Archangel, Lord Rupert can access realms beyond our reach. For instance, the vicinity closest to that supreme being. It was said that Lord Rupert had once accompanied the Archangel to behold that magnificent deity." "Wow, is that true?" "For the sorcerers of the northern lands, the dark god was the divine they aspired to serve for a lifetime." As the conversation unfolded, excitement grew among the group, even drawing the attention of sorcerers from the southern continent and the maritime kingdom. Rupert smiled gently, "Indeed. So what does that supreme being actually look like?" "One cannot gaze upon the divine," Rupert replied with a chuckle. Discontented murmurs arose from the crowd. Nancy lowered her gaze, suddenly reminded of a crucial point by Rupert's words. If the golden-haired version of herself were to inadvertently encounter the dark god, she must remember to bow her head and tremble, just as she had done when she first met him in the cave. Shortly thereafter, the Vice-Dean entered the auditorium and briefly outlined the preparations required for their departure the following day. "We will gather in the auditorium at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to utilize the large teleportation array to the Murkiak Academy in the Northern Lands. The array will be active for only 5 minutes, so please be punctual. Additionally, the Northern Lands are exceedingly cold. Ensure you bring sufficient clothing. At Anaway Academy, students will receive winter clothing uniformly. Please collect it from Professor William shortly." "That will be all." The Vice-Dean nodded, signaling that the meeting could disperse. Complaints arose from the mages of the southern continent, as well as from the Sea Kingdom and the northern region. They felt that everything in the southern continent was overly formal, even necessitating a meeting for such trivial matters. This might be related to their deity's strictness. As the god of light is known for his rigid rules, a voice from the northern camp remarked, immediately drawing the cold gazes of all the southern mages. Nancy sighed softly. Even before reaching the northern region, she could already sense the animosity between the 2 nations. She hoped that the coming week would proceed more smoothly. "Why do you appear so glum?" A sturdy arm encircled her waist, drawing her tightly into an embrace. The fresh scent of the ocean informed her, without needing to turn her head, who it was. Above her, the boy chuckled softly, "You are truly adorable." Nancy wriggled free from Iblis's embrace and turned to face him. The boy stood behind her, radiating a clean and sunny demeanor, a smile gracing his handsome face. His striking features attracted the attention of mages from both the northern region and the Sea Kingdom. Unlike the northern mages, who wore expressions of confusion, the mages from the Sea Kingdom displayed an unacknowledged sense of familiarity, even feeling an impulsive urge to rush forward and kiss the tips of the handsome boy's shoes. Iblis cast a casual glance at the Sea Kingdom's mages and remarked lightly, "Not bad. There's a 4th-tier mage among them." 4th tier? Nancy immediately followed his gaze and saw a girl about her age, looking at Iblis with friendly curiosity alongside the others. How impressive, a 4th tier, which is on par with the most formidable professors at Anaway Academy. "Of course not," Iblis chuckled softly. "In fact, I am leaving now." Such an ordinary statement suddenly struck Nancy's heart, sending her blood racing through her veins. Iblis raised an eyebrow, a lazy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you touched by me?" "Yes," Nancy candidly admitted. Iblis paused for a moment, captivated by the radiant joy on her face. He chuckled softly and reached out to pinch her cheek. "Only you. Your face is thicker than the walls of Atlantis." "Does Atlantis even have walls?" "Yes," Iblis replied nonchalantly. "You'll find out when you go there." "Oh," Nancy said disinterestedly, fanning herself with a small folding fan. Iblis's gaze shifted immediately. The skin on the girl's chest was strikingly pale, with delicate collarbones. Nancy, what blessing. She wiped her forehead and murmured as she watched the figure of Iblis depart. Turning around, she went to fetch the winter attire distributed by the academy. After only a few steps, she was surrounded by a group of sorcerers from the Sea Kingdom. Who is he? Is he also from your academy? Why haven't we seen him among those we exchanged words with? I find him so approachable, and I am particularly eager to charge into battle for him. Ah, me too, the young boys and girls exclaimed, barely able to contain their excitement. Nancy felt a sense of understanding. Milos exhibited such qualities as well. Bystanders would inexplicably revere him. He is not a student of Ainui, he is my friend. Merely passing through here, she replied succinctly. Ah, I see. The sorcerers from the Sea Kingdom immediately displayed expressions of disappointment as they scrutinized Nancy anew. For some reason, they found themselves quite fond of this girl as well. Milos noticed her entering the courtyard, opened the door, and stood on the steps waiting for her. You are home. I was worried you had gone out. After all, we are heading to the Northlands tomorrow, and you may need to procure some supplies. Nancy smiled brightly. I have already purchased everything. I'm just tidying up, she said. Milos gently curled his lips into a smile, though his clear eyes revealed no trace of emotion. A cold, indifferent aura emanated once more. Nancy furrowed her brow slightly, realizing it was likely due to her absence over the past couple of days that the memory cluster had worked diligently. Truly, one cannot afford to relax even a little. The work accomplished before had been undone. She sighed softly and began to contemplate where to start her tasks. The voice of the girl echoed in Milos's mind, where a snow-white fluff suddenly opened its eyes wide. It gazed vacantly upward at the newly woven line. Over the past few days, undisturbed, it could no longer contain its restless heart and devoted an entire day to crafting a thick line of indifference. Yet, now, recalling the dread instilled by the young girl, it silently extended its luminous tendrils and severed the indifferent line with a swift motion. Simultaneously, the aloofness in Milos' gaze suddenly melted away as he bent down to embrace the girl before him, kissing her delicate, pale earlobe. Nancy felt her earlobe damp and tender, gently caressed by his cool lips. A slight shiver coursed through her, as a tingling sensation radiated from her ear, akin to an electric current gliding down her skin. The strength supporting her body gradually waned under the delicate assault of his kisses. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze trailing from the youth's sharp, chiseled jawline to his captivating, shifting eyes. The abrupt transition from a frosty demeanor to fervent passion was evidently abnormal. After a moment of contemplation, Nancy deduced that the line woven by memories had snapped. Although the reasons behind it eluded her, it was clear that Milos had initially harbored only a normal longing for her. After being suppressed by the memory cluster for 2 days, its sudden release had evoked an uncontrollable surge within him. Nevertheless, this fleeting emotion born of longing would soon dissipate. 2 seconds later, Milos abruptly halted. His breath remained erratic, yet his gaze grew increasingly lucid. He lowered his eyes to find the girl's mischievous smile. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield her eyes, but her lashes stubbornly brushed against his palm, reminiscent of the playful antics she often employed to unsettle his thoughts. My lord Milos, your enthusiasm today is quite palpable. Ah, that could be somewhat unfortunate. I may no longer dare to visit your residence, my lord Milos. As an ordinary friend, ordinary? Milos's voice suddenly turned cool. He gazed at her for a few moments, unable to discern her true expression due to her hands covering her eyes. He could only surmise that beneath her palms lay an infuriating smile. After a brief silence, he inquired, how many ordinary friends do you possess, like me? Only one. Milos's gaze softened slightly. If that were the case, it was not entirely unacceptable. He lowered his hand, revealing the girl's beautiful azure eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mirth, reminiscent of sunlight cascading from the heavens. Have you gathered your belongings? Milos could not help but smile. Nancy peeked her head around, glancing into the living room. A large box rested on the floor, surrounded by various items. She circled past him and approached the heap. Inside the box lay a neatly arranged stack of clothing, accompanied by a collection of crystal orbs, alchemical vessels, and books. My lord Milos, will you also visit the Merkiak Academy during your trip to the Northern Lands? Not at all. Upon reaching the Northern Lands, we shall part ways. Nancy turned in slight surprise. Parting means you have another destination in mind? Indeed, many more than one. Milos picked up a notebook from the ground, flipped through its pages, and placed it in the box. Are you going to seek the memory core? Indeed. Nancy bit her lip, contemplating her thoughts swiftly. Milos's absence would significantly reduce her chances of being unmasked. At least she need not worry about him suddenly bringing Cecil along. With that thought, she was left with but one concern, to resolve the matter of visiting the underworld, after which her affairs in the north would conclude splendidly. However, the underworld was not so easily dealt with. Could she fabricate an excuse to avoid going? Perhaps feigning illness? Yet, illness would likely prove futile, as the Merkiak Academy was not lacking in alchemists who could undoubtedly cure her of any ailment. Thus, she was left to confront the issue at its source. What are you pondering? Milo could not help but inquire, noticing her lowered gaze and silence. I was contemplating whether I might have the chance to encounter you in the north. Perhaps, Milo chuckled lightly, we may indeed cross paths in the underworld. This statement startled Nancy greatly. Are you intending to venture into the underworld in search of the memory cluster? Possibly, though I sincerely hope it is not there. Milo retrieved a book from his box and handed it to her. What is this? I have compiled 10 rather practical divine arts. When you have the time, you might wish to study them. Your current skills are rather limited, and you would be at a disadvantage in the north, where the customs are quite fierce. Is it true that disagreements might lead to conflict? Nancy inquired with a smile. Milo's lips curled into a grin, pretty much. I have heard that Merkiak Academy differs from Inoue in this regard. Inoue forbids students from dueling, yet Merkiak has no such regulation. They adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. I would prefer you not to suffer such a covert disadvantage. Nancy lowered her gaze at the book, which was quite thin, consisting of merely a few pages. Had Milo not mentioned its purpose, she might have mistaken it for a mere chit-chat notebook, akin to the one Cecil had given her. Her fingers gently rubbed the paper as she swiftly turned the pages. Milo's mentioned that there are 10 spells, and this manuscript consists of merely 10 pages. Each page contains a single spell, meticulously detailing the appropriate pauses and how to harness one's inner spiritual energy, all highlighted in various colors of ink. The diligence of the writer is evident. As she perused each page, she found the spells to be remarkably practical. There were incantations for drying wet clothing, spells for warmth, as well as defensive and offensive enchantments. Yet, if given a choice, she would rather endure a beating from the northern sorcerer. This would provide her with a valid excuse to avoid the activities in the underworld due to her physical and mental injuries. While Nancy was examining the spellbook, Milos finished packing the box and placed it neatly against the wall. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you, he offered. Surprised, Nancy looked up. You want to teach me spells, now? Is there something wrong with that? Of course there is. Who studies during a date? She wished to fully utilize this half-day to deepen her impression in Milos's mind, though the memory sphere could revert him to the indifferent deity of light. If he liked her enough, that affection would transform into a smoldering ember buried beneath the river of his heart, easily ignited with a mere flicker. After contemplating, she recognized that learning spells could indeed enhance her impression. Subsequently, Milos forcefully yanked at a large transparent sheet of paper, dislodging it along with the accompanying object that had turned into paper. He crumpled it and tossed it into the corner. When Nancy emerged from the restroom, she initially thought she had entered the wrong room. The living room was desolate, devoid of anything but the doors and windows. I have gathered my belongings. Milos pointed to a fist-sized ball of transparent paper in the corner, stating that this would facilitate your learning of offensive spells. You wish to teach me offensive spells? Nancy inquired, somewhat taken aback. She had actually intended to learn the drying spell. Soaking herself or drenching Milos, only to dry off afterward, sounded far more exhilarating. Regardless, she could not afford to learn offensive spells. It would render her lipstick utterly futile. It's a cutting spell, Milos declared, waving his hand to conjure a glimmer of light. Instantly, a row of sunflowers sprouted before Nancy. Startled, she took 2 steps back. However, the sunflowers multiplied, swiftly forming a small sea of blossoms between her and Milos. With a light chuckle, Milos reassured her, do not worry. They are merely ordinary sunflowers, intended for you to practice your spell. Gathering her composure, Nancy glanced over. Indeed, they were sunflowers, each plump and laden with seeds, appearing quite delectable. Milos allowed the spell to hover in midair. Now, try reciting it. Recite it once? Nancy casually mumbled incoherently. Milos, separated from her by the floral barrier, furrowed his brow. Her voice was too soft to be heard. That is precisely the point. Nancy chuckled lightly. If you come closer, you would hear me. Wouldn't you? Milos smirked slightly. Do not cause mischief. Recite it properly. I did recite it properly. Nancy replied slowly, tilting her head and peering through the gaps in the sunflowers. With the absence of furniture in the living room, sunlight poured in completely. Milos stood tall, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his arms exhibiting a firm and graceful line, his pale skin glowing with a cold luminescence. His exquisitely handsome countenance epitomized an ascetic allure to its utmost extent, further distracting her from her scholastic pursuits. Whereas previously she harbored a modicum of purpose in her studies, she was now earnestly captivated by the desire to charm him. How is it truly pronounced? You are so distant that discerning the articulation of your lips is an impossibility. Approach and enlighten me. Come hither, she entreated. Come, and I pledge to refrain from any physical contact. The maiden, clad in a pristine white gown that revealed only her arms and lower legs, exuded an unexpectedly pure yet sensual aura, akin to a petite enchantress enfolded within the petals of a flower. Across the floral expanse, Milos's gaze flickered perceptibly, fully cognizant of her ulterior motives. The repeated entreaties of come hither instantly dismantled his defenses, rendering him incapable of resistance. Lord Milos, her voice, as sweet as nectar, wafted once more. Without further hesitation, he swiftly circumvented the floral sea and approached her. Upon hearing the cadence of his footsteps, Nancy pivoted, only to find Milos standing before her. The comely youth, silhouetted against the light source, concealed his expression from clear view. Only the timbre of his voice, no longer crystalline but tinged with a low, husky quality, betrayed his inner state. I have come, recited. Oh, Nancy responded languidly, directing her gaze toward the incantation suspended in the air. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the convoluted archaic words rendered her gaze somewhat hazy, while her vermilion lips pursed with certain pronunciations, further enhancing her alluring charm. Milos scrutinized her for a moment, his gaze becoming increasingly enigmatic. After a few seconds, he reached out, gently seizing her chin, and initiated a kiss. Nancy's mind experienced a momentary lapse, but she was swiftly overcome, pressed down upon the layered expanse of sunflowers. She could not help but smile, turning her face away from the lips of the other. Lord Milos, what has transpired? Were we not engaged in the study of spells? No, she chuckled as she averted her gaze once more. Allow me to speak. Just a moment. Had she known he would press down on her, she would have questioned his purpose in moving the sofa. Milos pressed his lips together and lowered his head, completely sealing her mouth. Host, yesterday the god of light was moved twice, granting us 3 points. Adding to the original 22 points, and deducting 1 from last night's consumption, we now total 24 points. It sounded like a considerable sum, yet it implied that life remained for only 24 days. In the ensuing fortnight, she was uncertain if there would be opportunities to accumulate more points. Should those opportunities elude her, a daily consumption of 1 point, coupled with her family's needs, would indeed be quite burdensome. It was far too early for such concerns. They were to gather at 8, yet she was roused by the maid at 6 to wash and prepare herself. Count George exhibited immense support for her participation in the sorcerer's exchange, generously presenting her with 500 gold coins for her discretionary use, which infuriated the countess, who did not show herself all morning. Nancy chose not to don the splendid winter attire prepared by Count George. Instead, she modestly opted for the Academy's standard uniform. Although not mandatory, the beige coat was designed with an air of simplicity that appeared particularly understated. Without hesitation, she selected the white coat. She also refrained from allowing the maid to style her hair into towering heights adorned with jewels. Instead, she fashioned 2 neat braids, leaving them unadorned. Yet, her simple appearance could not diminish her innate beauty. As she stepped through the grand entrance of the hall, a wave of astonished gasps echoed around her. Nancy swiftly joined the ranks of the Southern Continent sorcerers. Like everyone else, she had not donned a coat, but rather draped it over her arm. It was the late summer, and the heat remained oppressive. Fortunately, the Academy had conjured a gentle breeze within the hall, alleviating the discomfort for those clad in long sleeves and trousers. Nancy surveyed the room but could not locate Milos. Glancing up at the floating clock, she noted that there were merely 10 minutes until the teleportation array would activate. Just as a frown creased her brow, a figure rushed through the entrance. Dressed in a vibrant red puff skirt and carrying an embroidered coat adorned with golden threads, she sparkled under the sun's rays. The sorcerers in the hall were largely divided into 3 distinct areas, all clad in the Academy's issued attire, black, white, and blue, sharply contrasting one another. Thus, the striking color and style immediately captured everyone's attention. Margaret slowed her pace the moment she entered, elegantly striding with a dignified demeanor towards Nancy. I thought I was late, she said with a smile. Your Highness? Nancy replied, somewhat puzzled. Did you not fail to qualify? Indeed, Margaret nodded, but that was an unforeseen circumstance. I cannot fathom why my luck turned so poor so suddenly. She offered Nancy a friendly gaze. Fortunately, my father arranged for a second assessment for me. I passed. And thus, here I am. Understanding dawned upon Nancy as she nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. In her heart, she added another 20 points to the weight of this unexpected turn of events. At 8 o'clock, the teleportation array officially commenced. The original tiered seating and central table in the auditorium vanished in an instant, replaced by a grand teleportation array that radiated a dark, shimmering light. Both the dean and the vice dean were present, standing outside the array, bidding farewell to everyone. Nancy cast another glance towards the entrance, but Milos had yet to appear. Most of the people around her had already departed. She pressed her lips together and took a step forward, her vision briefly enveloped in darkness. The next moment, she found herself standing in an enormous black auditorium where both the floor and walls were fashioned from obsidian rock. Raising her gaze, she was met with a dazzling display of starlight. To her astonishment, the auditorium of Murkiak Academy lacked a ceiling. Instead, it was adorned with ethereal threads of divine magic, forming a vaulted dome that allowed for an unobstructed view of the weather outside. Just as she had imagined, Murkiak, like all northern structures, embraced a vast and atmospheric palette of black, white, and gray. Remarkably, the northern landscape was shrouded in night. Checking the clock, she noted it was the early hours of the morning. Shall we simply arrange for sleep then? She pondered. This place is truly wonderful, murmured Margaret softly beside her. But why have we yet to see any faculty members from Murkiak? It seems we are met only by the air. No sooner had she spoken than the doors of the auditorium swung open, drawing the collective gaze of all present. Approximately 5 or 6 individuals clad in deep black robes strode in with purpose. Among them were both men and women, identified as the dean, the vice dean, and the welcoming professors of Murkiak. The young sorcerers immediately gasped in astonishment. They were not in awe of the esteemed faculty of Murkiak, but rather captivated by the one at the forefront, the fallen angel adorned in resplendent robes, boasting 6 pairs of wings. 12 wings. Was this an archangel? Was this indeed a fallen angel, the antithesis of our radiant angels? By the grace of the divine, it was my inaugural encounter with an angel. Not only were the sorcerers from the southern continent and the Sea Kingdom displaying expressions of astonishment and exhilaration, but even the students from the northern lands were visibly taken aback. For many of them, apart from the descendants of the fallen angels clan, it was their first glimpse of such a being. Nancy felt a chill run down her spine as she cast her gaze downward, a wave of dread washing over her. She was well aware of the identity of the fallen angel. After all, they had crossed paths on 2 occasions, once with Milos at the museum in Burleton, and again with Cecil at the apartment in Quina County. The voice of this fallen angel was unforgettable, haunting as if it had risen from the depths of a grave. Nancy lowered her head further, hurriedly noticing that some in the crowd had begun to don their coats. She swiftly followed suit, pulling her coat tightly around herself and securing the hood to shield her from view. "Are you feeling cold?" Marguerite asked, a smirk barely concealing her amusement. Nancy ignored her, pushing her way into the throng, seeking solace in the sea of faces. The sudden appearance of the fallen angel could not be disentangled from Marguerite. "Host, we must confront Marguerite, little or piped up. Tell her that if she sheds our disguise, we shall do the same to hers. Such an approach is futile." Nancy replied with composure. "I cannot threaten Marguerite. She possesses the ability to alter her appearance. This equates to her possessing countless disguises. If one fails, she can effortlessly don another. Meanwhile, I am left with but a single guise." She wraps a scarf around half her face, complemented by the cover of a hat. As long as the fallen angel does not become a permanent fixture in Murkiak, she will not reveal her true self. "Good evening," the dean of Murkiak remarked with a hint of a smile. "It is with immense joy that I welcome you to the north, to the Murkiak Academy of Dark Arts." It was evident that this exchange was particularly significant for the advancement of arcane arts. The audience listened attentively for 10 minutes, but gradually their focus began to wane. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, who claimed that only the southern continent was filled with falsehoods and formality. "I see that the north's pleasantries are plentiful as well." "Ah, when will he conclude? My legs are beginning to feel numb. Is it not nearly midnight? Surely we shall not stand until dawn?" Among all, only the practitioners of the arcane arts from the north remained fully engrossed. Nancy kept her head bowed, her demeanor unremarkable, akin to those who were impatiently enduring a formal address. Many shared her fixation on their own shoes. Without progress, one stagnates. We must eliminate prejudice and hostility to further the development of arcane arts. I am confident that you will find comfort and joy here. With that, the dean concluded his remarks. The attendees followed the welcoming professors to their dormitories to rest. A day full of enriching activities had been arranged for tomorrow morning, allowing everyone to experience the charm of the north. It has finally come to an end. The people surrounding Nancy sincerely applauded. The professor responsible for reception promptly approached to lead the group. Nancy continued to lower her gaze, fixating on the heels of the person beside her as she moved along. Suddenly, a strong pull yanked her clothing forcefully, causing her hat to fall and reveal her radiant golden hair. "Oh, I apologize, Nancy," Margaret exclaimed loudly. "I did not mean to. I merely noticed a hair stuck to your garment and wished to assist in removing it." This minor commotion instantly attracted the attention of most onlookers. Nancy was infuriated to the point of feeling nauseous. She had no time to engage with Margaret and quickly replaced her hat, turning to follow the sorcerers towards the foyer. Margaret hurried after her, incessantly reiterating her apologies. Nancy's complexion turned pale as her mind raced with thoughts. Perhaps the fallen angel had not seen her face. After all, half of her scarf concealed it. Moreover, even if they did see her, it was inconsequential. They were unaware of what those associated with Cecil looked like. At most, they might only perceive her surprise. Considering her previous association with someone resembling a deity of light, it was all right. There was no need to be overly anxious. She repeatedly reassured herself. The dormitory arranged for Nancy by Merkayak for the southern continent and Sea Kingdom was situated in a towering structure. Each room accommodated 2 individuals, offering splendid conditions, complete with oak 4-poster beds and velvet drapes. Nancy shared her space with a girl named Helen, who was 2 years her senior and had recently passed the sorcerer's examination. "Tomorrow, we will visit a city in the northern lands," Helen remarked, swiftly scanning a piece of paper. "This outlines the week's activities in the north." "Which city is it?" Nancy asked while sitting cross-legged on the floor, rummaging through her belongings. "Quina County. This is the closest city to Merkiake, Quina County," Nancy softly repeated, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. The distant temple of the underworld. Azazel knelt on one knee, grateful for the presence of a fallen angel at the welcoming ceremony. He casually inquired about the arrangements in the underworld. The dark deity sat indifferently upon his throne, listening to the report, his palm revolving a small glass vial of ointment. "Additionally, I encountered a familiar face there," Azazel remarked. "Do you recall? You dispatched us to intercept the God of Light. The individual I saw was in the company of the God of Light at that time." The dark deity exhibited a flicker of interest. "I remember you mentioned a young human girl. Is she the lover of the God of Light?" Azazel grinned. "I doubt the God of Light can find a lover. However, it seems you are still single." The dark deity paused slightly, the corners of his lips lifting ever so slightly. "Not yet." "Oh, then you must put in more effort." Azazel chuckled. The dark deity nodded mildly, his gaze returning to the glass vial in his hand. After a moment of waiting, seeing there were no further instructions, Azazel prepared to exit quietly. "Azazel," the dark deity suddenly called out to him. Propping his chin with one hand, he languidly said, "Let us see the images you witnessed in Merkiake." Azazel smiled slightly. It was not surprising. His master and the God of Light had always been adversaries. Out of curiosity or perhaps rivalry, he would indeed wish to glimpse the appearance of his nemesis S-girl. "Very well, my master." He slightly raised his hand, and a shadowy stream of darkness flowed from his fingertips. This shadow quickly coalesced into a figure, reminiscent of a nurturing embrace. The dark deity's obsidian eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting a visage long yearned for, albeit with golden hair. The girl's eyes sparkled like the cerulean sky, her hair radiated like a resplendent sun. She donned a fitted cream-colored coat, adorned with a canary yellow scarf. Though the scarf obscured half her face, it was evident that she was a quintessential beauty. Azrael, unable to contain his admiration, mused aloud. "Regrettably, she hails from the southern continent and is favored by the God of Light. My lord, what are your thoughts?" "I dare say, she cannot possibly compare to that northern girl." The youthful deity propped his chin on one hand, silently fixated on the apparition, his expression inscrutable, betraying no signs of pleasure or displeasure. Azrael was not surprised. His master had always been indifferent to the opposite sex. The sole individual of interest was the one capable of stirring the wind chimes above his head. "Shall I dismiss this?" Azrael inquired. Cecil responded with a faint acknowledgement, weary. As he closed his eyes, Azrael blinked in confusion. His master seldom revealed emotions. However, at the moment his eyes fluttered shut, Azrael distinctly sensed a deliberately suppressed turmoil. It was a dense, dark mass of emotion, obscured and suffocating, akin to a tangle of thorns that would wound with a mere glance. As tranquility reclaimed the temple, Cecil slowly reopened his eyes. The depths of his already shadowy gaze were now shrouded in an even heavier gloom. The face in the vision bore an almost perfect resemblance to the one etched in his memory, the only distinction being the golden hair and blue eyes of the apparition. While Nancy possessed raven hair and dark eyes, how can there be such a striking resemblance between individuals? Twins, perhaps? It is indeed within the realm of possibility for humans to bear twins. He has a pair of fallen angels, twin brothers. Yet, how does one explain the variance in hair color? Is it conceivable for twins to exhibit differing shades of hair and eye color? The distinction between the northern and southern continents lies in their respective ethnicities. For millennia, these two lands have remained estranged from intermarriage. Although there have been sporadic violations of this norm, the very existence of twins implies that they cannot be half-siblings, whether through different fathers or mothers. He found himself unable to deduce a rationale for her existence. Throughout his extensive life, he had encountered numerous such enigmas, all of which invariably turned out to be meticulously orchestrated deceptions. Perhaps their encounter in the cave was also premeditated? He recalled Asarel's words about the incident in the Burleton Library, where the god of light embraced a human girl to escape utilizing ancient relics. He cast a downward glance at the vial of potion he clutched in his palm, gripping it with such force that it shattered into powder. In an effort to swiftly adjust to the time difference, the Murkiak Academy had thoughtfully provided each individual with a small vial of magical elixir. Upon consumption, it would induce drowsiness. I require this, Helen remarked, considering they had just transitioned from daylight and felt far from fatigued. She removed the stopper and drank it in one swift motion. Nancy smiled at her, inquiring, "How do you feel?" "I find my eyelids rather heavy," Helen replied, yawning. "So soon? Wow, Helen, is it really that quick?" She marveled, barefoot, as she approached Helen's bedside. Helen lay sprawled on the bed, her body arched in slumber. "How frightening," she muttered. "I must lie down properly before drinking." As she murmured, she gently adjusted Helen, ensuring she was comfortably positioned. She picked up the small vial and cast a glance at the candlestick. It appeared to be filled with starlight, an enchanting sight. As she shook it and was about to drink, her peripheral vision caught sight of a porcelain cat on the bedside table. This was the prophetic cat that Milos had gifted her. Gazing at the cat's mystical expression under the moonlight, an idea sparked in her mind. She produced a copper coin and offered it to the cat. In an instant, the cat came to life, disdainfully taking the coin from her hand and swallowing it. With an air of arrogance, it pronounced, "Your luck is exceedingly poor. You should hide." Indeed, her luck seemed rather unfortunate. Recalling the earlier events, Nancy could not help but lower her gaze. She exited the grand hall, and Margaret hurried after her, profusely apologizing, even shedding tears. The onlookers, unable to bear the scene, immediately came to her defense. "It was merely an accident that she tugged off your hat. It's not a grave matter. Please forgive her. His Highness meant well. She merely wished to assist you in removing the hair stuck on your shoulder. We are all from the same academy. It's unnecessary to escalate this. It seems rather trivial." "Trivial?" The crowd turned their attention to Margaret. It is curious that His Highness would feel this way. Since Nancy is not upset, why pursue an explanation? Indeed, I thought Nancy to be somewhat petty. Almost everyone's expression shifted at this remark, their gazes towards Margaret transforming from sympathy to suspicion. "That's not true. I am not." Margaret hastily waved her hands in protest, but in her fluster, she misstepped and nearly lost her balance. She grasped Margaret's arm, wearing a half-smile, and cautioned, "Your Highness, do be careful. The nights in the north are exceedingly dark. The towering structures scattered across the island resemble beacons adorned with stars, evenly distributed throughout the nocturnal landscape." Nancy gazed into the profound darkness for a few moments before drawing the curtains, recalling the region's distinctive nocturnal restrictions. She approached the low cabinet beside the door and lit several candles. With the addition of the cascading crystal chandelier, the entire room was aglow. Having completed these tasks, she nestled into her bed and consumed the potion. Before she could place the bottle on the bedside table, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Simultaneously, the flames of all the candles flickered in terror. A colossal force descended from the void, and a young deity emerged from the shadows. Without much deliberation, he accurately approached the four-poster bed near the window. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the velvet drapes came to life, gently parting to the sides. He did not immediately glance at the slumbering figure upon the bed. Instead, he extended his hand into the air. A black bird gradually took form within his palm. This was the guardian of the gates of the underworld, and also his pet. "Vizad, take a look for me." The black bird raised its head and cast a respectful glance at the bed, saying, "Master, this human is clothed." Cecil responded with a soft acknowledgement, finally shifting his gaze in that direction. The black bird could not help but chuckle. "You still refuse to believe they are the same person, do you? Otherwise, why would you have me confirm what you fear to see? Truth be told, it would not matter if you did see. Have you not often gazed upon the bare forms of the deceased? If you remain silent, I shall remain silent, and the young woman of the north will remain oblivious. She will know, for I shall not conceal anything from her, Cecil remarked with a hint of indifference. TSK. One can only hope she will not be angered by such matters. I am uncertain whether she will be upset. Cecil's voice slowed. As Azrael mentioned that betrayal is the most abhorrent transgression between men and women. If she were to gaze upon the form of another man, I would undoubtedly be enraged. The blackbird turned in astonishment, realizing for the first time that its master was rather sour. So you do not intend to look again? How then shall we ascertain the demise of a human? You shall assist me in this endeavor. Cecil narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the slumbering maiden. Her delicate features, porcelain skin, and elegantly curled lashes rendered her beauty undiminished even in repose. She bears a striking resemblance, he murmured softly. The blackbird tilted its head for a glance. Indeed. She is lovely, but is she truly the same person? Cecil remained silent, his gaze calm and indifferent as it lingered upon the girl's face, comparing the two. Meanwhile, the maiden stirred uncomfortably in her sleep, her brow furrowing. She was restless, for within her mind, a frantic chicken was shrieking. She yearned to comprehend the chicken's cries. Shifting slightly as she gradually extricated her consciousness from the potion's grasp. Do not open your eyes. The chicken screamed. I heard it. It is the voice of little R. The dark deity has arrived, Nancy proclaimed, right beside your bed, with a peculiar bird fixated upon you. Why? I surmise it is due to your indiscretion in the hall. Little R, noticing that Nancy's consciousness had returned without her opening her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. Are you implying that the fallen angel revealed my peculiarities to Cecil? I believe it is thus, remarked Little R. What is he doing? As he scrutinized you. I surmised he was attempting to discern whether the dark-haired version of you and the blonde-haired version were indeed the same individual. Nancy replied, it's a bit unfortunate. I hadn't anticipated revealing my true identity so soon. I thought I could at least manage until we reached the underworld. Host, what should we do? It's quite all right, let him see. I simply want to awaken, came the response. No, I mean, what shall we do in the future? Well, I think it is time for the doppelganger to take some action. Tomorrow presents a splendid opportunity. I shall arrange a meeting with him, allowing him to see the doppelganger accompanying companions on a journey through the north. That was my initial plan. However, Cecil's unexpected arrival tonight complicates matters a bit. What do you mean? He might find it too coincidental that I would invite him out just after this incident. It would appear rather suspicious. What shall we do then? I am uncertain. We shall have to proceed as we go. Have you devised a way to explain the resemblance between the doppelganger and yourself? There is no need for an explanation, as I am equally in the dark. Let Cecil concoct his own narrative. A little ambiguity makes it appear more natural. Over-explaining may lead to exposure. I need not lie about this matter. After all, a single lie requires numerous others to sustain it. Very well. Host, he has departed. Departed? Well, then I shall retire for the night. Retire? You ought to sleep. Indeed. It serves no purpose to remain awake now that he has left. Furthermore, what if someone were to observe me? Indeed, Master, that human girl has been asleep. I suspect she remains oblivious to your arrival. Nancy awoke feeling well rested. The sound of running water emanated from the washroom, indicating that Helen had risen even earlier than she. It was understandable, given that there was a planned visit to Quina County today. Everyone wished to adorn themselves beautifully. Do you need help with your hair? She inquired upon seeing Helen emerge from the washroom. Ah, if you would be so kind, Helen replied with delight. Just a moment, let me wash my face first. Nancy picked up her toiletries and headed towards the washroom. No need to rush, my dear, Helen hastily called after her. Finish your own tasks first, and then you can assist me. 10 minutes later, Nancy held a comb as she styled Helen's hair into an elegant updo. She gathered all of Helen's locks, fashioning them into a lofty bun. She adorned it with several jeweled flowers and heated a curling iron by the fireplace, using cool water to temper the excess heat before curling the wisps that framed her face. What do you think? Nancy asked, gazing at Helen's reflection in the mirror. I think it's magnificent, Helen exclaimed joyfully. You know, I find it quite challenging to achieve such neatness on my own. Come, let me assist you, Nancy offered. No, I can manage with just 2 simple braids, Helen replied, watching as Nancy transformed her once wild, seaweed-like hair into orderly plaits, feeling a tinge of regret. Your hair looks more beautiful when it flows naturally, or styled into a bun, revealing your lovely neck. Helen, Nancy said softly, gazing at her through the mirror. As we venture to Quina County today, we shall remain together, yes? Of course, we are roommates after all. Helen nodded, among the 11 individuals present. I was not well acquainted with anyone else but you. Nancy feigned hesitation and said, "There is something I wish to disclose to you in advance. For I fear that failing to do so might jeopardize our friendship." Helen paused for a moment, inquiring, "What is it?" "I am quite at ease in private. Yet I tend to become taciturn in public settings," Nancy remarked, gently furrowing her brow. "I am unsure of the reason." "That is understandable," Helen replied with an empathetic smile. "Beautiful individuals often attract attention, and at times, this can be an invisible burden. Were I in your position, I too would be reluctant to speak if constantly scrutinized." "Well, that perspective is acceptable," Nancy chuckled softly, relieved that Helen did not perceive a significant disparity between herself and the artificial persona she had adopted, which was now set to a cool and distant mode. Breakfast was served in the grand hall, featuring an array of dishes rich in northern regional flavors: kidney pies, pan-seared salmon, cold egg platters, caviar, buckwheat porridge, and thin pancakes. Among these, Nancy's favorite was the thin pancake. Whether drizzled with honey for a sweet treat or wrapped around caviar for a savory delight, they were all delectable. Following the meal, they boarded the college's horse-drawn carriage, a vehicle magically enhanced from the inside. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary carriage designed for 4 passengers, yet it could comfortably accommodate 50. The carriage galloped towards the bustling center of Quina County, filled with lively commercial streets and historical landmarks, as well as museums. Seizing the opportunity during a brief respite before disembarking, Nancy hurried into the restroom of a nearby CAF. A glimmer of light flickered, revealing 2 identical young girls in the mirror. With golden hair and blue eyes, they donned matching cream-colored coats. "Well then, I trust you to handle this," Nancy said with a cheerful smile as she gently patted the mannequin. The mannequin nodded, turned, and pushed the door open, stepping outside. The instant the door closed, the washroom was left empty. Nancy transported herself to a location just a street away from the apartment. She first sought out a clothing store, casually purchasing a winter outfit. Subsequently, she found a nearby inn and rented a room, changing into her new attire and letting her hair down. Once transformed into a girl with black hair and black eyes, the little assistant whispered, "Host, I will refrain from looking at you for now. I feel a bit frightened. I would like to cover my eyes for a moment." "Oh, please don't say that. It makes me feel uneasy too," Nancy replied, making her final adjustments in front of the mirror. At that moment, she felt a pang of envy for Margaret. Even after one identity failed, she could simply change her face, age, or even gender. Nancy, however, was not afforded such luxury. Shedding her disguise would mean facing a public humiliation of grand proportions. She applied another layer of lipstick and took a deep breath, hypnotically instructing herself to forget everything that had transpired yesterday. She was not the golden-haired girl from the southern continent. That girl was currently wandering through Quina County with her companions. 10 minutes later, she exited the inn, purchasing smoked meat and pancakes from a shop below, carrying them as she made her way back to the apartment. The moment she stepped into the 2-story building, the melodious sound of feather wind chimes hanging thousands of miles away in the temple of the underworld resonated. The dark deity lifted its gaze towards the wind chimes, hesitating for a few seconds before disappearing from its divine throne. As the door to the apartment opened, Nancy grumbled in complaint, maneuvering past Cecil. "I thought you weren't here." "I was just about to leave." She placed the items in her hands onto the dining table as she usually did, then proceeded to remove her scarf and gloves. Although her movements were remarkably fluid, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no fear. The silence behind her was palpable, and she could vividly imagine those strikingly dark eyes watching her with an unwavering calmness. "Why are you not speaking?" she asked, turning around in surprise. The girl, with her raven hair, ebony eyes, and luscious red lips, exuded a beauty that was both aloof and captivating. Cecil felt a momentary jolt, his heart quickening more than before. As he remained silent, Nancy pressed her lips together, a hint of displeasure evident as she remarked, "I bought some smoked meat and pancakes. You can eat it yourself." She turned to gather her scarf and gloves, ready to leave. Cecil's breath caught in his throat as he wrapped his arms around her waist. The prior feelings of frustration and suspicion shattered into oblivion, leaving only a swift surge of fear occupying his heart. He dreaded the thought of her walking away, of her never returning again. This fear was more unbearable than the sting of betrayal. Nancy lifted her face and smiled. "If you don't wish to speak with me, why not let me go?" Cecil cast his gaze downward, reluctantly conceding, "It's not that I don't want to talk to you. I am preoccupied with other matters." "What were you thinking about?" Nancy inquired with curiosity. Cecil raised his eyes to meet hers. The girl's stunning, jewel-like eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. Unlike the night, during the day, she resembled a water nymph, radiating an alluring beauty that rendered him incapable of looking away. Innocence and seduction coexisted within her, akin to honey laced with poppies. He exhaled softly. It's nothing. It doesn't concern you. Nancy smiled, pulling him towards the dining table. Let us dine afterwards. If you have the time, accompany me for a brief outing. If not, I shall venture alone. Where to? I wish to procure some daily necessities, though I have yet to decide on a suitable location. Cecil pondered for a moment before donning his coat. Let us depart at once. His appetite for pancakes had vanished. The previous night, his dreams were haunted by the deity of light entwined with his beloved, leaving him restless and unable to find solace in Nancy's presence. He wished to shield her from his turbulent emotions. Perhaps a brisk walk in the cool air would provide clarity on how to proceed. Shall we go now? Nancy turned to inquire about the whereabouts of the mannequin. It is at the museum, replied the small R. She furrowed her brow slightly. This posed a dilemma. If the mannequin did not emerge, she could not insist on dragging Cecil inside. A chance encounter would be most fortuitous. Yet she must also ensure that none of those sorcerers laid eyes on her, to avoid attracting trouble. In this realm, there existed two identical versions of herself. A secret known only to Cecil. They needed a destination further afield, one not directly adjacent to the museum, yet it was imperative to pass by it. The timing must align perfectly for the mannequin to emerge when Cecil was present, thus dispelling any notion of mere coincidence. Too challenging. Host, please provide me with the mannequin's coordinates every minute. What is the matter? Seeing her stand still, Cecil inquired. I am contemplating our destination. Have you decided? Indeed, I have. We shall head to Calamo Avenue, a pair of locales unrelated to the museum, yet we must traverse its vicinity. The carriage swayed gently, its confined space allowing only two individuals to sit side by side. Nancy observed Cecil, who had fallen into silence since they entered the carriage. What are you pondering? She inquired. Cecil pressed his lips together thoughtfully. I am contemplating what I would do if another man were by your side. Oh, what do you wish to do? Nancy asked with keen interest. Though he wished to dismiss the thought, she bore an uncanny resemblance to that blonde girl. Even the breath she exhaled evoked a familiar sensation within him. He had initially resolved never to see her again, yet he found himself unable to resist the allure. He had intended to clarify matters upon their meeting, but once confronted with her presence, the temptation burrowed deep into his very essence, rendering his questions obsolete. After much contemplation, he concluded that if he could not part from her, he would simply ensure that any extraneous figures in her life vanished. With this decision made, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on her with an intensity that surpassed any previous possessiveness. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He didn't know what to do, only that he wished to hold her tightly. Nancy recognized that he had equated her with the blonde girl. Pressing her lips together, she inquired about the whereabouts of the small robot. We haven't exited the museum yet. The robot's voice echoed with concern. Host, the carriage is moving too swiftly. You have only a minute until you reach your destination. Stop. Nancy called out to the driver. Is there something amiss? He queried. I noticed a vendor selling sweets by the roadside. Could you kindly purchase a portion for me? The remaining coins shall serve as your tip. Nancy proffered a gold coin. With pleasure, the driver replied, cheerfully disembarking. A single portion of candy would hardly require such a sum. The surplus would be more than sufficient, making it an even more favorable arrangement than merely driving the carriage. Cecil furrowed his brow, pondering the purpose of purchasing candy. For you to enjoy, Nancy replied with a radiant smile. Cecil was momentarily taken aback. Recalling his earlier admission of a fondness for sweets, his gaze softened considerably. He contemplated how to offer the coins he had tucked away for her. Despite her modest means, she always thought of him. It's ready. The illusionist has emerged, Little R exclaimed in a fluster. Thank you, Nancy said cheerfully as she accepted the candy. Please urge the horse to gallop faster. I wish to procure delectable pastries before they are all gone. It must be Aunt Susan's cake shop. The coachman chuckled as he hopped onto the carriage. Her establishment is the most renowned on Calamo Avenue. Fear not, you shall certainly acquire them. Nancy offered a gentle smile, but remained silent. It was merely a fabrication on her part, yet she was astonished to discover such a place truly existed. The coachman cracked the whip, driven by the prospect of a tip, accelerating to twice his usual speed. The carriage sped forth, yet as they neared the museum, it decelerated due to the throngs of pedestrians obstructing its path. Host, the illusionist is purchasing ice cream on your right. In 5 seconds, she will pass by. Little R anxiously called out. Cecil was engrossed in watching Nancy unwrap the candy. If he did not look up soon, he would miss her entirely. Just as Little R finished speaking, Nancy had just placed the unwrapped strawberry candy into her mouth. Hearing this, she swiftly looped her arm around Cecil's neck, drawing him closer. As he leaned towards the carriage window, she gently parted his lips with her tongue, offering him the sweet confection. The candy sweetness mingled with the youthful essence of the girl, causing Cecil to involuntarily widen his eyes in surprise. Meanwhile, the carriage ambled past an ice cream vendor at a leisurely pace. A striking scene suddenly captured his gaze. It was a beautiful blonde girl clad in a cream-colored coat, competing with fellow students from the southern continent, all adorned similarly, to see whose ice cream was the largest. The carriage glided by the ice cream cart. Nancy released Cecil, leaning against the wall of the carriage. Observing the disbelief flickering in his eyes, she playfully poked his cheek with her finger. Is the candy delicious? Her features were equally exquisite, with round, perky eyes and long, thick lashes. However, her expression seemed different. Even in that fleeting moment of 1 or 2 seconds, he could easily discern the distinction. The girl appeared somewhat naive, her blonde hair and blue eyes lending her an air of simplicity, in stark contrast to the one before him. Cecil's gaze swept over the girl's delicate eyebrows. He found himself quite enamored with her. Dark hair, dark eyes, cold yet beautiful, as if concealing endless secrets. Could there truly be such striking resemblances in the world? He subtly moved his fingers, urging the blackbird to fixate on the girl he had just seen. Have you had enough? Nancy asked with a bright smile. Cecil's attention was drawn to her upturned crimson lips, recalling the interrupted kiss, a yearning to continue its swelling within him. Nancy swiftly covered her lips with the back of her hand, retrieving the moral cloak she had long cast aside, declaring, "This is not right." Cecil chuckled lightly. "Then how could you so casually kiss me? I did not kiss you. I merely offered you candy." The girl gently fluttered her eyelashes, her soft voice dripping with innocence. Cecil gazed at her for a moment longer before bowing his head and gently pecking her palm, conceding, "All right, I shall remember this. It seems that offering candy is permissible." He straightened up, delightfully pressing the sweet treat against the side of his cheek, which instantly puffed up, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upwards slightly. "Let us go indulge in some delectable cake shortly," Nancy said with a smile. "I've heard that charming young ladies often frequent that shop. Will you be watching?" "Well, perhaps not necessarily. There might be some." Cecil paused thoughtfully, then asserted with certainty, "Even if there were someone who resembled you exactly, I wouldn't be interested." Cecil fell silent, pondering for a while, yet refraining from voicing his earlier thoughts. He felt a twinge of concern that it might frighten her. Such intricate matters were best left for him to investigate thoroughly. He harbored an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. 2 unrelated individuals bearing identical appearances was indeed a rarity, though not entirely unheard of. However, the fact that one of them was entangled with the god of light and had ventured to the north under the guise of communication, only to soon journey to the underworld, was deeply thought-provoking. Cecil shifted his gaze to Nancy's face. Her eyes sparkled with genuine concern, lingering on him. A shadow flickered across his gaze as a disquieting suspicion arose from the depths of his mind. It appeared that someone had become aware of Nancy's existence. They had deliberately sought out a girl who resembled her, likely with ulterior motives. Perhaps that individual had instructed the blonde girl to seduce the god of light. With Nancy's beauty, how could the deity remain indifferent? Surely, he would be captivated. And it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might have even kissed that impostor. However, what is the purpose of such actions? Is it to incite a conflict between him and the god of light? That seems unnecessary, considering they have been at odds for millennia. What are you pondering so deeply? Nancy inquired with a smile. Cecil hesitated for a moment. Where do you reside now? A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Nancy's heart. Could he be doubting her? I live in Quinna County. Cecil chuckled softly. I certainly know you are in Quinna County. I meant, specifically where? Why do you ask? Noticing her reluctance to disclose her whereabouts, Cecil's gaze darkened slightly, recalling the audacious phrase from their chat. You aren't truly living with someone, are you? Nancy paused, swiftly comprehending his implication. She found it somewhat amusing. No. If you don't believe me, I can take an oath. By the dark god. Cecil's heart raced. Covering her mouth, don't suddenly invoke that name. Why not? Her eyes sparkled with mirth, finding this side of Cecil utterly charming. Are you feeling shy upon hearing your esteemed title? Cecil pressed his lips together. Perhaps invoking the dark god was futile. You see, deities are far too occupied to heed numerous prayers. He refrained from revealing the truth. Moments ago, hearing her call his revered name had sent his blood racing, almost overwhelming his self-control. By the dark god? Is this a hint directed at him? Nancy remained oblivious to the absurd notion swirling in his mind regarding fallen angels. Then who is effective? As the most devoted follower of the dark god, aside from him, I know not whom else to swear to. Cecil suddenly recalled her assertion of being a devotee of the dark god. her greatest aspiration being to master divine arts and serve in the Temple of Darkness. In truth, even without mastering these arts, she could still gain entry to his temple. All it required was a vow made in my presence. He chuckled, declaring, "Whatever you say, I can fulfill for you." "Very well," Nancy acquiesced readily, raising a hand. "I swear, I do not live with anyone." Cecil chuckled softly. "All right, I understand. I trust you." He paused, then continued, "But I am not finished. I inquire about your residence out of concern for your safety." "Very safe," she replied. "My neighbors are wonderful people." "Why do you ask?" Cecil hesitated, refraining from revealing his suspicions regarding a potential conspiracy surrounding her, fearing it might instill fear within her. "I believe living alone can be somewhat precarious. Your knowledge of divine arts is limited, and I wish to provide you with a safeguard." "What kind of safeguard?" Nancy inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "A protective spirit." "A protective spirit?" Cecil nodded. "I can summon a powerful spirit to reside behind you, serving as a guardian. This spirit can protect you 3 times. He removed a ring from his hand. A striking piece adorned with a black gemstone set within an intricately engraved silver band, albeit a tad too wide and large. Cecil took her hand, lowering his gaze. Her fingers were exquisite, slender yet not gaunt, with delicately manicured pale pink nails resembling 5 petite petals. He gently brushed with his fingertip, feeling the softness as if it were devoid of bones. His ebony eyes deepened further, and an overwhelming desire to savor her lingered in his mind. He finally comprehended the fallen angel's words about the yearning to consume the beloved during moments of ecstasy. This was precisely the sentiment he grasped. Although he had yet to experience the taste of delight, it did not hinder his longing to devour her essence. With this thought, he acted upon it. Lowering his head, he took her finger into his mouth, biting down softly twice. How sweet it was. Nancy paused momentarily. "What are you doing?" She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to do so. Cecil then licked her fingertip with fervor before finally taking the ring and slipping it onto her finger. The ring emitted a gentle glow instantaneously. The once bulky band gradually thinned and shrank. As it encircled the girl's finger, the faint light vanished, and the ring settled firmly in place. "Your fingers are truly delicate," he remarked, gazing at her for a few seconds before lifting her hand to press his lips against the gemstone of the ring. "Allow me to invoke the protection of the spirit for you." Nancy's eyes flickered. This gesture evoked a sense of being proposed to. As Cecil's lips departed from the ring's surface, Nancy beheld a shadow abruptly rise from the ring, moving behind her. It resembled a small giant, towering 3 meters high, its form emerging from the coach's ceiling. Nancy shifted her shoulders, turning to face the giant. The giant bent down to observe her as well, appearing like a dark snowman. "Whenever you find yourself in peril, it shall safeguard you," Cecil assured her. "If you do not require it for the time being, you may simply remove the ring." He pointed to the 3 small flowers intricately carved on the ring. "With each protection granted to you, 1 flower will wither away." "What will happen when all the flowers have vanished?" Nancy inquired. "They will transform into air, utterly disappearing," Cecil replied matter-of-factly. Nancy's eyes widened slightly, a sense of melancholy washing over her. "What is there to be sad about?" Cecil chuckled. "Everything exists for a reason. The spirit behind you is born to safeguard its master. The moment it becomes your spirit, consciousness awakens within it. Prior to that, it existed merely as a chaotic wraith. It is because of you that it gains a semblance of life. Thus, it will exert every ounce of its strength to protect you." As the carriage slowed to a halt, Nancy gazed outside and noticed a quaint red cottage, adorned with a sign proclaiming Aunt Susan's bakery. Cecil swiftly jumped down from the carriage, extending his hand to Nancy to assist her descent. Out of the corner of her eye, Nancy caught a glimpse of the little giant, bending slightly, with both hands resting at her waist, seemingly apprehensive about her potential fall. "How endearing," she thought, offering it a friendly smile. The little giant's shadow deepened, akin to a human blushing. "It appears quite fond of you," Cecil mused, observing the little giant with intrigue, a rare occurrence indeed. Most spirits are not particularly expressive of their emotions. Perhaps spirits reflect their masters. You possess intelligence, hence its intellect surpasses that of others. Now that you mention it, I feel even more reluctant to utilize it. "I must take good care of myself," she replied. "There's no need to be overly zealous," Cecil chuckled. "There's also him." The two entered the bakery, where the proprietor behind the glass counter stared at them in astonishment. Nancy greeted good morning twice before she realized it. "Apologies, it's just that you all look so remarkably stunning." "I was momentarily taken aback," the shopkeeper chuckled. "The people of the North are known for their robust character, expressing their feelings without reservation." Such spontaneous admiration is something Nancy has encountered several times. To be honest, she rather appreciates the forthright nature of the Northerners. By the way, dear, which cake did you say you wanted? The shopkeeper inquired, noting that they had arrived early, and the selection was at its fullest. I would like the one adorned with candied lemon slices, and Nancy turned to Cecil, silently asking him what he desired. The same as yours, Cecil replied without hesitation. How dull. It would be far more delightful to choose different cakes to savor a variety of flavors. Why not opt for chocolate? This way, we can taste each other's choices. Very well. A minute later, they settled into the only 2 chairs available in the shop and began to indulge in their cakes. Nancy savored her lemon cake, but she noticed out of the corner of her eye that Cecil had taken only 1 bite and paused. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? You mentioned wanting to exchange. Nancy was momentarily taken aback, a smile creeping onto her face. So that was it. He had remembered her suggestion to select different flavors for the sake of exchanging. He had taken just 1 bite and was now waiting earnestly to trade. How utterly charming. Yes, I did say that. Do you wish to exchange now? Cecil nodded. Here you go. Nancy handed over their cakes. Ensuring that the part of hers she had already nibbled was facing him, Cecil took but a single bite before losing interest, although he had a penchant for sweets. It was evident that Nancy captivated him far more. He turned to gaze at her, admiring her graceful profile and the gentle flutter of her eyelashes. Affection surged within his heart once more as he reached out, grasping her chin to turn her face towards him, leaning in to capture her lips with his own. Startled, Nancy pushed him away and glanced back to see if the shopkeeper had noticed. The shopkeeper, leaning against the glass counter, wore a knowing smile, clearly having observed the entire exchange. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she shot Cecil a warning look, urging him to behave. Cecil chuckled softly, turning back to earnestly enjoy his slice of cake, though it lacked the sweetness he had just tasted. It was not until evening that Nancy bid farewell to Cecil. She requested that he accompany her to a street called Twilight, reminiscent of Spider Alley with its labyrinthine pathways. Before Cecil could fully comprehend, she veered into a narrow alley. After winding through for 10 minutes, she abruptly vanished around a corner. In the next instant, she appeared in a small inn, the place she had previously reserved to change her attire. The golden-haired, blue-eyed maiden examined herself in the mirror once more, her hair styled in braids, clutching souvenirs purchased from a merchant before stepping out of the washroom. The street was awash in a rosy glow. Young sorcerers awaited the carriage, weariness evident in their demeanor. With remarkable ease, Nancy approached and joined their ranks. In the distant, shadowy temple, a robed man rested his chin on one hand, listening intently to the words of a blackbird. I have followed her throughout the day and discerned little of significance. Aside from her reticence, she bears no remarkable flaws. What is your opinion? Does she resemble that girl from the north? Personality is not alike, Cecil remarked. It is merely a resemblance in appearance. He paused, then added, beneath a thick veil of filters, upon reflection, they don't even look alike. Nancy is evidently far more attractive. How peculiar, Blackbird mused. I cannot fathom the intentions of the one who orchestrated this affair. Allow me to speculate. Perhaps that individual has sought out more than one impostor, perhaps even 3, each seducing you. The god of light and the sea god. Is he mad? Cecil chuckled lightly. What is his objective? To incite discord among us? Who would engage in such antics? Cupid? He seems rather foolish and infatuated. I doubt he is capable of such schemes. Fate? Unlikely. Though astute, he is exceedingly proud and would disdain manipulating others. Besides, Milos is his friend. Wealth? There exists a slight possibility, as we are all aware of his eccentricities. Wisdom? That too is plausible. Wisdom harbors a deep resentment towards fate and may wish to thwart him. And what do you intend to do? Blackbird inquired once more. Perhaps I shall keep a watchful eye on her, Cecil replied, leaning back nonchalantly. She is within my domain, is she not? It should be quite simple to observe her. He instinctively reached for the glass vial, yet found himself unable to grasp it after several attempts. Sitting upright, he turned his face. He possessed 4 of these vials, having secured 3 for fear of them being accidentally knocked over. The remaining one, his most cherished, rested on the table beside the divine throne, often caressed in moments of idleness. You have reduced it to powder, Blackbird remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. The master's own handiwork. He cannot blame others, can he? Cecile paused momentarily, pondering the whereabouts of the powder. The blackbird remarked, it was whisked away by its wings. Now, let us tally the points, host, while she indulged in her meal. Littler hastily conducted the calculations. Today, you have accrued merely 1 point. 1 point? Nancy exclaimed, halting her consumption of food in disbelief. That is impossible. Cecile kissed me 3 times today. Well, Nancy muttered as she bit into a piece of hard chocolate. I am unsure if I can interrupt further. However, it is an unavoidable circumstance. The strategies differ. In any case, today you earned 1 point and spent 2. 1 point was for utilizing the dummy, and 1 point was for life expenditure. You currently have a total of 22 points remaining. Furrowing her brow, Nancy took another bite of chocolate, lamenting that points were never sufficient. Previously, only life expenditure required points. But now it also included the dummy. However, the results are quite satisfactory, Littler remarked. At least the Dark God is convinced that you and the dummy are 2 distinct entities. In truth, the dummy and I are indeed 2 separate beings. It merely perceives us as unrelated for the time being. I suspect it will investigate this matter further. Perhaps even observe me. In any event, how unfortunate it is to be indulging in chocolate. A languid voice interrupted from behind. Nancy stiffened and turned her face. Iblis? Iblis leaned against the door, a smile gracing his features as he regarded her. Dressed in a navy turtleneck, complemented by black riding pants and tall boots. His deep chestnut hair sported a slightly tousled tuft, exuding both charm and elegance. It appears you are not particularly pleased, he noted, the smile on his youthful face waning slightly. Nancy remained ensnared in a state of shock, unable to extricate herself. Cecil could arrive at any moment. The northern realm was as familiar to him as his own garden. It mattered little if he encountered Abalis. She was merely a puppet now, not the dark-haired maiden she once was. To her astonishment, a sweet smile swiftly adorned her face as she opened her arms, momentarily at a loss for words. Abalis, upon seeing the girl welcoming him, strode forward without hesitation and embraced her. A black bird perched outside the window, its small eyes swiveling towards the interior. Although the words exchanged within were inaudible, its pupils faithfully relayed the scene to the supreme entity in the temple. Have you completed your tasks? Nancy inquired. Almost, Abalis replied with a smile. I've been working overtime. I was somewhat concerned about you, so I hastened to finish my business over there. By the way, he glanced around, a hint of nonchalance gracing his lips. Where's the esteemed apothecary? He has come to the Murkiak Academy. He may have ventured elsewhere, or perhaps did not arrive in the northern realm. Abalis scoffed lightly. He wouldn't miss it. I know this place holds great significance for him, concealing something that could. What could it be? Nancy pressed. Abalis cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. No, it's nothing. Nancy felt a wave of relief wash over her. Abalis's concealment of Milos's identity indicated that he harbored no suspicions regarding her intentions towards Milos. You always have a penchant for leaving things half-spoken, she softly lamented. The girl tilted her face upward, her brows illuminated by the candlelight, soft and lovely. Iblis's gaze flickered slightly as he gently caressed her chin with his fingertip. Iblis, you aren't planning to stay with me again, are you? Certainly not, he replied, lowering his hand and settling beside her. Your dwelling accommodates others. My presence would be inconvenient. A sigh of relief escaped Nancy. I've found another place. During the day, I shall conceal myself and accompany you as before. But what if the Lord of the North discovers you? Nancy inquired with a hint of concern. You mentioned that on his territory, your power would be halved. No, that only occurs in the divine realm, Iblis responded with ease. As long as I refrain from approaching the underworld, he cannot impose any harm upon me. Besides, he has only recently engaged in a fierce battle with the God of Light, and his wounds have yet to heal. Under such circumstances, even if he were aware of my presence here, he would not seek trouble. Well, I hope he remains unaware of your presence, Nancy said, biting her lip. Her expression troubled. You would bring me trouble? Iblis chuckled softly, tilting her chin up. Do not fret. This is hardly a matter of concern. It is quite common for deities to engage in romantic relationships with mortals. Cecil would not stoop so low as to create difficulties for you. I am not in a romantic relationship with you, Iblis. I understand, he replied with a casual smile. That is precisely what I am striving for. A series of knocks echoed from behind, and Nancy realized that Helen must have forgotten her keys. She rose and glanced at Iblis, who also stood, towering over her with a nonchalant expression that exuded an air of sophistication. As he reached out to part the air, he lowered his head to gently peck her lips, promising to return on the morrow. The opening in the atmosphere enveloped half of his body. Ah, indeed. Suddenly, Iblis paused, a paper bag appearing in his hand unbeknownst to him. He tossed it lightly, the bag landing in Nancy's embrace. Do not indulge in the chocolate, he admonished. And with that, the remainder of his form was completely consumed by the aperture. The air resumed its former state, as though nothing had transpired. Nancy opened the door, finding Helen, who had grown weary from knocking. "I am sorry," she hurriedly apologized. "It is quite all right." Helen yawned, making her way to the restroom. "I am truly exhausted. I have wandered to too many places today. I wish to finish my wash and retire early." She chuckled softly, picking up a fry to take a bite. As she prepared for a second bite, the air suddenly trembled, crinkling like parchment. A shadowy figure gradually materialized from the atmosphere. Nancy felt a wave of numbness wash over her body, as if she were petrified and could scarcely move. Moreover, she sensed her consciousness being compelled, gradually stiffening alongside her body. With a buzzing sound, her awareness was drawn into her mind. Though her body remained still, her thoughts could perceive everything around her. Even catching sight of Helen in the restroom, frozen in time alongside the flowing water. Cecil gazed coldly at the blonde girl before him, his eyes glinting with frost. Though he understood they were not one and the same, witnessing her share an intimate moment with a young man using Nancy's visage compelled him to clench his fists uncontrollably, the veins on the back of his hands standing out. He fixed his gaze upon her, every nuance of her expression and movement unmistakably reminiscent of Nancy. Aside from the color of her hair and eyes, there were moments when he was lost in the illusion that he was in the presence of Nancy herself. Thus, he exerted control over her body and consciousness, seeking the elusive answers. Nancy felt a twinge of grievance. They had just shared cake during the day, yet now she was met with an icy demeanor. The candle flame flickered gently, saturating the room with a warm orange glow. Nancy's body was rigid, her consciousness retreating within her mind as she observed Cecil. Typically, he endeavored to exude gentleness. Hence, there were times when she would forget he was the deity of darkness. Yet now, he emanated a chilling, unfathomable aura, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, Nancy realized he was not Cecil, but rather the god of darkness. He harbored no affection for humanity, only a frigid demeanor. The sole warmth he offered was reserved for her, the dark-haired figure before him. Her heart softened slightly, and she felt a diminished sense of fear. But why? The realization struck, and Nancy's anxiety resurfaced. The prospect of rapid-fire questions filled her with dread, as the absence of contemplation often led to missteps. Cecil silently scrutinized the blonde girl before him, feeling somewhat disoriented. Aside from her hair and eyes, her voice and tone mirrored Nancy's perfectly. For an instant, he nearly believed that Nancy stood before him. It seemed that if he were to lift her constraints, she would smile and call out to him, "Cecil." Recalling the earlier scene, an unsettling turmoil surged within him, and he blurted out, "Why did you let him kiss you?" To which she replied, "Because I like him." Cecil's gaze suddenly darkened, and as an inexplicable pang surged within him, he was taken aback by his own audacity in asking such a question. "Host, oh dear," Littler covered her face. "I apologize, I was just nervous." Nancy wiped the sweat from her brow. Cecil pressed his lips tightly together, allowing a moment of calm to wash over him, as he mentally endeavored to distinguish between Nancy and the imposter before he resumed his inquiry. "Who is he?" "IBI, my friend." Cecil repeated the name, his tone devoid of emotion, yet there was a hint of familiarity in it. Of course, he is familiar, Nancy thought to herself, nestled within her mind. "He severed the water supply from the north, while you banished the spirits of the underworld to the depths of the sea." His stature appeared formidable, capable of rending the fabric of space. Cecil spoke softly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. "Who sent you?" "Onaway Academy." "And what is your purpose?" "To exchange divine techniques." "Do you know who Milos is?" "A pharmacist." "A pharmacist?" Cecil expressed mild astonishment, scrutinizing the girl's vacant expression. Under the weight of divine will, no one would dare to lie. Thus, he trusted that this was indeed the truth residing within her heart. When did the god of light take up the craft of pharmacy? Is that the guise of his humanity? If that were the case, it would still seem plausible. "What relation does Milos bear to you?" "A friend." "You seem to have quite an abundance of friends," Cecile remarked with a slight smile, his words gentle. "Unlike Nancy, who does not have as many." "No, she does," came the retort. As the night continued its slow passage, Cecile felt an insurmountable difficulty in extracting any further information. The impostor seems utterly oblivious, which is indeed peculiar. It is not in his nature to squander time on trivial matters. He gazes at her languidly, his voice icy, warning her not to engage in bizarre actions with her visage. It is a prohibition akin to a divine decree. Yet, this command holds no sway over Nancy, for she does not daunt another's face, but rather her own. As she watches Cecil's figure dissipate into the ether, Nancy exhales softly. She stirs slightly, feeling her limbs regain their mobility. The chilling darkness that had enveloped her dissipates, and the candle's glow restores its bright orange hue. Concurrently, the sound of water from the washroom resumes, and she can even hear Helen's melodic singing. Nancy's legs weaken as she fumbles to sit on the edge of the bed. After a considerable pause, she murmurs quietly to herself how fortunate she is that nothing amiss was discovered. She retrieves Cecil's ring from beneath her pillow and tucks it into her pocket, intending to wear it when the time is right. How delightful it is to possess magical abilities. Having hot water all day is a true convenience, unlike in Burton's, where one must boil water for an hour for each bath. Helen cheerfully emerges from the washroom, prompting Nancy to smile slightly as she replies, "Then I shall wash too." She picks up the small basin containing her toiletries and strides into the washroom. Presumably, Cecil has gleaned no useful information and will not return for the time being. She wipes a clear patch on the foggy mirror and gazes at her reflection. With her golden hair and blue eyes, she appears quite demure, devoid of any aggression. "Do you think I resemble myself with dark hair?" "Not at all," Little replies without hesitation. Nancy smiled lightly, casually gathered her hair into an updo, shed her dress, and approached the bathtub to draw water. "Of course, you would say that. It is your craft." Clad in her nightgown, Nancy slipped beneath the covers and retrieved the chat journal. It originally bore the inscription "Good night," pinned by Cecil the previous evening. Now, it was replaced by a new query: "What are you doing?" After a moment's contemplation, Nancy deftly inscribed with her quill, "I am preparing to sleep after my bath." "What about you?" As the dark ink swiftly manifested, it was promptly superseded by the other's response. "I just interrogated a prisoner. Now I am also preparing for sleep." "Why is your occupation that of an interrogator?" Nancy inquired, waiting a full 20 seconds before the page revealed a line of text. "I will tell you next time. I have seen the accomplice of the prisoner." "The accomplice of the prisoner?" Nancy frowned. "Is it Milos or Iblis?" She suspected the former, for Milos was currently in the northern lands seeking the memory consortium. She sincerely hoped Cecil would personally intervene to thwart him. To be candid, she felt a tinge of apprehension at the prospect of the two memory consortia converging. Their union would undoubtedly yield intricate entanglements. After exploring the northern landscapes, the subsequent plan involved allowing the divine practitioners from the southern continent and the Sea Kingdom to experience the academic life of the north. Nancy assumed this meant attending classes on divine arts, her face reflecting boredom as she followed the group into a pitch-black tower. Contrary to her expectations, the interior did not feature spiraling staircases or tiered classrooms. Instead, it housed a vast teleportation array that whisked them hundreds of kilometers away to the port of eternal night. Today marked the trial lesson. The professor leading the northern contingent gestured towards the backpacks laid on the ground, instructing each person to take one. Inside, they contained water, provisions, and wind lanterns. At this time tomorrow, the gates of the towering structure will once again swing open. Wishing everyone a delightful experience. What does this mean? The mages from the southern continent and the Sea Nation gazed in bewilderment as the northern leader strode towards the tower. The moment he stepped inside, the doors promptly sealed shut. "Do not be alarmed, it is merely a standard trial course," stated a tall boy from the north. Nancy recognized him as Rupert, a descendant of the fallen angel family. She had encountered him that morning in the dining hall, where he kindly advised her against the kidney pie, as it was made of lamb's kidneys and exceedingly gamey. "What exactly is a trial course?" inquired a mage from the Sea Nation. "It is akin to a wilderness survival course," Rupert replied gently, "with a time limit of 24 hours. The academy will provide a modest supply of water and bread, so you must be particularly vigilant with your belongings, as they may attract some hungry companions eager to partake. Furthermore, trial courses are typically held in areas frequented by monsters, so one must also be wary of potential attacks. In summary, the goal is simply to survive." A girl from the north chimed in cheerfully, bending down to retrieve a backpack. Like her, the northern students exhibited an air of familiarity with the situation. After swiftly grabbing a backpack, they began to rally their friends to form teams. "We already have 2 6th-tier mages. Is anyone interested in joining? Here is a 7th tier. Does anyone want me?" "This is insane," Helen exclaimed incredulously to Nancy. "Trial courses in our realm are reserved for those nearing graduation." "Well, I suppose we should grab our backpacks first," Nancy responded. Nancy's gaze was fixated on the area cluttered with backpacks, where seasoned northern students were eyeing the weaker individuals with ill intent. She and Helen each seized a backpack, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed Margaret had surprisingly joined a group. It was Lord Max, who was nearing graduation this year and was rumored to be a 6th-tier sorcerer. Helen remarked that although Her Highness was not yet a sorcerer, she certainly did not lack admirers. "Alas, we should hasten to find a group as well. I find this port rather peculiar. Why is it so dark and silent? Have you found a team?" Rupert approached and inquired, as several boys behind him erupted into mocking laughter. Not yet. Lord Rupert, a girl with braided hair, approached. Surveying Nancy with an air of arrogance, I believe your standards are rather low. Clearly, we require formidable companions, not just pretty faces. A subtle smile tugged at Nancy's lips as she recognized the girl as the one who had spoken with a sarcastic tone last time. Was it Amira or Emily? Amira. This is my team, Rupert frowned. Indeed, but you may join my team, a crisp voice interjected suddenly. I am a 4th-tier sorcerer. We also have a 5th-tier member in our ranks. You need not wait until next year. You could have 2 excellent teammates. Amira's expression darkened considerably. She had not anticipated that someone without even the qualification of a sorcerer would be so sought after. It was one thing for boys to be drawn to her. But why were girls as well, especially those of such high caliber? What is it that they see in her? The blessing of the sea god. It is the kiss that Iblis has bestowed upon her forehead. Ever since that kiss graced her, she has inexplicably captured the affection of the Sea Kingdom's sorcerers. Everyone can readily utter her name. She consistently receives small acts of kindness from the Sea Kingdom's sorcerers. Perhaps it is the courtesy of offering her a seat in a carriage or a casual gesture of assistance. When sharing snacks, they always include her. During meals in the hall, there are even those who serve her extra helpings of meat. Presently, she carries a pouch of sweets, a gift from an unfamiliar Sea Kingdom sorcerer who had slipped it to her upon her entrance to the tower. Their warmth is overwhelming. No need for trouble. She is with me. A clear voice resonated from above her. Nancy was momentarily taken aback, noticing the exuberance reflected in the eyes of several Sea Kingdom sorcerers. Iblis? Oh. Who might you be? A northern sorcerer expressed his astonishment, having never encountered Iblis within the delegation. Iblis cast him a languid glance, and the sorcerer immediately bowed deeply. My apologies, it has come to my recollection. You are indeed a sorcerer of the Sea Kingdom. Iblis emanated an almost imperceptible glow. In an instant, everyone, save for Nancy, accepted him as a member of the delegation. What have you done? Nancy inquired with curiosity. Iblis chuckled softly, offering them a subtle hint to alter their preconceived notions. Sir, do join our company, the Sea Kingdom sorcerers urged, encircling him with warm invitations. Their delight upon seeing Iblis was palpable, their eyes shimmering with the innocence of fledglings. Almost as if they were about to rush forward and cry out for a mother. I have stated, I shall only accompany her, Iblis replied with an air of indifference. The starlight in the eyes of the young seabird swiftly diminished, and its beak flattened. Furthermore, my friend. Nancy suddenly recalled and turned her head in search of Helen's figure. Yet she too could not find the group. Include her, Iberus instructed the 4th-tier sorcerer. The latter happily acquiesced, as if he had received the most melodious command in existence. Well then, you have located the group, Rupert replied with a reluctant smile. He glanced at Iberus, whose eyes shimmered with an indifferent light. As though everything here was utterly inconsequential. He was momentarily taken aback by this innate, lofty aloofness, a sensation he had only experienced once before in the temple of the underworld. When he encountered the Lord of the North, Amira stood nearby, biting her lip, a flicker of resentful light glimmering in her eyes. Iberus, of course, did not overlook this small corner, yet he deemed it unworthy of concern. In his eyes, it was hardly a matter of consequence. The sorcerers organized themselves into groups, dispersing in 2s and 3s. Only Nancy and Iberus remained beneath the towering edifice. Nancy wore a melancholic expression, stating, Today, the prophetic little cat foretold great misfortune. It advised me to be cautious. I mention this not to provide you with a reason to dismantle it. Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. This cat is rather accurate. Everything it has predicted has come to pass. Well, Iberus said, draping his arm around her shoulder as they moved forward, with me by your side. Do you truly believe you will encounter any peril? Perhaps you are the peril, Nancy retorted sharply, turning her face. If it were to manifest upon me, it might very well entail something peculiar I plan to do to you. 2 individuals traversed from the towering edifice to the expansive seaside boulevard. Beneath the pitch-black canopy of night, the waves crashed against the rocks, shattering into creamy froth. Alongside the broad avenue stood an interminable row of diminutive houses. Each modest dwelling was adorned with a lantern, within which resided a luminous stone. The bright radiance dispelled the pervasive darkness, illuminating a path beneath the eaves. Nancy observed numerous sorcerers seated on the ground, seemingly intent on enduring the next 24 hours in this place. After all, in the northern lands, darkness signifies death. As they strolled, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Iblis's eyes. Do you know why this place is called the Port of Eternal Night? He inquired. Is it due to the everlasting night? Nancy speculated. When they arrived, daylight still enveloped the world outside, yet upon entering the tower, they were engulfed in night. "Do you see this expansive sea?" Iblis remarked. Following his gaze, Nancy beheld a murky abyss. "This body of water harbors no fish," Iblis continued, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Any fish that ventures here is torn apart by an unseen force." "Why is that?" Nancy queried, recalling tales of a time when this area was a picturesque harbor. "I heard that long ago. It was indeed a charming port," he replied. Yet, in the span of a single night, it was reduced to ruins. All the inhabitants awakened to find themselves hundreds of kilometers away in a different town. Since then, the northern royalty has sealed off this region, transforming it into a haven for monsters, a forbidden zone of the north. "Why did it turn to ruins overnight?" Nancy asked, her mind racing with various possibilities: haunting, disaster, secret stronghold. "Who do you think possesses the power to enact such a transformation?" Iblis inquired with a smile. "Each time I approach this stretch of sea, I am enveloped by a profound sense of fury." "Fury?" Nancy's gaze flickered. "The dark god? Who else could it be?" Iblis replied nonchalantly. Nancy's thoughts drifted toward the faintly visible towers, churches, and other structures emerging from the mist. What could possibly compel Cecil to allow such a suffocating silence to envelop this harbor? They continued their stroll, the stark tranquility contrasting sharply with the distant anguish cries that occasionally pierced the air. With merely a hint of divine authority, Iblis could send the lurking malevolence retreating in trembling fear. "Isn't the north rather dreary?" Iblis remarked. "It mirrors the tedium of the dark god's nature, an expanse of black, white, and gray. When you arrive in Atlantis, you shall truly comprehend what a city ought to be." "I find it quite agreeable," Nancy replied with a light-hearted demeanor. The oppressive gloom brought by the ominous prophecy dissipated in Iblis's presence, bestowing her with an immense sense of security. They meandered aimlessly, and after half an hour, emerged from the harbor into a dense woodland. "This place is rather pleasant," Iblis assessed his surroundings. "Let us remain here until 24 hours have elapsed. Alternatively, if you wish to depart now, I can escort you." "Let us stay here," Nancy decided, conjuring a small sphere of light to illuminate the area. She bent down to gather numerous dry twigs and ignited them with a match, crafting a cozy campfire. The vibrant flames swiftly banished the darkness further away. She sought out two relatively flat stones, ready to beckon Iblis to sit, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly near, taking on an eerie quality in the tranquil woods. The sorcerers found themselves ensnared within the confines of Evernight Harbor. Only with Ibilius could one navigate through to the forest without hindrance. Prior to this, none could match their swift pace. Nancy cast a glance at Ibilius, feeling a twinge of unease upon noticing his troubled expression. This foreboded great misfortune. "What is it?" she inquired, just as a figure intruded upon her line of sight. With softly curled golden hair, a striking visage, and a pure white robe, he approached, a luminous orb hovering above his head, radiating a soft and pristine glow akin to Nancy's own. "Lord Milos?" Nancy exclaimed in astonishment, only to realize something profound. A chilling voice whispered beside her. "Why is it that in your mouth he is Lord, while I am merely a name?" Milos emerged from the shadows into the light, an inscrutable smile playing upon his lips as he approached Nancy. His presence felt colder than before, causing her heart to plummet. Had Cecil pursued him in vain, allowing Milos to gain the upper hand? She envisioned the newly joined memory group rolling up their sleeves to tackle the task at hand. "Are you injured, apothecary?" Ibilius remarked. Detecting the faint scent of blood emanating from Milos, a smirk of schadenfreude curling at the corners of his mouth. He was well aware of how Milos had come to be wounded. Last night, the unrevived Milos had been relentlessly pursued by the god of darkness. Of course, he had lent a small hand in the matter. After all, he held a greater disdain for darkness than for light. What could be more delightful than adding to Cecil's woes? "Why do you always refer to me as apothecary?" Milos inquired gently, his tone void of emotion. Nancy quickly interjected, explaining that he addressed her thus because of her exceptional healing abilities. Milos's gaze slowly traversed Ibilis's face as he remarked, "I recall that you did not join the delegation. Is it due to your distant kinship with her? That connection proves rather convenient, and it may become even more so. A distant relative can easily transform into a close one. In the southern continent, consanguinity is prohibited in marriage." Milos stated calmly, however, in the Sea Kingdom, such ties are welcomed, fostering closer bonds. A hint of arrogance flickered in the corner of Ibilis's eye. Nancy silently absorbed their exchange, her curiosity deepening. She discerned that the memory alteration had seemingly failed to erase Milos's affections for he would not have exhibited jealousy upon seeing Ibilius otherwise. What then? Had the memory alteration truly changed? Let me see, she pondered. Lord Milos, are you injured? She abruptly grasped his hand, searching for signs of injury. Then why is there a scent of blood? Nancy inquired, her fingers brushing against his chest. Though separated by fabric, she noticed Milos's eyelashes quiver slightly. The chilling gaze of Iblis bore down upon her from behind, intensifying the pressure she felt within. She contemplated whether to explore more advanced methods. Perhaps some blood has stained your clothes, Milos suggested, his breath becoming slightly unsteady from her touch. He raised his eyes, scrutinizing her for a few moments, revealing a warmth in his smile that contrasted with his earlier demeanor. I have completed my tasks in the north. Yes, just one more. And I shall remember what I have forgotten. Oh, please, no. Do you recall the warning bestowed upon you by the deity of fate? Nancy furrowed her brow, feeling an urge to push Milos aside. An unsettling premonition crept over her. Perhaps it would not be long before he regained his divine status. Iblis regarded Nancy with an enigmatic smile, as if to suggest that if she did not approach, he would not hesitate to be ungracious. Catching his gaze sent a chill coursing through her. Unlike other deities, she had a deeper understanding of Iblis. He was far from a benevolent god. Lord Milos, I shall take my leave to sit with my distant relative, she murmured, lowering her voice, as my mother has entrusted him with my watch. Iblis, growing impatient with her hesitation, beckoned her closer. Reluctantly, Nancy stood, her gaze rising with her stature, inadvertently skimming the shadows of the trees across from her. In the next heartbeat, her pupils constricted sharply, and she instinctively took a step back. A tall man leaned against the trunk of a tree. Having observed them for an unknown duration, noticing her stare, Cecil lifted his striking, frost-laden eyes and offered her a languid smile. So, you are also named Nancy? Little are curled into a ball, too frightened to look. Host, you are doomed. Oh dear, shall we flee? True to her system, it echoed her thoughts in this critical moment. She needed to unravel one pressing question. Why had Cecil come here? It was highly probable that Milos had lured him here. She should have accepted Iblis's proposal to leave Eternal Night Harbor when she had the chance, instead of venturing out into danger. She ought to have remained safely within the confines of her dormitory. Ah, she is a girl from the northern lands, the one I admire, Cecil candidly expressed. Her name is Nancy Dole. And you? He inquired with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing the name Nancy Dole, both Iblis and Milos exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The trio's gaze simultaneously fell upon the serene girl, who appeared to be searching for something. Theoretically, Cecil was a deity, and mortals should not gaze directly upon a divine being. However, it remained uncertain whether he had lifted that restriction. If he had not, then merely raising one's eyes would betray their secret. Yet, a conundrum arose. If Cecil had not removed the restriction, would he not suspect Iblis's true identity? The very fact that Iblis could gaze upon a god was indeed peculiar. Thus, she inclined towards the notion that Cecil perceived them as ordinary humans, temporarily lifting the divine prohibition. After all, it was worth a gamble. Perhaps they could emerge unscathed. Ah, our names are remarkably similar, she remarked, naturally lifting her eyes to cast a curious glance at Cecil, reminiscent of their first encounter. She even allowed a fleeting spark of admiration to glimmer in her eyes, entirely reasonable reactions. Cecil, arms crossed, regarded her with an icy detachment, as if attempting to discern something profound within her gaze. The wonder reflected in Nancy's eyes did not escape Iblis's notice. He was seated opposite her, observing intently. A sense of unease began to stir within him regarding this newcomer. He turned his attention to Cecil, and although the surrounding light was dim, Iblis could see clearly without obstruction, having long since acclimated to the near absence of light in the ocean's depths. The dark-haired youth, draped in a black fur cloak, leaned casually against the tree trunk, enveloped in a shroud of indifferent darkness. A pair of exquisitely beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmered with an emotionless glimmer. Iblis was slightly taken aback. Why did this unabashed gloom evoke the memory of an odious name? The forest grew darker, and a breeze began to stir. The campfire flickered wildly. Sensing a chill in the air that surpassed even the weather, Nancy silently tightened her grip on her back. Are you feeling cold? Milos inquired. His brow slightly furrowed as his gaze swept over Iblis and the man whose expression remained obscured in the shadows. To be frank, he harbored a dislike for both of them, especially the newcomer. For reasons unknown, the mere sight of his silhouette ignited a surge of combative spirit within him. Do you recall the 10 minor spells I wrote for you? One of them can provide warmth. A pure halo of light emanated from his palm, just as he was about to envelop her in its glow when Iblis strode over, draping his coat around Nancy. No need for trouble, Iblis remarked with a smirk. As my distant relative, it is only natural for me to take care of you. At that moment, he found the title of distant relative to be rather delightful. "You're giving me your coat? Aren't you cold yourself?" Nancy exclaimed, astonished at Iblis, who was merely clad in a sweater. "Have you forgotten where I hail from? This chill of the north is nothing to me." Iblis paused, his gaze lingering on her eyes, gently settling on her rosy lips. "If I were to fall ill, you must be responsible for my care." The brazen insinuation instantly hardened Milos's gaze. Nancy pulled the hood of the coat over her head, allowing the shadows to obscure her expression. After a series of events, she had lost the ability to manage her emotions. "The chill of the northern lands holds no terror for you?" Cecil chuckled lightly. "I am sorry, but I cannot conceive of a place colder than the north." "Where do you hail from?" "The Sea Kingdom." "The Sea Kingdom?" Cecil's lips curled into a subtle smile. "If memory serves, it is as sweltering as the southern continent. There are indeed frigid locales within the Sea Kingdom, but you are simply unaware of them," Iblis replied with a hint of indifference. "Isn't that Atlantis, then?" "I beg you. Spare me your words." Nancy hastily retrieved her water bottle from her bag, attempting to divert his attention. Iblis had an insatiable thirst, consuming large quantities of water at regular intervals. "Would you care for some water?" Iblis asked, abruptly halting mid-sentence. "Iblis?" Milos raised an eyebrow, his voice cooler than his gaze. A flicker of amusement danced in Iblis's eyes as he cast a teasing glance at Milos. "You find it bothersome, do you?" "I rather enjoy it." "Please, refrain from speaking," Nancy implored, lifting her face to gently tug at his sleeve. Iblis had initially intended to utter a few more provocative remarks, but upon catching sight of Nancy's pleading expression, his heart softened instantly. He pressed his lips together and conceded, "Very well, as long as you remember the words I spoke to you before my departure." "Which words?" The girl, her wide-brimmed hat shrouding her hair and eyes, appeared to Cecil as if she were playfully flirting with another man. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, unsure of her true identity. "Do you not remember?" Iblis shot her a glance, leaning in as if to whisper the words anew in her ear. Nancy nodded eagerly. I recall. Not a chance. He spoke so many words before leaving. How could she possibly remember them all? Was it that particular phrase? Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. If that were the case,